Chapter 1 Return, Tianxie Wang. In July, the sun in the city of Jiang is like a blazing fire. Amid the bustling crowd, a thin young man silently stares at this familiar yet strange city. 15 years have passed, and I have finally returned. Are my 7 sisters all well? The young man whispered. His name is Lu Yun, an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. He has 7 sisters who are not related by blood, and they treat him like a close relative. When they were little, their favorite game was to play house with Lu Yun, and they promised to marry him when they grew up. At the time, Lu Yun was only 5 years old, and he said in a baby voice, "We're not 3 or 4 years old anymore. We have to keep our word." So the sisters made a pinky swear with him, and whoever went back on their word would be a dog. In this way, little Lu Yun looked forward to growing up every day until a fire completely destroyed his life. The sisters could have run out of the house, but they were trapped in the fire when they went back to look for him. Little Lu Yun was terrified and cried. But even in this situation, the eldest sister still held him in her arms and comforted him not to be afraid. The fire was raging. The 8 children huddled together and were soon overcome by the smoke. When Xiaoluyan opened his eyes again, he saw the same sea of flames, but this time there was an old Taoist priest in front of him. The old Taoist priest stood on the burning flames, and his clothes were still intact. Lu Yun was stunned and thought he was hallucinating until the old Taoist priest said, "I can save your sisters, but only if you become my disciple." This was like a lifeline, and without thinking, Xiaoluyan agreed. At that time, he did not realize that his life would be completely rewritten from then on. After leaving the orphanage, the old Taoist priest took Lu Yun to a Taoist temple, where he taught him medicine, martial arts, spiritual techniques, and even a secret spiritual technique. He stayed there for 10 years. When Lu Yun was 15 years old, he thought he could finally return to Jiangcheng, but the old Taoist priest sent him to the border battlefield again. This time, he stayed for another 5 years. After 5 years of fighting, a group called the Heavenly Killers rose to power. The 36 generals of the Sky Demons, all of them divine generals, sat in the 4 regions, and no one in the Dragon Kingdom dared to offend them. Their king, the Cloud God, had already quietly returned to his childhood memory place, Jiangcheng. Lu Yun reminisced about the past, as if it were a dream. It really was. If it hadn't really happened to him, he would have thought it was ridiculous to hear such an experience from anyone. The Sunshine Welfare Institute. It still exists. But Lu Yun's mood was extremely complicated. The fire 15 years ago had attracted widespread attention, and people from all walks of life had donated money to rebuild the orphanage. The old brick and tile house has been replaced by a small high-rise building, and the conditions and facilities are much better than before, but it is no longer the place that Lu Yun is familiar with. However, when Lu Yun saw the children's innocent smiles, the strangeness in his heart instantly disappeared. He saw himself and his sisters as children. Everything had not changed, and the orphanage was still a place full of good things. Lu Yun found a staff member of the welfare institution and explained his purpose. Soon, a woman wearing reading glasses came to Lu Yun and looked at him with confusion. "I am the director of the Sunshine Welfare Institute. Who are you looking for?" "You are the director?" Lu Yun was stunned. In his memory, the director's surname was Wu, and he was a kind old man, definitely not the woman in front of him. The old woman nodded and said, "I have been the director for more than 10 years. Aren't you looking for me?" "I'm looking for Grandpa Wu." "Oh, you're looking for the old dean. He's been retired for a long time." Hearing that Lu Yun was looking for the old dean, the woman dispelled her suspicions about him and her attitude became cordial. But Lu Yun frowned. "Grandpa Wu has retired?" And from what the woman said, it seems that Grandpa Wu had already stepped down as the director more than 10 years ago. Could it be because of the fire? Lu Yun hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, do you have Grandpa Wu's address?" Yes. "Wait a moment, I'll write down the address for you." The woman turned around and went into the house. After a while, she came out with a note with the address on it and gave it to Lu Yun. "Thank you." With the address the woman gave him, Lu Yun arrived at a civilian house. He saw an old man with gray hair and a stooped back cleaning the courtyard. Lu Yun recognized him at once as Grandpa Wu. After 15 years, Grandpa Wu has aged so much? Lu Yun felt a wave of sadness and quickened his pace, but the next scene that unfolded made his anger boil over. While Grandpa Wu was cleaning, a young man in a flowery shirt suddenly pushed him hard and cursed. Old man, I know those women send you money every month, where is it? Where is it? Robbery in broad daylight. Lu Yun was furious and rushed over, grabbed the young man by the collar and yelled at him, "How can you rob an old man? You're an animal." Ahem. The young man in the flower shirt obviously did not expect someone to suddenly rush over, and a look of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly pretended to be calm. "You, let go of me. This is my family business, what does it have to do with you? Family matters?" This time, Lu Yun was confused and turned to look at Grandpa Wu. Grandpa Wu looked sad and sighed, "Young man, he really isn't a robber. His name is Wang Gang, and he's my adopted child." Wang Gang? Wang Gang. Lu Yun stared at the young man in the flower shirt in front of him for a while, and finally recognized him. No wonder he looked so familiar. It was Wang Gang, who used to bully him when they were kids and who was always beaten up by his sisters. How did he end up being adopted by Grandpa Wu? Lu Yun was momentarily distracted. Wang Gang took the opportunity to break free from his hands and coughed violently, taking a long time to catch his breath. "You bastard, why are you meddling in my business? I know this is my family business, so why don't you get out of here?" Wang Gang glared at Lu Yun viciously, then roared at Wu Wendang. "Old man, you adopted me, you should feed me well, clothe me well, and play with me well. If you can't give me the best, why did you adopt me? Where's the money those women sent you? Give it to me. What are you hiding it for? Do you want to spend it in your coffin? I don't think you'll live for many more years. You'll need me to take care of you in the future. Who else will you give this money to if you don't give it to me? You're such an old fool." Wang Gang's words became more and more outrageous. Wu Wendung's old body trembled violently, but he just silently lowered his head and endured Wang Gang's abuse. Seeing this, Lu Yun finally could not stand it any longer and slapped him across the face. "Pop. This slap is for your insolent mouth and disrespectful attitude. Pat. This slap is for repaying kindness with hatred and being a disgrace to the world. Pat. This slap is for your blindness, for not recognizing the true dragon." Chapter 2, Twisted, Wang Gang's Jealousy. The three slaps were louder than the last. When the last slap landed, Wang Gang fell to the ground with a thud. He was stunned. Completely dumbfounded. Where the hell did this crazy person come from? Wang Gang quickly came to his senses, his neck veins bulging. "You motherfucker. No matter how unfilial I am, it's my family business. When did it become your business, you son of a bitch? It's not my business?" Lu Yun's cold eyes suddenly pierced through. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look at who I am. You." A cold shout made Wang Gang freeze for a moment, his eyes fixed on Lu Yun's face, examining her very carefully. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. The young man in front of him gradually overlapped with the thin child from 15 years ago. How similar they are. Impossible. Wang Gang shook his head desperately. The name was on the tip of his tongue, but he hesitated to say it. "This is ridiculous." Surprised? Lu Yun sneered and said, "When we were kids, you used to bully me, peeing on my shoes and deliberately smearing my clothes with watercolor pens. And there were several times when you framed me for your own mistakes, and I was punished by Grandpa Wu for standing in the corner. Don't you remember any of these things?" Bang! Wang Gang took a sudden step back. "It's him, it's really him. Lu Yun, who was often bullied by him, is back. Why didn't the fire kill you? Why did you suddenly come back? Why did you come to disturb my life?" Wang Gang's emotions suddenly became extremely agitated. "I tried so hard to please those women, but they just wouldn't accept me as their brother. They said that only you could be their brother. I tried my best to impress the dean and get him to adopt me, but this old fart just kept talking about you. I tried to live like you, but why won't they give me a chance? What am I lacking that you have?" Wang Gang's expression became more and more ferocious. "Do you know how much I want you to die?" He completely lost his mind, suddenly turned around and took out a steel pipe, and smashed it at Lu Yun with a shout. However, all he got in return was a kick like a phantom in the wind. Boom! Before Wang Gang could swing the steel pipe, a clear shoe print suddenly appeared on his abdomen, and he was then thrown 5 meters into the air. "Do you want to know where you are inferior to me? Lu Yun walked slowly over, looked down at Wang Gang, and said indifferently, because I don't bully the weak, because I don't forget my gratitude, because I don't envy and hate, is that enough? Is that enough? Lu Yun's voice was very soft. But it was like a heavy hammer, pounding Wang Gang's soul. These are the most basic principles of being a human being. Does Wang Gang have them? No. He is a bully, an ungrateful person, and a jealous scumbag. Pop. Perhaps stimulated by the strong impact, Wang Gang actually spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of pain. Lu Yun just looked at him coldly, with no trace of pity in his eyes. This person has been consumed by jealousy to the point of distortion, and is not worthy of any sympathy at all. Kid, are you really Lu Yun? At this moment, Wu Wen's trembling voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lu Yun turned around, the chill on his face had already disappeared, and he revealed a smile of sunshine. It's me, Grandpa Wu, I'm back. It really is you. Wu Wendeng's heart suddenly twitched, and finally, he couldn't help but cry out in joy, hugging Lu Yun. My little Lu Yun, you're alive, finally, the heavens have spared me. I thought I had killed you. Wu Wendeng cried loudly, but not out of sadness, but more like a relief. The child who had made him feel guilty for 15 years was still alive. Yes, Grandpa Wu, I'm still alive and doing well. Lu Yun comforted him gently, but she also sensed something from Grandpa Wu's words. After Wu's emotions had stabilized a little, Lu Yun asked. Grandpa Wu, is there something you're not telling me? The fire 15 years ago wasn't an accident, was it? Wu Wenduo wiped away his tears. 15 years ago, let bygones be bygones. As long as you are still alive. This only strengthened Lu Yun's suspicion, and she said seriously, Grandpa Wu, if you really feel guilty about something, tell me everything, okay? Wu Wendeng wanted to avoid the topic, but seeing Lu Yun's serious expression, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he told him everything. It turned out that there was something fishy about the fire 15 years ago. At the time, Joyua Real Estate had its eye on the land of the Sunshine Welfare Institute and had repeatedly approached Wu Wendeng, trying to force him to sign a contract for a low-priced acquisition. But Wu Wendeng was tough and would not sign no matter what tricks the other party used. In the end, the person in charge of Joyua Real Estate had no choice but to threaten him, saying that if he didn't sign the contract, he would be responsible for the consequences. The next day, the welfare home caught fire. Wu Wendi suspected that the fire was a retaliation by Joyua Real Estate, but they could never find evidence that they had set the fire. After the fire, Lu Yun disappeared. Wu Wendi thought that he had killed Lu Yun, so he quickly took the blame and resigned, and adopted a child who was about the same age as Lu Yun, namely Wang Gang. Wu Wendeng took all his guilt for Lu Yun and made up for it with Wang Gang, but he never expected that excessive pampering would make Wang Gang lazy and shifty, asking for money from him every other day. In the past, he didn't say anything when the amount was small, but this time, he actually asked for 200,000. Of course, Wu Wendi couldn't give him the money, so the scene at the beginning happened. After Wu Wendeng finished telling his story, there was a moment of silence. Deadly silence. He looked up at Lu Yun and was shocked to see the terrifying cold light in her dark eyes. Joyua Real Estate. You made me leave my hometown and my family for 15 years. You almost killed me in a fire. You almost made me lose 7 sisters. How do you plan to settle this? Ha! Chapter 3 Sis, I'm back. The anger in Lu Yun's heart was like a demon claw crawling out of hell, frantically tearing at his nerves. Wu Wendeng was terrified and quickly stroked Lu Yun's cheeks. My dear, I'm telling you this not because I want to hide anything from you, but because I don't want you to do anything stupid. He was afraid to tell Lu Yun the truth, for fear that he would go looking for trouble with Joyua Real Estate, which would not do him any good. The forces behind Joyua Real Estate are terrifying. The old man's wrinkled palm stroked his face, and Lu Yun came to his senses. I'm sorry, Grandpa Wu, I scared you. Kid, promise me you won't pursue this matter any further, okay? Wu Wendeng begged. Lu Yun suppressed the anger in his heart. Grandpa Wu, don't worry, I won't do anything. Stupid. Good boy. Wu Wendeng was relieved, and suddenly remembered something and smiled. Your sisters will be very happy to know that you are still alive. Lu Yun's body trembled. Are my sisters all well? Yes, they are doing very well. They have their own businesses and send me money every month. Oh, I have some photos of them here. Photos? Lu Yun's eyes lit up. It had been 15 years since she had last seen them. She had no idea what they looked like now. Were they pretty? Of course, no matter how they look, they are the women that Lu Yun loves most in his life. Wu Wendy entered the room and carefully took out a stack of photos from a drawer. Lu Yun couldn't wait to spread them out and, after just one glance, his eyes nearly fell out of his head. Are they really my sisters? Lu Yun couldn't believe it. It wasn't because the sisters were ugly, but because they were so beautiful, each one a goddess. Wu Wendeng smiled and said, "Your sisters are not only good-looking, but also very talented." Lu Yun believed it without a doubt. While the two were chatting, Wang Gang, who had just recovered, suddenly crawled to Wu Wendeng's feet in a miserable state. "Grandpa Wu, please give me 200,000 yuan. I really need the money." Obviously, he was going to play the sad card. Wu Wendeng was having a good time chatting with Lu Yun, but Wang Gang's words instantly ruined his good mood. He angrily said, "You ungrateful son, how dare you talk about money?" "No, Grandpa Wu, it's because I. What? Hurry up and say it. Did you get into trouble somewhere?" Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Wang Gang had to grit his teeth and say, "It's because I owe a debt at the casino. They said, if I don't pay up within a week, they'll chop off my hand." "What? You actually dared to go to the casino? I'll beat you to death, you bastard." When Wu Wendy heard that Wang Gang had borrowed money at the casino, he was furious and grabbed a broom to beat Wang Gang. Wang Gang did not dodge and pleaded, "I know, I was possessed by a demon, but it's already happened, I really have no choice. I only ask you for money." "You bastard. Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Wu Wendeng was almost mad. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. "Wang Gang, I warned you not to make Grandpa Wu angry again, why do you keep on doing it?" Outside the courtyard, a tall woman walked over. She had beautiful facial features, a cold and elegant temperament, and long black hair piled up high on the back of her head, showing her grace and elegance. The white, elegant lady's suit could not hide her curvy figure, and she looked like a goddess. She was beautiful to the extreme. Lu Yun was deeply attracted by her at first sight, and her eyes were a little moist. It was the eldest sister. It was the eldest sister that Lu Yun had not seen for 15 years. Yi Qingcheng. Compared to the photo that Lu Yun had just seen, his sister was even more beautiful, but also more aloof. While Lu Yun looked at Yi Qingcheng also saw him. The moment their eyes met, Yi Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. "Wang Gang, for the sake of Grandpa Wu, I'll help you one last time. If you dare to mess around again, I'll break your legs." In order not to upset Grandpa Wu, Yi Qingcheng wrote a check for 200,000 yuan and threw it to Wang Gang. Wang Gang was overjoyed. "Thank you, sister. Don't call me big sister. I feel sick," Yi Qingcheng said with disgust. "Hey." Wang Gang smiled cheekily. He didn't care what attitude Yi Qingcheng had towards him, since he had already gotten the money. "Sister, it's me." At this time, Lu Yun, who was standing nearby, could no longer hold back and called out softly. 5 years of military service had already forged Lu Yun's iron-blooded character, and even in the face of 1,000,000 soldiers, he never showed the slightest sign of fear. However, at this moment, looking at his sister Yi Qingcheng, who was so close, he became nervous. Even a tough guy has tender feelings. Lu Yun's tenderness is his 7 sisters. Yi Qingcheng's delicate body trembled. This call brought her thoughts back to 15 years ago, back to the brother she had longed for. She stiffly twisted her neck and looked at the face that was somewhat familiar, her voice trembling. You are. Yi Qingcheng couldn't believe it. When she first came in, she saw Lu Yun and immediately thought that this young man looked like her brother who died in the fire. But she didn't dare to recognize him, for fear of disappointment. Even now, when Lu Yun called her sister, with a tone and expression so similar, she still couldn't believe it. It was not until Wu Wendeng said with a smile, "Qingcheng, he is your younger brother, Lu Yun. Lu Yun is back." Lu Yun. Yi Qingcheng was momentarily lost in thought. Had her younger brother Lu Yun really returned? "Sister, it's me, I'm back." Lu Yun smiled gently and walked forward to give his sister a hug. Yi Qingcheng's soft body instantly tightened, and a flash of resistance suddenly flashed in her clear eyes, but she didn't show it too obviously. "Lu Yun, it really is you. You're back, and I'm so happy. Yi Qingcheng said this, but her body retreated slightly, breaking free from Lu Yun's embrace. Lu Yun was stunned. Her reaction was a bit unexpected. She wasn't as emotional as he had expected, and she didn't ask him how he survived the fire. It was like two old friends who had not seen each other for a long time, greeting each other. That was all. After 15 years, had they finally grown apart? Lu Yun's mouth turned sour, and he suddenly realized a serious problem. Could it be that his sister had already had a family of her own, and was therefore avoiding any suspicion? After all, although they are called brother and sister, they are not related by blood. If that was the case, Lu Yun could only sincerely wish her well. Wu Wendeng did not notice the subtle atmosphere in the air, and he smiled and pulled the two of them to sit down and talk about family matters. During this time, Yi Qingcheng did not take the initiative to ask Lu Yun anything about him. Lu Yun's heart grew more and more sour. Perhaps they really have grown apart. Chapter 4: A dragon has a vulnerable spot, and if you touch it, you will die. After chatting for nearly half an hour, Yi Qingcheng got up and said, "Grandpa Wu, I have to go back to Qingcheng Group. I'll visit you again next time." "Well, you should focus on your career." "I'm fine here," Wu Wen said with a smile. "If Wan Gang ever dares to make you angry again, be sure to tell me and I'll teach him a lesson." After bidding farewell to Wu Wen, Yi Qingcheng looked at Lu Yun again. "You come with me. I have something to tell you." Lu Yun nodded and followed her sister behind her. When they got out of the courtyard, they saw a Porsche 911 parked on the street outside, with the driver waiting by the side. "Get in." Yi Qingcheng's words were concise and to the point. Lu Yun climbed into the back seat of the Porsche and immediately felt a chill, coming from her sister Yi. "Qingcheng." Lu Yun was slightly startled. "What's wrong with my sister? Even if we haven't seen each other for 15 years and have grown apart, she shouldn't be so cold to me. Tell me, what is your purpose in getting close to Grandpa Wu?" Yi Qingcheng said coldly. "Purpose?" Lu Yun was stunned. "Sister, what are you talking about? Still pretending? I don't have time to waste with you. Just tell me how much you want." Yi Qingcheng's eyes were cold, and she looked at Lu Yun coldly. At this point, how could Lu Yun not understand that her sister was indifferent because she thought she was an imposter? Interesting. A smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yun's lips. She decided to tease her sister, so she lay back and rested her entire back on the seat, looking extremely lazy. "Since you know I'm an imposter, why didn't you expose me at Grandpa Wu's place just now? You really admitted it." Yi Qingcheng's expression became even colder. As Lu Yun had thought, she didn't think her younger brother was alive at all. The reason she didn't expose him just now was because she didn't want to ruin Grandpa Wu's mood. Yi Qingcheng had seen the changes in Grandpa Wu over the years, and she was very distressed, but she could do nothing about it. Today, Grandpa Wu had the most smile on his face in the past 10 years, and Yi Qingcheng couldn't bear to expose him. Of course, she didn't need to explain to a fake, so she didn't answer Lu Yun's question, but looked at him coldly. Lu Yun was embarrassed and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Give me a ride first." "I'm going your way." Then he closed his eyes. Yi Qingcheng was helpless and could only look at the driver and say, "Drive." The Porsche quickly sped out, and no one spoke the entire time, and the atmosphere in the car dropped to freezing point. Yi Qingcheng's pretty face was also cold and frosty throughout the journey. After driving for about 20 minutes, Yi Qingcheng suddenly frowned slightly. This is not the direction to the Qingcheng Group. The driver, however, seemed to have not heard, and continued driving in a straight line. Yi Qingcheng had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Crack. Finally, the car stopped in an open area. The driver, He Shun, turned his head and smiled, saying, "President Yi, we are all just trying to make a living. I hope you can understand me." "What do you mean?" Yi Qingcheng's eyes were cold. "Nothing in particular, I just want to take some pictures with you. If you cooperate well, I won't hurt you." He then locked the car doors and took out a camera and a sharp knife from under the seat. "President Yi, you are a smart man, you should know what to do." He sneered twice, then looked at Lu Yun next to him. "Kid, you're lucky today. This beautiful CEO's body has been fantasized about by countless people. You're a lucky guy." It was obvious that he was going to use the camera to take pictures of Yi Qingcheng's beauty. Yi Qingcheng did not yell, but instead stared at He Shun with a cold expression on her face. "I want to know, Are you in collusion with the beauty group, or is Lu Jifeng in collusion with them? Like the Qingcheng group, the beauty group is also a major player in the skincare market, and the two sides have always been in open and secret competition. Recently, the Qingcheng group is preparing to go public, and if Yi Qingcheng's scandalous photos were to surface at this time, it would undoubtedly deal a fatal blow to the Qingcheng group. Lu Jifeng, who Yi Qingcheng mentioned, is the human resources manager of the Qingcheng group, and he is the one who recruited the new driver. He Shun said in amazement, "They say that President Yi is smart and brave, and today I have witnessed it with my own eyes." This sentence undoubtedly confirmed Yi Qingcheng's guess. President Yi, I have always been a lover of beauty and a lover of youth, especially for a goddess like you who is so high and aloof. I can't bear to desecrate you, so you should take off your clothes yourself. If you force me to do it, it won't just be a photo shoot, hee. He Shun snickered twice, as if he had long expected that Yi Qingcheng would not obey obediently, and his eyes began to flash with greedy desire. But just then, pop! He Shun's wrist was suddenly pinched by a large hand, and then he met Lu Yun's cold eyes. Dare to bully my sister in front of me? Do you want to experience the taste of purgatory? Lu Yun's voice was as cold as his eyes. After 5 years of fighting on the battlefield, Lu Yun has met countless people, and as long as the other party shows the slightest ill intent, they cannot escape his eyes. When he first saw the driver, Lu Yun sensed something wrong from the flickering in his eyes, which is why he asked his sister to give him a ride. Now it seems that it is indeed not simple. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. He Shun's face instantly darkened. Are you not satisfied with watching the show for free? Do you want to add a little more sister and brother drama to spice things up? He jerked his arm, but was horrified to discover that Lu Yun's fingers were as strong as iron. Suddenly, crack! With a crisp crack, He Shun's wrist bones instantly shattered, and the knife fell to the ground. Ah! How could He Shun have imagined that a person's finger strength could reach such a terrifying level, crushing his wrist bone in just one move? He let out a scream. He threw down the camera and frantically unlocked the car door, fleeing. However, soon, his legs began to feel a sharp pain, and he fell to his knees. 2 irregularly shaped stones had embedded themselves deeply behind his knees. What kind of technique is this? Ah! He was terrified, and a wave of unprecedented fear swept over him, and his whole body was shaking violently. My sister, even I don't dare to bully you. What kind of person are you? Lu Yun stepped forward with a cold look, and stomped down hard on He Shun's injured area. Ah! Another squeal of pain like a pig being slaughtered, and He Shun fainted from the pain. Dragons have a vulnerable spot that will kill you if you touch it. Lu Yun's 7 sisters are his, reverse scales. Anyone who dares to harm them will have to face the wrath of the Tianxia king. If this were a battlefield, He Shun would have already been a corpse. Yi Qingcheng also got out of the car and appeared behind Lu Yun. Seeing him so domineering, she couldn't help but tremble her beautiful eyes. Who exactly are you? Yi Qingcheng asked. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly turned around, unzipped his pants with one hand, and at the same time, pressed down on Yi Qingcheng's soft and delicate body. Sister, I apologize. Chapter 5 Birthmark, Purple Lightning. Yi Qingcheng panicked, more than ever before, and in the midst of her panic, there was a strong sense of shame and anger. Just now, Lu Yun had helped her out, and Yi Qingcheng had already changed her opinion of him. She had thought that even if he wasn't her younger brother, they could still be friends, so she had talked to him. But who would have thought that this would happen? Yi Qingcheng felt as if she had just escaped from the wolves and then entered the tiger's den. She struggled to get up in anger. But what she saw next made her whole body go numb. Lu Yun had a little secret, and that was a birthmark on the outside of his thigh, a birthmark that looked like a purple lightning bolt. This birthmark is basically known to the children in the welfare institution. Of course, his 7 sisters knew about it too. So when Yi Qingcheng saw the purple lightning, she knew that the young man in front of her was her younger brother Lu Yun, whom she had not seen for 15 years. Little Lu Yun, it really is you, my sister thought she would never see you again. Yi Qingcheng got up and hugged Lu Yun in her arms. Tears flowed down her face like a river bursting its banks. Lu Yun also felt a lump in his throat. Nothing had changed. Her sister was still the same as ever. 15 years had not made their relationship any more distant, but rather closer. Lu Yun was very moved and secretly vowed that she would do her best to protect her sister for the rest of her life. But why did she feel something was wrong? Soon, Lu Yun realized what was wrong and said with a wry smile, "Sister, let me put my pants on first." Yi Qingqing's pretty face turned red, but she quickly glared at Lu Yun again. "What are you embarrassed about? My sister hasn't seen it before." "No, sister, there are outsiders." "Ah!" Yi Qingqing exclaimed, suddenly realizing that there were more than just the two of them in the room. She hurried over to check on Yishan and found that he was still unconscious. Yi Qingqing was relieved. Yishan probably never dreamed that in this short time, he had missed a priceless scene. The Porsche 911 started up again. Yi Qingqing was driving, and Lu Yun was sitting in the passenger seat. The two siblings hadn't seen each other for so many years, so they naturally had endless topics to talk about. Among them, Yi Qingqing was most concerned about how Lu Yun survived the fire 15 years ago, and what he had experienced in the past 15 years. Lu Yun answered one by one, but he didn't say anything about his 5 years of fighting, only that he had spent the past 15 years practicing with the old Taoist priest in the mountains. After listening to him, Yi Qingqing gave him a sidelong glance. "Are you telling your sister a fairy tale here?" Of course she didn't believe such a ridiculous thing. "To be honest, my sister doesn't believe it, and Lu Yun is also very helpless." Fortunately, Yi Qingqing did not pursue the matter further, and said excitedly, "If your other sisters knew that you were still alive and had grown into a handsome young man, I wonder how they would feel." "Hee hee, let's keep it a secret for now. I'm going to surprise them one by one." "You really are a little rascal." Yi Qingqing gave a knowing smile. The two chatted all the way, and time passed quickly. When they realized what had happened, they had already arrived at the Qingqing group. When the two of them entered the Qingqing building laughing and chatting, everyone looked at them in disbelief. When did their iceberg goddess ever get so close to a man? It's over. My heart is broken. Tonight, countless people were destined to have insomnia. And the first thing Yi Qingqing did when she returned to the company was to tell the HR manager, Lu Jifeng, to get lost. Never dragging her feet. Yi Qingqing is such a decisive woman. The position of HR manager was vacant, and Yi Qingqing winked at Lu Yun and said, "Lu Yun, are you interested in being a manager for fun?" Lu Yun shook his head with a wry smile. "No, I don't know anything about managing a company." Although he is the king of the Celestial Alliance, and his 36 generals are all famous generals, there is still a difference between managing a company and managing the Celestial Alliance. To manage the Heavenly Alliance, all you need is a strong military force, but to manage a company, you need all kinds of rules and regulations. Lu Yun is not good at these things. Yi Qingqing said, "It's okay. It's just a title. If you don't understand anything, Angel will teach you." Gu Anqi is Yi Qingqing's secretary. The two have a good relationship. In the company, they are superior and subordinate, but in private, they are best friends. Since the eldest sister had said so, Lu Yun had no choice but to agree. If she didn't think it was suitable, she could quit at any time. While they were talking, Gu Anqi knocked on the door and walked in. She was a sexy woman in her late 20s, wearing an OL uniform. Her round, jade-like legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, and she walked with a wiggle. Pink square-framed glasses covered a mole at the corner of her eye. Overall, Gu Anqi's appearance is quite good, second only to the cold goddess Yi Qingqing in the company. But Lu Yun only glanced at her and then looked away. In his heart, no woman could compare to his 7 sisters. "Angel, you're just in time. I want to introduce you to someone." Yi Qingqing smiled and said, "He is my younger brother, Lu Yun. I'm going to give him the position of manager. What do you think?" Gu Anqi glanced at Lu Yun in Yi Qingqing's direction, but her expression was somewhat intriguing. "Just now, when I was outside, I heard my colleague say that the president had brought a young man back." Gu Anqi of course did not believe it, because she knew that the president had very high standards and not just anyone would be able to meet her standards. But now it seems that the president has indeed fallen. "Mr. Yi, I don't know if I should say this." Although the two of them are close in the company, Gu Anqi still calls Yi Qingqing President Yi with great tact. Yi Qingqing smiled and said, "We're all on the same team, so just say what you have to say." So Gu Anqi pushed her square-framed glasses on her nose and said, "I think the company is about to go public, so it's best not to make any changes to the management team. Especially the position of HR manager, it's better to leave it vacant than to let Mr. Lu take it." "Oh? Give me a reason." Gu Anqi thought about it for a moment and finally said 2 words, "public opinion." Do you also think that Lu Yun is my kept man? Yi Qingcheng is so smart that she immediately understood what she meant. Guanqi said, "It's not what I think, but what everyone thinks. The company is about to go public, and if news of Yi Qingcheng helping a young man to rise to power and kicking out an old employee were to come out at this time, it would definitely damage the company's reputation." Yi Qingcheng knew this very well, but she didn't explain it in detail. She just waved her hand and said, "I decided that from now on, Lu Yun will be our company's human resources manager. Anshi, you take him to get familiar with the environment." Chapter 6, How Dare You, the Su Family? Inside the elevator of the Qingqing building, Guanqi frequently glanced sideways, sizing up the young man next to her, occasionally casting a disdainful glance. She had worked with Yi Qingcheng for so long and only knew that Yi Qingcheng had a brother who was not doing his job, named Wang Gang. This person in front of her, she had never seen before, so he must be a gigolo. But Guanqi couldn't figure out what qualifications Lu Yun had to be a gigolo. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, had an ordinary temperament, and although his appearance was passable, he was not handsome enough to be Yi Qingcheng's boyfriend. Besides, his face is not at all white. I don't know what tricks you used to deceive Yizong, but I advise you to stay away from her. It hasn't been easy for the Qingqing group to develop to where it is today. If you personally affect the company's listing, I, Guanqi, will definitely not let you off. Also, before you eat the swan, you'd better weigh yourself to see if you're qualified. If you're a toad, then stay in the well and don't dream of getting to the top in one step. Guanqi chattered on, her tone full of contempt and disdain for Lu Yun. She hated these impractical, scheming little whitefaces the most. Are you listening to me? Guanqi stamped her foot in anger. She had said so much in the hope that Lu Yun would have some self-awareness, but Lu Yun was indifferent, like a piece of wood. Guanqi was of course angry. It wasn't until the elevator doors opened that Lu Yun replied in a light tone, "Guanqi, I understand how you feel, but it's not up to you to tell me how to do things." What did you say? Guanqi was stunned at first, and then anger welled up in her heart, and her breasts trembled a few times. She chased out of the elevator, ready to scold Lu Yun, but the figure walking towards her changed her expression in an instant. Gold-rimmed glasses, Versace suit, Cartier diamond watch, the rich young master's aura was in the air. And the owner of these expensive accessories is Su Kai, the young master of the Su family. "Angel, I heard that Qingcheng brought a young man back. Is it true?" Su Kai is a fanatical admirer of Yi Qingcheng, and he has many spies in the Qingcheng group. As soon as Yi Qingcheng brought someone back, he received the news. The purpose of this trip is quite a bit like a teacher interrogating a student. Guanqi's face changed slightly and said, "Where did Master Su hear the rumors? You know how our General Yi is, how could she possibly look at other men?" Upon hearing this, Su Kai let out a sigh of relief and said, "I knew it. Qingcheng would never do such a ridiculous thing." Guanqi looked at him and felt very uncomfortable. How could she not be tempted by a handsome young man like Su Kai, but there was nothing she could do about it. The person she liked was President Yi. Thinking of this, Guanqi glared at Lu Yun even more angrily. I really don't know what Mr. Yi was thinking. How could he like this guy? Compared to Master Su, he is nothing. Just as Guanqi glared at Lu Yun, the words that came out of his mouth instantly made her lose her color. "I am the young man that Sister Qingqing brought back." Swish! Su Kai's gaze fell on Lu Yun in an instant, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees. Guanqi suddenly reacted, and scolded in a harsh voice, "Lu Yun, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Yi has nothing to do with you." She desperately gave Lu Yun a look. However, Lu Yun seemed unaware of this and continued, "Some things can't be kept secret. When I came in with Qingcheng, many people saw us." Boom! Guanqi's mind felt like it was being shaken by an earthquake, and her face turned pale. It's over. It's completely over now. This damned Lu Yun is trying to bring down the Qingcheng group. Su Kai's expression was gloomy, and he stared at Lu Yun and said, "I'll give you another chance to repeat your relationship with Qingcheng. Sister Qingcheng is the person I will protect for the rest of my life." Lu Yun said honestly. "How dare you say that?" Guanqi was so angry that she couldn't help but slap Lu Yun in the face, but Lu Yun caught her hand. "Don't think that just because you're a friend of Qingcheng's, I won't dare to hit you." Lu Yun coldly glanced at Guanqi, and with just one glance, the latter was so scared that she could not speak for a long time. Su Kai sneered and said, "Kid, You probably don't know who I am, do you? I really don't know. Then I'll tell you now. My last name is Su, and I come from the Su family of Jiangcheng. So what? How? Su Kai looked at Lu Yun like a fool. I'll tell you what will happen. Our Su family is the largest distributor of the Qingcheng Group. What do you think will happen to the Qingcheng Group if I close the channel? Hearing this, Gu Anqi's body trembled. Her worst fear had indeed come true. This Lu Yun is nothing but a scourge to the Qingcheng Group. But soon, Gu Anqi realized that this was not the worst of it, and that the worst was yet to come. Lu Yun said calmly, not to mention Jiangcheng, even the rich families in the capital city dare not be so presumptuous in front of me. How dare you, the humble Su family? A mere distributor, as long as Lu Yun says a word, there will be countless forces that are 100 times or 1,000 times more powerful than the Su family, kneeling at the door to request cooperation. He really doesn't care about the Su family. However, when Gu Anqi heard this, she thought that Lu Yun was crazy. He not only wanted to ruin the Qingcheng Group, but he wanted to make sure that the Qingcheng Group would never recover. Immediately, kneel down and apologize to Master Su. Gu Anqi ordered. Pop. In response, she was slapped. I said, don't point your finger at me. Gu Anqi was completely dumbfounded. Where did you bring back such an arrogant and barbaric person? I want to see Qingcheng. At this moment, Su Kai walked towards the elevator, ready to ask Yi Qingcheng for an explanation. The door hadn't opened yet. Yi Qingcheng just came down. She had already learned about the situation through the intercom when she was in her office upstairs, and hurried over, but it seemed that she was still a little late. Qingcheng, you're just in time. Tell me, who is this guy to you? Su Kai asked loudly. Yi Qingcheng had wanted to explain, but when she heard Su Kai's question, her face instantly turned cold. What does Lu Yun have to do with me? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, Mr. Su. Su Kai's face froze. Then, angry. Diaozi, you usually pretend to be so pure and innocent, but I never thought you would actually support a gigolo. You are shameless. Su Kai said angrily, Yi Qingcheng, don't forget, the Qingcheng Group has come this far because of the Su family. Are you trying to force me to sever our cooperation? Do whatever you want. Yi Qingcheng knew full well that cutting off cooperation with the Su family would deal a severe blow to the Qingcheng Group, but she really couldn't stand Su Kai's attitude, as if she were his chosen woman. And, most importantly, Yi Qingcheng looked at Lu Yun and thought to herself, I've only got one brother in this life, who else would I spoil? Chapter 7, This younger brother is a bit overbearing. The entire Qingguan Group was in an uproar. Their iceberg president, Yi Qingcheng, actually turned her back on the Su family's young master for a little white face? Is she crazy? The Su family is the largest distributor of the Qingcheng Group. This really proves the saying that once a woman is overwhelmed by her emotions, she will lose her reason. Even Yi Qingcheng, who is so strong, cannot escape this law. Rumors spread like wildfire. Yi Qingcheng was too lazy to care, and she took Lu Yun away from the Qingcheng building. But unfortunately, she ran into Wang Gang outside. Wang Gang was still the same young man as before, unchanged in the slightest. As soon as he saw Yi Qingcheng, he knelt down, Big sister, please give me another 200,000 yuan. This is really the last time. I swear. It turned out that Wang Gang had not used the 200,000 yuan that Yi Qingcheng had given him to pay off his debts, but rather to try to win back his losses. Get out. I'm sick of seeing you. Yi Qingcheng was in a bad mood, and Wang Gang just happened to run into the gun barrel, so of course he didn't get a good deal. The Porsche roared and left. On the way home, Lu Yun looked at his sister's serious profile and said with a guilty conscience, Sister, I'm sorry. Lu Yun was also quite impressed with herself for making her sister worry so much on the first day back. Yi Qingcheng's expression softened and she said, Xiao Lu Yun, what are you talking about? This is not your fault. She had long since had enough of Su Kai's harassment, but she had not broken the ice because of his status as a channel partner. Even if Lu Yun hadn't been there today, this conflict would have erupted sooner or later. Sister, I've thought about it carefully, and the position of HR manager is not really suitable for me. Crackling. Yi Qingcheng slammed on the brakes, turned her head and glared at Lu Yun, angrily saying, Do you also care about those rumors? We are upright and upright, so why should we be afraid of other people's gossip? She was really angry this time. No matter what the company's people say, Yi Qingqing doesn't care, but Lu Yun's words hurt her. No, sister, you misunderstood me. Lu Yun hurriedly explained, I'm just used to being free, and I'm really not suited to managing a company. It has nothing to do with rumors. Yi Qingcheng was silent for a while, and finally sighed and said, okay, as long as you are happy. Oh, right, sister. Your company is having a new product launched the day after tomorrow, right? Well, I'm a little worried now. I always feel that Su Kai and the beauty group won't let this go. Qin Shang Group is planning to hold a new product launch conference before going public, focusing on introducing the company's new products. The reporters have already been contacted in advance. But judging from recent events, this conference may not go so smoothly. Yi Qingcheng was very worried. Green Villa. Yi Qingcheng usually lives in a place surrounded by gardens and butterflies. Whenever she pushed open the gate and the sweet fragrance of flowers filled her nostrils, Yi Qingcheng's troubles would be swept away. Lu Yun looked around and said in surprise, Sis, do you live in such a big house by yourself? Well, your other sisters have been busy lately and don't come home much. If you hadn't said you wanted to keep it a secret, I would have called them tonight. Yi Qingcheng had already changed into loose-fitting home clothes, and she was wearing a top with a cute cartoon rabbit print. She had a feeling that she had instantly gone from being a cold goddess to being a sister next door. Xiao Lu Yun, you watch TV in the living room, and I'll cook for you. Yi Qingcheng said. You don't have to go to all that trouble, sis. Just make me some noodles. Isn't this a bit too casual? No, remember when we were little and didn't have much to eat, you would often secretly take Grandpa Wu's pot and cook noodles for us. I really want to reminisce about the taste of childhood. Well, then. Yi Qingcheng immediately transformed into a cute little cook and busied herself in the kitchen for a while. Soon, she brought out 2 bowls of steaming hot egg noodles. Lu Yun wolfed down the noodles and said with praise, Sister, the noodles you cook still taste the same as before. I haven't had them in a long time. If you like it, I'll cook it for you for the rest of your life. Yi Qingqing's eyes smiled into a crescent moon shape as she watched Lu Yun drink the soup to the last drop. When it was time to clean up the dishes, Lu Yun stood up and said, Sister, let me do it. Your hands are so delicate and soft, and they can easily be damaged by dishwashing liquid. Wow, little Lu Yun actually knows how to care for his sister. Yi Qingcheng smiled with relief and did not compete with Lu Yun. She said, then I'll go take a bath first. Then she went into the bathroom. But after taking a shower, Yi Qingcheng suddenly looked dumbfounded. She had forgotten to take her pajamas. In the past, there had never been a man in the house, and Yi Qingcheng always came out of the bathroom directly after taking a shower. Not only her, but also her sisters. Looking at the dirty clothes that had already been thrown into the washing machine, Yi Qingcheng fell into deep thought. To wear or not to wear, that is the question. In the end, Yi Qingcheng grabbed a white bath towel and prepared to sneak back into her room while Lu Yun watched TV, but halfway there, she suddenly slipped. Ouch! Are you okay, sister? Don't turn around. Yi Qingcheng had not yet finished saying the word come when Lu Yun appeared in front of her, her pretty face turning red. Lu Yun was also stunned. What's going on? He heard his sister scream, immediately ran over, and then saw his sister fall to the ground. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he suddenly took a big step forward and picked Yi Qingcheng up in his arms. Little Lu Yun, you. Yi Qingcheng's face turned red and her heart pounded. Although the two were as close as siblings, they were not related by blood. Could it be that little Lu Yun was going to? Yi Qingcheng was extremely nervous. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly asked, Do you have iodine at home? Yes, it's in the cabinet under the TV. After Lu Yun put her sister on the bed, she immediately turned around and left the room to find iodine and cotton swabs. While she was doing this, Yi Qingcheng hurriedly put on her nightgown. Your knee is hurt. I'll disinfect it with iodine. Lu Yun carefully wiped the bruise on her sister's knee with a cotton swab dipped in iodine. I'll do it myself. Yi Qingcheng's voice trembled slightly. Although she had already put on her nightgown, it was relatively thin, and she was a little embarrassed to face Lu Yun in this position. Don't move around. However, at this moment, Lu Yun shouted in a low voice, his expression serious. Yi Qingcheng was slightly startled. Then, she buried her head in the quilt, feeling extremely embarrassed. She was so embarrassed. However, this younger brother seems a bit overbearing. That night, Lu Yun slept very soundly. When she got up the next morning, her sister had already gone to work. There was a breakfast she had made in the living room, along with a love note. "Little rascal, eat your breakfast." A smiley face was drawn on the back. Lu Yun's heart was filled with a sense of happiness. Although she is cold and distant outside, she is definitely a warm-hearted big sister. At home. Therefore, she must not let her suffer even the slightest injustice. At this thought, a cold light suddenly flashed in Lu Yun's eyes, and she took out her phone and dialed a special number. Chapter 8, Nanjiang Wang, Meet the Cloud God. Your Highness, what can I do for you? The phone was answered by a voice that was extremely respectful. Help me hack into a private network. I want all the files and photos on his computer, and I want them as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Lu Yun was concise and to the point. After hanging up the phone, he sent the other party a personal resume. The owner of the resume was Lu Jifeng. Lu Yun was present when Yi Qingqing fired Lu Jifeng yesterday, and through observation, he discovered that Lu Jifeng was not an ordinary person. First, when Yi Qingqing questioned him, he didn't even bother to defend himself, and directly admitted to having colluded with the Liren group. Secondly, when he left, a sneer clearly appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was plotting something. In light of the recent developments at the Qingtong group, Lu Yun felt that the most likely problem would be the new product launched tomorrow. So he copied Lu Jifeng's resume from the company's information database. As long as someone can hack into Lu Jifeng's computer, they will definitely find something to prevent him from causing trouble at the press conference. This was Lu Yun's insurance strategy. After breakfast, Lu Yun was about to go downstairs for a walk when he saw a figure standing straight outside the gate of the villa garden. It was a man in his 40s with a square face and a short beard. His name is Leo. People in Jiangcheng are more used to calling him the king of Nanjiang. Nanjiang Wang, Lao, greets the god of the heavens. Lao's voice was loud and clear, and the moment he saw Lu Yun, his body bent sharply at a 90-degree angle. He had been waiting here for nearly an hour. His back was straight the whole time, as if any moment of slacking would be insufficient to express his respect. It was only when Lu Yun appeared that he bowed at a 90-degree angle. You're well informed. Lu Yun glanced at Lao and said lightly. He didn't know anything about the king of the South River, but he could feel that the other party had some kung fu skills. I have a brother who was a subordinate of the General of the Heavens, and he specifically told me to take good care of His Highness the God King. Take care of him? I'm afraid you're here to flatter me. Lu Yun snorted. Lao did not dare. The cold sweat on Leo's body fell like a waterfall in an instant, and his heart felt as if it was being crushed by a mountain, unable to breathe. The aura of the cloud god is terrifying. Ordinary people might think he has an ordinary temperament, but anyone who knows him a little knows that the more ordinary he is, the more terrifying he is. This is what happened to Leo. If he had not known Lu Yun's identity in advance, he would have thought that Lu Yun was an ordinary young man, but after learning of Lu Yun's identity, his every word and action brought him a tremendous sense of oppression. Don't be nervous. Whether it's taking care of him or trying to please him, you've come at the right time. Just when Leo felt like he was about to suffocate, a single sentence from Lu Yun instantly brought him back to life. I am at your service, Your Highness. Good. Lu Yun nodded. There are a few things I need you to do for me. First, I suspect that the fire at the Sunshine Welfare Institute 15 years ago was related to Zhuoyue Real Estate. Second, tomorrow my sister's company, the Qingcheng Group, will have a new product launch, and I hope you can set an example. Third. After Lu Yun had finished giving his instructions, Leo respectfully left, his heart filled with excitement. To be able to work for the God of Heaven, Yun Tian, is something that countless people dream of. He, Lao, is fortunate to have received this honor, and I wonder how many people will be envious of his eyes. Soon after Leo left, Lu Yun received an email alert. Back in his room, he logged into his email account on his sister's computer and downloaded the compressed files inside. After unzipping and opening it, it was all some explosive content. Lu Yun couldn't help but smile coldly at the corner of his mouth. He's good at playing. Tomorrow, if Lu Jifeng doesn't cause trouble, it's fine. But if he doesn't know how to behave, with these files, he'll be ruined. The next day. The conference room on the 13th floor of the Qingcheng building. The media gradually entered the venue. Yi Qingqing repeatedly emphasized that they must check their work permits carefully and not let anyone else in. Security Minister Guo Hui assured her, "Ms. Yi, you can rest assured that I will take care of everything." But when it came time to prepare backstage, Yi Qingqing still felt uneasy. Lu Yun pinched her hand and asked, "What's wrong, sister?" "I don't know, since this morning my right eyelid has been twitching, and I always feel like something bad is going to happen." "It's okay, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, I'll help you hold it up." "You're just trying to comfort me." Yi Qingqing glared at Lu Yun. Although she knew that if something really happened, Lu Yun couldn't help her, she felt reassured by his words. At 10 o'clock sharp, the press conference began on time. Yi Qingqing fixed her makeup and walked to the front of the stage, instantly stunning countless members of the media. They had heard of Yi Qingqing's name before, and knew that there was such a beautiful CEO in Jiangcheng, but most people thought it was an exaggeration. These days, any woman with a decent face and a little makeup can be called a beauty. Especially with the help of beauty enhancement and filters, even Feng Jie can become a beauty. But when they saw Yi Qingqing appear on stage, they realized they had been wrong. Yi Qingqing is tall and has an outstanding temperament. Especially her face, which is so beautiful that it could be the face of a goddess. Unlike those internet celebrities who wear heavy makeup, she only wears a little light makeup, which is enough to kill 99% of women. As the name suggests, she can make a city fall in love with her just by smiling. The reporters were instantly energized. Yi Qingqing's performance did not disappoint them either. She introduced the company's new products in a generous and orderly manner, and there was no trace of her nervousness off stage. The first half of the press conference went very smoothly. Yi Qingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she might have been worrying about nothing. But soon after, something unexpected happened. A female reporter suddenly stood up and asked, "There is news that President Yi has kicked out the company's longtime employees in order to promote Xiaobai. Is this true?" Swish. The faces of the people at the Qingqing group changed in an instant. "What's wrong with this reporter? Who told you to ask such an ignorant question?" Several security guards were about to escort the female reporter out of the venue, but Guo Hui, the security chief, stopped them. "Please, President Yi, answer my question." The female reporter was relentless. Other media also kept their cameras trained on Yi Qingqing's face. They were more interested in digging into the personal life of the beautiful CEO than the new products of the Qingqing group. Yi Qingqing's pretty face turned cold and she said, "This question has nothing to do with today's press conference, and I refuse to answer it." "How is it irrelevant?" At this moment, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Jifeng walked in with a sneer on his face. He was accompanied by He Shun. He Shun was sitting in a wheelchair, his legs were in plaster casts, and one of his arms was wrapped in bandages and hanging in front of his chest. When Guo Hui, the security minister, saw this, instead of stopping him, he took the initiative to help He Shun push the wheelchair. A reporter immediately handed Lu Jifeng a microphone. "Excuse me, sir, do you have any grudges against the Qingqing group?" "Of course, I am the old employee who was laid off by Yi Qingqing." Chapter 9, the blow came one after another. As soon as she saw Lu Jifeng, Yi Qingqing knew that things were not going well. She shouted coldly, "Lu Jifeng, you are no longer an employee of this company. Please leave." "Huh, President Yi, you're so anxious to get rid of me, are you afraid that I'll expose your dirty deeds?" Lu Jifeng sneered. Yi Qingqing's eyebrows were raised. "I, Yi Qingqing, am an honest person, and I am not afraid of your dirty water. However, what you said has nothing to do with today's press conference, so please leave." "Ha, you'll know if it's relevant or not after I'm done talking." Lu Jifeng continued to sneer. "Mr. Lu, can you tell us the details of what happened?" a reporter asked. Suddenly, all the cameras were trained on Lu Jifeng, and no one was paying attention to the new products of the Qingqing group. "Of course, I came here today to tear apart Yi Qingqing's hypocritical face and show you how ugly her heart really is." Lu Jifeng cleared his throat and continued. "My name is Lu Jifeng. I used to be the human resources manager at the Qingqing group, and I worked hard for the company for more than 10 years. It is no exaggeration to say that the success of the company today is definitely due in no small part to my contribution. Now that the company is about to go public, I am very happy, because I feel that my years of hard work have finally paid off. But this woman, Yi Qingqing, has crossed the bridge and torn down the bridge to prop up her little white face. She has actually kicked me, a veteran who has worked hard and made great contributions, out of the company. Do you think that's fair? Lu Jifeng loudly accused. The media were all talking about it, and their looks at Yi Qingqing had completely changed. You really can't tell a person's heart by their appearance. This woman is so beautiful, but I never would have guessed that she was so vicious. How can such a company still want to go public? It's more like going to the grave. Yi Qingqing's face darkened. Lu Jifeng, you're talking nonsense. It was you who colluded with the beauty group in the first place. I'm lucky I didn't pursue your criminal liability, and yet you dare to turn the tables on me. Do you have any shame? I colluded with the beauty group? Yi Qingqing, you need to back up your accusations with evidence. The other day in my office, didn't you admit to having colluded with the beauty group? Now you're asking me for evidence? What a joke! Lu Jifeng shouted, pointing at the many media outlets. You tell me, do you believe this? If you had betrayed the company, would you have come forward and admitted it? Do you think I'm stupid? Everyone shook their heads. Only a fool would admit to colluding with another company. Yi Qingqing's statement is too loose. The one who is most aggrieved is my brother He Shun. Lu Jifeng pointed to He Shun in the wheelchair again and said angrily. He was originally Yi Qingqing's driver, and he was the first to discover that Yi Qingqing was keeping a young lover. As a result, because he persuaded her to stop, look at what a state he's in. All the cameras instantly moved to He Shun's body. He Shun also very cooperatively took out a medical certificate and said with gritted teeth, "This is the diagnosis given to me by the hospital. I have a shattered wrist bone in my right upper limb and torn ligaments in both knee joints." Boom! It was like a deep water bomb suddenly exploding, and the audience was in uproar. This is outrageous. She has no respect for the law. Such a malicious woman actually has the face to stand on stage and hold a press conference. Get off the stage. Yi Qingqing, you must give us an explanation. You must do justice to Mr. He Shun and Mr. Lu Jifeng. Public opinion instantly swung to one side, and all the media reporters were indignant. Yi Qingqing's face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, Lu Jifeng, you keep saying that I helped Xiaobai get into power, and that I had people beat up He Shun. Where is the evidence? Please show me the evidence. The only thing she could do at the moment was to ask Lu Jifeng to produce the evidence. Lu Jifeng snorted in contempt, but did not respond. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting in the front row suddenly stood up. I have something to say. His name is Jiang Tao, and he is the current personnel manager of the Qingcheng Group. When Lu Jifeng was in office, he was the deputy manager. I can prove that Lu Jifeng is telling the truth. Just when everyone thought he was going to speak up for Yi Qingqing, no one expected that Jiang Tao would actually stand on Lu Jifeng's side. The whole audience was shocked. Yi Qingqing's body trembled as she said, Jiang Tao, what are you talking about? What did I say that President Yi wouldn't understand? Everyone in the company knows that you originally wanted to save the manager position for that little white face, but you gave it to me under pressure. As he spoke, Jiang Tao took off his work badge and said with a firm voice, I, Jiang Tao, will not accept this food given to me out of pity. Boom! Yi Qingqing's body trembled violently, but before she could recover, the door to the conference room was pushed open again. This time, it was Su Kai, the young master of the Su family, and Wang Gang. Mr. Jiang was right. A woman like Yi Qingqing is not worth working for. Leave Qingcheng Group. My family, the Zus, welcomes you to join us at any time. Su Kai's appearance once again pushed the media reporters to a climax. They all knew that the Su family was the largest distributor of the Qingcheng Group, and that Su was a big fan of Yi Qingqing. How could he be here? Right, it must be Yi Qingqing's behavior of keeping a young lover that angered him. Sure enough, Su Kai took the microphone from a reporter and said, I announce that from now on, I will sever all ties with the Qingcheng Group. Then he looked at Wang Gang, don't you have something to say? You can say it now. Then he handed the microphone to Wang Gang. Wang Gang's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment, and he thought to himself, Yi Qingqing, Su Xiao promised to help me pay off my gambling debts, so don't blame me, it was you who were unkind first. My name is Wang Gang. Like Yi Qingqing, I grew up in the Sunshine Welfare Institute, so I know her well. Yi Qingqing has liked bullying other children since she was a child, including me. Wang Gang twisted the truth and put all the things he had done in the welfare home in the past on Yi Qingcheng. I won't mention the things that happened when I was a child, but just recently, the old director fell seriously ill and needed a large sum of money for treatment. I went to Yi Qingcheng countless times, begging her on my knees to lend me the money. But Yi Qingcheng, instead of lending me the money, just called me a scoundrel and told me to get lost. After Wang Gang finished his accusation, there was a long, long silence. The entire conference hall was enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere, a sign of the anger that was about to erupt. Yi Qingcheng, you are a scum. Finally, after a long and oppressive silence, everyone's anger erupted. Yi Qingcheng, you ungrateful woman don't deserve to live, just die. As a woman, I am ashamed of you, you shameless slut. Yi Qingcheng, I hope you go to hell soon. The violent attacks and accusations made Yi Qingcheng's body shake and tears rolled down her face. No, it's not like that. I haven't done any of the things he said. Yi Qingcheng shook her head desperately, and her tears of grievance wet her clothes, but no one would listen to her explanation. They had already decided that Yi Qingcheng was an ungrateful woman who crossed the bridge and then tore it down, and a shameless snake woman. She should be drowned in the spittle of the crowd. Yi Qingcheng, you really hit it well. I, Guanqi, have been your sister for so long, and I still didn't see through you. Guanqi took off her work badge with a sneer and smashed it on the ground. I feel ashamed to work with someone like you. Angel, even you. Even if Yi Qingcheng was strong, she couldn't withstand such a series of blows, and finally passed out with a blackout. But just as she was about to fall, a figure suddenly rushed out from the backstage and caught the fragile body. None of you will escape responsibility today. Chapter 10, Tremble, tremble as much as you like. When Lu Jifeng first came out and started slinging mud, Lu Yun was already very angry, but he didn't say anything. He was holding back. He wanted to see how many people there were on the other side and how many different ways they would use to bully his sister. Gua Hui, He Shan, Jiang Tao, Su Kai, Wang Gang, and Guanqi. One by one, they jumped out to slander, smear, and insult Big Sister. And these media, listening to one-sided words, condemned and criticized Sister Qingcheng without any substantial evidence. Lu Yun's anger had already accumulated layer after layer, layer after layer. Endless. At this time, Lu Jifeng pointed at Lu Yun and said, "It's him. He's the gigolo that Yi Qingcheng is keeping." Swish. Lu Yun's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Lu Jifeng. You. He. Mom. Do you need a beating? Do you need a beating? Do you need a beating? Lu Yun grabbed Lu Jifeng's hair and slammed him into the table next to him. 1, 2, 3. Bang. 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 Lu Jifeng's head was bleeding instantly. You barbarian, why are you hitting people? The reporters around him suddenly reacted, and angrily rebuked Lu Yun. Lu Jifeng was covered in blood and screaming, while also shouting. You all saw how arrogant this little white face is. Hurry up and take pictures of his crimes. I want him to rot in jail. Ah! Without his prompting, the reporters were already frantically pressing the shutter. I see you won't learn until you see the coffin. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with rage, and he picked up Lu Jifeng like a chicken and carried him onto the stage. Turn on the projector and play the files on my USB drive. Lu Yun shouted at the backstage staff. Pop. The projector lights up. Then, a conversation began. Mr. Li, I have arranged my brother He Shun to be Yi Qingcheng's driver. I believe it won't be long before we can take photos of that bitch. Well done. It's best to release the photos before the Qingcheng group goes public. I want to turn the Qingcheng group into a joke. Then the money you promised us. Don't worry, you'll get every penny after the job is done. This is an audio file, but it is clear that one of the people is Lu Jifeng. At the end of the audio, 2 photos suddenly pop up on the projector screen. One is a family photo of Lu Jifeng, and the other is a bed photo. There are 3 people in the bed photo, Lu Jifeng, He Shun, and a woman. From the photo comparison, it can be seen that this woman is Lu Jifeng's wife. Wow! All the media went into a frenzy. The anger was directed at Lu Jifeng and He Shun. It turns out that the real scum are you two. You two scumbags cheated on our feelings and you deserve to die. I recognized the voice on the recording. It was Li Gaofei, the boss of the beauty group. I never thought that the beauty group would resort to such dirty tricks to suppress its competitors. Expose. Expose. Let everyone boycott the products of the beauty group. Facing the media's verbal sparring, Lu Jifeng had already forgotten the pain in his head, and he was like a lost soul. How could this happen? How could this happen? He secretly recorded this audio in order to prevent Li Gaofei from defaulting on a payment. But he couldn't figure out how it had suddenly appeared in Lu Yun's hands when it was clearly well protected. And even his private photos had been exposed? Lu Jifeng was completely desperate. The media continued to criticize, but at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly shouted, "Shut up!" The large conference hall was suddenly silent. Lu Yun's piercing eyes swept over all the reporters, making everyone feel like a thorn in their back. Before condemning others, ask yourself, are you qualified? These unscrupulous media will seize on any point and attack it relentlessly, and even if they are wrong, they don't have to take any responsibility. They don't care at all how much trauma those who are wronged will suffer. All of you owe Qincheng an apology. Kneel down. The scene was deathly silent. But no one knelt down. They admitted that they had wronged Yi Qingcheng, but Lu Yun was being too overbearing to ask them to kneel. Humph, what a big mouth. At this moment, Su Kai suddenly snorted and said, "What just happened only shows that Lu Jifeng is even more despicable, but it cannot cover up the fact that Yi Qingcheng is keeping a gigolo and is ungrateful." Su Kai was indeed surprised that Lu Yun could produce evidence to counterattack Lu Jifeng, but this did not affect the overall situation at all. Everything is still under his control. Su Xiao was right. Lu Jifeng was no good, and neither was Yi Qingcheng. A reporter immediately agreed. A chill ran down Lu Yun's spine. Su Kai has already been added to his list of useless people. Sister Qingcheng, she is my respected older sister, that's all. What evidence do you have to prove it? The female reporter who started the trouble first asked. Lu Yun glanced at her coldly, I don't need to prove anything. Besides, even if I really had something with Sister Qingcheng, there's no need to report it to you, you bitch. You? Mister, you are now personally attacking me. Personal attack? Lu Yun snorted, and a murderous intent suddenly burst out of his body, penetrating the female reporter's body. If you say one more word, I dare to kill you. Plop. The female reporter's legs suddenly went limp, and she collapsed on the ground. Underneath her white skirt, there was suddenly a puddle of foul-smelling liquid. She was scared to death. For a moment, it seemed as if a terrible demon was looking down on her, as if she would really die tragically on the spot if she said one more word. Lu Yun's cold gaze moved away from the female reporter, and the next target was Wang Gang. Swish! Wang Gang's face instantly turned pale. You just said that Qingcheng's sister bullied you when you were little? You just said that you borrowed money from Qingcheng to pay for Grandpa Wu's treatment? You just said that Qingcheng is an ungrateful person? Lu Yun walked towards Wang Gang step by step, scaring him back repeatedly. His already pale face turned even more bloodless. I. Wang Gang's body was trembling, and he could already feel a terrible chill sweeping towards him, so tense that he could not even speak. It felt like a killing god was approaching him step by step. His nerves were about to snap. I admit it was me. Wang Gang couldn't stand the pressure anymore. He was terrified and was about to tell the truth, but Su Kai interrupted him. What else can you do besides threatening people? Pop. However, as soon as Su Kai opened his mouth, he was suddenly slapped and sent flying, and 3 bloody teeth shot out in an instant. Stupid dog, interrupting me again and again, ignoring me and really taking yourself seriously? Chapter 11, Tremble, tremble as much as you like. 2. Pop. The slap was so loud that the entire audience fell silent, and everyone's eyes seemed to tear. That's the young Master Su. Crazy. This little white face that Yi Qingcheng supports is simply a complete lunatic. Guanqi hurried over to help Su Kai up, turned to Lu Yun and yelled, You're finished. Yi Qingcheng is finished too. All of you at Qingcheng Group are completely finished. She was glad that she had left the Qingcheng Group in time, otherwise she would definitely have been killed by this lunatic Lu Yun. Guanqi's shout made all the employees of the Qingcheng Group tremble. Yes. This slap has directly destroyed the Qingcheng group, and it is estimated that these employees of the group will not escape the wrath of the Su family. Thinking of this, the look in their eyes at Lu Yun was instantly filled with infinite hatred. This damned little white face, it's fine to eat soft food, but why harm the Qingcheng group, why harm us? You son of a bitch. I want you dead. I want you all to die here. Su Kai's hatred exploded. His teeth were knocked out, his glasses were smashed, and his dignity was trampled on. How could he not kill Lu Yun this time to satisfy his hatred? Everyone in the Qingcheng group was trembling, and fear had completely consumed their reason. But Lu Yun, the culprit, actually said with a blank look on his face, "You have time to call for help. Call as many people as you want. I'll wait for you to kill me." Boom! Everyone at the Qingcheng group felt a sense of suffocation. Someone immediately said in a panic, "Su Xiao, I'm leaving the Qingcheng group now. This matter really has nothing to do with me. It's too late. After I kill this dog, you'll be next." A dead end. A dead end. They could only vent all their anger on Lu Yun. If looks could kill, he would already be riddled with holes. At this moment, the staff in the backstage hurriedly woke up Yi Qingcheng and anxiously said, "Yizong, something big has happened." After listening to the staff's brief summary, Yi Qingcheng's pretty face instantly lost its color. She stumbled back into the conference room. "Su Xiao, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now you know how to call me Su? Now you know how to say sorry? Weren't you arrogant before? Didn't you like to give me the cold shoulder? Show me how arrogant you can be, bitch." Pop. Su Kai was blown away again, and several more of his teeth fell out. "Watch your mouth," Lu Yun said coldly. However, the next second, pop! Another slap rang out. But this time, the person who was hit was Lu Yun. Lu Yun was stunned. He could have easily avoided it, but he didn't, because the person who hit him was Qingcheng. "Lu Yun, you're crazy." Yi Qingcheng was heartbroken. If she wasn't forced to, she wouldn't have hit Lu Yun. It was because this time, the commotion was too big. Yi Qingcheng slapped him for his own good. She didn't want him to make a bigger fuss. Boom! At this moment, the door to the conference room was suddenly kicked open, and then a dozen black-clad bodyguards and a middle-aged man rushed in. "Su Guobin, your son has been beaten up, so hurry up and avenge your son." Su Kai yelled and crawled towards the middle-aged man, and his speech was already beginning to slur. Su Guobin, seeing his son beaten so badly, burst into a rage. "Who the hell did this? Get your sorry ass over here and apologize to me right now. I hit him. I'll take responsibility for it." Lu Yun was about to speak when a beautiful figure suddenly rushed in front of him and took a step forward. It was Yi Qingcheng. She was prepared to take the blame for Lu Yun. "Did you beat him?" Su Guobin's pupils constricted, and naturally he didn't believe that a woman could beat Su Kai into such a state. When the people from the Qingcheng group saw the scene, their hearts were completely cold. At this time, President Yi was still protecting this little white face. At this moment, Guanqi suddenly stood up and said, "It wasn't her. It was the little white face behind her who hit him." Humph. In an instant, Su Guobin's eyes, filled with endless anger, passed over Yi Qingcheng and landed on Lu Yun behind her. Guanqi sneered and said, "Soft Rice King, weren't you quite domineering just now? How did you become such a coward now, hiding behind a woman?" "Guanqi, shut up," Yi Qingcheng said coldly. "Heh, Yi Qingcheng, I'm no longer an employee of the Qingcheng group, you have no right to order me." "You." Yi Qingcheng wanted to say something else, but at this moment, a warm hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. "Sister, I'll take responsibility for my own actions." Lu Yun took a step forward. Yi Qingcheng was about to say how you can handle it, but when she saw Lu Yun's back, the words on her lips were swallowed. Lu Yun's back was not particularly broad, but for some reason, at the moment, it gave Yi Qingcheng an inexplicable sense of security. Especially his calm voice, it seemed that he really had the confidence to handle it. However, the Su family is obviously so powerful. At this moment, Lu Yun had already walked up to Su Guobin and said calmly, "I beat up that stupid dog of yours. Is there a problem? Is there a problem?" When he said this, not only Su Guobin, but everyone in the huge conference hall was stunned. You beat someone else's son so badly, and you still have the nerve to ask, what's the problem? What's more ridiculous is that Lu Yun actually scolded Su Guobin's son in front of him, calling him a stupid dog? How dare he? The thick smell of gunpowder instantly filled the large conference hall. Guanqi, Jiang Tao, Guohui and others watched from the sidelines, quietly watching Lu Yun commit suicide. Fortunately, they had already sided with Su Xiao early on, otherwise they would have died at the hands of this little white face if they had stayed at Qingcheng Group. Little bully. Brat. You're brave. Kill him for me. Finally, with Su Guobin's snarling roar, the conflict erupted completely, and the dozen black-clad bodyguards behind him immediately swarmed up. Ah! The scene was full of screams, and the reporters and media personnel all hid in the corner, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. In stark contrast to them, Lu Yun was completely calm and said lightly, "Get out." Suddenly, all the bodyguards trembled, their brains went blank for a moment, and when they came to their senses, they had already been easily knocked to the ground by Lu Yun. You bunch of idiots. Fight back. Su Guobin shouted angrily. In his opinion, these bodyguards were acting like they were cooperating with Lu Yun, and they didn't know how to fight back. Suddenly, Su Guobin's eyes flashed with horror, because in that instant, Lu Yun had already come to stand in front of him. Chapter 12, Tremble, Tremble to your heart's content. Su Guobin, perhaps in your eyes, I, Lu Yun, am a nobody, but how do you know that in my eyes, your Su family is no different from an ant? Lu Yun came to Su Guobin's front and said softly. Bang! Su Guobin took a sudden step back, his lower back hitting the corner of the table, and he gritted his teeth in pain. What a disgrace! He, the head of the Su family, was scared off by a young man's words. I admit that you are very good at fighting, but no matter how good you are still just one person. Can you really go against the entire Su family? Su Guobin calmed down and shouted angrily. The stunned crowd around him also suddenly came to their senses. They had just seen Lu Yun's amazing skills and were all dumbfounded. A single person fighting against a dozen bodyguards and still coming out unscathed? This is definitely not a movie, right? But despite the shock, they agreed with Su Guobin's words. You, Lu Yun, are only one person, no matter how good you are at fighting. Can you fight off more than a dozen bodyguards? Can you fight off 100? What's more, Su's family is just a bunch of ants, how arrogant. Click. At that moment, a sudden crisp sound of leather shoes came, and then a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes pushed open the door and walked in. Everyone shuddered at the sight of the man in the suit. Sun Tianlei, what are you doing here? Su Guobin's pupils also contracted. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and angrily said, Well, I said this kid had no basis for his arrogance, and it turns out that it was your Sun family backing him up. The Sun family is as powerful as the Su family, both being top families in Jiangcheng. And this Sun Tianlei is the current head of the Sun family. So that's it. On the surface, this is a conflict between Lu Yun and the Su family, but in reality, it's a contest between the two top families in Jiangcheng. The reporters around him also thought the same way as Su Guobin, and they all thought that Sun Tianlei was backing Lu Yun. But at this time, Sun Tianlei looked at them with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? What backing? Sun Tianlei didn't understand. He came here with a mission today. Ignoring everyone, Sun Tianlei strode up to Yi Qingcheng and said loudly, Sun Tianlei of the Sun family, by order of the king of Nanjiang, has brought a 1 billion yuan contract for the Qingcheng Group. Boom! In an instant, everyone's pupils exploded with a violent earthquake. King of the South River. A $1 billion contract. This is crazy. At this moment, when everyone was still in a daze, suddenly an old man in a Tang suit walked into the conference hall. Tang Mingyuan of the Tang family, on the orders of the king of Nanjiang, presented the Qingwan Group with a $1 billion contract. Another Jiangcheng family. It's the king of Nanjiang again. Another $1 billion contract. What the hell? What the hell is going on? However, this is far from over. After Tang Mingyuan, several more people walked in, all of them famous figures in the Jiangcheng area. Lin Jialian, on the orders of the king of the south, delivered a $1 billion contract to the Qingcheng Group. Wu Chenghua of the Wu family, on the orders of the king of the south, delivered a $1 billion contract to the Qingcheng Group. Ya Weiping, on the orders of the King of the South, delivered a $1 billion contract to the Qingcheng Group. Again and again, everyone's nerves had become numb until the last person came in. King Nanjiang Lei Ao, for the Qinghuan Group, sent a contract for a 5 billion order. 50 billion. And the King of Nanjiang has come in person. Even though they were already shocked to numbness, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes again. They're all crazy. In this building's conference hall, there are actually nearly half of the powerful people in Jiangchang. If this gets out, it'll be an earthquake. They were frantically wondering what was going on. Yi Qingcheng was also stunned. All the owners of the Qingcheng Group were stunned. These powerful families, who they used to look up to, are now sending them contracts one after another. 1 billion. 50 billion. By accepting these orders, the Qingcheng Group can instantly transform from a company that has difficulty going public to a top company in Jiangchang. The Qingcheng Group is going to soar to the sky. Yi Qingcheng's chest heaved, and she muttered to herself, Nan Jiangwan, what is going on here? She asked the same question that everyone else was wondering. However, King Nanjiang Lei Ao smiled and said, President Yi, you don't need to ask anymore. These are just a little token of our appreciation. You can just take them. After saying that, he looked in a certain direction, but quickly looked away. This subtle gesture was captured by Yi Qingcheng, who looked in the direction of the King of the South River, and her body trembled. It's Lu Yun. It was her beloved younger brother, Lu Yun. It must be because of Xiao Lu Yun that the King of the South River sent such a large order. Yi Qingcheng's eyes were moist. No wonder that from beginning to end, Xia Luoyan had always shown a calm expression. It turns out that he had known that the King of Nanjiang would come. But I actually slapped him. Yi Qingcheng was filled with guilt. Nanjiang Wang, are you crazy? Sun Tianlei, Tang Mingyuan, are you all crazy? Su Guobin couldn't believe what he was seeing, or rather, he didn't want to believe what he was seeing. Nanjiang Wang is indeed very powerful, but he is still far from being able to order the various families. Then why would these people willingly place huge orders with the Qingcheng Group? Su Guobin really couldn't figure it out. At this time, Nanjiang Wang snorted and said, Su Guobin, perhaps, we can talk in private. The crowd did not know what they had said, but they knew that when Su Guobin returned, his body was trembling and the anger on his face had been completely replaced by fear. I'll kill you, you bastard. Su Guobin grabbed a stool and threw it at Su Kai like a madman, smashing it over and over again until the stool broke apart and Su Kai passed out. Everyone was trembling in their hearts. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cub, but looking at Su Guobin, it was clear that he was going to kill him. They had no idea of Su Guobin's fear. Just now, outside, Nanjiang Wang told him that the man behind Yi Qingcheng was the cloud god. That's the god of the clouds. If Su Kai is not beaten half to death today, the next one to be eliminated will be the Su family. How could Su Guobin not be afraid? Moreover, although the King of the South River did not say the name of the cloud god, Su Guobin already had a guess. That person was most likely Lu Yun. He finally understood what Lu Yun meant when he said, in my eyes, your family is no different from ants. Not to mention the Su family, even the top families in the capital are no different from ants in the eyes of the cloud god. Can I speak now? At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly spoke in a light tone, and everyone's gaze instantly shifted to him. The entire audience could hear a pin drop. I said before that all of you owe Sister Qingcheng an apology. Now, can you kneel down? Chapter 13, on August 15th, a gift was sent. Plop. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Su Guobin was the first to kneel down. Although he wasn't there when the media criticized Yi Qingcheng, he was afraid. The anger of the cloud god is not something that his little Su family can bear. He is now doing everything he can to gain the cloud god's forgiveness. Plop. 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 The head of the Su family was kneeling, so how could the reporters around him dare to stand? They all knelt on the ground. This scene was so shocking that it made the eyes burst. Lu Yun walked up to Wang Gang and said coldly, don't you have anything to say? I confess that everything I said before was a lie. It was Su Kai who said he would help me pay off my gambling debts. Wang Gang clarified everything, his voice trembling, his body trembling, and his soul trembling. Su Guobin was also fighting alongside him. Every time Wang Gang mentioned Sukai's name, Su Guobin would slap himself hard, wishing in his heart that he could tear Sukai apart. At this time, Jiang Tao also knelt down and crawled to Yi Qingcheng, crying and saying, "Yi, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I have a wife and children to support at home. Didn't you say you wouldn't accept food from others?" Yi Qingcheng said with a cold snort. Jiang Tao's feelings were indescribable. Yi Qingcheng looked at Guanqi and Guohui again. "Since you are determined to leave Qingcheng Group, I won't try to stop you. I wish you a bright future." Poof! The two of them almost choked on their blood. Today, offending Yi Qingcheng is equivalent to offending the king of Nanjiang. In this land of Nanjiang, which company would dare to hire them? This sentence about a bright future is really ironic. After a series of twists and turns, the new product launch finally came to an end. All the media reporters were very secretive about today's interview, and none of them dared to report the content of today's event. As for the promotion of the new products of the Qingcheng Group, with nearly 10 billion orders from the Nanjiang Wang and the major families, is there a need for publicity? At this time, on the top floor of the Qingcheng building, Nanjiang Wang, bowing his head, said to the young man in front of him with great humility, "Your Highness, are you satisfied with my arrangements today?" Lu Yun nodded. Yes, the show was big enough, and it was worth encouraging. Hearing this, Leo's face suddenly broke into a happy smile. He didn't look like the king of the south at all, but rather like a child who had received a perfect score on an exam and was praised by his teacher. Leo was smug for a moment, but soon he reined in his smile and said, "Your Highness, the Liren Group has no need to exist. If the beauty group followed the rules of the market and competed normally, Lu Yun would not bother to intervene, but they used despicable methods, so I'm sorry. The beauty group must disappear." This is not Lu Yun's fault for not giving them a way out, but rather the Liren Group's offense. "If I weren't here today, I don't know what would have happened to Qingcheng." Leo said solemnly, "I understand. I will immediately notify the heads of those families to completely block the beauty group." Afterwards, Leo then handed him a black card and said respectfully, "Your Highness, this is a VIP card issued by the Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce. It is valid throughout the country. Please accept it." "Thank you." Although Lu Yun did not lack money, this was after all a token of Lei's sincerity, so after thinking about it, he took the black card. After a moment, Lu Yun remembered something very important and asked, "Is there any news about the fire at the Sunshine Welfare Institute 15 years ago?" He had asked Leo to investigate this matter yesterday, and it had only been a day. He had not expected an answer from Leo, but Leo nodded emphatically. "Your Highness, we have a lead." Leo was the first to discover Lu Yun's identity, and he was efficient. He only had to say slowly, "I went to check out Joyue Real Estate and found a contractor who was in charge of the project at the time. According to him, the fire was indeed caused by them." In order to pry the contractor's mouth open, Leo had to use a lot of effort, threatening and bribing, and only then did he get the answer he wanted. No matter how he got the information, all he wanted was a result. When he heard that the fire was indeed related to Joyue Real Estate, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with two cold lights. "Joyue Real Estate, you're asking for it. Who's the boss behind it?" "Chen Ping." Leo replied, "He is from the Chun family in Jiangbei, and his main business is real estate. He controls more than 90% of the real estate resources in Jiangbei, but what? But my main influence is on the south side of the river, and I can't get involved in Jiangbei." Leo smiled wryly. Jiangcheng is a city with a unique geographical location, built along the river, with the Zhangjiang River running from west to east, dividing the city into two areas, north and south. South of the Zhangjiang River is the territory of Wang Leao, the king of the South River, and north of the Zhangjiang River, the Chen family is the most powerful. Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter. I have my own way of dealing with it." "Where is Chen Ping of the Chen family now?" "According to the information I have, he should be in Nanyun province." "Nanyun province?" "Well, in the middle of next month, on August 15th, it will be the 60th birthday of the Chen family patriarch. Chen Ping went to Nanyun province to prepare a gift. He is quite filial." Lu Yun snorted. "The fire that year almost burned him and his sisters to death, and it also tortured Grandpa Wu into that state. Of course, this debt must be settled. But since Chen Ping has gone to Nanyun province, let him enjoy himself for another month. On the 15th of August, I will personally deliver a gift. Chen family, do you dare to accept it? Lu Yun folded his arms behind his back, his eyes narrowed, and an invisible pressure of power immediately filled the air. Leo couldn't help but tremble. On the 15th of August, there will probably be an earthquake in Jianbei. After Guanxi left the Qingtong mansion, she was completely lost. On the way, she saw a stray dog barking at her, and she couldn't help but pick up a stone and throw it at it. You dare to laugh at me, you dead dog! Woof! The stray dog let out a scream and ran away. But seeing this scene, Guanxi felt even worse. Her current situation was no different from that of the stray dog. Suddenly, a sense of desolation welled up in her. I can't accept it. Yi Qingcheng, you're just a tramp who hooked up with Wang Nan, you pretentious bitch, I despise you. In Guanxi's opinion, the reason why Nanjiang Wang would help Yi Qingcheng today must be because they were up to something that they couldn't let anyone see, and Lu Yun was the gigolo that Yi Qingcheng was keeping. The relationship between the three of them is simply immoral. Guanxi was unwilling to lose, so she angrily dialed a phone call. Dad, I agree to marry into the Chen family, I will marry right away. Chapter 14 I am the Cloud God. Chen Ping has a son named Chen Ziong, who is a notorious playboy in Jiangchang. As long as a woman is targeted by him, she basically cannot escape his clutches. In the past few years, he has ruined the lives of dozens of innocent young women. Until one day, when Chen Ziong was having a good time, a mysterious female assassin suddenly barged in and cut off his manhood with a snap. This incident caused a huge sensation at the time. The Chen family was furious and offered a reward of 10 million to catch the female assassin, but in the end, all their efforts were in vain. As a result, Chen Ziong went from being a womanizer to becoming the most famous eunuch in Jiangchang. Not long ago, the Chen family suddenly posted a marriage announcement, and the target of the marriage announcement was Chen Ziong. Although everyone knew that Chen Ziong was disabled, the marriage announcement still attracted countless beautiful women and celebrities. After all, the Chen family's status is there, and as long as you marry into a wealthy family, you can soar to the sky. Whether you are disabled or not is not important at all. Gu Jiaming also sent his daughter's photo over on a trial basis, but who would have thought that Chen Ziong would like her at first sight? Gu Jianming was so excited that he told Guanxi the news. But when Guanxi heard that the man she was to marry was Chen Ziong, she immediately showed strong resistance. She didn't want to eat eggplant and cucumber for the rest of her life. But now, Guanxi had changed her mind. Nanjiang has no place for her to stand, and if she stays here, she will never be able to catch up with Yi Qingcheng. Guanxi was of course unwilling to accept this. She was going to Jiangbei, she was going to marry into the Chen family, and she was going to use the Chen family's power to get revenge on Yi Qingcheng. And that damned little white face, Lu Yun, she will make Lu Yun kneel at her feet, like a lapdog, licking her heels. At this time, Lu Yun had already returned to the president's office. Yi Qingcheng sat at her desk, her cheeks resting on her hands, her breasts pressing against the edge of the desk, their shape severely altered. Little Lu Yun, I'm sorry, sister. Yi Qingcheng was still feeling guilty about slapping Lu Yun earlier, and when she saw him come in, she immediately got up, and her breasts immediately bounced uncontrollably twice. Lu Yun feasted his eyes, but pretended to be angry with a stern face and said, if an apology is effective, what is the point of having a police officer? Yi Qingcheng pouted in frustration, what do you want from me? Lu Yun looked around and saw a bottle of mineral water on the table, so he poured out the water and squashed the bottle, saying, the bottle is already squashed. Do you think it will recover if you say you're sorry to it? Yi Qingcheng was stunned. Then, she picked up the mineral water bottle, placed her pink lips around the mouth of the bottle, and blew into it with her cheeks puffed up. The bottle is flat, so you just have to blow on it. Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng seemed to have thought of something, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. She glared at him, you little rascal, you even dared to flirt with your sister. She grabbed the mineral water bottle and smashed it at Lu Yun. Lu Yun hurriedly dodged to the side and said innocently, sister, what are you talking about? I mean, my heart is hurt, just like this flat mineral water bottle. It can't be fixed with an apology. Where are you going with this? Yi Qingcheng's pretty face turned even redder, and she cursed, blaming the fourth sister, the demon king of filth, for always telling dirty jokes in front of her, leading her astray. Suddenly noticing Lu Yun's strange gaze, Yi Qingcheng was extremely angry and ashamed. Don't look at me with those strange eyes. Lu Yun chuckled, "Sister, you're not the type of person who is cold on the outside but hot on the inside." "Ah, shut up." Yi Qingchen completely abandoned the image of a cold goddess and pounced on Lu Yun with her fangs bared. "Sister, you hit someone illegally. How dare you say that?" The two siblings had a fight, which ended with Lu Yun surrendering. "Seriously, is it because of you that the Wang family and several other families sent us an order worth billions of dollars today?" Yi Qingcheng put her clothes back in order and regained her goddess image, which was completely different from just now. Lu Yun nodded and said seriously, "Yes, because I am the cloud god, and the king of the South River is afraid of me, that's why he sent a 5 billion order." "Gee, little Lu Yun, I see you've changed. You've become smooth and slick. Didn't you say you'd been cultivating on the mountain for 15 years? How come you're now the cloud god?" Seeing that his sister didn't believe him, Lu Yun had to find another excuse. "Actually, I'm a great doctor who cured the king's illness. He came to repay me for my kindness." "That's a good reason." Lu Yun. It's really hard to be an honest person these days. As the two were chatting, Yi Qingqing's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and immediately made a gesture to Lu Yun to keep quiet. "It's your dirty demon sister. Fourth sister Wang Bingning, a beautiful reporter." According to her older sister, she is currently investigating a kidnapping case in Cambodia and will not be able to return to China for a while. Yi Qingqing finished the call quickly, and Lu Yun asked curiously, "What did your fourth sister tell you?" "Nothing, she just asked about the new product launch." "I almost told her that you were still alive," Yi Qingcheng said playfully, sticking out her tongue. "Hey, when my fourth sister sees me when she returns to China, I wonder what her reaction will be." Yi Qingqing thought about it seriously. "I think she will be excited to take off your pants and check your birthmark." In the evening, the two siblings drove away from the company, but they didn't go back to Green Villa. Instead, they went to a bar called Night Rose. Lu Yuni said sternly, "Sister, you're my innocent little brother, how could you bring me to a place like this?" "Pop." Yi Qingqing slapped Lu Yun on the back of his head and said in a bad mood, "What are you thinking? This is your third sister's bar. Didn't you say you wanted to give your third sister a surprise? Later, we will." She suddenly leaned over Lu Yun's ear and whispered a plan, her eyes flashing with cunning light. After listening to her, Lu Yun said with a strange look on his face, "Sister, I usually see you as a cold-looking person, but I never thought you were worse than me. Cut the crap and get out of the car." Yi Qingcheng made full use of her long legs and kicked Lu Yun out of the car with one kick, then drove the Porsche into the parking lot and went into the bar alone. Lu Yun wandered around the neighborhood and saw a nice bracelet on a street stall, so he bought it. It wasn't until 20 minutes had passed that he slowly walked into the bar. Chapter 15, A Bet. Night Rose Bar. Several sleazy men crowded together, discussing and criticizing. "She's the best, the best. This body, this face, she's a goddess. Those other women next to her are just plain ugly. She is indeed 100% beautiful, but she is too cold. In less than 20 minutes, she has already rejected 7 suitors. Hey, you don't understand, right? Goddesses with such a great figure and appearance are all here to be rich men's mistresses. How could they possibly be interested in those losers? You know a lot, fatty, but how come I remember you being the first person to get rejected?" Cough cough. The fat guy looks embarrassed. "I didn't say I wasn't a loser. Look, the 8th person to approach her has appeared. Wait, isn't that the young master of the Tang family? Hey, it really is the young master of the Tang family. It's over. The goddess is about to be conquered. That's the young master of the Tang family, who is known as the goddess harvester. He's a sure shot. Why don't we bet on how long it will take for the young master to conquer that beautiful woman?" Lu Yungang just walked into the bar and heard a few men talking about it, so he walked over and said, "What are you betting on? Add me to the bet." "You?" Several people looked at Lu Yun at the same time, scanning him with their eyes like a scanner, and finally sneered, "You poor people don't need to come and join the fun, save your money and take the bus. This is a street stall, and it's an exaggeration to call him a loser." Lu Yun was not angry, and directly pulled out a 100 yuan bill and said, "I bet that man will fail to strike up a conversation." $100? You really are a rich man. The corners of their mouths twitched at the same time. Looking at Lu Yun's gesture of taking out money, people who didn't know him would think he took out tens of thousands of dollars. The lecherous fat man's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he took the 100 yuan and said, "I'll bet with you. If Tang Dishao fails to pick up a conversation, I'll pay you 500 yuan. Although a mosquito's leg is small, it is still meat. Why not take this money for free?" At this time, Lu Yun said, "What do you think? If I go and talk to that beautiful woman, what are the chances of success?" "What? You're going to talk to her?" When he said this, everyone laughed, laughing until they fell over backwards. "Ha ha ha, brother, are you sure you didn't get your head stuck in the door when you went out? With your bear-like appearance, you're still trying to pick up girls? You're going to make me laugh to death." Lu Yun said seriously, "What if I succeed in chatting her up?" "If you succeed in chatting her up, I'll start streaming 5 electric fans a day." The fat guy is also a tough guy, and he set a flag on the spot. "Okay, remember what you said." Lu Yun smiled and confidently walked towards a bar. At the bar, a beautiful woman was sitting there, dressed in an urban lady outfit, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, shaking the wine in the glass very elegantly. Looking at her from the side, her cheeks were flushed, especially her chest, which was exactly what the saying meant, "A mountain seen from the side is a peak." At this time, a handsome young man was already chatting with her. It was Tang Lei, the youngest son of the Tang family. "Beauty, the first time I saw you, I thought this place wasn't for you." "Why?" "Because it's too vulgar, and doesn't match your noble temperament." "Oh, is this how you usually talk to girls?" "Not really. I was just looking for someone, a hostess worthy of this starry dream. Now it seems I've found her." Tang Lei spread his palm and showed a crystal pendant in a deep blue color. "This is the latest limited edition crystal pendant from Swarovski. Only 100 have been sold worldwide, and Tang Lei was lucky enough to buy one. Girls, who doesn't like beautiful jewelry?" With this crystal pendant, Tang Lei had lured countless beautiful young women to the hotel. Of course, he was just playing around, and after the event, he casually paid a little money to send those women away. He could not possibly give them the star dream. Today, Tang Lei came to the Night Rose bar to look for new prey. The moment he saw Yi Qingchun, he was captivated. This woman is really beautiful, whether it is her face, body, or temperament. She is better than all the women he has ever played with. Tang Lei vowed that he would definitely win her over, so he used his usual trick. However, to his surprise, Yi Qingchun only glanced at the crystal pendant briefly before looking away. "Sorry, I'm not interested." She refused. Not only Tang Lei, but even the fat man and the others who were eavesdropping were stunned. In this world, there are women who don't like gold and silver jewelry. Pretending to be reserved? Tang Lei also had the same thought, so he was about to launch the next round of attacks, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to Yi Qingchun. "Hey, this pretty little girl has a nice pair of breasts, perfect for having babies. I wonder if she would accept a gift from me." The person who came was Lu Yun. He had a frivolous expression on his face and a plastic bead bracelet on his finger. Tang Lei suddenly went dumb. Where the hell did this country bumpkin come from? His language was vulgar, his behavior was frivolous, and the most ridiculous thing was his bracelet, which looked like a cheap product bought for a few dollars on the side of the road. Where did he get the courage? The fat and wretched man nearby was also about to fall to the ground, and was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with his toes. Good. But then, Yi Qingchun actually smiled and happily took the plastic bracelet, hugging it and laughing. Suddenly. Holy shit. 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 The eyes of the fat guys almost fell out of their heads. They never dreamed that this would be the outcome. It turns out that the beauty likes this kind of thing. If you had said so earlier, I could have been a rascal too. The fat guy was extremely depressed. His friend seemed to have thought of something and joked, "Fatso, now that he's succeeded in striking up a conversation, when are you going to broadcast the 5th electric fan of the day?" "Fuck you," while he hasn't noticed, quickly slip away. The fat man immediately moved his fat ass and rolled out of the bar like a ball. Lu Yun naturally noticed the fat man's actions, but he didn't care. He had originally made a bet with the fat man, and it was just a joke. Tang Lei, meanwhile, looked as if he had been carved in stone, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. He said in disbelief, "Beauty, take a good look. That bracelet of his is just a few dollars worth of street stall goods." "What a few dollars of street goods, this is clearly $12 I spent to buy back." Lu Yun said, unconvinced. Tang Lei's mouth twitched. Is there a difference between $10 and a few dollars? At this point, Yi Qingcheng also said, a gift is not about its value, but about who is giving it. As long as it comes from the heart, it is a treasure. When he heard this, Tang Lei was even more upset. I just gave you the starry dream so sincerely, but you didn't even take a second look at it. This local guy comes here and flirts with you, and you actually say he has a heart? I feel like you're teasing me. How could Tang Lei not understand that he was being played by these two people? Chapter 16, The Queen of Roses. Tang Lei's face was gloomy. But before he could get angry, a charming voice suddenly came from somewhere. Master Tang, what has made your face so ugly? Everyone looked up. They were stunned. They saw a beautiful woman slowly walking down the stairs from the second floor of the bar, swaying her willowy body and lightly shaking her jade legs. In a magnificent red dress, with a pair of shiny silver high heels, she looked like a queen descending from the heavens. In fact, this woman is Lu Yenner, the so-called Queen of Roses, the owner of the Night Rose Bar. Everyone was transfixed. They had heard that the owner of Night Rose was a sexy and charming beauty, and now they could see that she lived up to her reputation. Lu Yenner had a faint smile on her lips, and her fiery red lips seemed to exude a deadly temptation. When she walked up to Yi Qingcheng, the people around her were suddenly in a trance. When these two top beauties met, they were almost equally attractive. The only difference was that Yi Qingcheng was cold and aloof, while Lu Yenner was charming, like ice and fire. The ice and fire duo is simply deadly. Master Tang? Tang Lei was also enchanted by Lu Yenner's charm, and it was only after Lu Yenner called out that he finally came to his senses. Miss Yen, I didn't mean to pick a fight in your place, but this couple just made fun of me, and I just want to get justice. Is that so? Lu Yenner smiled flirtatiously and suddenly looked at Yi Qingcheng and said, Sister, he called you a dog and a man. Sister? In an instant, Tang Lei's expression froze. There was also an uproar around him. Who would have thought that these two stunning beauties were sisters? It is true that like attracts like, and people are divided into groups. Yi Qingcheng had drunk a lot of red wine and her cheeks were flushed, but she still said in a cold tone, then let him slap his own face. Okay. Lu Yen turned around and looked at Tang Lei with a smile. Master Tang, my sister really doesn't like what you just said, so let her slap you in the face. Tang Lei of course heard Yi Qingcheng's words clearly, and there was no need for Lu Yenner to repeat them. He was just a little confused. Lu Yenner said again, if Master Tang is afraid to do it, I can ask someone to do it for you, or I can talk to your father myself? Although she had a faint smile on her lips, Tang Lei sensed a queenly aura, as if what she said was a decree. No need, I'll do it myself. Tang Lei finally succumbed to Lu Yenner's powerful aura and immediately slapped himself a few times before leaving in a depressed mood. Only now did Lu Yenner take a good look at Lu Yun. Who is this? Oh, he is my boyfriend, surnamed Lu. Before Lu Yun could say anything, Yi Qingcheng answered first, following her plan to surprise Lu Yenner. Lu Yenner's narrow, beautiful eyes did indeed show a hint of surprise. Boyfriend? She looked at Lu Yun suspiciously. Lu Yun nodded. Lu Yenner's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. She took Yi Qingcheng's hand and whispered to her, Sister, is he really your boyfriend? You're not joking with me, are you? Yi Qingcheng said, don't you think he looks like someone? And he has the same last name. Lu Yenner of course knew who Yi Qingcheng was talking about, and said, I know you miss Xiao Lu Yun, and so do I, but you can't just give yourself away because he looks like him. Yi Qingcheng didn't listen to her at all, but instead blinked and said, Third sister, I want to discuss something with you. Do you still remember when we were little and promised to marry the same man when we grew up? Lu Yenner nodded. Of course she remembered, but it was just a joke from childhood. I have already decided to marry him, so I came here this time to introduce him to you. Not only that, but I will also take him to meet the other sisters in the future. Yi Qingcheng's words were shocking, and Lu Yenner was instantly startled and widened her eyes. She hurriedly used her jade hand to touch Yi Qingcheng's forehead. Big sister, are you not running a fever? She couldn't believe that her sister would say such a thing. She knew that her sister had always been a very sensible person. Yi Qingcheng ignored Lu Yenner's surprised look and continued, I have already asked my boyfriend, and he said he doesn't mind living with the seven of us. Upon hearing this, Lu Yenner's pretty face was suddenly filled with dark lines. This is nonsense. Our seven sisters are so outstanding, he would be happy to live with us. How could he possibly mind? How could my sister not understand this? Does falling in love really lower one's IQ? Lu Yenner thought that her sister had gone crazy. Since she couldn't reason with her, she would have to go to her boyfriend. However, what Lu Yenner didn't know was that when she turned around, Yi Qingqing suddenly flashed a sly smile on the corner of her mouth and gave Lu Yun a glance. It seemed to say, "My part is over, it's your turn now." Lu Yun understood and said in an extremely arrogant manner, "You are the third sister of Qingcheng. Since Qingcheng has already told you, I won't repeat it. I hope you won't be ungrateful." What kind of person is this? Lu Yenner gritted her teeth. This guy is a typical example of someone who takes advantage of a situation and then acts like a goody-goody. I think we can go upstairs and talk. Although she was angry, Lu Yenner still maintained her queenly aura and glanced at Lu Yun coldly. Lu Yun, of course, would not refuse. When they went upstairs, Lu Yun walked behind her, quietly admiring Yenner's enchanting figure. When the people below saw this scene, they were instantly envious and itchy, not knowing what kind of shit luck Lu Yun had. It was bad enough that he already had a cold goddess, but now he had even been invited to the VIP room by the Queen of Roses alone. It's really frustrating to see someone else's success. The elegant VLP room has excellent sound insulation. When the door is closed, not a sound from outside can be heard. But Lu Yun felt a chill. She saw Lu Yun sitting on the leather sofa with her legs crossed, and the silver high heels seemed to be emitting a cold light, and the queen's aura was fully open. "Sit," Lu Yenner said coldly. Lu Yun laughed, and instead of sitting on the sofa across from her, he walked over to Lu Yenner and sat down. Lu Yenner's eyebrows tightened and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of disgust. "This scumbag, he's so ungrateful. If it weren't for my sister's face, I'd chop him up." Lu Yen thought of the past, the playboy Chen Ziong of the Jiang Beichen family, who relied on his background and was lawless, harming countless young girls. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she found an opportunity to turn Chen Ziong into a eunuch. If this Lu guy is so ungrateful again today, Lu Yenner doesn't mind adding another eunuch to Jiangcheng. Chapter 17, Lu Yenner's murderous intent. Long story short, leave my sister, you don't deserve her. As soon as Lu Yungang sat down, Lu Yenner immediately changed the subject, not wanting to waste another minute with him. Lu Yun said nonchalantly, "I am truly in love with Qingcheng. How can you drive a wedge between us?" "Ha!" Lu Yenner sneered, "If you really like my sister, you wouldn't be thinking about other women at the same time. How can this be called thinking about it? I clearly love my sister, and you are her younger sister. I like Qingcheng, so of course I like you too." Lu Yun smiled helplessly, and shamelessly reached out and grabbed Lu Yenner's waist. In an instant, a cold breath rushed straight to Lu Yun's legs. He hurriedly moved back, and when he looked down, he saw a cold dagger, which was stuck in the sofa between his legs. Good thing. If I hadn't noticed it in time and moved back 20 centimeters, this knife would have cut off my life's root. Sister Yen is really a fierce person. Lu Yun was scared, but also a little confused. Could an ordinary person have such skills? Lu Yun is a person of extraordinary status. He has 36 powerful forces under his control, and in addition, he also controls the 72 secret forces, which are a hidden force. Through the 72 dark departments, he could actually easily find out information about every sister. But he didn't do it. The sisters have their own privacy, and Lu Yun respects them. So he didn't know that the woman in front of him, who was ostensibly a bar owner, actually had another identity as the feared cold-blooded killer, Night Rose. Night Rose. The same as the name of the bar. Because of this, it is even more impossible for people to associate Lu Yenner with the cold-faced killer. Because no killer would be stupid enough to blow their cover. Let's get back to the main topic. Lu Yenner was surprised that she had missed the target with her dagger. She hadn't missed in a long time. Quickly pulled out the dagger. She thrust it sideways. The cold light struck Lu Yun's neck in an instant, but Lu Yun was prepared, and he leaned back and rolled over the back of the sofa. The sharp dagger just grazed his face, less than a centimeter away. Lu Yenner suddenly stood up, her face full of hostility, and said, "You're not an ordinary person." If Lu Yun escaped the first attack by luck, then this second time, it was definitely not just luck. Lu Yenner is not a fool, so how could she not see Lu Yun's skill? She could even feel that Lu Yun's strength was above hers. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Girls, don't play with knives, it's dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly pressed forward, and he snapped his fingers, and then a crisp sound of ding was heard. The dagger in Lu Yenner's hand was suddenly blown away. The killer lost his knife, which was a fatal mistake. A look of horror appeared in Lu Yenner's beautiful eyes, but the next second, her delicate body suddenly tightened. Because Lu Yen suddenly opened his arms and gave her a big hug. It was a very simple hug, but Lu Yenner didn't understand why, and thought that Lu Yen was taking advantage of her. Swoosh! The cold murderous intent in Lu Yenner's body instantly gushed out. She wanted this shameless man to die. But at that moment, "Sister Yen, it's me, Xiao Yun. I'm still alive." Lu Yen's gentle voice suddenly sounded. Suddenly, Lu Yenner's psychological defense suddenly collapsed, and her voice trembled. "What did you say?" "Third sister, he is our younger brother, Xiaoyun Lu, not the substitute boyfriend I found. We were just playing with you." At this moment, Yi Qingqing just pushed the door and walked in. She was shocked when she saw the messy scene in the box. She never imagined that the two of them had actually fought, but she was glad that she had come in just in time. Lu Yenner was still suspicious. So Lu Yen told her a lot of things from his childhood, and he even accurately described the mole on her left breast. Lu Yen finally believed that her younger brother, Lu Yun, had returned. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Lu Yenner hugged Lu Yun tightly, even more tightly than when Lu Yun had hugged her. Lu Yun could clearly feel that Yenner's heartbeat was so real and warm. This feeling of happiness was indescribable. After Lu Yenner had calmed down, the three of them chatted for a long time, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Lu Yen looked at the time and said, "Oh no, I almost forgot about Han Lao." "What's wrong?" asked Lu Yun. "It's like this, Mr. Han invited me to visit his collection of calligraphy and paintings. The time is set for 8 o'clock, but if I rush over now, I'll definitely be too late. So I'm going to tell him that I won't be coming over tonight, and I'll stay here with you." Lu Yenner is a calligraphy and painting enthusiast. Every time she returns from a mission, she practices calligraphy and painting, which helps her calm down quickly. Not long ago, Lu Yenner met Mr. Han. Mr. Han is a well-known collector of calligraphy and painting, and he has invited many calligraphy and painting lovers to visit his collection, which is scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight. Lu Yenner is one of the invitees. She was about to call Mr. Han to explain the situation when Lu Yen suddenly said, "Sister Yenner, I'll go with you." "Are you interested in calligraphy and painting?" asked Lu Yenner. "Yes." Lu Yen nodded. "I occasionally paint a little, just for fun." He had been in the Taoist temple on the mountain since he was 5 until he was 15. He had no entertainment, and apart from practicing the skills taught by the old Taoist priest, the most relaxing thing he did every day was to paint. So he is also a half-hearted fan of calligraphy and painting. After hearing Lu Yen's words, Lu Yenner did not reject Han's invitation, but told him that she might be late. Han Lao was very generous and said it was fine. Immediately, the three of them left the VIP room together. Lu Yen walked in the middle, Xingcheng on his left, and Yenner on his right, each holding his arm. Such a shocking scene can be imagined to have caused a huge impact on others. Two peerless beauties, if you get one of them, you will wake up smiling in your dreams, but this Lu Yen is good, he wants both of them. This is too greedy, isn't it? What everyone found most unexpected was that when the Queen of Roses took Lu Yen upstairs, she was clearly cold and distant. But after 2 hours, she was like a different person, and her attitude toward Lu Yen was as intimate as it could be. What happened in those 2 hours? Suddenly, everyone's faces changed several times, as if they had already guessed something. 2 hours? No wonder. Everyone felt inferior. Chapter 18 Master Yun Lu. Yi Qingcheng was not interested in calligraphy and painting, so she went home first. On the way to the Han family, Lu Yen was extremely excited because according to Han Lao, he had just photographed a genuine work by Master Yun Lu, which would be displayed tonight. Lu Yun asked curiously, "Is that Yun Lu master very powerful?" "Of course he is. Master Yun Lu is a master of freehand painting and calligraphy. Every one of his paintings contains only a few brushstrokes, but they are able to express a very wonderful artistic conception. What's more, this Yun Lu master is extremely mysterious. It is said that no one has seen his true face so far. When it comes to Master Yun Lu, Lu Yenner immediately becomes a flower-crazy little fangirl, talking endlessly. Master Yun Lu is her idol. Lu Yun was a little jealous and said with a sneer, I want to see how good the Yunlu master is and why you like him so much. Hearing this, Lu Yenner's face suddenly showed a strange look. Little Lu Yun, are you jealous? Lu Yun turned his head away and didn't answer. Lu Yenner smiled and comforted him. Come on, Lu Yun, don't be jealous. I only like Yun Lu's works, not him. Maybe he's really an old man in his 70s or 80s? That's more like it. Lu Yun's face looked a little better, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. He had mixed feelings about his sisters. He liked them, but he didn't know what kind of liking it was. If he only thought of them as his sisters, then why did he feel a little uncomfortable when Yenner said she liked someone else? But if it wasn't a sibling relationship, then how should the 7 sisters handle this relationship? Should he really make all 7 sisters marry him? If so, it would be too domineering, and Lu Yun himself felt a little contempt for himself. After 1,000 thoughts and 100 turns, the Han family arrived. The housekeeper was standing at the door to greet them. Miss Lu, the master specifically asked me to wait for you here. Please follow me. Yes. The two followed the butler to a quaint attic, which Han had built specifically for storing calligraphy and paintings. When they entered the attic, there were already quite a few people inside. Miss Lu, please come in. An old man with a full white beard and a radiant smile came to greet them. He is Mr. Han. Lu Yan introduced herself. Mr. Han, this is my younger brother, Lu Yun. Mr. Lu, welcome. Mr. Han was very friendly and smiled kindly at Lu Yun. Lu Yun also returned the courtesy. Miss Lu, I know you like Master Yun Lu, so I waited for you to come before starting the exhibition of Master Yun Lu's works. Mr. Han said as he led the two of them to the exhibition hall. Lu Yan was flattered and said, Thank you, Mr. Han. Soon, they entered the exhibition hall. Suddenly, several disapproving glances pierced through. All I heard was a man with greasy hair snorting. I thought it was someone with such a big ego, but it turned out to be Miss Lu from the Night Rose Bar. But this is an elegant place, not a place where you can just shake your ass. His words were full of sarcasm, especially the word miss, which he emphasized heavily. There were also a few snickers around. They were all looking forward to seeing the works of Master Yun Lu, and naturally they were unhappy that Lu Yan had kept them waiting for so long. They took this opportunity to make a few taunts. Han Laosher frowned and said, Zhu Rong, how can you talk like that? We are all calligraphy and painting enthusiasts, so we should put aside professional factors and get along harmoniously. I'm sorry, Han, it's not that I don't give you face, but I'm not used to being in the same room with sharp-nosed animals. Zhu Rong's words became more and more outrageous. The so-called sharp-nosed animals are chickens. A cold flash of light passed through Lu Yenner's eyes, but before she could react, Lu Yun had already stepped forward and slapped Zhu Rong away. He absolutely would not allow anyone to insult his sister. Not even Jesus would be allowed to do so. Moreover, Lu Yun, with his excellent medical skills, had long since realized that Yenner was still a virgin. The charm she displayed was probably all an act. Therefore, Lu Yun would not allow them to slander Yenner's innocence. How dare you hit me? Zhu Rong got up from the ground in a fluster, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to settle the score with Lu Yun, but then suddenly heard a cold voice, apologize to Miss Lu and Mr. Han. The voice belonged to Zhu Hongyuan, Zhu Rong's father. Both father and son are lovers of calligraphy and painting, and today they were invited to visit Han's collection together. Dad! Apologize! Or get out of here! Zhu Hongyuan ordered, with an imperious tone. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth and, although he was unwilling, apologized. Miss Lu, I'm sorry. Mr. Han, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have caused trouble. The people around him immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Calm down, we are here today to honor Master Yun Lu, not to discuss personal matters. That's right, harmony brings wealth. Old Han, quickly take out Master Yun Lu's painting for us to admire. We've been looking forward to it for a long time. Seeing that everyone was so impatient, Han Lao didn't hold back and turned to one of his many collections and pulled out a scroll. He unrolled it. Everyone's eyes lit up at once, and they exclaimed in amazement, it really is a work by Master Yun Lu. The works of Yun Lu Master are distinctive, usually depicting the deepest artistic conception with the simplest brush. Everyone knew at a glance that this was a genuine work by Master Yun Lu, and that it could not be imitated. Lu Yenner's eyes also lit up, but she didn't notice that Lu Yun, who was standing next to her, had a strange expression on his face. Isn't this something I drew when I was 13? Lu Yun clearly remembered that one day when he was 13, after practicing kung fu, he was bored and saw an eagle hovering above him, so he drew it in simple strokes. What impressed him the most was that he accidentally dropped some red juice on the eagle's head. The red mark on the painting that Han Lao was showing was clearly visible. This proves that the painting is indeed the work of Lu Yun. Lu Yun. Lu Yun instantly understood what was going on. When he painted these paintings, he did so purely for his own amusement. He threw them away after painting them and never gave them a second thought. The old Taoist must have secretly taken the paintings down the mountain and even invented a Master Yunlu who didn't exist. It's true that I'm not yet in the world of martial arts, but the world of martial arts already has a legend about me. Master Taoist, you are a marketing genius. Chapter 19, Painting a Snake with Extra Feet. Han Laosher was beaming. He is not a vain person, but seeing everyone's envious expressions, he still felt a bit of pride. He had worked very hard to acquire this authentic work by Master Yunlu. Now it seems to be worth it. The name of this work is The Eagle Perched on a Tree. What do you think after seeing it? Han asked with a smile. Someone immediately replied, this painting follows the simple style of Yunlu, with its distinctive features. Only a few strokes are needed to show that this is an eagle and this is a tree. Mr. Han nodded, most paintings focus only on form, but lose the spirit. Master Yunlu's works have both form and spirit, which is why it is difficult for ordinary people to imitate them. Everyone agreed. Then several more people expressed their opinions. Xu Rong also thought for a moment and said, I think this painting actually reflects the state of mind of Master Yunlu. Oh? Why do you say that? Everyone was interested. Xu Rong cleared his throat and said, look at this tree. Although there is not much ink, it seems to be a shadow, representing the current predicament. Look at the eagle, it seems to be perched on the tree, but it is not. It should express a sense of helplessness. Which eagle doesn't want to fly high? But it can't, so it's forced to land on the treetop. This is a kind of helplessness. Then, the key point comes. On the eagle's head, there is a red mark, which contrasts sharply with the gray tone of the entire painting. What does it mean? It shows that the eagle is unwilling to give up, and it is eager to fly to the blue sky again. So my final conclusion is that this painting reflects Yunlu's current situation, and it should be a work from Yunlu's lowest point in life. After Xu Rong finished his explanation, the audience was silent for a moment, and then burst into warm applause. The explanation was so accurate. It's as if he had a worm in his stomach. Han also praised, if Master Yunlu heard your analysis, he would definitely regard you as a confidant. Then he looked at Zhu Hongyuan and said with a smile, old Zhu, your son is really better than his teacher. Zhu Hongyuan said proudly, aha, I've always said that this kid has a future. I've done a good job of cultivating him, and I've instilled a lot of knowledge of calligraphy and painting in him since he was a child. He really isn't modest at all. There was a constant stream of praise, and even Lu Yun couldn't help but applaud Zhu Rong. I didn't think of so much when I painted this picture, but you actually analyzed it. You are really talented. Xu Rong couldn't help but smile proudly as he listened to the praise of these senior colleagues around him. He suddenly glanced at Lu Yenner and said, I wonder what Miss Lu thinks of this painting? From the moment Lu Yenner walked in, Zhu Rong had shown hostility, because he felt that Lu Yenner was not worthy of being here. A woman of the streets who knows nothing about painting and calligraphy. Xu Rong deliberately asked the question in order to see Lu Yenner make a fool of herself. Everyone's eyes moved to Lu Yenner in an instant. Han Laosher smiled and encouraged her, it's okay, Miss Lu. There are 1,000 Hamlets for every reader. It's okay to express your feelings. Let's all exchange ideas. Lu Yenner nodded and said, I am also a big fan of Master Yunlu, so I am very happy to see this painting today. This painting is indeed Master Yunlu's usual style. Cut the crap and get to the point. Xu Rong impatiently interrupted, what are the characteristics of the style of painting? Someone has already talked about it before, so you don't need to repeat it. Don't worry, Zhu, let Miss Lu finish first. Han said. Because Xu Rong had just performed well, Han Lao had a very good impression of him, so he directly called him Little Zhu. Even though Xu Rong's interruption was very rude, Han Lao did not scold him. Lu Yenner frowned, but continued with what she had just said, the overall quality of this painting, the eagle perched on a tree, is excellent, but I think the red mark is a failure. Lu Yenner expressed her thoughts. She was puzzled. Why would Master Yunlu add a red stroke to a perfect painting? This is not at all like Yunlu's usual style. When Lu Yun heard this, a smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. Sister Yan still understands me. Because the red mark was not painted on, but was the juice that accidentally dripped on her when she was eating the red berries. However, when the people around heard this, their faces changed instantly. Zhu Hongyuan scolded loudly, "You are talking nonsense. There is no way that Master Yunlu's work could have any extra brushstrokes." Everyone also expressed their dissatisfaction. Master Yunlu is their idol, and no one is allowed to slander him. How dare this woman say that Master Yunlu added extra details to his painting? Xu Rong snorted and said, "I've said it before, how could a woman like her possibly understand painting? Inviting her here is purely a waste of our time." Han Lao also looked displeased. Although he said that everyone was allowed to express their opinions, what he really wanted to hear were praises from different perspectives, not criticisms. Han Lao was very unhappy with Lu Yenner's evaluation, and he didn't even give her a good look afterwards. Lu Yen naturally noticed the change in Han's attitude and was filled with disappointment. She thought it would be a gathering of art lovers, but it turned out to be a bunch of flatterers, and even Han was no exception. "I shouldn't have come tonight." Lu Yenner wanted to leave directly, but Lu Yun pulled her and said, "Wait and see." Lu Yun has never been a person who takes things lying down. How could he bear to leave when these people dared to bully Yenner like this? It seems that it is time to reveal his identity as Master Yunlu. Just as Lu Yun was thinking about how to reveal his identity, the next scene that happened made him change his mind. Chapter 20, Fake Painting. "Mr. Han, after seeing so many of your collections, why don't you come and see mine?" Seeing that Han Lao's collection was almost finished, Zhu Hongyuan suddenly said. "This." Everyone looked at him. Mr. Han was surprised. "Old Zhu, did you bring your own collection?" Zhu Hongyuan smiled and turned to Zhu Rong and said, "Go get it." Zhu Rong nodded and left for a moment, and soon returned to the exhibition hall with a scroll. This painting is by the famous Eastern Jin Dynasty artist Gu Kaiji. Although it is not as good as the Yunlu masters, it is important because it is very old and has high collection value. Zhu Hongyuan introduced it, and then spread the scroll out, revealing a magnificent landscape painting to everyone. It really is a work by Gu Kaiji. Everyone was amazed. But just as Zhu Hongyuan was enjoying the admiring looks around him, he suddenly heard a voice say, "Don't show off a fake painting." Zhu Hongyuan's smile froze. He looked over. He discovered that the person speaking was Lu Yun, and his face instantly turned dark. "What did you say, you little brat?" "I said, this is a fake painting." "A fake painting? Are you kidding me?" Xu Rong was even more angry than his father and said angrily on the spot, "If this is a fake painting, do you think we wouldn't be able to tell? Or do you think your level of appreciation is higher than everyone else here?" His words successfully focused everyone's hatred on Lu Yun. "If we all failed to see that it was a fake, and only you did, doesn't that mean that your level is higher than ours?" Everyone looked at Lu Yun with hostility. "I really don't know where this grasshopper came from, so fond of finding a sense of existence." Han Lao also said with a stern face, "If you two are here to pick a fight, then please leave immediately. I don't welcome you here." He never gets angry easily, but tonight, he was really angry. First, Lu Yan criticized the authenticity of Master Yunlu's work, and now there is another person, Lu Yun, who is pointing at Zhu Hongyuan's collection and saying it is a fake. What else could this be but a search for trouble? Even if Han Lao had a good temper, he could not tolerate them any longer and ordered them to leave on the spot. Lu Yun said with a sneer, "A fake painting is a fake painting. No matter how angry you are, it is still a fake painting. If you can't tell, it only shows that you are trash." "What? How dare you call us trash? Who the hell are you? You little shit, you don't even have any hair, but you're so cocky. Young people nowadays really lack education. That's enough." Suddenly, Han Bosch shouted, pointing at Lu Yun and the other man, "You two, get out of here right now. A bunch of fish, I don't even want to stay here. Sister Yen, let's go." Lu Yun took Lu Yenner's hand and was about to leave, but then, behind them, Zhu Hongyuan's voice suddenly rang out, "Stop. Do you have something to tell your father?" Lu Yun turned around and looked at Zhu Hongyuan coldly. Zhu Hongyuan's nose was almost crooked with anger, and he ground his teeth and said, "You little brat, you dare to slander my collection as fake paintings? If you don't give me an explanation, I'll tear your mouth apart." "You want an explanation? Easy." Lu Yun sneered and suddenly walked towards the painting of Gu Kaiji, picked up a cup of hot tea and splashed it on it. "What are you doing?" Zhu Rong shouted and rushed forward to fight to the death with Lu Yun, but the next second, he froze. Lu Yun pinched the edge of the damp paper and rubbed it, and the paper instantly separated. The interlayer. Seeing this, everyone's hearts jumped, and they probably already knew what was going on. Lu Yun said sarcastically, 2 layers of rice paper, the bottom layer is a fake imitation, and the top layer is used to make it look old. You can't even tell that there is a clear layer in between, and you still say it's not junk? Everyone's face froze. They were angry, but they couldn't refute it. Who let them really miss the mark? Lu Yenner also showed a surprised expression. She thought that Lu Yun was deliberately trying to disgust these people by saying that it was a fake, but she never expected it to be a fake painting. It was really satisfying to see these people eat their hearts out. At this moment, Zhu Hongyuan suddenly pounced on the painting and cried out in grief, "My 3 million! He had spent 3 million yuan on the painting, and was looking forward to showing it off in front of everyone that night, but who would have thought that he had bought a fake painting? Zhu Hongyuan's heart was bleeding. However, what made him even more blood-spitting was still to come. Due to the tea water, a small line of text slowly appeared on the edge of the paper, "Whoever buys it is an idiot." Poof! Zhu Hongyuan was so angry that he fell to the ground, twitching all over and his face turning red. Xu Rong shouted anxiously, "Dad! What's wrong with you, Dad? Doctor Hu, quickly look at what's wrong with my dad." A middle-aged man wearing round-lensed glasses came out. His name is Hu Weiping, also a calligraphy and painting enthusiast. His main job is as a doctor, and he is currently working at the Jiangcheng City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital as the chief physician of the acupuncture department. After examining Zhu Hongyuan's condition, Hu Weiping's face became a bit more serious. "Your father's stroke was caused by his emotional excitement, which caused the liver yang to turn into wind, disturbing the qingqiao, and thus triggering a stroke. So, what should we do? There are no hospitals nearby." Zhu Rong panicked. After thinking for a moment, Hu Weiping said, "My teacher once taught me a set of acupuncture techniques that might be useful, but I'm not sure. Doctor Hu, please try your best. My father's life is in your hands." Zhu Rong pleaded. "I'll try my best." Hu Weiping nodded and then took out several 10-centimeter long filiform needles from his portable needle bag. "Acupuncture points, Niguan, Jichuan, Jiua, Weizhong." Lu Yun looked at Hu Weiping as he inserted the needles, but soon shook his head. "This is not how the 9 turns rejuvenation needling is used." Lu Yun recognized at a glance that Hu Weiping was using the 9 revitalizing needles technique, but there were several obvious mistakes in the acupoints he was using. Lu Yun kindly reminded him, but Zhu Rong suddenly turned his head and shouted at him. "Shut up! If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have fainted. Don't pretend to be so compassionate. If anything happens to my dad, I'll make sure you pay for it." Chapter 21. A group of blind and pedantic people. The hateful gaze pierced through not only Zhu Rong, but also all the calligraphy and painting lovers present, including Han Laoren. It seemed that they had blamed Lu Yun for all of Zhu Hongyuan's illness. It was all because of him that a perfectly good calligraphy and painting exchange was ruined. And that damned woman, Lu Yenner. In the future, they should be completely banned from any calligraphy and painting exchange meetings, and they should be blacklisted forever. Ahem. Suddenly, a coughing sound rang out, and Zhu Hongyuan came to his senses. The redness on his face had already faded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Weiping put away the acupuncture needles and said coldly, "Just now, I seemed to hear someone questioning my medical skills." He had heard Lu Yun's words, but because he was in the middle of administering acupuncture, he was unable to refute him immediately. Now, Zhu Hongyuan has woken up. Hu Weiping could finally focus on reprimanding Lu Yun. His professional level absolutely does not allow anyone to question it. The people around were already dissatisfied with Lu Yun, and when they saw Hu Weiping pick a fight with him, they all showed expressions of glee. "Didn't you say that Hu Weiping's acupuncture was wrong? Now that Zhu Hongyuan has woken up, see how you explain it. Does it hurt?" Lu Yun, however, ignored the mocking looks of the others and said calmly, "Within 3 days, Zhu Hongyuan will definitely faint again, and he will bleed from all 7 orifices. He will die within 5 days." Just now, when Hu Weiping was administering the acupuncture, Lu Yun watched clearly. The wrong acupuncture method repressed Zhu Hongyuan's surging qi and blood, blocking it without releasing it. This method will definitely cause a more violent rebound. If nothing goes wrong, Zhu Hongyuan will have another attack within 3 days, and it will be even more serious than today. As soon as Lu Yun said this, Zhu Rong immediately roared with bloodshot eyes, "You son of a bitch, you dare to curse my father, I'll fight you." He rushed angrily towards Lu Yun. But at this moment, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he glanced at him and said, "If you want to die, go ahead and try." Zhu Rong's body trembled. The footsteps he had just prepared to rush up froze in an instant. He was scared by Lu Yun's momentum. "You're trash." Lu Yun was too lazy to waste any more time with them, and turned and left. Before he left, he glanced at Han Lao. "A bunch of blind and pedantic people. It is a shame that Master Yun Lu has such admirers as you." After saying that, he took Lu Yenner's hand and left the Han family in a big stride, making everyone angry and puffing out their nostrils. On the way back, Lu Yenner's beautiful eyes wandered, constantly sizing up Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled bitterly, "Sister Yen, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something written on my face?" "Little Lu Yun, you were so domineering just now, and I like it." Lu Yenner smiled flirtatiously, and suddenly, she lifted Lu Yun's face and kissed him. Lu Yun's thick face, which was comparable to steel plate, was a rare red. Lu Yenner said in a carefree manner, "Don't think the wrong thing, sister is just too happy." Lu Yun smiled bitterly in her heart. "You are my sister, how could I dare to think of anything wrong?" When the two returned to the Green Villa, it was already past 11 p.m. Usually, Lu Yenner, like the other sisters, chooses to live near her workplace for work convenience. Only Yi Qingcheng, whose company is close by, lives in Green Villa. Now that Lu Yun is back, Lu Yenner is also preparing to move back in with her. At worst, she will have to travel a little further to work the next day. "Why are you so late?" When the two returned to the villa, Yi Qingcheng was still awake. She had already finished her bath and was wearing a translucent, gauze nightgown, with lace at the hem covering the base of her thighs. A pair of snow-white, smooth, and plump legs were exposed in the air, as if they were the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Lu Yun kept his eyes straight ahead, always maintaining a positive attitude. However, the next second, Yi Qingcheng suddenly widened her eyes and said, "Xiao Lu Yun, your face." On Lu Yun's left cheek, there was still a bright red lipstick stain, which he had forgotten to wipe off. Lu Yun said sheepishly, "Hey, sis, I'm going to take a shower first." Yi Qingcheng immediately understood, and her eyes became a little resentful, as if she had overturned a jar of vinegar. "Be fair, and offer me your right cheek. Don't force me to do it myself." Yi Qingcheng is extremely domineering. The next day, the sisters all went to work. Lu Yun made a phone call. Of course, the incident from the night before was not over. Lu Yun had to make those self-righteous guys sincerely apologize to Sister Yan. Soon, an exciting piece of news spread rapidly throughout Jiangcheng. On Tuesday, Dongjing Auction House will open, and a new work by Master Yun Lu will be on display. As soon as the news came out, the entire Jiangcheng collection world was completely agitated. A new work by Master Yun Lu. As everyone knows, Master Yun Lu hasn't released any new works for many years, and because of his secretive nature, many people have speculated that he may have passed away. Now, a new work has been released. This shows that Master Yun Lu is still alive. It can be imagined how shocking this news was for people in the painting and calligraphy circles. Han Lao, Zhu Hongyuan and his son, and Hu Weiping and others were overjoyed and immediately ordered tickets for the Dongjing Auction House online. Not only in Jiangcheng, but also in other cities, collectors were buying up the tickets like crazy, and soon they were all sold out. Lu Yen was busy entertaining guests at the time, and by the time she saw the news, the tickets had already sold out. She was depressed for a long time. When she returned to Green Villa that evening, Lu Yun suddenly pulled her into a small room in a mysterious manner. "Sister Yenner, what do you think of this? The ticket to the Dongjing Auction House." "Ah! Little Lu Yun, I love you so much." Lu Yenner completely turned into a little fangirl, and her queenly aura was gone. She pressed her cheek against Lu Yun's and gave him another kiss. Coincidentally, this scene was also seen by Yi Qingcheng. So, two symmetrical lip prints appeared on both sides of Lu Yun's cheeks again. Lu Yun actually wanted to say, "Sisters, I've grown up now, so you can't kiss my face like you used to. It's so annoying." Chapter 22, Master Yunlu's New Work. Tuesday. Dongjiang Auction House. At first glance, the place is packed with people. This kind of grand occasion is only possible at a concert by a superstar. Master Yunlu is the superstar of the painting and calligraphy world. Lu Yan was flattered and said, "Xiao Lu Yun, how did you get this seat?" When she received the ticket yesterday, Lu Yan was so excited that she didn't notice the seat number. It wasn't until she arrived at the venue today that she realized that this was an absolutely perfect seat. Whether it is the lighting, the view, or the comfort of the seat, it is all adjusted to the best. In the past, people who sat in this seat were all famous collectors in the painting and calligraphy world. Lu Yenner could already feel countless gazes directed at her, as if they were wondering who this famous collector was. Lu Yun, however, said calmly, "Maybe I'm just lucky." "Are you kidding?" Lu Yenner gave him a dirty look. "If you have that kind of luck, you should buy a lottery ticket." She didn't believe that she was lucky enough to get the two best seats in a row. Moreover, she had heard that these seats were reserved by the auction house and were not for sale. Lu Yun must be lying. However, in the face of Lu Yenner's doubts, Lu Yun just smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Yenner could do nothing about him, so she waited until the auction was over and then dragged him to bed and interrogated him thoroughly. At this moment, several dark glances were staring at the two of them from the back row. They were the ones who had been offended by Lu Yun the night before at the exhibition of Han Lao's collection. Xu Rong snorted, "Sitting in that seat, you don't mind getting a hot ass, huh?" He said, "It's painful to sit in that position." "What kind of trashy stool is this, with nails?" Everyone. At this point, the host came on stage and gave a generic opening speech before starting to display the auction items. The first few auction items were small and insignificant, and the crowd was not very interested. Everyone was waiting for the final item. Finally, after several rounds of auction items, the host said, "The item to be auctioned off next is the long-awaited new work by Master Yunlu." Wow! The whole audience was in a frenzy. Those avid collectors of calligraphy and painting were already itching to raise their bidding cards. A sexy woman in a revealing outfit appeared on stage with the auction item. The host deliberately kept the audience in suspense, saying, "I'm sure you're all curious about what Master Yunlu's new work is. I think you'll be surprised when you see it. Please don't talk nonsense, just show it." The crowd groaned. The host smiled and delayed for a while, seeing that everyone was impatient, before letting the sexy lady lift the red cloth. The auction item finally revealed its true face. However, when the bidders saw the painting, they were all stunned. The painting was indeed by Master Yunlu, but isn't this the eagle on the tree? Someone recognized it immediately. The sexy lady was showing the eagle perched on a tree, which had already been released for a long time. How can it be a new work when it is clearly an old one? Is Dongjiang Auction House also starting to engage in this kind of stunt? This is fraud. Although I'm very unhappy, I've decided to bid on this eagle perched on a tree. Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. They were not dissatisfied with the eagle perched on a tree, but with Dongjiang Auction House's fraudulent behavior. Even if the auction house didn't call it a new work by Master Yunlu, they would still come to the auction. But when they say it's a new work, but then they show an old painting, it's a bit like playing with people's emotions. As a loyal fan of Master Yunlu, I was definitely disappointed. When Han saw this painting, his heart suddenly trembled. This eagle perched on a tree was in his collection, so how could it be here? Could it be that the painting he had collected was a fake? Or was his home burglarized? Mr. Han suddenly felt uneasy. However, in the face of the many angry photographers, the host was not at all flustered, and he smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. This painting is indeed the eagle perched on a tree, but it is also a new work by Master Yunlu." What does that mean? Everyone was puzzled. Have you not noticed that this eagle perched on a tree is different from the past? The host's words made everyone think, and they all looked at the painting with their eyes wide open. I see it now. The red mark on the eagle's head is gone. When they heard this, they realized that it was true. This eagle perched on a tree painting has actually been circulated on the internet in many photos, so most art lovers have seen it. The item in the sexy lady's hand is indeed different from the one circulating on the internet. The host said, as you can see, this painting is actually a more authentic version of the eagle perched on a tree. Because the red mark on the previous work was a mistake, Master Yunlu felt that he could not be so perfunctory, so he painted a new version. With this explanation, the bidders felt much more comfortable. I said it, Dongjing Auction House has the confidence, there is no need to hype gimmicks. In fact, I had long thought that the red stamp on the previous version was a bit awkward, and it was indeed not the intention of Master Yunlu. Master Yunlu is really responsible. In order to appease us fans, he even specially redrew a version. I will be a fan of Master Yunlu for life. Yes, Master Yunlu is my father and mother. Lu Yun, that's not necessary. Lu Yener excitedly grabbed Lu Yun's neck and said, I was right. Little Lu Yun, hurry up and praise your sister. Lu Yun smiled and said, Sister Yen is really great. However, in stark contrast to the rest of the crowd, the expressions of the few people in the back row were truly remarkable. Especially Zhu Rong, whose face was even uglier than if he had eaten shit. He had given a brilliant analysis that night, and even Han Lao had praised him as the master of Yunlu's gutworm. Chapter 23, Blooming, the Rose of the Golden Age. The new version of the eagle perched on a tree was finally sold to a wealthy merchant from the provincial capital for 8 million yuan. Lu Yun was impressed. He had no idea how much the old Taoist master had made off of it. Lu Yun finally believed that he was a rare genius in calligraphy and painting. Just as everyone thought the auction was over and was about to leave, the host said, Don't worry, everyone. Today, in fact, our auction house has prepared a surprise for everyone. Surprise? Could there be anything more surprising than the new version of the eagle perched on a tree? Everyone was suddenly very interested. The sexy woman on stage wiggled her hips and left the stage, and when she returned, she was replaced by a middle-aged man. The crowd was in an uproar. Because this middle-aged man was none other than Sun Tianlei, the boss of Dongjing Auction House. At this moment, he personally carried an auction item onto the stage. The crowd's interest was even greater now, wanting to see what was more precious than the eagle perched on a tree. The host smiled and said, Actually, this is also a new work by Master Yunlu, and it is an unprecedented masterpiece. Wow! The audience cheered. It turned out that Mr. Yunlu had painted more than one work. Those who were upset because they didn't get the eagle on a tree painting had renewed hope. Everyone, pay attention. This time, it was Sun Tianlei who spoke. He didn't beat around the bush, but simply lifted the red cloth to reveal the new work. Suddenly, boom! Everyone was shocked. It was as if a giant hammer had struck everyone's heart. They saw. On the paper was a rose, a pink, unopened rose of peerless beauty. But that wasn't the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was that if you stared at the rose for 10 seconds, it would produce a strange visual change. The rose, which had been in bud, seemed to have suddenly come to life and bloomed. What a strong visual impact! Everyone's soul seemed to tremble at that moment. There are many visual masters in the world, and their works often bring unexpected visual effects. One of the most famous paintings is a portrait of an old woman that looks like a young girl when viewed upside down. These are world-class works that require a high level of painting skills to create. This work by Master Yunlu is even more advanced, as it can turn a static painting into a living thing. In just 10 seconds, one can experience the entire process of a delicate rose flower, from bud to bloom. This is simply a masterpiece. It is conceivable that after Master Yunlu has passed away for 100 years, the value of this painting will definitely be measured in billions. It's shocking. It's never been seen before. Sun Tianlei said, the name of this painting is the Rose of Prosperity. As soon as he finished speaking, immediately, the wealthy merchant who had purchased the eagle perched on a tree stood up and said, No need to bid. I'll pay 20 million for this painting. 20 million. Everyone was shocked. The rich are so generous that they didn't even ask the starting price, and just threw in 20 million. Another rich businessman stood up and said, I'll give you 30 million. 30 million. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock. They were willing to call this behavior crazy, as they were directly bidding on the basis of tens of millions and increasing the bid. In fact, there were many billionaires at the scene, and they did not bid in the previous round because although the eagle on a tree was a new work, it was after all a previous edition, and the cap was only worth 8 million. Even the new version of the painting is not as valuable as the old version, just like a misprinted monkey stamp that is worth more than the normal printed version. But this Rose of Prosperity is different. It is a masterpiece that has shocked the world. 20 million is only its starting price. The rich businessmen all bid, and in the blink of an eye, the price reached 80 million, and it was still going up, showing signs of breaking 100 million. The ordinary art lovers at the scene could only stare in disbelief and couldn't say a word. At this point, Sun Tianlei suddenly pressed his palm and said, "This painting is just for everyone to see, not for today's auction. Mr. Sun, we are all regular customers of Dongzheng Auction House. You are not being very generous." Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. How could they not understand the auction house's routine? It must first display the work to whet people's appetites, then wait for the news to spread, and before long, celebrities from all over the country will rush here. At that time, the painting will be auctioned off at a sky-high price. Sun Tianlei shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is not the intention of our auction house, but the intention of Master Yunlu. He also wanted to auction this painting, so they could make a lot of money just from the auction fees. But when Nan Jiangwang handed the painting to him, he said that the painting was only given away and not for sale, and it was said to be the wish of Master Yunlu himself, and Nan Jiangwang was only conveying it on his behalf. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in regret. Suddenly, Sun Tianlei looked at Lu Yenner and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, please come up to the stage for a moment." "Me?" Lu Yenner was stunned and didn't understand why Sun Tianlei suddenly called her. Lu Yan nodded and said, "Yes, Yenner, he's calling you. Hurry up and go up." After confirming Sun Tianlei's gaze again, Lu Yenner finally walked onto the stage, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. The people below were also puzzled. At this time, Sun Tianlei respectfully said, "Miss Lu, the king of Nanjiang has said that this painting, the Rose of Prosperity, was painted by Master Yunlu especially for you." He then presented the painting to Lu Yenner. Chapter 24, 9 Turn Back Yang Needle. Silence. Deadly silence. Then, there was thunderous applause. Everyone looked at Lu Yenner with envy and respect. Yes, respect. Master Yunlu is their idol, and Lu Yenner is the only person to have received a painting specially commissioned by Master Yunlu, and it is also a masterpiece of the world. This shows that in the eyes of Master Yunlu, this woman is of extraordinary significance. So, how dare they not respect Lu Yenner? This also explains why Lu Yenner, with such an unfamiliar face, is qualified to sit in the VIP seat. It turns out that everything was arranged by Master Yunlu. At this moment, Lu Yenner, standing on the auction platform, held the painting gifted by Master Yunlu in her hands, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She couldn't believe that Master Yunlu would have specially commissioned a painting for her. What is the merit of a little woman like me? At this moment, Lu Yenner is no longer the charming queen of roses, nor is she the cold-faced killer Night Rose. She is just an ordinary girl who is favored by her idol. At the same time, she is also the third sister that Lu Yun most respects, Lu Yenner. Of course, all of this was Lu Yun's arrangement. The night before, Sister Yen had been insulted at the home of Han Laosher. Those pedantic people thought that Sister Yen was not qualified to be part of their circle. Fine. Then I won't integrate into your circle. I will personally organize a feast, and let you see with your own eyes who is truly the top dog. In no time, countless well-known collectors took the initiative to show their goodwill to Lu Yenner, and invited her to visit their own collections of calligraphy and painting. One rich businessman even offered to buy the painting The Rose of Prosperity for a price of hundreds of millions of dollars, but Lu Yenner refused. The rich businessman was not angry, but just handed over his business card with some regret, hoping to make friends with Lu Yenner. Their goal was to get to know Master Yunlu through Lu Yenner. Because in their opinion, Lu Yen must know Yunlu very well, otherwise Yunlu would not have painted a painting just for her. After today, I'm afraid that all art lovers will remember the name Lu Yenner and that she is someone very important to Master Yunlu. Han Lao, Hu Weiping, and Zhu Hongyuan and his son could only stand far away from the crowd, watching Lu Yenner, surrounded by countless famous collectors, with a heart full of bitterness. They had the best chance to meet Master Yunlu, but in the end, they wasted the opportunity. Thinking of this, the people in their circle all turned to Zhu Rome and glared at him angrily. It's all this dog's fault. If he hadn't targeted Miss Lu that night, we would have already been connected to Master Yunlu. You are a maggot in a shit pit. Plop. Xu Hongyuan regretted it too late. Suddenly his body twitched, and he fell to the ground, his entire face turning red again. "Dad!" Zhu Rong shouted. Hu Weiping reacted immediately, took out his needle bag and gave Xu Hongyuan acupuncture, using the same technique as the night before. However, this time, instead of waking up, Zhu Hongyuan's convulsions became even more severe, and blood even began to gush from his 7 orifices. How could this happen? Tell me, how could this happen? Xu Rong grabbed Hu Weiping by the collar and shouted at him. Hu Weiping was also panicked. He had never encountered such a situation before. I don't know either. The acupuncture treatment was effective the night before, but why is it? I'll call my teacher. Call your mother's phone. By the time your teacher arrives, my father will be dead. Xu Rong angrily punched Hu Weiping, knocking his glasses off and smashing them to pieces. Suddenly, Xu Rong saw Lu Yun and ran over to him, crying, "Mr. Lu, my father is dying. Please save my father." Lu Yun, however, glanced at him indifferently and said, "Didn't someone forbid me to question his medical skills? Hu Weiping's mother is a quack doctor. Mr. Lu, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you the other day, and I shouldn't have disbelieved you. You can punish me however you want, but please save my father." Although Xu Rong is a bit of a smartass and has a bad character, he is better than some people when it comes to filial piety. Seeing that Lu Yun did not respond, he ran to Lu Yenner and bowed several times. "Miss Lu, I was a bit rude the other night. Please forgive me." Han Lao also helped to plead for mercy, saying, "After all, it is a human life. Miss Lu, I also beg you to persuade Mr. Lu. Human life." Lu Yenner, as a cold-blooded killer, had indeed killed several people, but they were all heinous criminals. Xu Hongyuan had not committed any major crimes. Moreover, before that night, Mr. Han had always taken good care of him, so it was impossible for Lu Yenner to remain indifferent to his plea for mercy. "Xiao Lu Yun." Just as Lu Yen was about to speak, Lu Yun smiled and said, "Yenner, I understand." He then walked over to Xu Hongyuan and kicked Hu Weiping out of the way. "Open your eyes and take a good look. This is the 9 turns rejuvenating needle." Lu Yun pulled out all the needles from Xu Hongyuan's body and reinserted them. The movements were fluid. It was done in one go. And the most amazing thing is that every time he picks up the needle, a tremor will burst out from the needle tip. This technique. Hu Weiping, who saw this scene, had his pupils shrink and his face was full of horror. Even his teacher could not match this consummate acupuncture technique. Who is this Mr. Lu in front of him? Pop. After Lu Yun finished acupuncture, he suddenly saw Xu Hongyuan vomit a mouthful of black blood. This was the blood clot that Hu Weiping had suppressed the night before using the wrong acupuncture technique. "Dad, how are you?" Xu Rong rushed to Xu Hongyuan's side. Xu Hongyuan took a deep breath and said, "I feel much better. I don't have the same dull pain in my chest as before. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Miss Lu." Xu Rong then knelt down and gave them a few bows. Chapter 25, Dr. Chou's Heirs. Mr. Lu. Just as Lu Yun was about to leave the auction house with Yenner, Sun Tianlei suddenly came over. The head of the Sun family showed respect when he faced Lu Yun. He didn't know that Lu Yun was the cloud god, or that he was Master Yunlu, because neither the cloud god nor Master Yunlu had been introduced to him by the king of the south. So why did Sun Tianlei respect Lu Yun so much? It all comes down to the day of the Qingguan Group's new product launch. That time, King Nanjiang found the heads of these families and told them that the man behind Yi Qingcheng was the cloud god, and hoped that they could set an example. They all knew that the king of the south had a brother who was a subordinate of the cloud god, and his words were very credible. In addition, the fact that the king of the South River himself had placed a 5 billion order further strengthened their belief. It was worth betting 1 billion orders on a future. On the day of the new product launch, Sun Tianlei was there and learned that Lu Yun and Yi Qingcheng were brother and sister. In other words, Lu Yun was most likely Yun Tianjuan's brother-in-law. Therefore, Sun Tianlei naturally respected Lu Yun. The same was true for the other family leaders, except for Su Guobin. Su Guobin faced Lu Yun's anger that day and felt his unusual momentum. It was the domineering air of a king who ruled the world. Combined with the attitude of the other people, Su Guobin guessed that Lu Yun was not the younger brother-in-law of the cloud god, but the cloud god himself. This is exactly what the saying goes, sometimes an enemy knows you better than your own friends. Su Guobin had bet on the right horse, it just depended on how he used it. At this time, when Sun Tianlei approached him, Lu Yun also replied with a gentle tone, "What is Master Sun here for?" He could tell that Sun Tianlei was asking for something. Lu Yun is not a cold-blooded person. His indifference is only directed at his enemies. As long as the other party respects him, Lu Yun will naturally return his respect. Sun Tianlei smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, I saw you use acupuncture to save that man's life. Are you a doctor?" Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, is there a patient in the Sun family?" "To be honest, Mr. Lu, it's actually my father who is sick. He hasn't eaten for 3 days, so I'd like to ask Mr. Lu to take a look." "Yes." Lu Yun agreed, and asked Yenner to go home first, while he followed Sun Tianlei to the Sun family. Grandpa Sun was lying on his sickbed, his belly bulging like it was stuffed with 2 basketballs, and he kept sighing in his mouth, looking very worried. The Sun family members on the side were also full of anxiety. Lu Yun pressed his hand on the old man's abdomen, and the latter immediately began to groan. Lu Yun already knew what was going on, but before he could start the treatment, someone suddenly rushed in. "Brother, I've invited Dr. Chiu to come over. Hurry up and let him treat our father." The man who came in looked 7/8 like Sun Tianlei, and he was Sun Tiangui, the second son of the Sun family. After Sun Tiangui, a thin old man carrying a medicine box followed, about 60 years old, with a long, shifty look. Although this old man doesn't look like much, he is one of the best doctors in Jiangcheng, and is known as Chou Tongren, the healer who can cure illness with a single dose. The so-called one dose of medicine means that only one prescription can cure the patient. However, when he heard the news that the Dr. Chiu was coming, Sun Tianlei frowned and thought to himself, "This old man, when he should have come, didn't come, but now he's here." When the old man first fell ill, the 2 brothers went to ask Chou Tongren for help, but the old man deliberately delayed and said that the illness was not serious and could not be treated. There was nothing they could do, so they had to find another doctor, but they were all at a loss. When Chou Tongren came at this time, he probably thought that the delay was almost over, so the consultation fee was naturally whatever he said it was. Of course, Sun Tianlei was not happy. But before he could say anything, Chou Tongren turned his face away and said, "What do you mean by this? If you don't respect me, Chou, don't ask me to come." He was upset because he saw Lu Yun treating Sun's father. Sun Tiangui was also surprised that his brother had already invited a doctor to come over. He was stunned for a moment, but seeing that Lu Yun was young, he naturally believed in Chou Tongren's medical skills even more. "Dr. Chiu, this is a misunderstanding. Don't be angry. It's because you were reluctant to come that we had to find another doctor. We couldn't just stand by and watch my father suffer." Sun Tiangui was afraid that Chou Tongren would leave in a huff, so he hurriedly pulled him over and kept explaining. Chou Tongren snorted and said, "So you're blaming me for not coming sooner? I dare not. I am already very grateful that Dr. Chiu is willing to come and treat my father. That's more like it." Chou Tongren said with a condescending tone, "If you want me to treat your father, the consultation fee will be doubled." "What?" Sun Tiangui hurriedly said, "Dr. Chiu, didn't we already agree on the consultation fee before? Why do you want to double it now?" "Humph, the situation is different now." Chou Tongren glanced at Lu Yun with contempt and then continued to say to Sun Tiangui, "If this kid wasn't here, the consultation fee would be the same, but since you invited him here, you're showing a lack of trust in me, so the consultation fee must be doubled." This. Sun Tiangui suddenly didn't know what to say. Sun Tianlei, who was standing nearby, was already furious and was about to tell Chou Tongren to get out, but then he heard Lu Yun say, "Let him treat him first." Sun Tianlei had to suppress his anger for the time being and said to Chou Tongren in a low voice, "The consultation fee is no problem, as long as you can cure my father's illness." Chou Tongren then pretended to put down his medicine box and took the old man's pulse, while not forgetting to sarcastically say to Lu Yun, "Kid, you're lucky to have seen me, Chou, in action today. You can go home and burn some incense." Chapter 26, Shipwreck in the Gutter. Chou Tongren's technique was indeed sophisticated, and he quickly diagnosed Sun's illness through his pulse. Swish, swish, swish. He quickly wrote out a prescription and handed it to Sun Tiangui, "Go buy these Chinese medicinal herbs, boil them, and take 300 milliliters of the juice." Sun Tiangui immediately did as he was told. There was a Chinese herbal medicine shop not far from the Sun family's home, and Sun Tiangui quickly bought the herbs back. It was ready. A bowl of dark herbal medicine was brought up. Xiao Tongren said confidently, "As long as you drink my soup, Grandpa Sun will be cured immediately." Sun Tiangui believed him. But when he was about to give the medicine to the old man, he suddenly had a problem. "Dr. Chiu, my father is vomiting after drinking it. I can't even get the medicine down him. Is that possible?" Xiao Tongren frowned and personally fed the medicine to Sun Leoi with a spoon. Sure enough, as soon as it reached his mouth, he spat it out. "Grandpa Sun, you must take this medicine." "How can you get better without taking medicine?" Xiao Tongren said seriously. Grandpa Sun is too weak to do anything, but if he could, he would definitely slap Xiao Tongren across the face. "Drink your sister, do you think I don't want to drink it? It's just that my body doesn't allow it." He can't even drink water now, and Xiao Tongren keeps asking him to drink the medicine. Isn't this ridiculous? Seeing that Sun Leoi still refused to take the medicine, Xiao Tongren also began to grumble in his heart. This can't go on. My reputation as a master healer can't be ruined like this. Xiao Tongren frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered a method. He said, "I'll give Grandpa Sun a belly rub. If I can smooth out his qi, maybe he'll be able to drink the medicine." With that, Xiao Tongren used his professional Chinese massage techniques to help Sun's stomach. Ouch! Where are you pressing? Sun was originally unable to exert any strength, but after Chiu gave him a massage, he jumped out of bed in pain and slapped him in the face. Xiao Tongren was stunned. Sun Tiangui hurriedly apologized, saying, "Dr. Chiu, my father didn't mean to do it. It must have been an instinctive reaction because it hurt so much." Xiao Tongren could not possibly be angry with a patient, so he could only swallow his anger and feel depressed. If he refuses to take the medicine and let me massage him, how can I cure his illness? Is it really going to end in disaster today? Is that it? At this moment, Lu Yun, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly sneered and said, "I thought you were a big shot, but it turns out you're just a waste." A waste? Xiao Tongren's mouth twitched, and he turned his head and glared at Lu Yun viciously. "You ill-mannered thing, which hospital are you a doctor at?" He had just been holding back a lot of anger and frustration, and now Lu Yun had come right to the point, so he took it out on him. As long as Lu Yun dares to say which hospital he works in, Xiao Tongren can use his influence in the traditional Chinese medicine community in Jiangcheng to ruin Lu Yun's career. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap suddenly sounded. Pop! Xiao Tongren stumbled out in anger, saying, "Master Sun, what do you mean by this?" The person who struck him was Sun Tianlei. He had long been unhappy with Xiao Tongren, and if Lu Yun had not told him to be patient for a little longer, he would not have let Xiao Tongren stay until now. Sun Tianlei said coldly, "If you dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Lu again, I will slap you again." You! Xiao Tongren was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing at Sun Tianlei and scolding him, "You little brat, without me, I don't see how you can treat your father's illness. You don't need to worry about it." Sun Tianlei coldly glanced at Xiao Tongren, then looked at Lu Yun and respectfully said, "Mr. Lu, please take care of my father's illness." Lu Yun nodded. Xiao Tongren couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you think this thing can cure your father's illness? I think you're just waiting for your father to die sooner." Pop! Xiao Tongren was slapped to the ground again. Some people are just mean-spirited. Xiao Tongren's face was burning with pain, but he didn't dare to fight back in the face of the tall and strong Sun Tianlei. But this time he had learned his lesson and didn't say a word. The reason he didn't leave was because he wanted to see for himself how this Lu kid was going to kill Sun's old man. The flies finally stopped buzzing, and the scene became quiet. Lu Yun stared at the old man on the sickbed for a while, neither prescribing medicine nor administering acupuncture, but suddenly asked Sun Tianlei a question: "What are your father's hobbies?" Hobbies? Sun Tianlei was stunned. What kind of hobbies does Mr. Lu mean? He likes antiques and calligraphy. My father likes collecting antique porcelain. He has several blue and white porcelain pieces from the Yuan dynasty in his study. Bring them all over. Sun Tianlei didn't know what Lu Yun wanted to do, but he still followed his instructions and brought the blue and white porcelain over. Xiao Tongren stood by and sneered, wanting to see what this Lu kid was up to. "Grandpa Sun, these blue and white porcelain pieces are in good condition. It must have taken a lot of effort to collect them. Lu Yun waved the blue and white porcelain in front of Sun's grandfather. Mr. Sun said with a wry smile, "Mr. Lu, what do you mean?" If it were under normal circumstances, he would be more than happy to talk about antique porcelain with Lu Yun, but now that he is almost out of his mind, who would have the mood for that? I don't know what Lu Yun is thinking. Sun Tianlei and Sun Tiangui were also perplexed. Xiao Tongren snorted and said, "I don't understand." At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly revealed a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "Grandpa Sun, your hobby is collecting antique porcelain, but I'm the opposite. I like to break antique porcelain." He then threw the blue and white porcelain in his hand to the ground in front of Sun Leoi. Chapter 27, Sun Tianlei's Decision. Bang! The blue and white porcelain shattered into pieces as it fell to the ground. The faces of the Sun brothers immediately changed. The old man's favorite things were these things, which he wiped with cotton cloth several times a day, more often than he wiped his own butt. Now, Lu Yun has smashed it to pieces. This is not just a piece of blue and white porcelain, it is clearly the life of Sun's grandfather. "You crazy man, do you think my father's illness isn't serious enough? How dare you break my father's collection? I'm going to kill you." Sun Tiangui roared in anger and rushed up to beat Lu Yun, but was stopped by Sun Tianlei. "Don't be impulsive. Mr. Lu must have his reasons for doing this." Sun Tianlei's face was also very bad, and he didn't understand why Lu Yun did this, but he chose to be patient. Sun Tiangui shouted in confusion, "Big brother, can't you see that this kid is clearly trying to anger our father? How can you still protect him?" Sun Tianlei remains silent. What can he do now? He can't offend him, so he can only choose to believe in Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun had already raised the second blue and white porcelain and was about to smash it down again. Sun Tiangui's eyes were bloodshot, and he could no longer tolerate Lu Yun's misdeeds. He took a step forward and snatched the porcelain vase. But at that moment, oh! Sun, who was lying on his sickbed, suddenly turned over and was about to scold Lu Yun with a face full of anger, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly vomited a large amount of sour and smelly food from his stomach. His belly, which had been as big as a basketball, deflated. It turned out that Sun's illness was caused by a lack of healthy circulation in the spleen, which led to abdominal distension and food stagnation. In the five elements theory of traditional Chinese medicine, the spleen is earth and the liver is wood, and wood controls earth. Lu Yun deliberately provoked Sun Leoi, causing the fire of the liver to burn and the spleen to lose control, so he vomited the food that had accumulated. Without a single needle or pill, the old man's illness was cured. The two Sun brothers were stunned. "You were laughing so happily just now." At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly walked over to Xiao Tongren and slapped him on the back of the head. Just now. Lu Yun was laughing the most when he was breaking the blue and white porcelain, and even said, "This thing is supposed to cure diseases, but it's probably just a monkey's joke." Due to the noisy environment, the others may not have heard it, or perhaps everyone was paying attention to the blue and white porcelain and didn't pay attention to it. But Lu Yun heard it. He was the great cloud god, and he could not be called a trickster. This is absolutely intolerable. So Lu Yun slapped Xiao Tongren on the back of the head, using a little force. Xiao Tongren stumbled forward, and, as fate would have it, fell right on top of Sun Laozi's puke, and, as fate would have it, ate a little of it. The taste was so sour and refreshing. Sun Tianlei couldn't bear to watch any longer, and quickly called two bodyguards to drag Xiao Tongren out. "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I almost misunderstood you just now," Sun Tiangui said apologetically. He was really close to doing something to Lu Yun, but fortunately the old man vomited in time. Lu Yun said nonchalantly, "It's fine. You're just a loving father." Then Lu Yun looked at Sun's grandfather and smiled, "Grandpa, you won't blame me for breaking your precious thing anymore, will you?" "Ha ha. No, Mr. Lu saved my life, how could I blame Mr. Lu?" Mr. Sun waved his hand in a hurry and smiled. Although he was very sad about breaking the blue and white porcelain, he was happy that he had saved his life. Sun Tianlei said with respect, "Mr. Lu, you can tell me how much you want for the consultation." "No need. No matter what, I broke an antique of your father, so I won't charge you for the consultation. As long as the Sun family supports my sister's Cheeching group in the future, that's all I need," Lu Yun said cheerfully, and then walked away from the Sun family. Looking at Lu Yun's carefree back, Sun Tianlei gritted his teeth and made a huge decision. I will call a family meeting immediately. I will announce that all of our Sun family sales channels will only serve products from the Allure Group in the future. Brother, isn't that a bit too risky? Sun Tiangue said worriedly. All sales channels will only serve the products of the Qingcheng Group, which means that the Sun family is completely tied to the Qingcheng Group with a hemp rope. This is a very risky move. If something happens to the Qingcheng Group, the Sun family will face disaster. As businessmen, aren't we taking risks every day? Sun Tianlei had already made up his mind and looked at the old man again. The old man nodded to him and said, "Since I have already handed over the family business to you, I will support any decision you make. Besides, I also think that Mr. Liu is not someone to be underestimated, and he will definitely be able to rise to the occasion in the future." Mr. Liu? Sun Tianlei's eyes narrowed. It wasn't just Mr. Liu who had driven him to make this decision, but also that man. Lu Yun returned to Green Villa. Lu Yan asked with a smile, "Xiao Lu Yun, why do you think Master Yun Lu suddenly gave me a painting? How did he know me?" "You should ask Master Yun Lu that question." "Humph, you think I'm stupid? Tell me honestly, are you hiding something from your sister?" "Okay, I admit it. I asked Master Yun Lu to paint the Rose of Prosperity." "You're still pretending." Lu Yan dragged Lu Yun into the room and pointed to a few crumpled pieces of paper on the table and said, "I've already looked through your trash can. Besides a few strange pieces of toilet paper, the rest is all this." Lu Yun was speechless. Is Yenner a second-rate person? Who would be a decent person and go through the trash? But Lu Yun also knew what these crumpled sheets of paper were. They were the discarded drafts he had used when he painted the Rose of Prosperity. Chapter 28, This is a Misunderstanding. Lu Yun was just teasing Yenner. There was no need to hide the identity of Master Yun Lu. Since Yenner had discovered it, Lu Yun simply admitted it. Suddenly, Lu Yenner's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She had admired her idol for so long, and never imagined that he was her own brother. What touched Lu Yenner the most was that in order to help her get her revenge, Xiao Lu Yun had gone to great lengths to organize an auction, making her the center of attention. If it weren't for her exposing him, he wouldn't have admitted that he was Master Yun Lu. What is this called? This is called silent protection, which gives you the warmest feeling in the world without you realizing it. In her heart, Lu Yenner seemed to have found a harbor, a safe harbor where she could shed all her pretenses. Xiao Lu Yun. Lu Yenner was so moved that she hugged Lu Yun, but she lost her balance and the two of them fell together. Lu Yun immediately said with a stern face, "Yenner, you're very touched, but don't try to take advantage of me. Cloud God is a very principled person." Seeing Lu Yun's expression, Lu Yenner's playful mood suddenly arose. Her delicate lips suddenly outlined a charming smile and she said, "Don't you think I look good?" Lu Yenner looked down on Lu Yun from a high position, and her slender hands pushed the hair in front of her that blocked her view behind her ears. Lu Yun suddenly became agitated. "Sister Yen, you're going to play with fire." "No. She is his own sister." Lu Yun was about to push away the playful Lu Yen, but suddenly heard a cold voice, which almost scared the soul out of him. "You're having fun." Yi Qingcheng was leaning against the door with her arms folded, her pretty face cold as ice. "Ahem. Sister Qingcheng, this is a misunderstanding." Lu Yun was about to explain when suddenly he saw a cold slap coming towards his face. "Why are you hitting me?" "Innocent." After scolding Lu Yun, Yi Qingcheng said to Lu Yenner in a cold voice, "Third sister, you will sleep in the same room with me from now on, so that you won't do anything stupid." Lu Yenner reluctantly stuck out her tongue, but she had to listen to her eldest sister. Among the 7 sisters, Yi Qingcheng is still very authoritative. Millionaire. An underground casino in Jiangcheng. A dozen men with their arms bare and tattoos of dragons and tigers on their arms were gathered together. There are 2 of them. One is their boss, flowery armed dragon, with a big cigar in his mouth, looking fierce and menacing. His reputation is so fearsome that it can stop even a baby from crying at night. The other man is Wang Gang, kneeling on the ground and trembling. "Brother Long. Brother Long, didn't we agree to pay you back within a week? It's not even been a week yet. You think I'm stupid?" Huar Long poked the cigar into Wang Gang's head and scolded, "If it weren't for me sending someone to keep an eye on you, you would have long gone to another province." A few days ago, Su Kai promised Wang Gang that if he came forward to slander Yi Qingcheng, he would help him pay off his gambling debts. But then, things took a turn for the worse when a mysterious man named Wang from Nanjiang came along and ruined all the plans. Su Kai was barely able to save himself, so naturally he couldn't take care of Wang Gang. There was no other way, so Wang Gang had to choose to escape to a different province. However, as soon as he arrived at the train station, he was stopped by Huan Long's men. "Brother Long, I didn't want to run away, really. You can believe me. I was just going to the train station to blow off some steam. You know, that place has the most of this kind, and the prices are cheap." Bang! Hua Long slapped Wang Gang in the face. "You really are a talented person, you can find such an excuse. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Brother Long, please." Wang Gang begged for mercy. "Please give me a few more days. I will definitely be able to pay you back within the agreed time." "Pay back? How can you pay back?" Hua Long made a move to slap Wang Gang again, and Wang Gang quickly grabbed his leg and said, "Brother Long, you have to believe me, I can definitely raise the money. You know Yi Qingcheng, she is my older sister, she is very rich, and she has a very good relationship with Wang Nanjiang." "Nanjiang Wan?" Huan Long was stunned. Wang Gang thought he had found an opportunity and hurriedly said, "Yes, it's the king of the South River. My sister is the king of the South River's woman." It seems that he was going to use the king of the South River to suppress Hua Long. But who would have thought? After a moment of hesitation, Hua Long suddenly burst into laughter, and the men around him who were drawing dragons and tigers also laughed along with him. "Wang Gang, I really admire you more and more as a genius. Can you make up a more ridiculous reason? Just say that your sister is the woman of the cloud god. See if we will believe it. Brother Long, I really didn't lie to you." Pop! Huan Long slapped him again, his smile stopped, and he said with a fierce expression, "Stop wasting my time, call your sister now and ask for money." Wang Gang froze. Hua Long angrily said, "What are you still doing? Do you want to be beaten up by me first?" "No, Brother Long, don't misunderstand me. It's because I've already asked my sister for money many times, and she definitely won't believe me anymore." Wang Gang's voice trembled as he saw Huan Long about to strike again, and he hurriedly added, "But, if you just record a video of me and send it to my sister and tell her that if she doesn't pay up, she'll be harassed by Grandpa Wu, she'll definitely pay up." Wang Gang knew in his heart that he was nothing in Yi Qingcheng's eyes. But Grandpa Wu is different. Yi Qingcheng must care about Grandpa Wu. As long as you seize this weak point, she will definitely not sit idly by. Hua Long kicked Wang Gang in the face with a kick, and sneered, "You really are a filial son." Chapter 29, not a request, but a warning. Lu Yun had originally planned to see his second sister today, but when he came to the living room, he saw Qingcheng sitting on the sofa with a sullen expression on her face. "What's wrong, sister?" Lu Yun asked. "It's still about that ungrateful bastard Wang Gang." Yi Qingcheng angrily played the video on her phone for Lu Yun. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. "Sister, don't think too much, I'll take care of it. Do you want to go find Wang of the South River?" "No need." Lu Yun sneered and left the green villa directly. Yi Qingcheng was still worried, so she called Lu Yenner again. After all, Lu Yenner runs a bar and has some connections with the Grey Forces. Maybe she knows the boss of the millionaire and can ask for a favor. When the call was connected, the voice of Lu Yenner came out of the other end, sounding confused. "Sister, why are you calling me at this time?" Wang Gang was being held by the millionaire. Yi Qingcheng cut to the chase. "It's none of my business that he's been detained." Xiao Luyun also went. "What? Xia Luyan went too? I'm going to blow up the millionaire." Lu Yenner hung up the phone with a bang, took a bayonet and strapped it to her back, then rushed to the millionaire. "Flower-armed dragon, if my Lu Yun loses a single hair, I will make your life a living hell." At this moment, Lu Yun had already arrived at the entrance of the casino. His expression was cold. He didn't care whether Wang Gang was dead or alive. What he cares about is that Hua Long actually dared to harass Qingcheng and even threatened to harass Grandpa Wu. This person must be killed. "Show your ID." Two indifferent men in black stood at the door and stopped Lu Yun. Millionaires generally don't let strangers in. Whenever a stranger wants to get in, they must be introduced by a regular customer. And regular customers usually have a casino-specific ID card. The two men stopped Lu Yun, but it was just a routine check. Lu Yun said coldly, "Get out of the way. Are you looking for trouble?" The two men quickly reacted, their faces darkening, but before they could make a move, a sharp pain suddenly shot through their stomachs. Then, boom! Their bodies slammed into the door and they fell inside. Inside the casino, many gamblers were playing baccarat and were startled by the loud noise from the door. What's going on? Everyone looked at the door in confusion. They saw a young man with a cold face step in. "If you don't want to die, get out." The young man's voice was not loud, but everyone in the casino could hear him clearly. Especially when he spoke, the temperature in the entire casino seemed to drop. "This is a god of death." The gamblers shuddered and dared not stay any longer. Soon the casino was cleared out, leaving only a few beautiful female dealers, who were shivering under the tables. What's going on? Huarbang rushed over to the sound, followed by his group of thugs. When he saw Lu Yun, Huarlan's pupils suddenly contracted. "Who are you?" Lu Yun did not answer, but instead asked, "You're the one who sent the video to my sister, right?" Huanlong immediately realized that this person was looking for Wang Gang, so he waved his hand, and several of his subordinates immediately ran to close the casino doors and then blocked Lu Yun. Huarbi then ordered one of his men, "Go and drag that dog out." Soon, Wang Gang, who was badly bruised, was dragged out. When he saw Lu Yun, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Lu Yun, save me. It must be my sister who asked you to save me, right?" "Shut up." Hua Armed Dragon slapped Wang Gang to calm him down, then turned to look at Lu Yun. "You should have the right attitude when you come to ransom someone. You came here and drove away my customers. How do you plan to settle the score?" Lu Yun suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly, "How are you going to settle this?" "Ha ha." Huan Long snorted in derision. "First, kneel down and apologize, then pay to ransom your brother." Lu Yun did not say anything, but quietly looked at Huan Long for a few seconds before slowly opening his mouth and saying, "First, I will not apologize to you by kowtowing. Second, I don't have the ransom money on me. Third, this kind of trash is not qualified to be my brother." After the sound of his voice, the casino was silent for a moment, and then the voice of Huan Long's anger rang out. "What the fuck are you doing here without the ransom? Are you playing with me? I just came to tell you that it doesn't matter what you do with Wang Gang, but don't bother my sister and Grandpa Wu anymore." Upon hearing this, Wang Gang became agitated. "Lu Yun, after all, we were raised in the same orphanage, how can you not help when you see someone in trouble?" "Shut up." Huarlong slapped Wang Gang again, then looked at Lu Yun. "So, is this how you ask for help?" He pointed to the door. The two black-clad men at the gate were still lying on the ground, moaning and groaning. Lu Yun shook his head and said, "I'm not begging you, but warning you. I think you're fucking looking for death." Hua's face suddenly turned dark, and his eyes glared. At this moment, a burly man suddenly stood up and said, "Brother Long, I think this guy is a martial arts expert. Why don't I take him on?" The man who spoke was named Li Hu, a gold medal fighter under Flower Armed Dragon. He was instrumental in his current position. Huarlong nodded and then said to Lu Yun, "Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you can survive 10 moves from my brother's men, everything can be discussed. But if you can't?" He sneered. "Not only will Wang Gang not be able to leave, you will also have to stay with me today. The ransom will be 10 times higher." Boom! As soon as Huan Long finished speaking, he suddenly saw Lu Yun turn into a shadow and kick Li Hu with a ferocious kick. Although Li Hu used his arms to block in front of him in time, the terrifying power was simply more than he could bear. His arms were instantly broken, and his chest followed suit, sinking in. Lu Yun turned his head and looked at Huan Long, and said lightly, "What did you just say?" Chapter 30, The King's Wrath, Killing with His Breath. Ka! Huan Long's jaw almost dropped in shock. One kick. He kicked Li Hu out with just one kick, and also broke his arm. Others may not know the extent of Li Hu's power, but Huarlong knows very well that Li Hu has been hitting a wooden stake every day since he was 10 years old, and has done so for more than 20 years. His arms are already 3 times as hard as the average person's. It was precisely with these iron hands that Li Hu stood out from the many fighters and became the most valued subordinate of Hua Armed Dragon. Huarlong even considered him his successor. But today, In front of this young man named Lu Yun, Li, who was unable to even block his kick. Those iron hands that were invincible seemed as fragile as a piece of paper. You can imagine how terrifying the power of Lu Yun's kick was. Hua Erlong's heart was in turmoil and looked at Lu Yun with wide eyes and said, "Who are you?" A character with such excellent kung fu, and so young, could definitely not be an unknown. So Huan Long had to ask clearly, lest he provoke forces he should not provoke. "Who am I?" In response to Hua's question, Lu Yun laughed and said, "I'm just a person who would give his life to protect my sister." Hua's heart trembled. He pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he said seriously, "You're so good at fighting, why don't you come work for me? I won't bother your sister anymore, and I'll even treat you to all the good food and drink you want." Hua Erlong quickly offered an olive branch and waited quietly for Lu Yun's answer. However, Lu Yun looked at him strangely, then quietly said 3 words, "You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it." These 3 words were so impactful. The surrounding thugs were shocked. They all dreamed of being valued by Brother Long, but they were not good enough. But this kid, Lu Yun, was good. Brother Long took the initiative to recruit him, but he actually said, "You don't deserve it." He's a bit ungrateful. Hua Erlong's face also turned dark, and he said, "Kid, I thought you were a sensible person, but I didn't expect you to refuse to accept my toast and instead accept a punishment." In front of so many subordinates, he was humiliated by Lu Yun, and Flower Arm Dragon was naturally unhappy. What's even more unreasonable is that Lu Yun actually gave the exact same words back to Hua Erlong, saying, "I thought you were a sensible person, but now it seems that you are playing with fire and burning yourself." Playing with fire and burning yourself? Ha ha. I'd like to see who's playing with fire and burning themselves. A sneer appeared on the corner of Hua's mouth. He suddenly reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a homemade pistol. The dark hole was locked on to Lu Yun. "You're good at martial arts, aren't you? You're fast, aren't you? I'll see if you can outrun a bullet." Huan Long has been able to rise to his current position without a little self-defense. He has already killed several bosses with this pocket pistol. He doesn't mind killing one more person today. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed as he looked straight at Hua Erlong and said, "You want to kill me? If you want me to spare you, kneel down and kowtow 100 times, then crawl under my crotch." Hua Erlong sneered. "Are you sure?" Lu Yun asked again. Click. Hua Erlong directly pulled the safety bolt, as if answering Lu Yun's question. Lu Yun paused. Then, the murderous intent surging from his body, "Very well, you can now go and report to the King of Hell." As he spoke, Lu Yun's footsteps suddenly moved toward Hua Erlong, completely ignoring the existence of the pocket pistol. This was a situation that Huarbi had never encountered before. Every time he pulled out his pistol, the other person would be scared shitless. But this Lu Yun is good, facing the dark muzzle, he is even more aggressive. Is this kid a lunatic? Hua Erlong's heart trembled, especially when he saw Lu Yun's eyes, which were not afraid, but only indifferent. He was even more certain that this person was a complete lunatic. "If you take another step, I'll really shoot." Hua Erlong didn't notice that when he spoke, his voice had already begun to tremble a little, and his momentum had completely fallen behind. He was the one holding the deadly weapon, so why did he feel so uneasy? Hua Erlong didn't have time to think, because Lu Yun had already come within 5 meters of him, completely ignoring his warning. Die. Finally, unable to withstand the tremendous pressure, Hua Erlong pulled the trigger. Bang! A cloud of black smoke filled the muzzle, and the bullet, spinning at high speed, shot toward Lu Yun's face in an instant. But at this critical moment, crack! Lu Yun suddenly shouted. It was as if the bullet, which had been shot at high speed, seemed to have been frozen by some mysterious force. As the sound wave spread, it suddenly turned back and disappeared into the brow of the Flower Arm Dragon with a bang. Flower Arm Dragon could never have imagined that there would be such a strange thing in this world. The bullet bounced back? And it was bounced back by sound? Hua Erlong couldn't understand it, and he didn't need to understand it, because at this moment he was already dead beyond death. Lu Yun looked at the corpse of Hua Erlong with indifference, and then looked away. This was the first time he had used his supernatural powers to kill an ordinary person in the Dragon Kingdom. It was probably not the last time. From now on, anyone who disrespects my sisters will suffer the same fate. At this moment, the surrounding thugs were completely dumbfounded. Who would believe such a bizarre method if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Even if they had seen it with their own eyes, they would still feel like they were dreaming. Killing with his breath, how terrifying! Li Hu asked in horror, "Your Excellency, who are you?" Lu Yun suppressed his murderous intent and said softly, "You can call me Tianxie Wang, or you can call me Yun Tianxinjun." Chapter 31, Beautiful Doctor, I'm sick. Tianxie Wang, Cloud God of Heaven. Li Hu and the others were split open, their livers and gallbladders shattered. How could such a being, like a dragon god, appear in the small Jiangchang? And he is so young? Plop. Everyone knelt down. There was no need for Lu Yun to say anything else. Just mentioning the name of the cloud god was enough to make these people tremble and kneel. Wang Gang was struck by lightning. He was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. How could he believe that the skinny kid who grew up with him in the Sunshine Welfare Center had now become the peerless cloud god of heaven? And he himself is still living like a dog. People like you, living is a sin. If it weren't for Grandpa Wu's face, I would have killed you 3 or 4 times already. Lu Yun said, and in Wang Gang's terrified gaze, pinched his head and shook it. Wang Gang's mind suddenly went blank. He was really stupid this time. After doing all this, Lu Yun left the millionaire. Li Hu glanced at the corpse on the ground and suddenly said to the thugs around him in a stern voice, "Brother Long committed suicide. Remember?" "Yes, Brother Tiger." As soon as Lu Yun left the millionaire, he saw Yen Er rushing over with murderous intent. When she saw Lu Yun, she froze for a moment. "Little Lu Yun, did Flowery Dragon do anything to you?" Lu Yun smiled and said, "Your brother is very powerful. When Flower Arm Dragon saw me, he didn't even have time to kneel down, so how could he dare to make things difficult for me?" At this moment, he no longer had the domineering aura he had just now. He was just an ordinary brother. Lu Yun pressed her chest, which was heaving, and let out a long sigh, saying, "It's a good thing you're okay, otherwise I'd have to hang Huarlong up and flay him alive." Lu Yun. "Sister Yen, this corpse whipping trick of yours is pretty good." "Right, didn't you say you were going to see your second sister?" "Let's go, I'll take you there." Lu Yener suddenly grabbed Lu Yun's neck and said. Lu Yun asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to work today?" "Since you're already out, I might as well accompany you." "Get in the car quickly. I'm an old driver." "Okay." Lu Yun nodded, but then suddenly asked, "Yener, did you forget someone?" "Who?" "Wang Gang." "Who is Wang Gang?" "I don't know him. I only know Xia Luyan." Lu Yener's car is a black Mercedes-Benz. Generally, this type of car is driven by men more often than by women. But Lu Yen is different. The boldness of the black Mercedes-Benz actually matches her queenly aura, and there is no sense of incongruity at all. The car sped down the main street of Jiangcheng. Lu Yen asked, "Do you know everything about my sister?" "Qinxing has already told me." Lu Yun nodded. Lin Xingtan, my second sister, is an old Chinese medicine doctor who specializes in treating bullshitters. She used to work at the Jiangcheng City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, but then she quit for some reason. Now she has opened her own Chinese medicine clinic, called Xinglin Hall. "That's your sister's clinic up ahead." As the car was about to arrive at Xinglin Hall, Lu Yener said, "I'll get off here. Don't you need me to follow you?" Lu Yun laughed and said, "I'm going to give my sister a surprise." "If you follow me, won't you expose my identity?" Lu Yun suddenly remembered the scene when she met Lu Yun that day, and couldn't help but glare at him and say, "I think it's more like a shock. I can warn you that my second sister is a good girl and can't stand being scared." "Is Yener not a good girl?" Lu Yun regretted asking this question as soon as he finished it, because he felt that Lu Yener's eyes were getting more and more wrong. "Little Lu Yun, there's no one to keep an eye on us now that big sister is at home." Her voice had a unique charm, the legendary royal sister sound, full of charm. Lu Yun was shocked and quickly said, "Sister Yen, I'm getting off first." Looking at Lu Yun's fleeing back, Lu Yener's mouth curled into a thrilling smile. "Humph, little brat." Arrived at Xinglin Hall. Lu Yun had seen the photo before, so she recognized the doctor at once as her second sister, Lin Xingtan. Lin Xingtan was wearing a white coat. Since it was summer, the sleeves were very short, revealing 2 snow-white arms, and the lower part of the coat was split, revealing a pair of white and beautiful legs. My second sister is also a beautiful woman. Taking advantage of the fact that the clinic was empty, Lu Yun quickly walked in and sat across from her sister. Beautiful doctor, I have a problem. Lu Yun went straight to the point. Lin Xingtan looked up and saw a young man smiling at her. The face was somewhat familiar, and she couldn't help but lose her mind. Impossible. Lin Xingtan denied herself in her heart. At this moment, Lu Yun's voice rang out again, "Beautiful doctor, please help me see a doctor quickly, don't just stand there." "Ah. I'm sorry. May I ask what's wrong with you, sir?" Lin Xingtan hurriedly apologized. Looking at her sister's embarrassed expression, Lu Yun inexplicably felt her cuteness. Moreover, her voice was so beautiful. Her soft voice, like a trickling stream, gives people a pleasant feeling of nourishing the heart, not as cold as my eldest sister, nor as charming as my third sister, but a typical warm-hearted older sister. Beautiful doctor, my problem is that every time I see a beautiful woman, my heart starts to beat faster. Especially now, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my throat. What should I do? Lin Xingtan paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Sir, this is not a disease. You are purely a greedy girl's body. I suggest you go home and take a cold shower first to see if the situation will improve." Chapter 32, This situation requires amputation. Lu Yun's behavior is clearly a form of harassment. If it were anyone else, they would have shouted "scoundrel" and then slapped him. But Lin Xingtan was still speaking in a gentle voice, as if she never knew how to get angry. With this personality, it is actually very easy to suffer. Lu Yun really couldn't bear to tease his second sister anymore, so he called his eldest sister Yi Qingcheng. First, he wanted to let her know that he was safe, and second, he wanted her to help him explain his identity. Lu Yun didn't want to show off her birthmark again to prove her identity. When Lin Xingtan learned the truth, her phone fell to the ground with a thud. Her eyes suddenly became moist. No wonder it felt so familiar, it wasn't a delusion. The two siblings hugged each other, and naturally, they had a lot to talk about. Lu Yun recalled, "Second sister, do you still remember when we were little and we were competing to see who could urinate the farthest? You got your shoes wet and Grandpa Wu scolded you, and you didn't talk to me for a few days." Lin Xingtan didn't expect Lu Yun to remember this incident, and her face turned red. She said, "Nonsense. It was obviously your older sister." Lin Xingtan. I haven't hung up yet, and you dare to sling mud at me. I'll see how I fix you next time. At this moment, Yi Qingqing's cold voice suddenly came through the phone. Lin Xingtan realized that she had been too excited and forgotten to hang up the phone, so she quickly changed her words. "Maybe I remembered it wrong. It should be your fourth sister." She then picked up the phone from the ground, hung up without a word, and didn't give Yi Qingqing a chance to lose her temper. A beautiful reporter investigating the kidnapping of King Gigi in Cambodia, The two siblings chatted for a while, and then a father and son suddenly rushed in from the door. The older one was in his 40s, and the younger one was in his early 20s. "Is Dr. Li here? Hurry up and take a look at my dad's hand. My dad's arm is broken." The young man didn't have time to catch his breath. After running into Xinglin Hall, he immediately hurriedly said, "My dad's arm is broken." He saw that his father's left upper arm was severely twisted, and it was obviously broken. Lin Xingtan immediately went up to him and said, "Dr. Li is not here. I'm on duty today. I can try to help your father reset it." "Try?" The young man immediately became anxious. No, I don't trust female doctors. I only want Dr. Li." In the face of common diseases, there is not much difference between male and female doctors, but bone injuries are different. In particular, fracture reduction requires a certain amount of strength, and female doctors are definitely not as good as male doctors in this regard. It is normal for the young man to not trust Lin Xingtan. At present, there are 3 doctors in the Xinglin Hall, including Lin Xingtan herself. The most famous of them is the doctor the young man referred to as Dr. Li, Li Quan. Every time Dr. Li is on duty, Xinglin Tang has the most patients, because these patients recognize him. Of course, it's not that whoever is more famous has a higher level of medical skill. The reason why Li Quan is so popular is because his teacher is Yu Hongwen, a master of traditional Chinese medicine. As long as the sign of Yu Hongwen's personal disciple is hung there, patients will subconsciously think that Li Quan is trustworthy. This is why many traditional Chinese medicine clinics spend a lot of money to rehire famous old Chinese doctors, because they are famous. This is especially true in small clinics. Even if Lin Xingtan is a highly skilled doctor, without a reputation, it is difficult to attract patients. They would rather go to a big hospital. So Lin Xingtan had no choice but to hire Li Quan at a high price, and the business of Xinglin Hall slowly picked up. This is not the first time this has happened. Lin Xingtan said helplessly, "Okay, you guys sit and wait for a while. I'll call Dr. Li to see if he's free." Li Quan has a very bad temper, and even though Lin Xingtan is the owner of Xinglin Hall, he is a bit afraid of him. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, Li Quan on the other end started yelling at Lin Xingtan, basically telling him to leave him alone during his break. Lin Xingtan hung up the phone in a grievance, but still tried to speak gently to the young man. "Dr. Li is busy with other things right now, so let me do it." "No, I'd rather go to a faraway orthopedic hospital." The young man was about to leave with his father when Luyan came out and said, "Since you don't trust the female doctor, let me come." "You?" The young man glanced at him suspiciously. Lin Xingtan was about to say something, but when she saw Luyan giving her a look, she chose to remain silent. Luyan smiled and said, "That's right, it's me. I'm the newly recruited doctor at Xinglin Hall, and I specialize in bone injuries. Then, you should quickly examine my father's arm." The young man was not suspicious. Luyan looked at the patient's arm, but his expression suddenly became a little more serious. "Your father's condition is quite serious. What's wrong?" The young man's heart sank. "This is a serious dislocation of the elbow joint, which compresses the ulnar nerve and causes dysfunction of the finger joints." "So what?" the young man asked anxiously. Luyan thought for a moment and said seriously, "In this case, amputation is necessary." "Amputation?" The young man's eyes suddenly widened like a cow's. Lin Xingtan also changed her expression, thinking to herself that how could Luyan say such nonsense? Who needs an amputation when they have a broken bone? When Luyan gave her a look just now, Lin Xingtan thought he was really confident, but she never imagined that he would be so reckless. Lin Xingtan has always taken a serious attitude towards medical issues. So even though she loved Luyan dearly, she was a little disappointed in him at the moment. After being gone for 15 years, how could he have become so unreliable when he came back? The young man immediately reacted, angrily shouting, "Amputation? Amputate your mother's limbs. Can you treat patients at all?" The patient was also shaking with anger. "You incompetent doctor, you incompetent doctor, what have I done to offend you that you would do this to me?" Ka! At this moment, Luyan suddenly pressed on the patient's elbow joint with lightning speed, instantly restoring it. The patient was so angry that he didn't even feel the pain. It wasn't until the joint was reset that the father and son were stunned. "Ha? Is that it?" Chapter 33, He bought a car to take shelter from the rain. The father and son couldn't possibly have failed to realize that the young doctor was only saying that the amputation was to distract them from the pain of the fracture being reset. In fact, that was exactly what had happened. The patient had been so angry that he had not felt any pain at all. When he came to his senses, his arm had already returned to normal. "Doctor, I think your technique is better than Dr. Li's. From now on, I'll only come to Xinglin Hall for treatment." After paying the consultation fee, the father and son asked for Luyan's name and then left, grateful and thankful. Lin Xingtan's eyes were already full of wonder. "Little brother, it turns out that you are really an orthopedic surgeon. When did you get your medical license?" As a professional doctor, Lin Xingtan knew how brilliant Luyan's treatment method was. Although it only involved a few pushes and a few jabs, it was very profound. The core of the emotional diversion method is to catch the patient off guard. This is not uncommon in medicine. For example, when a dentist pulls a tooth, he says he will count to 3, but then pulls it out at 1. This is all to distract the patient's attention. But bone injuries are different. When treating bone injuries, the doctor needs to first feel the bones with his hands, confirm the direction of the reset, and then start applying pressure. During this process, the patient is in a state of high tension and pain, and sometimes struggles violently. Luyan only took less than half a minute from feeling the bones to realigning them. During this time, the patient was always in a state of movement, which required a very strong ability to predict. It would not have worked without decades of practice. Lin Xingtan was surprised that Xia Luyan was only in his early 20s, and where did he learn such an experienced method of reduction? However, in response to her sister's question, Lu Yun smiled and said, I haven't studied it. What? You didn't study? Lin Qingtan's mouth opened wide, and it took her a long time to come to her senses and say, You're practicing medicine illegally. Lu Yun thought that her second sister was going to praise her, but she didn't expect to hear such a sentence. She is truly worthy of being her second sister. Subsequently, Lin Qingtan decided to take Lu Yun out for a stroll, so she offered double the salary to another doctor to come and cover for her. She hadn't seen little Lu Yun in so many years, so she would definitely spend more time with him. Lin Qingtan took off her white coat and revealed a purple sleeveless floral shirt underneath, the hem of which was tucked into an apricot-colored high-waisted skirt, creating a stunning silhouette. Lu Yun couldn't help but say, Second sister, let's take a walk and see. What's wrong? Lin Qingtan thought that Lu Yun didn't like her clothes, so she not only took a few steps, but also turned around twice. If you don't like this outfit, I'll go change it. No, it's fine. Lu Yun hurriedly waved her hand. Very soon, the two siblings left the house. Unfortunately, the weather was not on their side. After not long, it suddenly started to rain heavily without warning. They had to find a place to take shelter. Oh, it's Dr. Lin. I heard you're now running your own clinic. That's amazing. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came from the side. A young woman with a bitch-like appearance also ran over to take shelter from the rain, accompanied by an old man in his 50s. The old man took off her shirt and was licking the rain off her head like a dog. Lu Yun asked, Second sister, do you know this woman? He felt uncomfortable when he saw this woman, mainly because the tone of her voice was like a thorn. Her name is Ma Rongrong, and she is a nurse at the Jiangcheng City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. When Lin Qingtan was still working at the Jiangcheng City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, this nurse named Ma Rongrong called her Dr. Lin every day, but after Lin Qingtan resigned, her attitude immediately changed. In fact, there was another very important reason. Hu Chao, the son of the head of the department, was pursuing Lin Qingtan, and everyone thought that Lin Qingtan had a bright future. Ma Rongrong's attitude towards her was naturally intimate. But later, when Lin Qingtan rejected Hu Chao's pursuit, Ma Rongrong didn't bother to please her anymore. Seeing the two of them talking intimately, Ma Rongrong's strange voice rang out again, Dr. Lin's vision is really excellent. She let go of such a good resource as Hu Chao and instead found such a thing. Ma Rongrong, have you said enough? Lin Qingtan looked at Ma Rongrong angrily. Although she was gentle, Ma Rongrong was really annoying, and anyone would be angry. Ma Rongrong glanced at Lu Yun with a mocking look and said, Am I wrong? I'm not saying anything about you, Dr. Lin, but even if you don't like Hu Chao, you can find a boyfriend who is older, like my husband here, who is very caring. As soon as she said this, the old man next to her licked even harder. Come, baby, stand here. Don't catch a cold, I'll be sad. Seeing this pair of freaks, Lin Qingtan wanted to throw up. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly said, Second sister, you wait here for a while, I'll be right back. He rushed into the rain, and Lin Qingtan didn't even have time to stop him. Ma Rongrong mocked even more enthusiastically, Dr. Lin, I think your boyfriend is seriously ill. He doesn't stay in a place to avoid the rain, but rather runs out to get wet. I personally suggest that you find a new boyfriend. Lin Qingtan snorted and turned away, not wanting to deal with this annoying fly. 10 minutes later. Suddenly. Boom! A brand new supercar with a temporary license plate suddenly performed a beautiful drift and stopped in front of everyone. Lu Yun stuck his head out and said, Sister, I didn't see any place selling umbrellas after I had looked around. There was only a 4S store, so I just bought a car to hide from the rain. Chapter 34, Tenderness is worthless in my eyes. There were a few passers-by in the rain shelter, and the moment they saw the supercar, they were not calm. Damn! A Bugatti Veyron, worth tens of millions. What really left them speechless was the sentence Lu Yun said, I looked around and didn't see any place selling umbrellas. There was only a 4S store, so I just bought a car to hide from the rain. Just buy a sports car to escape the rain? Is this how rich people woo girls? I can't even hope to catch up. Lin Qingtan also trembled in her heart, thinking that Xiao Lu Yun was too high profile, but it was quite satisfying. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Qingtan raised her chin and got into the sports car. At this moment, Ma Rongrong had already turned to stone. Do you need to say anything else?
The tenderness of your boyfriend is worthless in front of my Bugatti Veyron.
At this moment, Lu Yun said something with a hint of meaning. Alas, youth is not restrained, and old age is empty and tearful. The old man's hand trembled, wondering how the kid knew he was no good. But before he could ask, he heard a loud bang. The Bugatti Veyron started up, splashing Ma Rongrong with dirty water. The old man with the dog licked his lips and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Your clothes are dirty.
Go home and wipe it for your mother."
Ma Rongrong screamed and slapped the old man in the face, then rushed into the rain.
Into the sports car. Lin Qingtan
asked curiously, "Little brother, how much did you pay for this car?" She didn't know much about car brands, and like most girls, she only knew the common ones like Mercedes, BMW, and Volkswagen.
Bugatti Veyron, I've never seen it before. But judging from the car's configuration, it shouldn't be too cheap.
Lu Yun said casually, "Probably $1 million or $2 million. I didn't ask how much it was exactly, and I just let the salesman buy it with a credit card." After returning to Jiangcheng, Lu Yun has been borrowing his sister's cars, which is sometimes inconvenient. Today, she happened to run into Ma Rongrong, who was inexplicably mocking her, so she simply bought a car to make her feel sick. Lu Yun really didn't ask about the specific price of the car. He walked into the 4S store and saw that the Bugatti Veyron was good, so he simply took out his black card and said, "No introduction needed, just this one, full payment."
The salesman looked at the black card and suddenly his whole body became energetic.
That is the supreme VLP card issued by the Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce, and only those with extremely noble status are eligible to receive it. The salesman was as excited as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. He was as excited as he could be, and immediately issued Lu Yun a temporary license plate, which usually takes more than half an hour to process. The two of them did not return to Xinglin Hall, but instead drove slowly along the river. The rain gradually stopped. The sun shone on the surface of the Zhangjiang River, sparkling with light, and even fish could be seen jumping out of the water.
Lu Yun enjoyed this time. After a while of quiet sailing, Lin Qingtan suddenly asked, "Little brother, have your eldest sister and third sister arranged a job for you?"
Lu Yun shook his head with a wry smile. His eldest sister, Yi Qingchun, had originally arranged for Lu Yun to be the manager of the Human Resources Department of the Qingchun Group. Although it was only a nominal position, Lu Yun did not like it.
As for my third sister, forget it. Work as a bartender in her bar? Or be her bouncer?
Lin Qingtan thought for a moment and said, "I originally wanted you to work at Xinglin Hall, but you don't have a medical license, which is a problem."
"It's okay, I can help with the medicine." "You don't need a license for that."
"Hey, I've been waiting for you to say that."
Lin Qingtan said slyly, "Tomorrow is Dr. Li Quan's consultation, and there will definitely be many patients.
I have to go to the provincial capital to buy a batch of Chinese medicine, so I'm counting on you."
"Second sister, you're tricking me."
Lu Yun reached out and touched her sister's soft waist. Lin Qingtan slapped Lu Yun's hand away and said, "Drive carefully."
"Okay."
Lu Yun was about to drive honestly when he suddenly saw an old lady not far away, swaying towards him.
"Damn it.
I'm really impressed that I've already encountered a car bump on the first day of buying a car." The two got out of the car and immediately saw the old lady holding the wheel and yelling ouch, ouch non-stop.
"Someone's been hit. Someone's been hit."
The old lady was yelling, and a few rowdy youths on the curb next to her immediately ran over.
"Are you okay, ma'am?
These two people hit me, you have to do something about it, ouch."
The youths immediately looked at the two of them.
When they saw Lin Qingtan, they showed a hint of greed in their eyes.
This girl, the best. But that wasn't their goal.
Their goal was to extort money.
A yellow-haired man said to Lu Yun with righteous indignation, "Brother, you knocked down this old lady, don't you have anything to say?" Lin Qingtan said angrily, "We didn't hit her. She clearly came at us." "Really? How come I saw it as you bumping into her?" The yellow-haired man sneered and asked the other young men, "Did you all see it?"
"Yes, it was this Bugatti Veyron that hit her."
"Did you hear that?"
"Everyone saw it."
"It was you who hit her.
What are you trying to argue?"
Huang Mao looked at Lu Yun again and said, "Brother, I don't think you care about the 1,000-odd yuan in medical expenses when you drive such a luxurious car, right? Do you want me to make a video and put it online, so that the media can condemn you?"
In this era of the internet, where the cost of spreading rumors is extremely low, as long as you take a video and add a provocative headline, you can turn white into black. If Lu Yun hadn't come forward, the Chechen group would have been universally reviled. Huang Mao and the others saw this and dared to be so brazen in their attempts to extort money. They usually moved from place to place after making a single attempt, and they were not afraid of retaliation from these wealthy people afterwards.
Moreover, a few $1,000s is not worth mentioning for these rich playboys who drive luxury cars worth tens of millions.
For ordinary people, in the face of a large number of people, they may really have to pay a price to avoid disaster, but unfortunately, they have encountered a god of destruction today.
Chapter 35. This kid is a monster.
As soon as Huang Mao and the others appeared, Lu Yun realized that they were in cahoots with the old lady. This is not a simple case of hitting a porcelain vase, but rather extortion.
Lu Yun thought for a moment, then suddenly squatted down and said to the old lady, "Old lady, I don't think you're injured either."
"You say it doesn't look like it?" The old lady glared at Lu Yun fiercely. "The hospital should be the judge of whether you are injured or not. Either you spend 10,000 to 20,000 yuan to take me to the hospital for a detailed body check, or you give me a few thousand yuan to settle the matter privately. You choose."
"That's a coincidence.
My sister and I are both doctors.
We don't even need to go to the hospital this time. I'll check you out directly."
"What?
You're a doctor?"
The old lady suddenly felt a chill in her heart.
Is this a professional encounter with porcelain? But she quickly said with a frown, "I believe you're a doctor, but even if you are, can you tell by looking at me that I'm injured? I've suffered internal injuries." "Do you know what internal injuries are?"
"Oh." Lu Yun raised his eyebrows.
"How do you know you have internal injuries?" "I see that you are doing well, full of energy, and there is nothing wrong with you?"
The old lady said, "I'm telling you, you're so annoying. I can't move, and I'm in pain all over."
"What else could it be if not internal injury?"
Then she started to moan again. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly revealed a strange smile, and when no one was paying attention, he quickly pressed down on an acupuncture point on the old lady's body. The old lady was still moaning, but after a moment, her moaning suddenly stopped and her face became extremely ugly. A strong urge to defecate came over her.
What's going on? How can she have a stomachache at this time?
The old lady's face turned purple, and finally she couldn't hold it in any longer. Then she ran off without a trace. Lu Yun sighed and said, "The old lady's body is really good. She can still run so fast after suffering internal injuries." Seeing the old lady disappear in an instant, Huang Mao and the others looked at each other in confusion.
This is not the same as the script. Brother Huang Mao, what should we do now? Should we keep on extorting money? Brother Huang Mao, I have an idea. Why don't we play a big game this time?
Look at that girl, how beautiful she is.
Why not? Ah.
Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his body go weightless, and then he was thrown into the Zhangjiang River like a human javelin.
Holy shit.
Huang Mao and the others were shocked.
This place is at least 10 meters away from the Zhangjiang River. How can someone be thrown so easily? This kid is a fucking monster, right? Huang Mao was shocked. Lu Yun glanced at them and said, "Do you want to jump yourself, or do you want me to do it?"
"Brother, we'll jump ourselves."
"Don't bother yourself."
Huang Mao and the others smiled bitterly, ran to the edge of the Zhangjiang River, and plunged in with a thud.
Lin Qingtan's surprised lips said, "Little brother, how come you have so much strength?" Lu Yun said proudly, "It just came out of practice." The next day,
Lin Qingtan went to the provincial capital to buy medicine. Lu Yun stayed behind to help out at Xinglin Hall. Today's patients were indeed full, with a long line extending from the consultation desk to the front door. The doctor on duty today was Li Quan, a direct disciple of the famous master of traditional Chinese medicine Yu Hongwen.
This title alone is enough to attract countless patients.
In addition to Lu Yun, there were two other young apprentices helping out at Xinglin Hall, both of whom were apprentices of Li Quan. Even so, they were still a little busy. There were just too many patients, and more were still coming in, as if the line would never end. Lu Yun, who was helping to dispense the medicine, had seen Li Quan's prescription and frowned slightly.
This Li Quan is not worthy of his position.
In all of his prescriptions, he added a lot of sedative herbs such as night jasmine. To be honest, one or two of these ingredients are enough in a traditional Chinese medicine prescription, but Li Quan's prescription has 5 or 6 of them.
This is obviously a money-making behavior.
But the patients didn't say anything, so Lu Yun naturally didn't bother to get involved.
It was all consensual.
In fact, the world has always had a misunderstanding about Chinese medicine, thinking that the more medicinal ingredients there are, the better the effect. In fact, this is not the case. A truly clever prescription only needs 4 types of medicine: the king, minister, assistant, and envoy, and at most no more than 10 medicinal ingredients. However, every doctor has their own habits, and they often add some harmless herbs to their prescriptions to show their personal characteristics. This has led to the situation where the number of ingredients in a Chinese medicine prescription can range from 10 to 20 or 30. This is a deformed phenomenon, but patients just eat this kind of thing.
If you prescribe too simply, they will think you are not qualified.
Li Quan has the aura of being a direct disciple of a master of traditional Chinese medicine, which makes it even less likely that patients will be suspicious. Some patients even said to themselves after receiving the medicine, "My medicine has more ingredients than yours, so Dr. Li must be more concerned about me." Before long, the morning was half over, but there were still many patients. The patient this time was a little girl, about 1 or 2 years old, with a rosy little face and a forehead covered in fine beads of sweat.
After Li Quan finished his diagnosis, he said, "Very typical of a fever.
I'll prescribe a white tiger decoction for her to take."
Li Quan then prescribed a prescription of Baihu Tang for the girl.
But just as the mother and daughter were about to leave with the medicine, Lu Yun suddenly sensed something strange and said, "Wait a moment, ma'am."
"What's wrong?"
The woman stopped, turned around and looked at Lu Yun with a puzzled expression.
"Auntie, I want to ask you, why does your child always grab your clothes, as if he wants to get inside?"
As soon as she said this, the woman's face changed, and she thought that Lu Yun was deliberately flirting with her. But then she heard Lu Yun say seriously, "Please answer my question honestly, because it concerns your daughter's life."
Chapter 36, Harmful Quack Doctors.
Seeing Lu Yun's serious expression and the lack of any distraction in his eyes, the woman knew that she had misunderstood him, so she replied seriously, "My daughter said that she was cold."
"Cold? How can a feverish patient be cold?" Lu Yun frowned and took a step forward, saying, "Ma'am, do you mind if I take your daughter's pulse?"
The woman nodded. Since it was a matter of her daughter's life, the woman had to be cautious, and one more diagnosis would be one more insurance.
So Lu Yun placed his finger on the girl's wrist. Although the pulse was strong, it was hollow and weak.
The body was obviously hot, but it felt cold. Lu Yun looked at the girl's index finger again and finally said in a serious tone, "This is not a fever, but a cold."
"Cold?"
As soon as he said this, the patients in the Xinglin Hall who were waiting in line to see a doctor couldn't help but burst out laughing.
"Ha ha ha, young man, are you teasing me? Look at this child's forehead, it's almost as hot as a steamer, and you still say she has a cold."
"Yes, Dr. Li said it was a fever, but you said the opposite."
"Do you think your medical skills are better than Dr. Li's? You really made me laugh to death, ha ha."
Although these patients have not studied medicine, they have eyes, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that this girl has a fever.
"She has a fever, and she has a cold? Don't you need to think before you lie these days?" The woman also changed her expression and said angrily, "Do you know what you're talking about? If you don't know, don't make a diagnosis. Are you responsible if something goes wrong?" Compared to Lu Yun, she definitely trusted Li Quan's diagnosis more. At this point, Li Quan also snorted and said, "A new apprentice who hasn't learned much yet dares to question my medical skills. How did Lin Qingtan recruit someone like you?"
Li Quan was already unhappy when Lu Yun first said he wanted to re-examine the girl's pulse, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he wanted to see what this guy could diagnose. If the diagnosis was the same, Li Quan wouldn't say anything, but this guy, on the other hand, directly diagnosed a cold.
"Isn't this going against me?" Of course, Li Quan was unhappy.
It turns out that he is a new apprentice.
No wonder he is so rude. How can a person with your level of skill compare with Dr. Li's medical skills?
Young man, I'd advise you to keep your mouth shut if you don't know what you're talking about.
What are you doing jumping out here, making a fool of yourself?
Ha, Dr. Li is a disciple of a master of traditional Chinese medicine, and you are nothing, not even a toe of Dr. Li.
Young people nowadays like to make a fuss.
When everyone heard that Lu Yun was a new apprentice, they were even more uninhibited in their taunts.
"Shut up!"
At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly shouted coldly, his eyes coldly sweeping over the crowd,
Are the disciples of the National Medical Master infallible? Are the disciples of the National Medical Master gods? Are the disciples of the National Medical Master not allowed to question? Who gave you this illusion? His voice instantly silenced everyone. Then, Lu Yun looked at Li Quan and asked loudly, "You have a cold interior and a young exterior. What do you call this?" Ding! Li Quan seemed to be frightened by Lu Yun's momentum, and took a step back, with a drop of sweat suddenly rolling down his temple. The meaning of coldness within, yang outside, is that the patient's body is cold and the yang is floating outside, thus showing a hot appearance, which is also known as true cold and hot syndrome in traditional Chinese medicine, also known as Dayang syndrome and Yin dominant yang deficient syndrome. The symptoms of this type of patient are a weak pulse, a pale tongue with white fur, a fever that makes them want to wear more clothes, and a thirst that doesn't make them drink more. However, this kind of symptom is not common, and Li Quan misdiagnosed it due to carelessness. However, in the face of Lu Yun's aggressive attitude, Li Quan suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Nonsense. I don't even understand what you're talking about." At first, when Lu Yun spoke with such conviction, everyone thought he was telling the truth, but after hearing Li Quan's words, they thought Lu Yun was talking nonsense. Even Dr. Li has never heard of a true winter cold, so it must be fake. Lu Yun's expression turned cold, and he shook his head in disappointment, saying, "You're a disgrace to the medical profession, quack doctor." If Li Quan had admitted his mistake, it would have been fine. Medicine is about accumulating experience, and everyone makes mistakes. But this Li Quan, he is clearly wrong, but he still refuses to admit it. He doesn't deserve to be a doctor. Who are you calling a quack? Li Quan was furious when he heard Lu Yun call him a quack. Lu Yun scolded him again, "Quack doctor." Say it again? Quack doctor. Li Quan was furious and almost rushed to fight with Lu Yun, but when he saw Lu Yun's momentum, he immediately backed down. Lu Yun was too lazy to deal with him anymore, and turned to the woman and said, "Madam, this white tiger soup really can't be eaten. I'll help you change the medicine. I said it's edible." Li Quan said loudly, but as soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap suddenly sounded. "Eat your paralysis." Lu Yun slapped Li Quan away with a slap, obviously in a real rage. A murderer who would risk the life of a little girl to save his own face, would he spare him if he didn't slap him? Lu Yun of course knew what Li Quan was thinking. Generally speaking, even if you take the wrong medicine, it won't endanger your life. At that time, Li Quan could simply say that the medicine was not effective and prescribe a new one for the little girl. But just now, when Lu Yun was observing the girl's index finger, he discovered that her condition was already very serious, and there was simply no time to delay. The child's food finger network can be divided into 3 levels from the inside out: wind, qi, and life. The further it goes out, the more serious the illness. The meridian lines of this little girl have already reached the fingertips, which is a very dangerous sign. Therefore, taking this white tiger soup is like killing someone. Chapter 37, Reviving Yang and Saving the Soul. A slap knocked Li Quan out cold, and it also knocked out the many patients waiting in line to see the doctor. It was just a disagreement between the two doctors, and they had to fight? They didn't know how serious the girl's condition was, so they didn't understand Lu Yun's feelings at the moment. After 5 years of fighting, Lu Yun realized the preciousness of life even more. If he didn't act today, he would have to watch a young life die. He couldn't bear to do such a cruel thing. Grass. Li Quan got up from the ground in a flustered state, spat out a dirty word, and then made a desperate phone call. "Lin Xingtan, where the hell did you find this psychopath? He's completely out of control." He called Lin Xingtan. At this time, Lin Xingtan was still in the provincial capital purchasing goods, and he was inexplicably scolded. He was depressed and said, "What's wrong, Dr. Li? What kind of lunatic is this? It's this dog Lu Yun. How did you recruit him? Were you blind when you were recruiting?" Li Quan shouted. "Dr. Li, Lu Yun is my younger brother. Please speak with respect." When Lin Xingtan heard Li Quan call Lu Yun a dog, his voice also turned cold. "Your brother?" Li Quan was stunned, but then he roared even more angrily, "Fine, I always said he was against me, but it turns out he's your brother. Lin Xingtan, you've been unhappy with me for a long time, right? Fine, I'm leaving Xinglin Hall." "Dr. Li, what are you talking about?" Before Lin Xingtan could ask what had happened, Li Quan hung up. When he tried to call back, the other party's phone was turned off.
When she called Lu Yun, no one answered. Lin Xingtan was suddenly anxious and hurried to Jiangcheng in his car, praying that nothing bad would happen.
At this moment, inside Xinglin Hall,
after turning off his phone, Li Quan said to Lu Yun with a cold face, "You two siblings are really something.
I'm leaving Xinglin Hall now. I don't see how you can keep this broken clinic open."
He slammed the door and left in a rage, followed by the two apprentices.
The business of Xinglin Hall was basically brought up by Li Quan's reputation.
Now that he's gone, naturally, the patients have no intention of staying. Before leaving, they all hurled insults at Lu Yun. With such a bad luck, it's only right that Xinglin Hall should close down. After waiting in line for so long, they were finally about to get their turn, but then this happened.
Who could be in a good mood? All the patients left in anger.
The woman was about to leave with her daughter, but Lu Yun immediately ran up to her and said, "Ma'am, your daughter's illness can't be delayed any longer."
Shut up.
Lu Yun had good intentions, but who would have thought that the woman would turn around and yell at him, "If it weren't for your delay, my daughter's illness would have been cured long ago.
I beg you not to come and harm us anymore. Go and harm someone else."
Lu Yun was stunned for a moment.
Immediately, his expression also turned cold. "I'll only say this once.
Your daughter will die if she eats that white tiger soup.
Believe it or not, it's up to you."
Lu Yun also felt sorry, but sometimes not all good intentions can be rewarded. The old Taoist master used to tell me that medicine can be kind, but it can't be cheap. At the time, Lu Yun couldn't understand, but now, he understands. I am the famous Yun Tianxin Jun, and I only now understand such a simple truth. Lu Yun sighed and turned back to Xinglin Hall.
As for the little girl, let fate decide.
The woman, after calling her a nutter, left with her daughter.
However,
before she could go far, the girl in her arms suddenly said in a very weak voice, "Mom, it's cold."
Then, swish!
A wave of chilling coldness swept over her, and the fever in the girl's body completely disappeared, replaced by bone-chilling cold. This is because the yang energy that was floating on her body surface completely disappeared, and the cold energy that had been condensed in her body all burst out. The woman felt as if she was holding a block of ice in her arms, and she panicked.
Cold. It was a cold.
The young doctor was right. The woman hurriedly stumbled back, crying and shouting before she even entered the gate of Xinglin Hall, "Doctor, doctor, I was wrong.
My daughter has a cold, a cold. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Please save my daughter."
However, at this moment, Lu Yun did not rush out to treat the little girl as he had done before, but said indifferently, "If you are not sincere, I will not treat you."
Crash!
The woman's tears flowed uncontrollably. Knowing that Lu Yun was blaming her, she knelt on the ground and desperately bowed to him.
"Doctor, doctor. I know I was wrong. I was ignorant and I trusted the wrong person.
Please forgive me this time, for the sake of my little girl.
She is innocent." The woman kept on kneeling and crying bitterly.
Lu Yun frowned slightly and after a moment of thought, he slowly said, "Forget it, for the sake of your daughter, come in." As the woman said, the little girl was innocent, and her fault should not be borne by the little girl.
Moreover, the woman was only concerned about her daughter. Lu Yun forgave her this time. "Thank you, doctor, thank you, doctor."
The woman gratefully took the girl into Xinglin Hall and put her daughter on the bed as Lu Yun had requested. At this moment, the little girl was already cold all over, and her breathing had become extremely weak, showing how heavy the cold in her body was.
"You wait outside for a while."
Lu Yun sent the woman away, drew the curtain, and his expression became a little more solemn. Fortunately, the girl's cold had already broken out before she had eaten the white tiger soup. Otherwise, even Lu Yun would not have been confident that she could save her.
In an instant,
dozens of needles appeared in his hands. He quickly inserted them into the corresponding acupuncture points on the girl's body. At the same time, the nameless spiritual power in Lu Yun's body also quietly began to operate, and a warm stream of energy flowed into the little girl's body along with the needles.
Restore Yang and save the soul. Chapter 38, He Jing resigns. Saving a life is far more difficult than killing someone.
Once upon a time, a supreme powerful man from the United States refused to obey the orders of the Cloud God, so he brought a group of disciples to the border of the Dragon Kingdom to challenge the authority of the Heavenly Assembly. From the beginning to the end, his expression was always relaxed and comfortable. But today, when faced with the little girl's illness, Lu Yun revealed an expression of solemnity that he had never shown before. The little girl was too weak to withstand the strong qi input. Lu Yun could only carefully control the power of his qi. It is like a supreme master who can easily exert 1,000 gene force with a single punch, but he is asked to exert just the force needed to crush an ant. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to control. The treatment lasted half an hour. The little girl finally let out a cry and the chill in her body was completely gone. Her little face also regained some color. The woman waited anxiously outside the curtain, and only when she heard her daughter's cry did her heart finally settle down. My daughter. When she saw Lu Yun carrying the little girl out, the woman hurried over. Mom, my daughter is no longer cold. Hearing the little girl's voice, the woman's tears of joy rolled down her face again. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. You saved my daughter's life. I will repay you even if I have to sell my house and everything I own. The woman said gratefully. Lu Yun looked at the woman, who was dressed plainly and did not seem to be from a wealthy family, and said, 100 yuan for the consultation. 100? The woman was stunned. This is a human life, and the woman was already prepared to sell everything she had. Doctor, are you saying, 1,000,000? The woman asked cautiously. 100, and the rest is for your daughter to buy more nutritious food. Plop. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, the woman knelt down with tears in her eyes, and she refused to get up until Lu Yun impatiently said, Don't kneel anymore. Your daughter's just recovered, so take her home to rest. Okay, thank you, doctor. My daughter, hurry up and thank the doctor. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said in a sweet voice. The mother and daughter kept thanking him and left Xinglin Hall. Lu Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. It was a half hour of intense concentration, and at the same time, he had to control the input of his vital energy. To be honest, even Lu Yun was a little overwhelmed. But seeing the little girl's happy smile as she left, it was all worth it. He sat in a chair and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Qingtan rushing back in a hurry. He asked anxiously, Little brother, are you okay? Lu Yun shook his head and said, I'm fine. Second sister, you're shaking. I'm glad you're okay. Lin Qingtan let out a long sigh, but then scolded, Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you know how worried I was about you? Lu Yun took out his phone and saw that there were really more than 20 missed calls, all from Lin Qingtan. When Lin Qingtan made the first call, Lu Yun was persuading the woman, so he didn't answer the phone. Later, when he encountered a little girl who was critically ill, in order to stay focused during treatment, Lu Yun simply turned the phone to silent. I never thought that my sister would worry so much. Lu Yun felt quite guilty. Tell me, what happened? Lin Qingtan was at a loss. When she returned, she saw Lu Yun alone in Xinglin Hall. Li Quan was not there, nor were the patients. She had no idea what had happened. So Lu Yun told her everything that had happened. This is too much. I never thought that I would have a murderer in my clinic. He has the nerve to call me and question me. Lin Qingtan was furious. She herself was a medical student, and after listening to Lu Yun's description of the symptoms, she knew who was right and who was wrong. And she definitely chose to believe Lu Yun. Lu Yun comforted her, saying, Don't be angry, sister. Such a medical scum is better off gone. Keeping him around will only lead to trouble. Lin Qingtan sighed, I hired him because he was a disciple of Yu Lao, but I never imagined that his medical ethics were so corrupt. She was also very helpless. In terms of medical skills, Lin Qingtan did not think that her level was lower than Li Quan's, but that her reputation was not as good as the latter's. After all, he is a disciple of a national master. If Lin Qingtan had not opened her own clinic, but had chosen to continue working at the Jiangcheng Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, her fame would have spread gradually as long as she had persevered. But what made Lin Qingtan depressed was that after she rejected the pursuit of the son of the department director, she was ostracized by the department. It's a pain in the ass. So Lin Qingtan quit and went into business for herself. However, it is not easy to open a clinic on your own. Sister Lin. At this moment, a young girl suddenly walked in the door. Lin Qingtan saw her and said softly, Xiao Jing, you worked half a day for me yesterday. You should rest today. The girl who came in was named He Jing, and she was also a doctor at Xinglin Hall. She had just graduated from university less than a year ago and had the least experience. He Jing said, "Sister Lin, I've heard about Dr. Li's situation. Don't be too upset." Lin Qingtan smiled and said with relief, "I didn't expect that at this time you would still come to comfort me." "Sister Lin, actually, I came to resign from you." He Jing hesitated for a moment and suddenly said. Chapter 39, The Sun is Shining from the West. "What, Jing, you want to quit?" Lin Qingtan couldn't believe her eyes. This girl named He Jing, when she first came to Xinglin Hall, had very poor medical knowledge, probably the kind of person who just hung around at school. Before she came to Xinglin Hall, she had applied to many hospitals, but all of them had rejected her. At that time, Lin Qingtan asked her if she was willing to start over, and He Jing said she was. She also said that she regretted her behavior in college and that if she could start over, she would definitely not waste her time. Lin Qingtan thought she had a good attitude, and since Xinglin Tang was short of staff, she hired her. For the next year, Lin Qingtan continued to play the role of both teacher and friend, guiding He Jing every time she encountered a problem she didn't understand, until He Jing was able to take on the responsibility of seeing patients alone. It can be said that although the two did not call each other master and apprentice, Lin Qingtan was in fact He Jing's teacher. Yesterday, Lin Qingtan could have asked He Jing to help out without any conditions, but she didn't. Instead, she offered her double the usual salary, which was more than enough. However, what Lin Qingtan didn't expect was that He Jing would actually resign at this time. "Xiao Jing, haven't I been good to you?" Lin Qingtan asked sadly. "No, Lin Jia, you've been very good to me." "Then why do you want to resign?" "It's because I've decided to go for a postgraduate degree. You know, the competition in the top 3 hospitals is so fierce, and without a high degree, it's hard to get in. Besides, I don't want to stay in a small clinic for the rest of my life." He Jing's voice grew smaller and smaller, and her eyes avoided Lin Qingtan's. Lin Qingtan was stunned. She couldn't find any reason to argue with this reason. She couldn't possibly hold back someone's future. Lin Qingtan is a soft-hearted person herself. Although she was disappointed, she still nodded and said, "It's good that you have the ambition to get a graduate degree. I wish you well. Come with me to collect this month's salary." "Thank you, Lin Jia." After He Jing left with her salary, Lin Qingtan felt as if she had been drained of all her energy and slumped into a chair. There are only 3 doctors in Xinglin Hall, and now 2 of them have left, which is even worse. Moreover, without the effect of the famous doctor brought by Li Quan, it is estimated that the future of Xinglin Tang will be very difficult. Seeing Sister Qingtan's dejected expression, Lu Yun couldn't bear to comfort her, saying, "Sister, they will regret it. Besides, don't you still have me?" Lin Qingtan gave Lu Yun a cold look and said with a wry smile, "You don't even have a medical license, and you're still trying to comfort me. I can get a medical license anytime I want. You're just blowing hot air." After a moment, Lin Qingtan perked up and asked seriously, "Little brother, do you really want to be a doctor?" Lu Yun thought that what his sister meant was whether he was willing to work at Xinglin Hall, so he nodded. In fact, this is not against his will. Lu Yun was not interested in managing the company, nor was he interested in Yenner's bar. The only thing he was interested in might be Erji's Xinglin Hall. If he could help his sister expand Xinglin Hall, that would be a good choice. However, what Lu Yun did not know was that Lin Qingtan had other ideas at the moment. The next day, Xinglin Hall did not open because Lin Qingtan went to a place she was very reluctant to go to, Jiangqing City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. She had asked Lu Yun yesterday if he really wanted to be a doctor, but her real intention was to help him find a job in a hospital. Because she was not confident about the future of Xinglin Tang. Lin Qingtan knew that Lu Yun was good at Chinese medicine, so the most suitable place for him to work was the Jiangqing City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Her purpose this time was to apologize. But she only learned at the hospital that it was the birthday of the son of the head of the department, and that they had already gone to the 100 Flavors restaurant for a meal. She picked out a gift. Lin Qingtan came to Bai Weiju and heard the noise inside. Her mood suddenly became tense. She took a deep breath. In the end, Lin Qingtan knocked on the door and walked in. When the people in the private room saw that it was Lin Qingtan, they immediately became quiet. It was only after a while that a voice with a hint of sarcasm rang out.
Hey, isn't this Lin the beautiful woman? Why are you here instead of going with your handsome boyfriend to enjoy a romantic getaway?
The one who spoke was a woman, dressed up in a flashy way, and it was Ma Rongrong, whom she had seen yesterday when she was sheltering from the rain. Lin Xingtan said with a little bit of a weak voice, I came to give Mr. Hu a birthday gift.
What, you're giving Hu a birthday present?
Everyone in the box was stunned, and when they saw Lin Xingtan holding a gift box in her hand, their expressions became strange. When Hu Chao was madly pursuing Lin Xingtan, she didn't give him a good look.
Today, she actually came to give him a birthday gift? The sun is coming up in the west.
Ma Rongrong said with a strange expression, why, your rich and handsome boyfriend is not good at something, and you've started to miss Hu Gongzi? She was humiliated by Lu Yun yesterday and splashed with dirty water, so she was very resentful. This time, she finally had a chance, so she deliberately said such things to disgust Lin Xingtan. Although she didn't like Ma Rongrong's words very much, Lin Xingtan still explained, Lu Yun is my younger brother. At this point, a young man with a somewhat sullen face stood up and said, if you have something to say, just say it.
I don't believe you would be so kind as to come here just for my birthday.
He is Hu Chao, the son of the director of the acupuncture department of Jiangqing City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Lin Xingtan said apologetically, Mr. Hu, I was wrong before.
I shouldn't have been so cold to you.
No, Lin, you're too kind.
You're not at fault at all.
It was me, Hu Chao, who was a jerk and who had to kneel and lick you for so long. Hu Chao suddenly interrupted, with a cold expression on his face, but in his heart he was secretly overjoyed. See, after all this time, you finally realized that I, Hu Chao, am the one who cares about you the most. Come on, put aside your nobility and flatter me to your heart's content. I might just give in to your advances because I'm weak-willed.
Chapter 40, Dragon Gate Array. Hu Chao was secretly happy.
This feeling is like that of a loser who has been pursuing a goddess in vain, and just when you are feeling down, the goddess suddenly puts aside her airs and actively pursues you. Hu Chao was of course pleased. But at this moment, Ma Rongrong suddenly leaned over to Hu Chao and whispered in his ear, Mr. Hu, I think there is something fishy about this.
What do you mean?
You know, Lin Xingtan has been away from the hospital for so long, who knows how many boyfriends she has had in the past 2 years.
And, she used to be so cold to you, but today she is so enthusiastic. Get to the point. Hu Chao said impatiently.
Ma Rongrong's eyes flashed. Based on my analysis of the situation, I think she is looking for a sucker.
The hero who takes over the business. As soon as these 3 words came out, Hu Chao's face turned green, and he angrily said, You Lin Xingtan, you found me Hu Chao to be the one to take over your business. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Hu Chao was furious.
He said that it was impossible for a pie to fall from the sky, and that he had been taken for a sucker. The other people in the box also thought it was strange at first, but only reacted after hearing Hu Chao's roar.
Right.
Lin Xingtan must have had enough fun outside, so he came back to find Hu to take over the business.
That must be it, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. What a shameless person.
Everyone looked at Lin Xingtan with a changed expression, full of contempt. The young nurses who were playing with Hu Chao looked disgusted and laughed. They really had big breasts and no brains.
If you want to find a good husband, you should find a real honest person. How dare you find Hu Chao? Isn't that something that will be exposed at a glance? You're talking nonsense. I haven't even had a boyfriend, so how could I find someone to take over?
She was almost about to cry from being slandered by these people for no reason.
Ma Rongrong sneered, never had a boyfriend? Ha, then who was that man in the luxury car yesterday? I already told you, he is my brother.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You say he's your brother, and he is?
I also said he was your boyfriend, and he dumped you after playing with you, so you came to Mr. Hu today to find a buyer.
I didn't. Then explain the purpose of your visit today.
Facing Ma Rongrong's aggressive attitude, Lin Xingtan's eyes gradually reddened, and she shouted, I just want to ease the relationship with Mr. Hu, so that my brother can work at the Chinese medicine hospital in the future, not to find a buyer.
The room was silent for a moment. Is this Lin Xingtan's reason? However, Hu Chao's mouth twitched. Damn it, it turns out that you came to me for a favor.
It would have been better to find me to be the hero. Lin Xingtan is extremely beautiful and has a great figure.
Maybe after she is developed, she will be even more delicious in bed. Hu Chao didn't mind playing with Lin Qingtan at all. After all, this was the goddess he had coveted for a long time. As long as he played with her and then dumped her like her ex-boyfriend, the green pot wouldn't fall on his head. But Lin Qingtan actually said that she came here just to help her younger brother find a good job, which means that he, Hu Chao, doesn't even have the qualifications to be the receiver? This is really too much. Hu Chao was about to explode with anger. No. At this point, Ma Rongrong discovered a loophole and asked, "Didn't you just say that the rich and handsome guy yesterday was your brother? If your brother is so rich, why does he have to work at a Chinese medicine hospital? That makes sense. Your brother is so rich, he can have any job he wants. Why would he need to ask you to help him?" Therefore, Lin Qingtan must be lying. For some reason, when he heard that he might still be the one to take over the company, Hu Chao was actually pleased. Of course, he couldn't show it, or else people would think he had a green hat complex. "I don't care what your intentions are, it's not impossible to want to improve relations with me." Hu Chao paused for a moment, then turned to a colleague next to him and said, "Go tell her a story." "Okay." The colleague immediately used a wineglass to set up a dragon gate on the ground and filled it with white wine. Hu Chao sneered and said, "Lin Damei, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you pass the test, everything can be discussed." Lin Qingtan's face instantly turned pale. There were more than 10 glasses of white wine on the ground, and for her, who never drank, this was a kind of torture. Seeing Lin Qingtan standing there in a daze, Ma Rongrong sneered and said, "What, you're here to ask Mr. Hu to do something, and you're so insincere." Lin Qingtan's face became even more unsightly, and she began to waver in her resolve. She then looked to a middle-aged man next to Hu Chao for help. The middle-aged man was the director of the acupuncture department, and he was also Hu Chao's father, Hu Weiping. He had been there all along, but he had not said anything because this was a matter for the younger generation and he did not want to get involved. Lin Qingtan looked at him, hoping that he would give him a way out on the basis of their previous work together. However, facing Lin Qingtan's pleading gaze, Hu Weiping chose to ignore it. Lin Qingtan suddenly felt desperate. At that moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. "Second sister, why isn't Xinglin Hall open today? Where have you been?" The caller was Lu Yun. He was thinking of going over to help his sister today, but when he got there, the door to Xinglin Hall was closed and his sister was nowhere to be found. "I'm at the 100 Flavors restaurant. I'm a bit busy right now, but I'll call you later." Then he hung up. However, at this moment, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although Erji didn't say anything, he could hear the tremor in her voice. And from the background noise on the phone, Lu Yun heard someone say, "Drinking and talking on the phone at the same time? Is that how you ask people to do things? What does this mean?" "It means someone is forcing my sister to drink. Damn it. If anything happens to my sister, whoever it is, I will slaughter your entire family today." Lu Yun roared, grabbed the air with both hands, and his body instantly turned into a terrifying stream of light, heading straight for the 100 Flavors restaurant. Chapter 41, The Dragon Gate Battle is over. What will you do now? By Wei Ju. The situation was at a stalemate. Lin Qingtan was tempted to give up, but when she thought of Xiao Lu Yun, who had disappeared for 15 years and had finally returned, she realized that she had done nothing for him. Lin Qingtan once again mustered her courage. "It's just a dozen glasses of white wine. For the sake of Xia Luyan, I'll take the plunge this time." Lin Qingtan trembled as she lifted a glass of white wine. Opposite. Hu Chao sneered. Hu Weiping watched with a cold eye. Ma Rongrong couldn't wait to see Lin Qingtan make a fool of herself after she got drunk, and couldn't help but walk over to Lin Qingtan. "You're so slow when it comes to drinking. You're afraid to drink, right? Come on, I'll help you." Ma Rongrong picked up a glass of white wine and was about to pour it into Lin Qingtan's mouth. But at that moment, boom! The door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, and then a murderous figure rushed in. It was Lu Yun. The room fell silent. A moment later, Hu Chao came to his senses from the shock and roared, "Where the hell did you come from, you son of a bitch? Don't you know where you are?" Lu Yun did not respond. Instead, stared at Ma Rongrong in front of him. It was seen that Ma Rongrong was pinching Lin Qingtan's face with one hand, preparing to pour white wine into it. The murderous intent gushed out in an instant. Damn it! Damn it! How dare you treat my second sister like this? Do you believe that I will kill you?
Lu Yun growled, grabbed Ma Rongrong by the hair, slammed her head against the door, then grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up in the air. Ma Rongrong was scared silly. The other people in the box were also so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. Where did this god of death come from? You hit a woman, what kind of hero are you? Although Hu Chao was also guilty, he still stood up and said something in order to save his face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, pop! A loud slap echoed throughout the box. Hu Chao covered his face and said in disbelief, "Dad, why did you hit me? The person you want to hit is over there." He couldn't believe it. Because the person who slapped him was his father, Hu Weiping, the director. Hu Weiping said in a trembling voice, "I'm hitting you, you blind son of a bitch." Do you know who Mr. Liu is? He was also very scared. That day, after the auction at Dongzheng, Hu Weiping told his teacher about Lu Yun's use of the 9 revitalizing needles, but his teacher was so excited that he vomited blood on the spot. Hu Weiping was terrified and didn't know why his teacher was so agitated. In short, after that day, his teacher told him in an almost commanding tone that he must find Lu Yun and that he wanted to be Lu Yun's disciple. His teacher wants to be Lu Yun's disciple. Hu Weiping was dumbfounded, so he hurriedly went to find Lu Yenner, hoping that she could tell him how to contact Lu Yun. However, due to the previous unpleasantness, Lu Yenner simply did not give Hu Weiping the opportunity to meet. Hu Weiping was desperate. Although it was his son's birthday, Hu Weiping was not happy at all because his teacher was putting pressure on him again. So when Lin Qingtan came to him for help, Hu Weiping was annoyed and didn't want to deal with it. But he never dreamed that Lin Qingtan was actually Lu Yun's second sister. Hu Weiping really wanted to take a brick and beat himself to death. Lu Yun was already unhappy with him, and now he must be even more disgusted with him. And at this time, Ma Rongrong's face had turned red and she was starting to roll her eyes, but Lu Yun showed no sign of letting go, as if he really wanted to strangle Ma Rongrong to death right there. Little brother, don't kill someone. Lin Qingtan was afraid that Lu Yun would really strangle Ma Rongrong to death, and that he would also face a prison sentence, which was not worth it. Lin Qingtan couldn't bear to see his brother, who had been separated for 15 years, being separated by an iron wall again as soon as he returned, so he kept begging. Lu Yun then let go of her hand and said coldly, "You should be grateful that my second sister is a kind person, otherwise, even if the King of Heaven came today, he could not save you." Ma Rongrong fell to the ground, covering her neck and coughing. Lu Yun looked at the white wine on the ground again and frowned. Dragon Gate? Who set it up? Suddenly, Hu Chao's colleague almost peed his pants and hurriedly said, "It was Hu Chao who asked me to set it up." Lu Yun's gaze suddenly pierced Hu Chao. Hu Chao felt a chill run down his spine. Hu Weiping hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, we really didn't know before. Miss Lin is your second sister. Did I tell you to speak?" Lu Yun's cold drink made Hu Weiping choke instantly. Just when everyone thought that Lu Yun would rush up and beat Hu Chao up, he heard Lu Yun sneer and say, "Dragon Gate, I'll take care of my sister for her." He then picked up a wine glass. Hu Weiping said in a panic, "Mr. Lu, you mustn't." However, Lu Yun had already drunk a glass of white wine. Hu Weiping turned around and slapped Hu Chao's face again, yelling, "You animal! What are you still doing? Hurry up and pour me a drink. 2 glasses." Although Hu Chao didn't understand why his father was so scared, he obediently poured 2 glasses of white wine. Hu Weiping took the 2 glasses of white wine and swallowed them with his nose pinched. By this time, Lu Yun had already drunk the second glass. Hu Weiping quickly followed with 2 more glasses. After that, every time Lu Yun drank a glass, Hu Weiping would immediately follow with 2 glasses, with almost no pause in between. Soon, Hu Weiping bent over and vomited violently. "Dad! Pour the wine. I'm fucking telling you to pour the wine." Puke! Hu Weiping vomited and drank at the same time. As long as Lu Yun did not stop, he did not dare to stop. In stark contrast to Hu Weiping's disheveled appearance, Lu Yun was calm and collected, drinking glass after glass of white wine as if it were plain water. With each glass, he took a step forward. The final step. Boom! Lu Yun came directly in front of Hu Chao, his expression indifferent. "The Dragon Gate has passed,
What are you going to do? Chapter 42. Who is Mr. Lu? The Dragon Gate is over. What are you going to do?
This sentence, like the words of a demon, scared Hu Chao to the core. Especially at this moment, Lu Yun was standing in front of him, staring at him. His cold, dark eyes seemed to be looking into the bottomless abyss of hell. Hu Chao was wrapped in a blanket of fear. What kind of monster did he provoke today? Next to him, Hu Weiping passed out with a thud. Before losing consciousness, he did not forget to mutter a painful whisper, "Mr. Lu. I'm sorry." Right after that, Hu Chao also knelt on the ground and banged his head on the floor. He didn't know why his father was afraid of Lu Yun. But he was really scared by Lu Yun's terrifying aura. Sometimes a person's fear can really be contagious. In the box, everyone held their breath, except for Hu Chao, whose head was pounding on the floor until he passed out, just like his father, head to head. Neatly. What's going on? Who has the guts to make trouble in my restaurant? Suddenly, a deep, middle-aged man's voice came from outside the door, and then a group of black-clad bodyguards rushed into the box first. Boss Wu, it was him who caused the trouble. Hurry, quickly arrest him and beat him up. Ma Rongrong may have really gone crazy. After finally catching her breath, she immediately ran to the door and complained to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was stunned. Who are you? I'm Ma Rongrong. You forgot, Mr. Wu, we used to do business together. Shut up. The middle-aged man quickly stopped Ma Rongrong. Of course, he remembered the woman in front of him. It was probably about half a month ago. The middle-aged man went to a nightclub to relieve his boredom and happened to see Ma Rongrong dancing. Although Ma Rongrong was not very attractive, she was young and knew how to dress up. Her appearance was originally a 6, but after makeup, it could even reach 8.5. Plus, she was dressed in revealing clothes and danced seductively, quickly attracting the attention of the middle-aged man, who approached her to chat. Ma Rongrong saw that this was a rich man, and after being casually flirted with by the middle-aged man, she followed him to the bed and made a lot of money afterwards. The middle-aged man interrupted Ma Rongrong just now, for fear that she would say whatever came to her mind. After all, this kind of thing is fine as long as both parties know what is going on. However, it is a fact that someone is causing trouble in his territory, so whether he is helping Ma Rongrong or establishing the rules of the 100 Flavors House, he has no reason to sit idly by. The troublemaker today must be severely punished. The middle-aged man stormed into the private room. Ma Rongrong pointed at Lu Yun with a sneer on her face. Boss Wu, this is the kid. Look what he did to your private room. Not only that, he also knocked out your 2 VIPs. Without the middle-aged man having to say anything, his group of bodyguards were already gearing up to force their way over to Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun looked at the middle-aged man with indifference. I'm here to do business, do you have any objections? This glance scared the middle-aged man to the point where his legs went limp. Oh my god, how could it be this god of death? The middle-aged man clearly remembered that on the day of the Qingchen Group's new product launch, it was this young man who forced all the media reporters to kneel and apologize. The most important thing is that it is said that this young man is the brother-in-law of the cloud god. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, the head of the bodyguards was ready to take action against Lu Yun, shouting, Kid, how dare you talk to our boss like that? Do you believe I? Pop. Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man rushed forward, slapped him, and then bowed to Mr. Lu with the utmost respect, saying, Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. My subordinate was rude and disturbed you. This middle-aged man was Wu Changhua, the head of the Wu family, who had placed $1 billion order with the Qingchen Group that day. Bai Weiju was his family's business. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. What is going on? Especially the young nurses who had come to the birthday party with Hu Chao. When the head of the department was scared pale, they were curious about Lu Yun's identity. Now, even the big boss of Bai Weiju is respectful to Lu Yun. Who is he? The young nurses had never seen such a scene before, and they were also shocked that their chests were trembling, enough to form a huge wave. Ma Rongrong was also stunned, and said in disbelief, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, are you mistaking someone for someone else? This kid. Bang! Wu Changhua kicked him, sending Ma Rongrong flying like a dog eating shit. You little bitch, how dare you disrespect Mr. Lu? Someone, go and slap her mouth until it swells up, then strip her naked and drag her out into the street. Wu Chunghua shouted in anger. Yes. Soon, Ma Rongrong was dragged out screaming. In the end, she still didn't understand what kind of identity Lu Yun really was. Wu Chunghua smiled and said to Lu Yun, Mr. Lu, in the future, for this kind of thing, just let me do it for you, why do you have to do it yourself? Lu Yun gave him a cold look. If I let you do it, would my second sister still be standing here? Wu Chunghua's heart trembled. Your second sister? He looked around and saw Lin Qingtan, and immediately ran over to apologize. There were many girls at the scene, but they all looked scared and huddled together. It was clear that they were not Mr. Lu's second sister. Only Lin Qingtan had a relatively normal expression. That's why Wu Chunghua recognized her at once. After apologizing, Wu Chunghua respectfully said to Mr. Lu, to express my apologies, I am willing to give you the 100 Flavors restaurant. I hope you won't mind. Everyone was shocked. This baijuju is an important industry of the Wu family, and Wu Chunghua actually wants to give it to Lu Yun. Who can tell me, what the fuck is this Mr. Lu's identity? However, what was even more shocking was what came next. Lu Yun waved his hand indifferently and said, I'm not interested. Chapter 43, Xinglin Tang Crisis. On the way back. Lin Xingtan's delicate face was full of curiosity as she stared at Lu Yun, as if she were looking at a strange object. She was just as curious about Lu Yun's identity as those people were. Why was Hu Weiping afraid of little Lu Yun? Why is the owner of the 100 Flavors restaurant also afraid of little Lu Yun? Lin Qingtan was like a curious kitten, poking at Lu Yun and asking questions non-stop. Lu Yun had no choice but to tell her that when he was at the Dongjing auction house, he had used the 9 revitalizing needles, which probably shocked Hu Weiping and made him afraid to offend him. As for Wu Chunghua, that's an even better explanation. Yi Qingqing told Lin Qingtan about the Qiqing Group incident, and Wu Chunghua was there that day. It was only natural that he was afraid of Lu Yun. With this explanation, Lin Qingtan felt that it was reasonable, really reasonable, and there was not a single loophole. As for Lu Yun's true identity, the god of the clouds, why didn't he tell Lin Qingtan? It wasn't because he deliberately didn't say it, but because even if he did, his second sister wouldn't believe it. Just like before in front of Qingcheng, Lu Yun directly said that he was the identity of the cloud god, but Qingcheng didn't believe it at all. Of course, my second sister wouldn't believe it either. It's like a good friend of yours who has been away for 15 years and suddenly tells you when he returns that he is now the richest man in the world. Who would believe him? Unless you show your balance. It is even more difficult to explain Lu Yun's identity. Even if he had some items that could prove his identity, the sisters probably only heard of the name Yin Tianxin Jun, and they probably didn't know anything more about him. So even if Lu Yun took out his identity items, they wouldn't recognize them. At this point, Lin Qingtan suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, little brother, you just drank so much white wine, how come you're not even a little bit drunk? You're right, I'm a little drunk. Lu Yun tried to act like a normal person, and then swayed over to his second sister's arms. Lin Qingtan believed it, so she hurriedly stopped a taxi and took Lu Yun back to Xinglin Hall. Despite the bumpy ride, Lu Yun didn't feel the slightest discomfort. He thought to himself, it's good to have a sister like her. Back at Xinglin Hall. The opposite side was actually being renovated. The bun shop that used to be across from Xinglin Hall had just moved out a few days ago, and no one knew who had bought it. Soon, the next day they would know the answer. Li Quan walked into Xinglin Hall with a sneer on his face and said, Mr. Lin, how have you been? Lin Qingtan frowned, You murderer, why are you back? Murderer? Li Quan was stunned. He didn't know about the incident 2 days ago where the little girl almost died. He thought the medicine he prescribed was harmless. So he didn't understand Lin Qingtan's accusation of him being a murderer, and thought she was exaggerating, so he didn't take it to heart. Li Quan smiled and said, Don't misunderstand, Mr. Lin. I didn't come back to ask you to take me in. It's just that my shop is right across the street. What? Lin Qingtan's face suddenly turned ugly. You want to open a Chinese medicine clinic across from me? Yes, is there a problem? No one has said that 2 clinics cannot be opened across the street from each other. Everyone earns their living by their own abilities, and it will depend on whose abilities are greater. Li Quan said with a smile. Lin Qingtan's face turned extremely ugly. Is this about who is better at their job?
It's obvious that you're bullying a weak woman because you're a disciple of the national medicine master. However, what made Lin Xingtan even more uncomfortable was still to come. All of a sudden, Li Quan said with a meaningful look, "Alas, I wonder how my fellow apprentices are doing now. Looks like I'll have to run for a few days." Li Quan left Xinglin Hall with a big laugh. Lin Xingtan's delicate body trembled slightly, obviously angered by Li Quan's remark. What Li Quan meant by that was that he would invite all his fellow apprentices to help him on the day he opened his clinic. Who are Li Quan's fellow apprentices? They are all direct disciples of the famous master of traditional Chinese medicine, Yu Hongwen. Any one of them is a big shot, and if they all get together, you can imagine the sensation it will cause. At that time, it is estimated that Li Quan's clinic will be closed as soon as it opens. When she thought about the 2 years of hard work that would soon be wasted, Lin Xingtan felt sad. "Second sister, why are you unhappy again? Which guy has upset you? I'll go kill him." Lu Yun saw Lin Xingtan looking glum as soon as he came in, so he asked with a smile. Lin Xingtan pinched him and said, "Do you want to kill people at every turn? Are you a violent maniac?" Lu Yun chuckled twice. "It's not because I'm worried about you, and the same goes for the other sisters. Whoever dares to bully them, I'll kill them too. You're just a smart ass." Although Lin Xingtan said this, she was still very warm at heart. This younger brother seemed to be her support. "Second sister, just tell me, I might be able to help." Lu Yun continued to ask. Seeing that he wouldn't let up, Lin Xingtan had no choice but to tell him about Li Quan's visit. Lu Yun smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, second sister, his clinic won't be able to open." "You think you're the head of the health bureau?" Lin Xingtan glared at him. "You don't believe me, do you?" "Of course I believe you. You're my brother. Even if you said you could pluck the stars from the sky, I'd believe you." Lu Yun smiled and didn't explain anything further, but said, "Second sister, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the end of the street and buy something to eat." After that, he left Xinglin Hall. As soon as he left the house, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold. "It's you, Li Quan, who doesn't know when to die. It seems that the slap I gave you last time wasn't painful enough, and you still dared to bully my second sister. I think you're tired of living." Chapter 44, Stand in line first, and catch them all in one go. Hu Weiping had been vomiting all day yesterday, and he almost vomited his gallbladder out. When he woke up today, it was already noon. "My head is splitting." But he couldn't care about his headache, and hurriedly called his son Hu Chao over. Hu Weiping's face changed suddenly when he saw Hu Chao. He saw that his son had a bandage wrapped around his head and asked anxiously, "Did Mr. Lu hit you on the head?" Hu Weiping's tone was not angry, but frightened. Hu Chao shook his head and said, "No, I hit myself." "So, how is Mr. Lu?" "Hu Weiping passed out after drinking last night, so he doesn't know what happened afterwards." Hu Chao looked a little embarrassed. "Yesterday I passed out too, Dad." "Who exactly is this Mr. Lu?" Hu Chao was very confused. Hu Weiping sighed and said, "Do you still remember when I told you that a very powerful doctor had appeared in Zhongcheng?" Hu Chao nodded. Of course he remembered, because Hu Weiping had just mentioned it to him 2 days ago. It is said that the great doctor knows the 9-turning yang invigorating acupuncture method, and even the great master of traditional Chinese medicine, Yu, after hearing about it, clamored to take him as his master. "Dad, is the famous doctor you mentioned Mr. Lu?" Hu Chao seemed to have thought of something and asked. Hu Weiping nodded. "Yes, that's him." Not only that, but Mr. Lu also has a sister named Lu Yin'er, who seems to have a close relationship with Master Yun Lu. Hu Chao's face changed drastically when he heard this. When he first heard his father talk about the doctor, he thought the other person was an old man in his 50s. Yesterday, it was almost a disaster. Hu Weiping suddenly realized and said, "Quick, check your phone's address book. Do you have Lin Qingtan's contact information?" Hu Chao smiled wryly. "I deleted it a long time ago." Lin Xingtan had left the Jiangqing City Hospital 2 years ago. When he was at the hospital, Hu Chao had tried so hard to pursue Lin Xingtan, but failed. If he still had her number, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? "It seems that I can only go to the medical department to find it." Hu Weiping endured the discomfort in his body and immediately prepared to leave for the Jiangqing City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine.
Lin Xingtan had worked at the hospital before, so her contact information must be archived in the medical department, so now he can only hope that Lin Xingtan has not changed her number. Just as Hu Weiping was about to leave, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a strange number. He thought it was a patient calling, so he rejected it without thinking. However, after a while, a text message suddenly came. "I am Lu Yun." "Mr. Lu?" Hu Weiping was so excited that he immediately called back, "Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to call me on your own initiative. I'm really very excited. I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday." "Okay, cut the crap. Do you want to learn the 9 turns back to life needle?" Lu Yun on the other end of the phone was concise and to the point. Hu Weiping was stunned. Immediately. He was so excited that his face turned red and he nodded like a chicken pecking rice, saying, "Yes, not only I want to, but my teacher also wants to. My teacher has been talking about becoming your disciple for the past 2 days." "Your teacher?" "Well, my teacher is Yu Hongwen, a master of traditional Chinese medicine." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before Lu Yun's strange voice rang again. "In that case, you should know Li Quan." "I know him. We are in the same school, but my relationship with Li Quan is not good at all." "Could it be that Mr. Lu is friends with Li Quan?" Hu Weiping asked cautiously. "An enemy. That's great." Hu Weiping couldn't help but let out a cry, and quickly realized that he had said something inappropriate. He hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't mean to offend you. What I meant was that Li Quan is not qualified to be your friend." "Okay, stop sucking up. In a couple of days, Li Quan's Chinese medicine clinic will open across from my sister's Xinglin Hall. You should invite a few people over to show him who's boss." "Okay, send me the address. I'll make sure you're satisfied." After the phone call, Hu Weiping felt completely at ease, as if a ray of warm sunshine had pierced the dark clouds and directly hit his heart. It was so refreshing. "Haha, Li Quan, you and I didn't get along when we were in school, but I never thought you would get on Mr. Lu's bad side this time. You deserve it, ha ha ha." Hu Weiping was almost laughing his head off. Of course, he couldn't tell Li Quan the truth, and he even hoped that Li Quan would be rubbed madly on the ground by Mr. Lu. Hu Chao looked at Hu Weiping with a puzzled expression and asked, "Dad, what's wrong with you? You were clearly depressed just now, but after receiving a phone call, you suddenly became so happy and didn't even rush off to the Chinese medicine hospital?" Hu Weiping smiled and said, "Xiao Chao, this time, we've found a treasure." Hu Chao didn't understand. Hu Weiping ignored him and opened his phone contacts, dialing out one by one. "Old Chao, are you free these days? I want to ask you for a favor." "What? You're going to support Li Quan's new clinic? That's fine. Good luck." "Lao Meng, are you free? You're going to support Li Quan's new clinic too? Good luck." "Brother Luo. Good luck." Hu Weiping made a dozen phone calls, but Li Quan got to them all first. In the end, only 2 or 3 of his old buddies who were particularly close to him agreed to help. Hu Chao stood aside and said with even more perplexity, "Dad, have you been burned out by alcohol? You're still so happy even though others have rejected you? You don't understand. This is called lining up first and then sweeping everything away." "Ha ha ha," Hu Weiping said mysteriously. In the end, Hu Weiping contacted all his fellow apprentices in the address book, and suddenly waved his hand and said, "Let's go, Xiao Chao, drive me to visit the teacher." Chapter 45. Hu Weiping is clever. Yu Hongwen, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, was a professor and graduate student advisor at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The students he trained have made great achievements in hospitals throughout the country. Even the director of the Jiangcheng City Health Bureau is one of his students. It's just that Yu Hongwen has been retired for nearly 10 years and is now enjoying his twilight years. When Hu Weiping arrived at his teacher's courtyard, he happened to see Li Quan coming out. Both of them snorted and pretended not to know each other. In the courtyard, an old man in a white shirt was standing in the shade of a tree, slowly and leisurely playing Tai Chi. It was the famous traditional Chinese medicine master Yu Hongwen. Although he is over 70 years old, the old man is still in good health, which is inseparable from his daily practice of health-preserving Tai Chi. But this healthy old man, on hearing that someone had used the 9 turns rejuvenating needle, was so excited that he vomited blood on the spot. It can be imagined how precious the 9 turns rejuvenating needle is.
Wei Ping, you're here.
Seeing Hu Weiping, Yu Hongwen stopped his movements and asked with a smile.
Hu Weiping nodded. Teacher, I just saw Li Quan.
He said he was going to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic and wanted to invite me to help.
Did you say yes? He.
Yu Hongwen shook his head and smiled. To open a clinic, you need to rely on your own level, not these side doors and left paths.
That's why I gave him a good scolding. Good criticism. You came to see me today because you have news about the great doctor?
Yes.
Really?
Yu Hongwen jumped to Hu Weiping's face, grabbed his shoulders and shook them, startling Hu Weiping.
Teacher, please behave yourself. Yu Hongwen couldn't wait to say, quick, take me to see the doctor. I want to bow to him and make him my master. There is a saying that if you learn the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. Yu Hongwen was just such a person.
He has immersed himself in the academic study of traditional Chinese medicine his entire life, and is extremely obsessed with it. This is why he was able to become a master of traditional Chinese medicine.
Even after retirement, he repeatedly reviewed his past achievements. One of them is the 9 turns rejuvenating needle.
This acupuncture method was learned by Yu Hongwen in his youth from an ancient book. It was precisely with this acupuncture method that he first showed his prowess in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. After becoming famous, Yu Hongwen did not hesitate to pass on this acupuncture method to his students. But 2 years ago, when Yu Hongwen was repeatedly examining the 9 turns rejuvenating needling technique, he discovered that it was actually a fragment. It turned out that the 9 turns in the 9 turns rejuvenating needling technique did not mean 9 needles, but rather a progression of 9 treatment effects. Only when you reach the 9th level can you truly restore yang and save the dying, crossing the river of life and death. At his current level, Yu Hongwen can only perform up to the 7th turn. He spent 2 years trying to figure out the remaining 2 turns, but failed. So when he heard Hu Weiping say that someone had used the 9 turns rejuvenation needle, he asked Hu Weiping specifically how many needles that person had used. Hu Weiping replied that it was 12 needles.
12 needles, 3 more than 9.
This is not just an increase in quantity, but also means that the person who performed the 9 turn yang invigorating needle had already understood the meaning of the 9 turns. At that time, Yu Hongwen decided that he must become Lu Yun's disciple. Hu Weiping saw that his teacher was so excited, but he said helplessly, "Teacher, I don't think it's appropriate to go to Mr. Lu now."
What, are you starting to make demands on me? Yu Hongwen said unhappily.
Hu Weiping's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly smiled bitterly. "Teacher, you misunderstood what I meant. I meant that if you go to see Mr. Lu for no reason, Mr. Lu may not necessarily accept you as a disciple." He was trying to be subtle here, and did not say that Lu Yun had already decided to pass on the 9 revitalizing needles to them.
Yu Hongwen frowned and said, "So what do you mean?"
"I think you should first give him a favor."
"How?"
Hu Weiping smiled, and the small eyes under his round glasses flashed with a clever light, saying, "As far as I know, Mr. Lu has an older sister who runs a clinic called Xinglin Hall. Recently, however, an unscrupulous person opened a new clinic across the street from Xinglin Hall in an attempt to ruin it.
How could someone do such a disgusting thing?"
Hu Weiping rolled his eyes and said, "I think no matter who it is, they must give you a little face. So, why don't you go and knock on the door of the new clinic when it opens, and you can give Mr. Lu a favor."
Yu Hongwen slapped his thigh and said, "Good idea. I knew you were smart. This is how it's going to be done. When the new clinic opens, you come pick me up yourself."
"Okay."
When Hu Weiping left Yu Hongwen's courtyard, he felt like he was floating as he walked. He couldn't help but sneer to himself. Li Quan, in the end, I, Hu Weiping, am still the better technician. Hu Chao asked, "Dad, what did Mr. Yu say?" "Just wait and see." 2 days later, Li Quan's courtyard house opened for business.
In the past 2 days, he not only contacted many fellow disciples, but also did a lot of work in terms of publicity. So on the day of the opening, it was packed with people. Lin Xingtan was miserable, and if it weren't for Lu Yun's comforting words, she wouldn't even want to open the doors of Xinglin Hall today. At that moment, a figure suddenly caught her attention.
"Xiao Jing, what's wrong with you?"
Lin Xingtan widened her eyes in surprise because she had actually seen He Jing walking out of the opposite Sihiyuan.
"Xiao Jing, didn't you say you were going to take a postgraduate exam?"
Lin Xingtan already had a hunch about what was going on, and asked with a displeased look on her face. He Jing seemed to be a bit short of confidence, and her eyes flickered as she said, "I'm sorry, Lin Jia, but it's because Dr. Li promised to give me 3 times the salary." Chapter 46, People's words are terrible. After all, He Jing was young and her medical skills were not very high, only being able to treat patients alone. When she encounters a difficult case, she needs to ask Lin Qingtan for help. However, Li Quan was still willing to pay her 3 times her salary, not for any other reason than to deliberately make Lin Qingtan feel sick. "Your brother dared to slap me, right? Fine, then I'll take the person you cultivated for a year right in front of you, and see what you do." This is called killing the heart. Li Quan's move was not to be underestimated. Lin Qingtan really stabbed her in the heart. If He Jing really quit her job to go study for a master's degree, she wouldn't say anything, and she would even encourage He Jing. But He Jing actually went to the opposite Sihiyuan, because Li Quan offered her 3 times the salary. Does my cultivation of you over the past year, and my kindness to you, not compare to Li Quan's 3 times the salary? Lin Qingtan felt a sense of suffocation in her chest. Recalling the scene when that girl, who had just graduated and was hitting a wall everywhere, vowed in front of her that she was willing to learn again and make a fresh start, Lin Qingtan just found it laughable. She had trained her up with her own hands, and now she had turned on her master. To use a more vicious Chinese idiom, she had betrayed her master and her ancestors. Lu Yun looked at her sister's heartbroken expression and felt a pang in her heart, but more of a chill. "He Jing, right? I'll remember you," Lu Yun said coldly. "Oh, you're really proud of threatening a girl." At this point, Li Quan stepped forward, with a righteous expression, and took He Jing behind him, saying, "Miss He, you did the right thing. Xinglian Tang is a place that eats people and spits out bones, so it's better not to stay there." "Li Quan, what are you saying? When you were at Xinglian Hall, did I ever mistreat you?" Lin Qingtan was really furious. "I've seen people who tell lies with their eyes open, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as Li Quan." Li Quan sneered, "You know very well whether you have mistreated us or not." He deliberately raised his voice so that the crowd around him could hear him, and they all cast angry glances at Lin Qingtan. Of course, they chose to believe Li Quan, because Li Quan was a disciple of the national medical master and had no need to lie. Lin Qingtan said angrily, "Li Quan, you say I mistreated you, but can you give me a reason?" Li Quan sneered and remained silent. He was deliberately trying to smear Lin Qingtan and incite the crowd to hate her. Does the reason matter? It doesn't matter at all. Li Quan didn't even need to explain any reasons, because he couldn't even say them if he tried, but the desired effect had already been achieved. Lu Yun's eyes flashed with anger, and he stepped forward and said, "How dare you slander my sister? Do you believe I'll slap you?" What Lu Yun did not expect was that Li Quan actually took the initiative to slap his own face and said, "Come on, slap me hard. Let everyone see how rude Xinglian Tang people are. Who would dare let you treat patients with violence like yours?" When he said this, the crowd around him immediately exploded. If you can't argue, just start fighting. Xinglian Hall is really something. Ha, this kind of person is still running a clinic. If you like to beat people up so much, why not just start a gang? You're even better than the flower-armed dragon. The last time I went to see a doctor at Xinglian Hall, this kid jumped out and caused trouble, and even slapped Dr. Li. Yes, I was there too. This guy delayed the treatment of a little girl. How could he do that to a little girl? That's too much. If Xinglian Tang doesn't close down, it's not right. In an instant, public opinion quickly fermented. Especially when it comes to the little girl, it can arouse the sympathy of everyone, and this sympathy is now all transformed into anger. The power of public opinion is formidable. The spit of these people alone was enough to drown Lu Yun. Lin Qingtan, pale-faced, grabbed Lu Yun's arm and said, "I think we should close Xinglian Hall first and avoid the storm." She knew how poisonous these people's mouths were, and she really couldn't bear to see little Lu Yun get scolded. Lu Yun shook his head and said coldly, "Second sister, we can't back down now, not even a step. Otherwise, they will think we are guilty, and maybe Xinglian Hall will be destroyed by them." Lu Yun was also angry. But he was waiting. He was waiting for the truth to be revealed, for the truth to come to light. Finally, a weak voice rang out in the crowd, "You're talking nonsense. Big Brother is a good person." It was Big Brother who saved the girl's life. The crowd looked. It was the little girl, the one Li Quan had diagnosed with a fever. The woman came out holding her and spoke for Lu Yunfa. The girl is right. Dr. Lu is a good person. If it weren't for Dr. Lu that day, my daughter would have died at the hands of this quack Dr. Li Quan. The woman pointed angrily at Li Quan. Wow! The crowd boils again. What's going on? Why is the spear suddenly pointed at Dr. Li again? Someone reminded her, "Ma'am, you have to be clear. It was this kid surnamed Lu who delayed your daughter's treatment that day." The woman shook her head and said, "No, it's not what you think. My daughter really has a cold, not a fever. It was Li Quan, the quack doctor, who made the wrong diagnosis." Everyone's eyes fell on Li Quan in an instant. Could it be that we were wrong? The mother and daughter are the ones involved, so they can't possibly lie for the murderer, Lu Yun. A drop of sweat rolled down Li Quan's temple. It was indeed unexpected that the woman would jump out and cause trouble at this time. But soon, Li Quan calmed down, his brain whirring at high speed, and then he applauded and said, "Bravo, Lin Qingtan, this is a really brilliant move." Hi. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Qingtan was also puzzled. He said, "Lin Qingtan, I know you've been unhappy with me for a long time, so you set up a trap early on to deliberately ruin my reputation. This mother and daughter are actors you hired." Chapter 47, The Medical Industry's Bigwigs Gather. Actors. As Li Quan's voice fell, everyone's eyes suddenly narrowed. Li Quan continued, "Everyone saw how uncomfortable the girl was at Xinglin Hall that day. Now this woman dares to say that her daughter has a cold. Do you all think we are fools? Also, this woman called me a quack doctor and said that this Lu kid saved her daughter's life. Doesn't that mean that I, a disciple of the great master of traditional Chinese medicine, am not as good as a 20-something kid? Do you think that's possible? So, they are not actors, who are?" Li Quan shouted, then made a look of deep sorrow. "I don't care how others slander my reputation. After all, I, Li, don't value those empty titles at all. But what hurts me the most is that this little girl, who is only a little older, has actually been taken advantage of by these ill-intentioned people. Don't your consciences really hurt?" Li Quan spoke with righteous indignation and his voice was very powerful, instantly igniting the anger of the surrounding crowd. So, a barrage of insults came pouring in. Not only were they scolding Lin Qingtan and Lu Yun, they were also scolding the woman. What a snake woman, even using her own daughter. How much did you take from Xinglin Hall? You are not worthy of being a mother. Everyone at Xinglin Hall should die. The woman didn't expect that she would be attacked by these people with all kinds of words just because she stood up and said a fair word. She was once a loyal supporter of Li Quan, but after he misdiagnosed her daughter's illness, she no longer trusted him. But she only didn't trust Li Quan's medical skills. It was only today that the woman realized that Li Quan was not only incompetent, but also a moral degenerate. How can someone like this be a doctor? The woman was speechless and could only cover her daughter's ears tightly to avoid hearing the foul language. At this moment, Lu Yun's eyes were filled with rage, and it was surging wildly. This scene is so similar. At the Chechen group, it was also a group of mindless onlookers who were incited by a few words and were verbally abused and slandered. Are the people of Longwa so easy to fool? Lu Yun felt a sense of sadness in his heart, and couldn't help but think of the soldiers who were guarding the border, who were sworn to defend against foreign enemies, but who were no match for the ignorant people's verbal swords and spears. How sad. Li, today is the opening of your Sihiyuan, why do everyone look so angry? At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. The crowd stopped cursing and turned to look in the direction of the voice, all of them unable to help but shudder. It was actually the director of Jiangcheng City People's Hospital, Ding Yongfeng. Is he here to celebrate the opening of the Sihiyuan? Li Quan hurriedly went up to him and said, "Brother Ding, thank you very much for coming to help me. I had a little problem here, but it's been solved." As long as it's solved. Ding Yongfeng nodded, glanced at Lu Yun and the others, and then entered the Sihiyuan. Not long after, more people arrived. All of them were above the level of department head in major hospitals. The place was suddenly abuzz with chatter. The gathering of these heavyweights in the medical field was definitely a medical feast that shook the city. The arrival of the next big shot pushed the popularity of the Sihiyuan directly to the peak. The director of the Jiangcheng City Health Bureau, Yan Changshang. He walked with a spring in his step and a smile on his face, as if to tell everyone with his actions that this is a Chinese medicine clinic opened by a fellow disciple, and it is absolutely trustworthy, so you can come here for treatment with peace of mind. You can imagine how excited everyone was. This is the power of a master of traditional Chinese medicine. This is the power of Li Quan's connections. However, in stark contrast, Xinglin Hall on the opposite side looked infinitely small. Lin Qingtan's pretty face turned pale, and every time a big shot arrived, her heart would tremble violently. She guessed that Li Quan would suppress her today, but she didn't expect him to be so ruthless, completely denying her any chance of survival. After today, there will be no Xinglin Hall here. 2 years of hard work will ultimately be wasted. Li Quan saw that the guests were almost all here, so he said loudly, "Everyone, I invited my fellow apprentices here today to benefit everyone. Everyone here today can come to my courtyard for a free medical examination." Boom! The crowd once again boomed. These big names in the medical field, who usually can't even get an appointment with them, unexpectedly agreed to help people get free medical checkups today. This is truly good news. Look, Dr. Li is a true master of medicine, unlike some people who have no skills and only know how to beat people up. From now on, we'll go to Siwotang for our medical checkups. We'll never go to Xinglintang again. Let Xinglintang go bankrupt. While they were yelling and cursing, they formed several long queues, all waiting for the medical experts to help them check their health. Li Quan glanced in the direction of Xinglin Hall and sneered to himself, but at that moment, he suddenly saw a figure. Zhao Mo. What is he doing here? Zhao Mo is also a fellow student of Li Quan, but their relationship is not good. It is said that he is now the vice president of a hospital in the provincial capital. Li Quan was puzzled. He had not contacted Zhao Mo, so how did he come here? Could it be that his fellow apprentices had informed him and he had come to help? If that was the case, Li Quan would be happy to reconcile with Zhao Mo, but when he went to meet him, he discovered that Zhao Mo was not looking for him at all, but was standing on the side of Xinglin Hall. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Lin Qingtan?" Zhao Mo looked up at the plaque above the clinic and asked Lin Qingtan again. Lin Qingtan nodded, looking puzzled, not understanding the reason for this person's visit. Zhao Mo smiled and said, "Then there is no mistake." Chapter 48, 9 Turn Yang Reversing Needle, Reverse Version. Zhao Mo silently stood in the direction of Xinglin Hall, not saying a word, but using his actions to show his position. Although Lin Qingtan was puzzled, she was in no mood to ask questions. She was already worried to death about the events at the Sihiyuan. The most important thing is that there are many people on the other side, and they are all big shots. Even if there is one person here to help, it is just a drop in the bucket. After a while, another person suddenly appeared. When he saw Zhao Mo, he immediately approached him and said, "How is it? Has Hu Weiping not come yet?" Zhao Mo shook his head with a wry smile. "No, I don't know what opportunity he was talking about. It's all very mysterious. You know how that guy is. He likes to keep things a secret. Let's wait and see. By the way, why is the Sihiyuan across the street so lively?" Li Quan has called half of his fellow disciples over to help him out, so it's bound to be lively. Well, then we're really on our own. I hope Hu Weiping isn't a fraud. These two are medical colleagues who promised Hu Weiping that they would come to help Xinglin Hall. The three of them used to be roommates, and their relationship was unbreakable, so they didn't believe Hu Weiping would call them over for no reason. But the pressure is really high. The people across the street may not be more successful than us, but they are more numerous, and together they are terrifying. And then look at our side. It's hard to explain. Li Quan saw that these two people were actually helping the other side, and his face instantly turned ugly. Ding Yongfeng and Yan Changsheng heard the commotion and came out to see what was going on. Ding Yongfeng said, "Zhao Mo, I've heard that you two don't get along with Li Quan, but you don't need to deliberately pick on him when he opens his clinic." In his opinion, Zhao Mo and Li Quan were standing across from each other, deliberately looking for trouble. Yan Changsheng even directly ordered, "If you still recognize us as fellow disciples, then immediately come over to the Sihiyuan." The two of them had been with the master of traditional Chinese medicine Yu Hongwen for the longest time, and were like the older brother of the group, so what they said was very authoritative. Zhao Mo and his companion felt a huge wave of pressure, and they silently thought to themselves, "Hu Weiping, you son of a bitch, why haven't you come yet? We can't hold out much longer." Fortunately, At this moment, a sudden shout of anger came from afar.
Humph. Ding Yangfeng and Yen Shangsheng, you two are really showing off. Do you think I'm dead?
Suddenly, everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and their faces changed dramatically. They saw an old man wearing a white shirt, accompanied by Hu Weiping, walking quickly towards them. It was the famous Chinese medicine master Yu Hongwen.
Teacher.
Ding Yangfeng and the others were shocked and hurriedly greeted him respectfully, but Yu Hongwen angrily shook off their arms and said, "Get out of here.
I, Yu Hongwen, have never taught students like you." Teacher, what's going on?
Ding Yangfeng and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen their teacher lose his temper like this before. Yu Hongwen ignored them and walked straight past them to Lu Yun, bowing down to him with the utmost respect and saying, "Mr. Lu, please accept me as your disciple."
Wow!
It was as if a bucket of cold water had suddenly been poured into boiling oil, and everyone's hearts were suddenly stirred by a huge wave of emotion. What did they just hear?
Their teacher, the national medical master Yu Hongwen, was actually going to take this young man as his teacher? Teacher, you must be crazy. Ding Yangfeng said with wide eyes, "Teacher, what are you doing? How can you take this kid as your teacher? If the teacher becomes Lu Yun's disciple, then they will have to call Lu Yun their grandmaster. How can that be?"
However, before Ding Yangfeng could finish his sentence, he was suddenly slapped hard by Yu Hongwen. "How dare you? When I am talking to Mr. Lu, when did you, a blind man, have the right to interrupt?" Ding Yangfeng was so scared that he didn't dare to fart. Although he was the director of the Jiangqing City People's Hospital, his status was not low, but in front of Yu Hongwen, he was always a student.
There is no discussion about slapping you.
At this point, Yu Hongwen once again bowed respectfully to Lu Yun and said again, "Mr. Lu, please accept me as your disciple."
Lu Yun said coldly, "Let's not talk about taking on an apprentice for now. Let's first solve the problem at hand." He let out a deep breath. "Finally. You finally noticed me, haven't you?"
"I've been holding this in for a long time, and it's really uncomfortable."
Lu Yun's suppressed anger finally exploded.
He took a step forward, grabbed Li Quan by the collar, and dragged him to the ground. "You damned scum, first give my second sister 20 loud kowtows."
Bang bang bang.
Lu Yun pressed Li Quan's head to the ground, slamming it against the ground, his eyes filled with a terrible rage. "My second sister is such a kind person, and you scum actually had the heart to bully her.
How can you tell me to swallow this?" Bang bang bang.
Li Quan's head was bleeding instantly, but Lu Yun had no intention of stopping. After Li Quan had kowtowed 20 times, Lu Yun dragged him in front of the woman and pressed his head down again.
"These 20 kowtows are for the lady and her daughter. You not only owe them an apology, but also their lives. How are you going to repay them?" Bang bang bang. 20 more. Li Quan fainted from the pain.
But then he saw Lu Yun take out a silver needle and thrust it into Li Quan's Baihui acupoint. Li Quan, who had already fainted, suddenly woke up again, his face full of pain. This is pure torture. Even though the pain had already exceeded the limits of his body's endurance, he still had to stay awake and continue to endure the pain.
Li Quan's forehead was smashed. But would Lu Yun have any sympathy for him? No. A murderer like him doesn't deserve any sympathy. "I'll let you do these 40 prostrations. Are you satisfied?"
Lu Yun said angrily. Although Li Quan's head was smashed, his mouth was unexpectedly stubborn, and he actually insisted on shaking his head. He knew that if he admitted it today, his life would be ruined.
"Fine, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish."
Lu Yun's eyes were cold, and suddenly a dozen needles appeared in his hands, which were quickly inserted into Li Quan's acupuncture points. The needle technique was extremely strange. The students of Yu Hongwen, including Ding Yangfeng, were all surprised.
This acupuncture technique looks so awkward, but it also feels familiar? Suddenly, everyone's body trembled. This is the reverse version of the 9-turn yang restoring needling method? Chapter 49, Meeting the Grandmaster. The acupuncture technique Lu Yun used was the reverse version of the 9-turn's rejuvenating needle.
It can be used to revive the dead and save the dying. When the 9-turns rejuvenating needle is performed in the normal direction, it is a life-saving technique, but when it is performed in the opposite direction, it is a technique for crossing over the soul.
Every needle is a torment.
When the 12 needles are inserted in the opposite direction, the person receiving the treatment will definitely be in a state of complete disintegration. Lu Yun held Li Quan down with one hand, and with the other, he quickly inserted the needle, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the 10th needle. Li Quan was convulsing all over. The pain came not only from his body, but also from his soul, as if the sharp needles were piercing his brain. The people around him were completely stunned. One was shocked by Lu Yun's ruthlessness, and the other was that they couldn't imagine that there was a 10th needle in the 9-turn rejuvenating needle. Could it be that the acupuncture techniques he had learned over the past few decades were all wrong? Perhaps Yu Hongwen could answer this question for them, but at the moment, the old gentleman had no intention of answering them, because he was so excited that his face had turned red. If you can learn the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. He never thought that he would be able to see the complete version of the 9-turns rejuvenation needling in his old age. Even if Lu Yun did not accept him as a disciple, he would be satisfied if he could see the complete version of the technique today. Yu Hongwen couldn't wait to see what the legendary 12th needle looked like. However, he seemed to have forgotten that if Lu Yun had all 12 needles inserted, his disciple Li Quan would have died. Ah, I said. Please don't torture me anymore. Li Quan finally couldn't stand the pain anymore, so from the day he misdiagnosed the little girl to today's deliberate smearing of Xinglin Hall, he confessed everything, clearing Lin Qingtan's name and the woman's name. When they heard the result, everyone was stunned. Immediately was endless anger. They had believed in Li Quan so much, but never imagined that he was such a shameless scoundrel. Just now, when they saw Lu Yun torturing Li Quan so severely, they felt quite sympathetic towards Li Quan, but now, they can't wait for him to die. Lu Yun, relieved, turned to look at Lin Qingtan and said, "Second sister, I said that as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you." It was easy to kill Li Quan, but Lu Yun couldn't kill him directly. What he wanted was the truth, otherwise even if he killed Li Quan, it would only be gossip. Little brother. Lin Qingtan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears and threw herself into Lu Yun's arms. "Second sister, so many people are watching, what a sight you are making, look, your makeup is all smudged." Lu Yun comforted her. Lin Qingtan burst into laughter. Okay, I won't cry." It was not until the two siblings had a heartwarming ending that Yu Hongwen said in a grudging tone, "Mr. Lu, may I ask if you will accept me as your disciple?" He really felt sorry just now. It was already the 10th needle, and only the last 2 needles were missing to see the complete version of the 9-turns rejuvenation needle. Although it was a reverse version, it was still very good. Unfortunately, Li Quan didn't hold out. What a useless disciple. Can't you make a little more contribution to the medical profession? Yu Hongwen thought to himself. Lu Yun looked at Yu Hongwen's serious expression and nodded, saying, "I can accept you as a disciple and teach you the 9-turn Bakyang needle, but there is a condition. You must work as a resident physician at my sister's Xinglin Hall for 3 years. Isn't it necessary to have a famous doctor to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic?" In terms of fame, who can compare to Yu Hongwen, the master of traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangnan province? As long as he sits in the Xinglin Hall, the name of the Xinglin Hall will definitely be heard throughout Jiangnan province in less than half a month. Yu Hongwen said excitedly, "I am willing, as long as Mr. Lu is willing to accept me as a disciple, not to mention sitting in the clinic for 3 years, I am willing to stay at Xinglin Hall until I die." Hu Weiping, who was standing next to him, reminded him, "Teacher, you're still calling him Mr. Lu." Yu Hongwen suddenly realized what he had said and quickly corrected himself, saying, "Student Yu Hongwen, I greet you, Mr. Lu." He was about to kneel. Lu Yun hurriedly helped him up. If he made an old man kneel, it would shorten his life. Hu Weiping was quick to act. After Yu Hongwen had called him teacher, he immediately knelt down before Lu Yun. "Hu Weiping, I greet you, my master." He is really smart. Not only that, he also secretly pulled Zhao Mo and Zhao Mo, who immediately understood, also hurriedly bowed to Lu Yun and said, "Greetings to the master." On the other hand, Ding Yongfeng and the others looked a little embarrassed. When they saw Lu Yun use the 9-turns rejuvenating needle, they already understood why the teacher insisted on taking him as his disciple. This Mr. Lu was clearly a great doctor. "Old teacher, we were also deceived by Li Quan. Please forgive us," Ding Yongfeng said with a sad face. Yu Hongwen snorted, "What's the point of asking me to forgive you? You should ask the master to forgive you." When Ding Yongfeng heard this, he was overjoyed. What the teacher meant was that he was still admitting that he was his student, and that he was asking him to be his master. Everyone quickly knelt down and said in unison, "Please forgive us, Grand Master."
Lu Yun waved his hand and said, "Ask my second sister. When she forgives you, you can get up again." Chapter 50, The Evil Talent of My Second Sister.
Li Quan's four-sided hall opened and closed at the same time, which was a record-breaking speed. Not only that, but what was even more pleasing was that his medical license was revoked by the Health Bureau. Of course, he was too ashamed to call himself a student of Yu Hongwen. As for He Jing, unless she changes her profession, she will have no place to stand in Jiangnan province. If she hadn't left Xinglin Hall, or if she had really gone to take the postgraduate entrance exam, she could have met countless medical bigwigs in Jiangnan province with her connections to Lin Xingtan.
Once she had made these connections, what hospital couldn't she get into?
Unfortunately, one wrong step leads to another, and it is too late for her to regret now. On the contrary, Xinglin Hall has become a spectacle. Those big shots in the medical field who were usually so arrogant were actually scrambling to come and see patients, and even one person a day was not enough to arrange. Naturally, the fame of Xinglin Hall spread rapidly. In less than a week, patients from all over Jiangnan province, including some from other provinces, came to seek treatment.
After all, the head of Xinglin Hall is Yu Hongwen, a master of traditional Chinese medicine.
Lu Yun also fulfilled his promise and taught the 9 revitalizing needles to Yu Hongwen. To be honest, this acupuncture technique, which everyone considered a treasure, was just one of the many techniques that Lu Yun had mastered. There was no need to pass on the other techniques to Yu Hongwen at the moment, because the 9 turns rejuvenating needle was enough for him to learn for a while. However, what surprised Lu Yun and everyone else the most was that the person who learned the 9 revitalizing needles the fastest was not Yu Hongwen, but Lin Xingtan. When she saw Lin Xingtan skillfully perform the 9
Revolution's rejuvenating needle technique, even Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow, are you that good?"
Lin Xingtan scratched his head and said, "This acupuncture method is not difficult to learn. In fact, I almost remembered it after watching you perform it on Li Quan that day."
Yu Hongwen, Hu Wei Ping, Ding Yong Foam. The difficulty of learning the 9-turn yang restoring needle technique is not the acupoints, because there are only a few of them. Everyone is a TCM practitioner, and the acupoints of the human body have long been memorized.
The difficulty lies in the progressive techniques. To achieve the effect of the 9th turn, you need to practice the needle technique repeatedly and continuously, which takes time to accumulate. While Yu Hongwen and the others were still struggling to practice, Lin Xingtan had already learned it, and said that this method of acupuncture was not difficult. This statement is as powerful as Hong Zhou saying that he had never touched money.
It's a critical strike.
Lu Yunling suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said to Lin Xingtan, "Sister, I'll show you another set of acupuncture techniques."
He then brought a mannequin.
7 needles were inserted into the model's acupuncture points like flowing clouds in water, and each needle insertion technique was different. Yu Hongwen saw this scene, and every hair on his head trembled. He exclaimed, "The 7 knocking stabs of the Ghost Gate. This is the 7 knocking stabs of the Ghost Gate. The 7 punches of the Ghost Gate, like the 9 revitalizing needles, are both lost needle techniques.
Moreover,
the 7 punctures of the Ghost Gate uses 7 needles, while the 9 revitalizing needles uses 12.
Using fewer needles to achieve the same therapeutic effect means that the needle insertion technique is more difficult."
Lu Yun smiled and looked at him and said, "You are indeed knowledgeable, Mr. Yu." Yu Hongwen was flattered and hurriedly bowed down and said, "Teacher Lu, you can just call me Little Yu. I really can't bear the title of Old Yu. We are already so familiar with each other, you don't need to be so formal in front of me."
No, a teacher is a teacher for life, that's the rule. You old fuddy-duddy.
Lu Yun shook his head helplessly.
"Mr. Lu, may I ask how much you know about this kind of acupuncture? A 9-turning backhand needle is already shocking and unusual. If an ordinary person can learn this trick, they will be enough to become a famous doctor."
What Yu Hongwen didn't expect was that his teacher would perform the Ghost Gate 7 knocks again.
He was very excited.
Lu Yun counted on his fingers and said, "Not too many, probably about 20 or 30.
20 or 30. This is not too much? This is clearly against the heavens."
Yu Hongwen almost dropped his eyes, looking at Lu Yun strangely.
"Teacher, you're really too pretentious." Lu Yun really wasn't being pretentious.
His old master, the Taoist priest, had given him several boxes of needlework secrets, and he had only learned 20 or 30 of them, which wasn't really too many. While the two were talking, Lin Xingtan had already stabbed out the first needle. Although the technique was green, there were no mistakes. Whether it was the angle, strength, or depth of the needle, it was exactly the same as Lu Yun's. This needle alone is enough for Yu Hongwen to study for 3 or 5 days. After Lin Xingtan had finished the first needle, he closed his eyes and paused for a moment, as if he was recalling the scene when Lu Yun had just inserted the needle. After all, Lu Yun did not stick them one by one, but instead finished all 7 before letting Lin Xingtan do it. This was a real test of memory. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Xingtan finally stabbed the second needle, which was also accurate and correct. Then she closed her eyes and recalled the scene. At this moment, Yu Hongwen was already wide-eyed in amazement. He had really stabbed the second needle. What happened next proved that he had been surprised for too long. Lin Xingtan stabbed one needle at a time, and the first 6 needles were all stabbed very accurately. Only when it came to the 7th needle did a slight deviation occur. Lu Yun helped her correct it and asked, "Second sister, how did you remember so many different ways of inserting needles?" It had been more than an hour since Lu Yun had performed the first set of 7 stabs at the Ghost Gate, but it was amazing that Lin Xingtan could still recall the technique for the following stabs. Lin Xingtan smiled shyly and said, "I don't know. My memory is not very good when I remember other things, but as long as it involves acupuncture, I can recall the details after seeing it once." Lu Yun exclaimed, "Sister, you are a medical genius. I don't think anyone will dare to say that my second sister is big-breasted and brainless anymore." Who? Please delete the last 2 words. In the end, Lin Xingtan was able to master the 7 stabs of the Ghost Gate in just 2 hours. Lu Yun felt inferior and said, "Second sister, you make me feel a deep sense of defeat. When I first learned this acupuncture technique, it took me an entire afternoon." Lin Xingtan modestly waved his hand, "It's just a so-so. I think I should work harder." Pop. Yu Hongwen, Ding Yongfeng, and the others nearly couldn't hold back the urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Are you 2 siblings demons? Are you so stimulating? If they were to learn this stitching technique, it would take them at least a month to master it. But the siblings are good, one used an afternoon, and the other only used 2 hours, but they still looked dissatisfied. How can you let us scum live? Chapter 51 International Master of Arts. Green Villa. In the pool. 3 beautiful women with perfect bodies are playing in the pool. The snow-white skin exposed outside the simple cloth glistened like jade in the sunlight, and when covered with a layer of crystal-clear water droplets, it looked like a pink and delicious peach, making people want to bite into it. They are Lu Yun's 3 beautiful sisters. In the past, Lin Xingtan lived near Xinglin Hall most of the time. At that time, there were only 3 doctors working at Xinglin Hall. Although they worked in shifts, Lin Xingtan was the manager and basically went to help every day. But now it's different. Now, all the doctors at Xinglin Hall are famous figures in the medical world, so Lin Xingtan doesn't have to worry about them at all. That's why she moved back to Green Villa to live with her sisters. "Little Lu Yun, why don't you come down and play with your sisters?" Lu Yun sneaked up to the edge of the pool and, when Lu Yun wasn't looking, suddenly popped out, like a delicate lotus flower. She had a charming smile on her lips, her eyes gazing at Lu Yun, and she even used her small, flexible tongue to lick her sexy red lips, as if to seduce. Lu Yun stood by the edge of the pool, looking down at Lu Yenner. The white ravine was already eye-catching, and when combined with Lu Yenner's charming expression, it was truly seductive to the extreme. Unfortunately, Lu Yun remembered what the old Taoist master had said: before the nameless spiritual power was achieved, the Yuan Yang could not be easily released. It's really uncomfortable. Sister Yen, don't tempt me anymore. I'm afraid I'll get too weak to climb back up if I jump in. Lu Yun smiled wryly. All 3 sisters are so beautiful, and Yenner likes to tease me. Going down there is not putting out the fire, but adding fuel to it. Lu Yenner said with a sly smile, "If you're weak in the knees, so be it. Your sisters won't mind." What are you talking about, Lu Yenner? Yi Qingqing suddenly swam over to Lu Yenner and pulled her under the water, choking her with several mouthfuls of the pool's clear water. Lin Xingtan also helped out, saying, "See if you dare to secretly seduce little brothers behind our backs." I didn't do it secretly. I was clearly seducing him in front of you. Lin Xingtan, if you dare to touch my head again, I'll rip your breasts off. Ah! Lin Xingtan let out a scream. Lu Yun really didn't dare to stay here. He was afraid that if he stayed, something would really happen, so he quickly returned to the living room and found a copy of the Tao Te Ching to calm down. The reason why the river is the king of all the rivers is because it is good at being down. This sentence is well written. I am the king, and I like being down. You're so annoying. All I can think about is the sisters playing in the pool. I can't even read the Tao Te Ching anymore. Lu Yun angrily threw the book away. At this moment, a phone call came in. When he saw the caller ID, Lu Yun's expression immediately became more serious. Grandpa Wu? Lu Yun, are you free now? Come over to Grandpa Wu's place. I have something to tell you. Okay, Grandpa Wu, I'll be right there. Lu Yun was thinking about going out to cool off, and Grandpa Wu's call came at just the right time. He arrived at the place where Grandpa Wu lived. Lu Yun, come quickly. This is your Aunt Lu. Wu Wendy called Lu Yun to a woman in her 40s or 50s and introduced her with a smile. Hello, Auntie Lu. Lu Yun still had some impression of this Aunt Lu, as if she had been a worker at the welfare home before, but he couldn't quite remember. Auntie Lu looked at Lu Yun in surprise and turned to Wu Wendeng and said, Old Dean, is he really the child who disappeared in the fire? Wu Wendeng nodded. Lu Yun also said, I was lucky to be rescued by an old Taoist priest. That's really lucky, to survive a fire like that. It seems you are destined to be a wealthy and powerful person. Auntie Lu looked at Lu Yun and nodded frequently, as if she was very satisfied. Lu Yun asked curiously, Grandpa Wu, what are you guys keeping secret? Wu Wendeng then explained with a smile, it's like this. Your Aunt Lu has a daughter who has just returned from studying abroad. I thought I would let you two meet and get to know each other. It turns out that I was invited to a blind date. Lu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was about to refuse, but then he heard Grandpa Wu sigh. Aunt Lu's daughter is an overseas student, very outstanding. I originally wanted to introduce her to Wang Gang, but this bastard is really unworthy, so I thought of you. As he said this, Wu Wendeng glanced out into the courtyard, his expression a little sad. In the courtyard, Wang Gang was squatting on the ground playing with ants. His current IQ is equivalent to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, which is a lot less of a worry, but it also makes Wu Wendeng feel a bit sad. Although Wang Gang is not filial, after all, they have been together for more than 10 years. In these years, Wu Wendeng has always treated him as a family member, so he must have some feelings. Alas, he owed the casino money and was beaten up like this, so he deserved it. Wu Wendeng sighed again. Lu Yun saw Grandpa Wu's sad expression and felt very uncomfortable. Wang Gang was made stupid by him, but it is not irreversible. After this period of time, we will see if we should help him recover. At this time, Auntie Lu took out a photo and said to Lu Yun, Look, this is my daughter. She's not bad looking, is she? Lu Yun glanced at the photo. The girl was good looking and tall, but why did she look familiar, as if she had been seen somewhere before? After a moment of careful recollection, Lu Yun suddenly widened his eyes and said, Aunt Lu, your daughter's name isn't Lu Xiaoye, is it? How do you know my daughter's name is Lu Xiaoye? Do you two know each other? Cough cough, no, I don't know. I accidentally heard you talking about it just now. Wu Wendeng and Aunt Lu looked at each other in confusion. Did we mention the name Lu Xiaoye when we were chatting just now? Never mind, it's not important. The two didn't think much about it. At this time, Lu Yun had already secretly taken several deep breaths. He never imagined that he would meet the internationally renowned artist Lu Xiaoye during a blind date. Who is Lu Xiaoye? It all started with the computer of the fourth sister of the Demon King of Filth. Wang Bingning has 2 computers, one for home use, which is in her bedroom at the villa, and one for work, which is a portable computer. Lu Yun has been using the computer in her sister's bedroom for a few days now, and found that the hard drive was full. When she opened it, she was surprised to find that it was full of art videos. Sister 4 is so naughty, she must be criticized. In order to prevent her from backing out, Lu Yun decided to collect evidence in advance, so he browsed through all the videos. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on him was a selfie of a female student from the Dragon Kingdom and her foreign boyfriend. The name of the female exchange student was Lu Xiaoye. Chapter 52 Who Gave You the Face? In order to see the true face of the international art master, Lu Yun arrived at the blind date location at the agreed time, which was a high-class coffee shop.
But after waiting for half an hour, Lu Xiaoye still hadn't shown up. Damn it, she dared to stand me up. Lu Yun was impatient to wait any longer and stood up to leave, but at that moment, Lu Xiaoye finally walked in from the door. She was indeed tall and dressed fashionably. The main thing is that she is the woman in the video. Lu Xiaoye had obviously seen Lu Yun's photo and walked straight towards him, but her face looked a little bad. When she was outside, she saw a Bugatti Veyron parked at the door and had a little bit of hope that it might be Lu Yun's. But after taking a look at Lu Yun, she realized that she had been thinking too much. Which rich man would dress so casually? Lu Xiaoye had studied abroad and was well informed. She could tell at a glance that the clothes on Lu Yun's body would not add up to more than 300 yuan. Therefore, the Bugatti Veyron at the door could definitely not be his. Lu Yun's first words to her were, "You're late." Straight man. Lu Xiaoye gave Lu Yun a look. Isn't it normal for a girl to be late for half an hour if she needs to put on makeup? I'm only half an hour late, which is pretty fast. Although she looked down on Lu Yun, she still pretended to sit down and prepare to go through the process. Since you're here, I won't deny you the opportunity. Tell me your conditions. What conditions? What a fool. How many square meters is your house? What price range is your car? How much is your monthly salary? I don't have a salary, but the house should be as big as possible, and the car should be as luxurious as possible. Are you a rich second generation? No. Then where did you get the money to buy a luxury car and a luxury house? I just have to say one word, and someone will bring it to me right away. I think you're crazy. Lu Xiaoye was almost depressed to death. What kind of person did she introduce herself to? She was clearly a delusional patient. You asked me so many questions, now I'll ask you. Lu Yun suddenly smiled and said. I don't think there's any need for that. Lu Xiaoye got up and left the cafe, giving Lu Yun a disdainful glance before leaving. I don't know where this psychopath came from, what a waste of my time. Lu Yun touched his nose and thought to himself, this is truly an international master of art, with a discerning eye. Well, I've seen his face, so I can say that I've lived up to Grandpa Wu's expectations. Lu Yun walked out of the cafe and saw two beautiful women standing in front of his Bugatti Veyron, constantly posing for selfies, pouting and acting innocent. Lu Yun walked up and asked, have you finished taking pictures, ladies? It's none of your business whether it's good or not, you idiot. One of the curly-haired beauties was posing in front of the camera the second before, but the next second she suddenly glared at Lu Yun fiercely. The other beauty said with a smile, young man, if you want to chat, just say so. Although you're not dressed well, you look okay. Come over and ask me for my WeChat. Maybe I'll agree to it right away. Lu Yun was speechless. Do women nowadays like to judge people by their appearance? That is to say, Lu Yun doesn't pay much attention to his appearance. His requirements for clothing are that it is fresh and durable, and that's enough. He doesn't care whether it's a brand name or not. This is a habit that Lu Yun developed during his border campaigns. The best clothes he ever wore were the ones he wore when he was buried. Ignoring the two women, Lu Yun directly unlocked the car door and got into the Bugatti Veyron. Boom! The sound of the engine starting startled the two women, and when they turned around, they realized that it was Lu Yun sitting in the car, and their faces immediately changed. Young man, is this sports car yours? Little brother, I was just joking with you. Don't be angry. I'll go for a ride with you, okay? He is my boyfriend. You two shameless bitches, get out of here. Before Lu Yun could say anything, Lu Xiaoye suddenly rushed over and pulled the two women away. She had not gone far, and when she saw Lu Yun chatting with the two women, she stopped coldly and prepared to watch the show. But as she watched, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Lu Yun actually got into the sports car. Holy shit! That Bugatti Veyron really was his. Lu Xiaoye felt a wave of regret, so she rushed over and pulled the two women who were selling sex away. Lu Yun looked at her playfully and said, when did I become your boyfriend? We've been dating, aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Not only boyfriend and girlfriend, but also possibly married. Lu Xiaoye played with her long hair and smiled confidently. She was a high-achieving student, and a high-achieving student who had studied abroad. She was also very good-looking, so she was very confident in her own charm. And from the way she behaved in the coffee shop, Lu Yun was clearly interested in her. This time, it's a sure thing.
But she didn't know that Lu Yun was only interested in her because he was curious about how brazen someone could be to make a video like that with a foreigner. The most speechless thing is that she actually has the face to return to China for a blind date. Lu Yun's expression became more and more teasing. Really? I feel like you're not interested in me. How could that be? Lu Xiaoye hurriedly explained, I just felt like my makeup was smudged, so I went to touch it up. I am very satisfied with your qualifications. Lu Yun smiled, you are satisfied with my conditions, but I am not satisfied with your conditions. Why? You've screwed around with foreigners, and you still have the nerve to come back for a blind date? Who gave you the face? After saying this, Lu Yun drove off in a Bugatti Veyron, leaving Lu Xiaoye dumbfounded. How did he know? At this moment, the two beautiful women next to him also reacted, pointing at Lu Xiaoye and laughing mockingly. I said this person looks so familiar, it turns out he is an international master of art. International art master. Lu Xiaoye couldn't possibly not understand that the things she did abroad had already become famous in Longhua, and she suddenly passed out with a blackout. Chapter 53, The Murderous Intent That Struck in the Middle of the Night. Back to the Green Villa. Lu Yun hadn't even entered the door. When he saw Lu Yan leaning against the doorframe, blocking his way with her long, straight, slender legs. Humph, little Lu Yun, while the sisters were swimming, where did you go to be so dashing? No. She suddenly rushed over, grabbed Lu Yun's clothes and sniffed them. Her narrow, beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, and she asked, how did you get the scent of a woman on you? Did you really go out and fool around? Lu Yun said in a daze, with three beautiful women living in the house, how could I not be surrounded by the scent of women? Liar. The smell on you is not from us three sisters, but from other women. If you don't confess, I'll have to punish you myself. Lu Yan said with a malicious smile. Lu Yun was completely convinced. Sister Yan is really a second-rate person. First, she rummaged through her own trash can, and now she can even smell the scent of a woman on her own body. Okay, I'll confess. Lu Yun had no choice but to tell them about his blind date. This time, not only was Lu Yener curious, even Lin Xingtan came over with a curious look. Lin Xingtan asked, little brother, do you like the girl you met on the blind date? Is she pretty? For some reason, when she asked this question, her expression was a bit unnatural. It seemed that she was looking forward to Lu Yun's answer, but she was also afraid to know Lu Yun's answer. This is a kind of ambivalence. Yi Qingcheng was also conflicted. She sat on the sofa with a cold expression, but from the frequent glances she cast, it was clear that she was also very curious about Lu Yun's answer. Seeing this, Lu Yun deliberately smiled and said, it's good. Although that girl doesn't look as good as you ladies, she is still pretty. So, are you satisfied with this blind date? Lin Xingtan asked carefully. So, I'm thinking about it. Considering? Suddenly, Yi Qingqing couldn't sit still and rushed over with a cold face, grabbed Lu Yun's ear and said, we seven sisters are older than you, and we're not in a hurry to get married. What are you in a hurry for? Look, Xingcheng is anxious, she is anxious. It is true that the more aloof the goddess, the more terrifying she is when she is jealous. Although Lu Yun's ears were painfully pulled, he was even more pleased in his heart. Such a sister Qingcheng is really cute. Lin Qingtan said with concern, big sister, please be gentle. Look, you've made my little brother's ears red. If you're angry, just pull the ears of the third sister. Lin Qingtan. I just hit you back a little bit at the pool. Why are you so angry about it? Lu Yener said with a depressed look on her face. How dare you call me by my name? Lin Qingtan. Lin Qingtan. Lin Qingtan. The two of them had a fight again, which was already the norm and nothing strange. After a while, Lu Yener stopped fighting with Lin Qingtan and looked at Lu Yun and said, Lu Yun, do you have a picture of that girl? I'm curious about what kind of girl it is that makes you feel satisfied at first glance. Yi Qingcheng and Lin Qingtan also looked curious. Lu Yun's expression was somewhat meaningful, saying, not only photos, but also videos. Really? Hurry up and show it to us. Lu Yan was already impatient. So, the simple Lu Yun took the three sisters to the fourth sister's bedroom, turned on the computer, and the next few minutes were a video of a poor little girl being brutally beaten by the three sisters. The level of bloodshed could be described as a mosaic. Lu Yun said with tears in her eyes, sisters, you really wronged me, because the female protagonist in this video is the person I'm going to meet today. What? All three of them shuddered, and then their expressions became strange. Lu Yun first couldn't hold back, and laughed loudly, covering her stomach. Ha ha, little Lu Yun, your luck is really too good. You can be the male lead in a video. Lu Yun's face turned black. Is there such a person who gloats over others' misfortunes? Lin Qingtan said angrily, what kind of people are these? They have no sense of shame at all. They actually have the face to come back for a blind date, really disgracing their ancestors. As she spoke angrily, she secretly glanced at the video screen twice, her cheeks burning. Yi Qingcheng said coldly, Wang Bingning. How dare you store this kind of video on your computer? When you come back, I'll show you what I'll do to you. After saying that, she then said to Lu Yun, you move Wang Bingning's computer to my room now, and you are not allowed to use it anymore. How dare Lu Yun not listen to Sister Qingqing's words? He immediately and obediently moved the computer to her room. That night, Lu Yun, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes, her expression cold and fierce. Killing intent. He sensed a strong murderous intent, which was approaching him step by step. At this moment, a slight movement was also heard in the room next door, where Lu Yenner was. Lu Yun stood motionless in front of the window, and with the help of the bright moonlight, he clearly saw a nimble figure jumping out of the window from the next room. Although the person was wearing a nightgown and a mask on his face, Lu Yun recognized the slender figure as Lu Yenner at once. It must be that Lu Yenner also sensed the murderous intent, so she returned to her room and changed into a nighttime outfit. In fact, Lu Yun had long sensed the identity of Lu Yenner. When they first met, the two of them had already fought, and at that time, Lu Yun had sensed the killer's aura from her, because ordinary people could not have such skills. However, Lu Yun did not investigate further. No matter what Lu Yenner did, she was still his third sister, and she still loved him as much as she had before. Therefore, Lu Yun respected any choice that Lu Yen made. Chapter 54, The Black and White Immortals. Seeing Lu Yenner chasing after the direction of the murderous intent, Lu Yun was also about to follow and take a look, but as soon as he jumped out of the window, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Another murderous intent. Tonight, 2 assassins have arrived. Lu Yun frowned slightly. If that's the case, it means that the 2 assassins' target is not Lu Yenner, but to lure her away using the diversionary tactic. Could it be that the target is me? Or the other 2 sisters? Lu Yun was temporarily unclear about the target, but since they dared to break into Green Villa, they had already committed a capital crime. At this moment, the killer lurking in the darkness had already seen Lu Yun and, after confirming that he was his target, was preparing to move. He thought he had hidden his murderous intent well, but in fact, he had already been exposed. Lu Yun turned his back on him on purpose. The assassin was also cautious, and waited patiently for several more minutes before suddenly attacking. If he doesn't move, he's a thunderous force. The cold blade pierced through the night with lightning speed. However, just as his blade was about to pierce Lu Yun's back, he suddenly saw Lu Yun turn around sharply and silently stare at him. His dark and indifferent eyes were like an abyss. The killer's heart trembled slightly. This look was more terrifying than any he had ever seen from his fellow assassins. However, the blade was already out, and blood would be shed. The killer suppressed the inexplicable fear that arose in his heart, and the tip of the knife flashed wildly with a piercing cold light, stabbing toward the target's heart. But the next second, he was horrified. The knife had indeed pierced Lu Yun's heart, and with great force, but when the tip of the knife touched Lu Yun's chest, it was as if it had stabbed into a piece of steel, unable to advance an inch. A master of horizontal training? The killer was shocked. In the 0.01 second of his days, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his shoulder, and then he was dragged hundreds of meters away, directly out of the villa. Damn it! This is not a master of horizontal training, it is clearly a martial arts master. After being dragged hundreds of meters in an instant, the killer felt as if his soul had floated out, unable to come back to his senses. At this point, Lu Yun suddenly kicked him in the ribs, breaking them, and said coldly, "Tell me, who sent you?" The killer gritted his teeth in pain, but he endured the pain and said nothing. The information of the client must be kept strictly confidential. This is the basic rule for them as assassins. Not saying? Lu Yun kicked him again, this time not only breaking his ribs, but also shaking his internal organs out and bleeding. The killer's mouth and nasal cavity were filled with the smell of blood, and he growled, I won't say anything.
Kill me. Kill you? It's not that easy.
Lu Yun sneered, and a set of 9 turning needles were instantly stabbed up, but in the reverse version.
The first needle. The killer endured. Second needle. The killer also resisted. Until the 5th needle. He began to show signs of pain. 7th needle. He was in agony. The 10th needle. He collapsed. Kill me. Please kill me.
The killer's facial features were completely twisted into a ball, and his expression was as painful as it could be.
If you tell me who sent you, I can give you a quick death.
Lu Yun said coldly, and the 11th needle appeared in his hand, ready to be stabbed.
The killer finally broke down and said, I confess. I confess everything. Please don't torture me anymore.
If it was just physical pain, he could bear it no matter what. At worst, he would faint from the pain. But this is clearly mental torture.
Each needle was a blow to his mental will.
Even the most determined person would eventually break under such torture.
It was Li Gaofei. Li Gaofei hired us.
The killer said in a trembling voice.
Li Gaofei of the Li Group? Yes, it was him. He paid a lot of money to have you and Yi Qingqing killed. I've already confessed. Please, give me a quick death. Click.
Lu Yun instantly snapped the killer's neck, and then his arm shook, and a domineering chi rushed into his body. All that could be heard was a loud bang, and the killer's body turned directly into a pool of blood mist.
Not even a speck of bone was left. Li Gaofei.
Lu Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He really didn't expect that the killer was actually hired by Li Gaofei. Last time, Li Gaofei wanted to send someone to take nude photos of Yi Qingqing in order to prevent the Chechen group from going public, but Lu Yun saw through it. Afterwards, Lu Yun only had the beauty group shut down, and did not bother Li Gaofei. But who would have thought that this damn thing would dare to hire a killer to kill himself in Qingcheng, completely seeking death? Lu Yun immediately made a phone call to Wang Nanjiang, coldly saying, Find out Li Gaofei's address for me immediately, and give it to me tonight. Wang Nanjiang was half asleep when he received the call, and he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell did that son of a bitch Li Gaofei do to make the cloud god so angry? It's like looking for death. The king of the South River was instantly wide awake, and he did not dare to delay for a moment. He mobilized all of his connections that night to thoroughly investigate Li Gaofei's current address.
At this time, another location of the Green Villa.
2 dark figures were moving at high speed.
Lu Yenner's graceful figure was wrapped in black nightclothes, like a nimble cat, walking through the moonlight on the ground.
She clearly sensed that the other party was not weak, but why was she only running away? Lu Yan suddenly realized something and stopped abruptly. At this moment, the figure in front of her also stopped running and turned around, sneering and saying, Night Rose, have you finally realized it?
He was also wearing black clothes and a mask. Although the material was the same, the shape was different.
They belonged to the same assassin organization, the Shadow Pavilion.
The Black and White Immortals. It was only when she saw the other person's mask that Lu Yenner recognized his identity and exclaimed in surprise.
The 2 men were the 2 Grim Reapers. This means that there was more than one assassin sneaking into Green Villa tonight, and she had fallen into their trap.
Lu Yenner suddenly felt a sense of unease.
Without any time to waste on talking to the White Reaper, Lu Yenner turned and hurried to the Green Villa, her heart filled with anxiety.
But how could the White Reaper let her leave so easily? When we received the mission, we thought it was just an ordinary assassination. We never thought that we would accidentally break into the home of the cold-faced killer, Night Rose. Isn't it a coincidence, Lu Yenner? Lu Yenner.
Wo Chang directly called out Lu Yenner's real name. All the members of the Shadow Sect use nicknames, and they all wear black clothes and masks when they are on the move, in order to prevent
their true identities from being exposed.
After all, what they do is not to be seen in the light. Once the true identity of a killer is exposed, they will face not only the revenge of their enemies, but also the pursuit of the Shadow Sect.
They can't leave any hidden dangers.
Chapter 55, In the Dark, a strange blood-red light.
Hearing Bai Wuxiang call out her name, Lu Yenner's body trembled.
At this time, I heard Bai Wuxiang sneer and say, I remember, about half a year ago, Yi Changwei turned a certain playboy of the Chen family in Jiangbei into a eunuch, right?
What do you think will happen if the people of the Chen family find out that Lu Yen'er is Yi Qiangwei?
Shut up. Lu Yen'er's voice was cold and her face was covered in a murderous intent. She now had only one choice: to kill the White Impermanent, to silence him, and then to go back and kill the Black Impermanent, so as to ensure that her identity would not be exposed. But it is extremely difficult. Her strength is not much different from that of the White and Black Death, and it is very difficult to kill either of them, let alone both of them.
And the most important point:
if she spends too much time here with the White Reaper, the Black Reaper will have already succeeded at home.
Or even, he may have already succeeded. Lu Yen'er was also a killer in the Shadow Pavilion and knew the style of the Black Death. Unlike the White Death, who liked to torture and kill, the Black Death preferred to solve the target quickly and accurately. It had been about 5 or 6 minutes since he left the Green Villa, which was enough time for the Black Reaper to kill 100 times. Therefore, even if Lu Yen'er rushed back to Green Villa at this moment, what she would most likely see was a pool of blood. In this situation, if it were another cold-blooded killer, the most sensible choice would be to kill the White Impermanent first, and then go back to find the Black Impermanent, so that at least they could maintain their own identity. But Lu Yen'er couldn't do that. As long as there is still a glimmer of hope, she will rush back to Green Villa without hesitation, saving her family first, even if it means exposing her identity. So Lu Yen'er only paused for a moment before immediately running in the direction of home. The only thing she regretted now was that she had not woken up Xia Luyan when she had chased him out. Xiao Lu Yun is pretty good at martial arts. Maybe if he was awake, the Black King of Death wouldn't have gotten away so easily. You must hang on. Lu Yen'er prayed silently in her heart. But at this moment, the White Reaper suddenly let out a snarl, his figure flickering, and soon he intercepted Lu Yen'er. Ha, at a time like this, you're still thinking about going back to save someone. It seems that the title of cold-faced killer is a false reputation. Lu Yen'er's face was as cold as ice, and she shouted angrily, I don't have time to mess with you now, so get out of here. You don't have time, but I do. Ai Wuxiang smiled mockingly, Miss Lu Yen'er, when you became a member of the organization, you should have been aware of this. For a killer, emotions are a fatal weakness. You wouldn't not understand this, would you? Although he and Black are brothers, if one day he encounters this situation, he will definitely abandon Black without mercy, and he will even kill Black himself to save himself. Cold-bloodedness is the basic quality of a killer. Lu Yen'er can only be cold-faced, but not cold-blooded, so she is not a qualified killer. Ha! The cold light crossed swords in an instant. Lu Yen'er had no intention of fighting, so she could only retreat while fighting. Ai Wuxiang was in no hurry to kill Lu Yen'er, but instead, he seemed to be playing with a mouse, using his sharp bayonet to cut Lu Yen'er's clothes. Miss Lu Yen'er, I once visited your bar. When I first saw you, I was captivated by your queenly aura. Do you know how much I wanted to play with you in the palm of my hand? You pervert. Lu Yen'er was anxious, but this White Impermanence was really annoying. Without paying attention, he had punctured her clothes several times, exposing large areas of her snow-white shoulders. Lu Yen'er knew that she couldn't go on like this, or she would be humiliated to death by the White Impermanence sooner or later, so even though she was anxious, she had to fight a tough battle with the White Impermanence first. Clang! The bayonets flashed wildly, colliding with each other in the air and emitting a dazzling fire. This was the first time that Lu Yen'er had fought someone from the same organization. However, she soon discovered that the strength of the White Impermanence was actually above hers, and the reason why they had been fighting for so long was purely to tease her. After all, White Impermanence had plenty of time and was in no hurry. Lu Yen'er angrily shouted, You despicable, shameless, disgusting, filthy, rotten, 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 rotten. Kill you? How could I bear to do that? I'll wait until you're exhausted, and then I'll slowly conquer you. He likes the thrill of conquest. Especially when he sees those who are usually aloof and condescending begging for mercy in front of him, Ai Wuxiang's perverted psychology can be greatly satisfied. He is one of the few sadistic killers in the Shadow Chamber who likes to torture and kill his victims. Pop! But just as White Everlasting was teasing Lu Yen'er, wanting to tear her clothes off with his bayonet and then slowly enjoy the sight. Suddenly, a white light flashed in the night sky. A very strange, blinding white light.
It was like a powerful bolt of lightning, falling precisely on the white immortal, right in the middle of his forehead. Then, poof! A strange greenish flame ignited all over by Wu Chang's body, burning him to ashes in an instant. The whole process. From the moment the white light fell to the moment the white impermanence turned into ashes, he did not utter a single scream, because the moment the white light hit his brow, he was already dead. Lu Yenner, who had witnessed the scene, suddenly widened her eyes. The Shadow Pavilion's infamous and brutal killer. White impermanence is dead? He was killed by lightning without a trace? It's really retribution. Even the heavens can't bear to watch your evil deeds. You deserve it. Lu Yenner spat angrily, suddenly remembered something, her face changed, and she hurriedly ran in the direction of Green Villa. Soon after she left, a young man with an overbearing aura suddenly jumped from the top of a tree more than 50 meters high, his eyes flashing with a cold light. You little ant, you think my sister, the cloud god, is someone you can daydream about? Who gave you the guts? He finished. The young man's figure flashed, and at an extremely terrifying speed, he rushed towards a 5-star hotel on the east side of Jiangcheng. Li Gaofei, you don't want to go to heaven, but you want to come to hell. I, Lu Yun, will be a good person and send you to become friends with the king of hell. Who else could it be but Lu Yun? Chapter 56, The Hundred-Legged Insect. Swan Lake Hotel. Li Gaofei grabbed a handful of money and threw it at the woman next to him, saying, "Take the money and put on your clothes and get out of here." Boss, it's so late. If I tell you to get out, get out. What's with all the nonsense? Humph, you men are all the same. The woman looked at Li Gaofei with a hint of resentment. Seeing that Li Gaofei was about to lose his temper, she quickly picked up the money on the bed and left the room. Pop. Li Gaofei lit a cigarette and stood in front of the French windows, looking at the city lights outside the hotel. For some reason, his mood suddenly became extremely irritable. After the last failed plan against the Qingcheng group, which also involved his own beauty group, Li Gaofei has been feeling resentful. But the Qingwang group is protected by the Wang family of Nanjiang, and he can't beat them. Until a few days ago, Li Gaofei unexpectedly obtained a channel to a group of assassins, so he contacted 2 assassins, namely Black and White. The thought of Yi Qingcheng and that little white face going to hell soon made him very excited. But after the excitement, Li Gaofei inexplicably felt a wave of irritability and unease. He didn't know what was going on. After smoking several cigarettes in a row, Li Gaofei still couldn't figure out what he was so upset about. Forget it. Maybe it's the first time I've hired a hitman, so I'm not used to it. Li Gaofei could only console himself in this way. He was just about to go back to bed to sleep when suddenly he frowned. There's something outside the window. An eagle? A kite? No. Oh my god, it's a person. When Li Gaofei once again confirmed that there was indeed a figure lying outside the window, his heart nearly stopped. This is a hotel over 30 stories high. Bang! The window shattered and the figure outside rushed in. Li Gaofei was horrified and said, "It's you." The young man in front of him was the target of one of the assassinations he had ordered, the young man Lu Yun, who was being kept by Yi Qingcheng. How is this possible? Are you a human or a ghost? Li Gaofei's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I had already let you off the hook, but you are a 100-legged insect that refuses to die, and you even dared to provoke me. I think you are tired of living. Lu Yun's voice was cold, and he grabbed Li Gaofei's head with one hand and shook it, directly sentencing him to death. Li Gaofei didn't even scream before he left this beautiful world in the blink of an eye. Not long after, several hotel staff rushed in, and Li Gaofei was nowhere to be seen. All that was left were glass fragments and ashes. What happened? Everyone's expression was one of horror. Green Villa. Lu Yan was frantically running around. She had checked on her older and younger sisters and found that they were sleeping soundly and were not in danger, but there was no one in Lu Yan's room. The room was neat. There was no sign of a struggle. Just as Lu Yan was about to go out and look for her, she heard a gentle voice coming from outside the window. "Yenner, are you worried about me?" Little Lu Yun. Lu Yenner jumped straight out of the window and hugged Lu Yun tightly. The next day, warm sunlight poured into the room. Yi Qingcheng got up and found that Lu Yenner was gone. She thought she had gone to work. She washed and dressed normally. When she returned to the living room, she saw Lu Yener tiptoeing out of Lu Yun's room, and was momentarily stunned.
Hey, big sister, you're awake. Ah, what did you do with Xiao Lu Yun?
Yi Qingqing screamed, her face full of disbelief. She had been watching so closely, but she never thought that there was still a loophole.
What's wrong? Big sister, why are you yelling so early in the morning? It's not like you at all.
Lin Qingtan walked out of the room with sleepy eyes, still wearing her pajamas. Her curvy figure was completely exposed as she stretched her arms. Yi Qingqing said with a complex expression, "You can ask Lu Yener yourself. She sneaked into Xiao Luyun's room last night while we were asleep and gave birth."
Ah.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtan also instantly woke up from her drowsy state. A man and a woman, alone in the same room, and having slept together all night, it is easy to imagine what could have happened. Lin Qingtan rushed into Lu Yun's room. Yi Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, and followed her in. She grabbed Lu Yun, who was sleeping soundly, and carefully checked his sheets.
Lu Yun was instantly depressed.
He was in the middle of a beautiful dream, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on the ground, and his soul was almost ripped off.
What are you two beautiful ladies doing on my bed? Lu Yun asked curiously.
The two ignored him and continued to grope around the bed, unwilling to let go of any corner. They were relieved when they saw that there were indeed no fallen flowers. But they were still not sure.
Yi Qingqing asked, "Did you sleep with Lu Yener last night?" Lu Yun nodded, "Yes, why?" Lin Qingtan asked, "Little brother, did anything happen between you and your third sister?"
Lu Yun was stunned. So that's what my sisters were worried about. Don't worry, beautiful sisters.
It's impossible for me and Yener to do anything bad behind your backs. Last night, Lu Yan and Bai Wuxian had a fierce battle and were covered in sweat, so they went to take a shower.
When she returned to her room, she felt that she should explain some things to Lu Yun, some things
about her identity as a killer.
So she came to Lu Yun's room. But Lu Yun told her that she didn't need to explain anything, and that she would support her no matter what she did, because she was her third sister.
Lu Yan was very touched.
The two siblings chatted for a while, and then suddenly they felt sleepy and fell asleep without realizing it. The two of them also tacitly agreed not to tell Yi Qingqing and the others about the killer who had sneaked into the villa last night, for fear that they would be scared.
This is how it happened.
Chapter 57, bought a 28-barreled
antique city. After last night's incident, Lu Yun decided to make some self-defense items for his sisters. For example, a mental defense formation.
This way, if the sisters are in danger, he can find them as quickly as possible.
But the jade used to carve the mental defense array must be of very high quality, and ordinary jade simply won't do. So Lu Yun decided to try his luck in the antique city.
After walking around for a while, he didn't find anything good, but he did meet an acquaintance.
Mr. Sun Jinron. Sun Jinron likes to collect antiques and will go to the antique city to look around when he has nothing to do. When he saw Lu Yun, he smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Mr. Lu." Lu Yun nodded, "How is your health, old man?"
He had a very good impression of the old man. Much better, thanks to Mr. Lu's rescue. Otherwise, my old bones might have already been buried.
That's good.
In the future, you should pay more attention to your diet and eat less fatty and greasy food. I will listen to Mr. Lu's teachings.
The two chatted while wandering around the antique city.
After a long time, Lu Yun shook his head in disappointment.
There's nothing.
Sun Jinron also thought that Lu Yun was just like him, just looking for bargains in the antique city.
Seeing him shaking his head, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Lu, are you looking for something?"
Well, I came here to look for some jade or some hard stones, but after walking around for so long, I haven't seen any. Sun Jinrong shook his head and smiled. In a place like this, it's harder to find real jade than to find a needle in a haystack, but he seemed to remember something. I remember Tianlei received a stone that felt quite special, but I don't know if it can meet Mr. Lu's requirements. Lu Yun suddenly slapped his forehead. Yes, the Sun family runs an auction house, so they must have received many rare items. I should have asked Sun Tianlei directly, why waste time in this antique city?
Sun Jinrong suddenly smiled meaningfully and said, "Mr. Lu, how about coming to my house for lunch today? I'll ask Tianlei to find that stone."
That's good.
Lu Yun agreed.
After a while, when they were about to leave, Lu Yun suddenly had a bright idea.
Ha! There seems to be something good.
He walked straight over to a stall. This stall was larger than the others and sold all kinds of strange and unusual things. Lu Yun's target, however, was a 28-barreled bicycle that was rusty and looked very old.
Lu Yun pointed at the 28 bar and asked the stall owner, "Boss, aren't you selling antiques? Why are you also selling second-hand bicycles?"
Forget it. Yesterday, I met a crazy guy who wanted to exchange his broken bike for mine. He said it was a treasure, and I was so angry that I wanted to beat him up.
The stall owner was angry when he talked about this.
Yesterday, he was doing a good business, but suddenly a crazy old man came and insisted on buying the bike, saying that someone would come along soon to buy it. The stall owner, of course, disagreed. He collects antiques, not junk. Only a fool would buy this pile of junk. The crazy old man was unreasonable and grabbed a handful of things from his stall and ran away with the bike. Because of this, the stall owner was so depressed last night that he had no interest in having sex with his wife.
Lu Yun smiled and said, $200, I'll take this broken bike. You want it?
The stall owner was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it.
Who would buy this broken-down bicycle? Can I ask why?
Out of professional intuition, the stall owner decided to ask Lu Yun the reason for buying this broken bicycle.
Lu Yun's face darkened and he said, "Well, forget it. I just bought it on a whim."
Wait. The stall owner hurriedly stopped Lu Yun. You just said you wanted to buy it, and the price was already agreed upon.
How can you go back on your word? I don't want it anymore. No, you can't do business like that. How about 150?
In the end, Lu Yun bought the 28-barrel cart for 100 yuan.
Sun Jinrong asked in confusion, "Mr. Lu, what are you doing buying this pile of scrap metal?"
This bike is rusted from the frame to the chain, it's completely unusable, it's just a pile of scrap metal. If you sell it to a scrap metal dealer, you'll probably only get 20 or 30 yuan for it.
$100 is a loss.
Lu Yun smiled mysteriously and said, I have my own use for it. He then left the antique city with the bicycle, went to a second-hand bicycle store, and said to the shopkeeper, "Come, help me clean the rust off my baby." When the shopkeeper came out and saw it, he was dumbfounded. Your bike is so broken, I don't think there's any need to remove the rust.
Why don't you come to my store and take a look at the others? Although they are second-hand goods, they are as good as new. No, I like this bike. Just help me remove the rust.
The shopkeeper had never seen such a customer before. He looked around the bicycle and his face suddenly turned sour. Kid, I don't think you're here to remove rust, are you looking for trouble?
This is bullshit.
Not to mention the frame and chain, not a single screw is in good condition.
How can you remove rust?
What else could it be? The shopkeeper's face changed as he spoke, and Lu Yun was also speechless. In order to prove that he was not looking for trouble, he took out his black card directly to show his sincerity. The Supreme VLP VIP card of the Longwa Chamber of Commerce. The shopkeeper's face changed again.
Suddenly,
he realized something and hurriedly apologized to Lu Yun, saying, "Sir, I'm really sorry.
I just offended you. I'll rust-proof your bike right now."
The fact that he was able to produce the Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce's Supreme VLP VIP card shows that Lu Yun is a person of extraordinary status.
Then why did he insist on rust-proofing this broken bicycle?
It shows that this bicycle is
very important to him. Maybe it was passed down by his deceased grandfather? The taste of the rich is hard to fathom.
The shopkeeper thought that he should not offend Lu Yun easily, and was about to help him remove the rust from his bicycle. But at that moment, his wife suddenly pulled him into a corner and whispered, "I think he may have stolen this card."
Chapter 58, Misunderstanding. Stolen?
A word awakens the sleeper. The shopkeeper suddenly remembered that not long ago, there had been a news report about a wealthy businessman whose home had been burglarized. In addition to cash, the stolen property included a Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce Supreme VLP VIP card.
Could this be the one in front of me? The shopkeeper asked. I remember that the Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce said that whoever could provide information about this black card would be rewarded with 100,000 yuan, right? That's not all.
It seems that the wealthy merchant who was robbed also said that whoever could help catch the thief would also be willing to personally contribute 1 million yuan as a reward.
More than 1 million. The couple's eyes suddenly lit up. With this kind of money, we don't need to run a second-hand bicycle shop.
We can invest it in other projects.
Isn't it a good idea?
Honey, you call the customer service number of the Longwa Chamber of Commerce later.
I'll keep him busy. Okay.
The couple immediately began to act on their plan. The shopkeeper returned to the shop, talking to Lu Yun about formalities while slowly removing rust from the 28-bar handlebar.
Lu Yun had already seen through it, but he didn't say anything. He wanted to see what this couple was up to. Less than 15 minutes later,
a black business car arrived at the second-hand bicycle shop, and a man in a suit and leather shoes got out, along with two plainclothes police officers.
The couple hurried over and said, "Quick, that's him." They pointed to Lu Yun.
The man in the suit nodded and walked quickly over to Lu Yun and said, "Hello, sir, I am Chairman Lu of the Jiangqing branch of the Longwa Chamber of Commerce.
May I ask you 2 questions?
The two plainclothes policemen were on either side of him, preventing him from escaping. Lu Yun, however, had no intention of running away and calmly said, "Ask away."
President Lu asked, "Sir, I heard the couple say that you have a Supreme VLP VIP card from this Chamber of Commerce, is that right?" Lu Yun nodded. "If you don't mind, can you show me the VIP card?" "Feel free to look."
Lu Yun handed over the black card. President Lu looked at it carefully for a while, then nodded to the two men in plain clothes next to him and said, "Yes, it is our Chamber's Supreme VLP VIP card.
There are no more than 20 of these in circulation in Jiangqing." Then he asked, "Sir, can you tell me your name?"
Lu Yun.
Lu Yun. President Lu opened his laptop and typed in the name Lu Yun. The results showed that there was no such person, and he immediately gave a look to the two plainclothes officers next to him.
The plainclothes officer quickly showed his ID and said to Lu Yun in a serious tone, "We are from the Jiangqing City Public Security Bureau. We suspect that you are involved in a burglary that happened 2 weeks ago. Please cooperate with our investigation."
Lu Yun realized that they thought he was a thief. He never thought that a black card could cause such trouble.
The couple from the second-hand bicycle shop were thrilled to see this.
It turns out that this person is really a thief. I'm so happy that I'm going to get over 1,000,000 yuan. But this thief is really stupid.
He stole the goods and didn't hide them, and he dared to be so high profile.
I really don't know what's in his head.
Lu Yun said helplessly, "Officers, I really want to cooperate with you, but today, I'm afraid I can't. He has to go to the Sun family to see the special stone at noon.
If he goes to the police station, he will be delayed for half a day." But when the two plainclothes officers heard this, their faces suddenly changed and they shouted, "How dare you resist arrest?"
He then pulled out his gun from his waist.
Lu Yun shook his head with a wry smile. "It's not that I'm resisting arrest, but the person you want to arrest is not me at all. This black card was given to me by someone else." "Someone else gave it to you?"
Several people were stunned.
The car dealer's wife couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha, who would be so stupid as to give you such a precious VIP card? Ha, that's really funny. Brain damaged?" Lu Yun's expression suddenly became a little strange.
He glanced at the proprietress and said, "I wonder how Nanjiang Wang would feel if he heard you call him brain damaged."
Nanjiang Wang? Everyone's face froze. The laughter of the car shop owner also stopped abruptly, but she quickly said with a sneer, "What are you joking about? Who is Nanjiang Wang? Would he know you?"
She looked at Lu Yun from top to bottom, not believing him. The rest of the people naturally didn't believe it either, but seeing Lu Yun's serious expression, Chairman Lu decided to call Nanjiang Wang for a consultation out of caution. From the Chamber of Commerce's important customer database, President Lu found the contact information for the King of the South River.
"Hello Mr. Lei, I am President Lu of the Longwa Chamber of Commerce. May I ask if you still have your Supreme VLP VIP card with you?" "I gave it to someone." "What's the problem?" "I gave it away." President Lu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he continued to ask, "Is the person you gave it to called Lu Yun?" "Yes." "Shit. Have you offended Mr. Lu?" "I, Lu, warn you, if you dare to offend Mr. Lu, I will transfer all the money deposited in your Chamber of Commerce tomorrow."
"You son of a bitch, you even dare to offend Mr. Lu. I think your Longwa Chamber of Commerce has reached the end." On the other end of the phone, Wang Lei, the king of Nanjiang, was ranting and raving, not even taking a breath, so you can imagine how angry he was.
President Lu was dumbfounded. This black card was really given to Lu Yun by the king of Nanxiang. What's even more terrifying is that he could even hear a tremor in the voice of the king of Nanxiang. That was the king of Nanxiang. What kind of identity did this Mr. Lu have that could make the king of Nanxiang so afraid? He also said that if he offended Mr. Lu, the Longwa Chamber of Commerce would be finished. Is his power that terrifying? Whether or not King Nanxiang was exaggerating, Chairman Lu knew that the man in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. I'll apologize to you right now. Chapter 59. Mr. Lu came on a bicycle. President Lu apologized carefully, with sweat pouring down his broad forehead. He was afraid. Nanxiang Wang is a heavyweight client of their Longwa Chamber of Commerce. If they really transfer all their deposits out, the head office will definitely notice. At that time, his position as branch president would be over. Lu Yun put away the black card and said, "It's fine. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, I didn't expect a bank card to cause you to mobilize so many people." As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, the phone rang. It was Nanxiang Wang calling to inquire about his situation. This phone call also made Chairman Lu and the others more certain that the ordinary-looking young man in front of them had an extremely terrifying background, otherwise, it would be impossible for the king of Nanxiang to call so quickly to inquire. The back of his clothes was soaked. Fortunately, Lu Yun had a good temper and didn't argue with them. President Lu left with many thanks. The two plainclothes policemen saw that it was a misunderstanding and naturally withdrew. The couple from the bicycle shop said in a panic, "Mr. Lu, we didn't mean to do it. Please forgive us, sir." They must have felt sorry that they had lost more than 1,000,000 yuan. But they were more afraid. The man in front of them was obviously a powerful boss. If he really cared, could they still run their second-hand bicycle shop? It is estimated that there is no place for them in the entire Jiangcheng. Looking at the trembling couple, Lu Yun smiled and said, "You two didn't do anything wrong. It was me who didn't explain it clearly in the first place." "Mr. Lu, please don't say that. It's us who are obsessed with money and didn't ask the situation clearly. Okay, let's get my big treasure rust-free first." "Okay." The shopkeeper immediately got to work, working as quickly and skillfully as possible. Not only did he remove the rust from the frame, he also carefully sprayed on the best paint, and replaced all the chains and screws with new ones. Lu Yun was very satisfied with the new look of the 28 bar. "How much is it all together?" "No charge. No charge. You are already very generous to not charge us small people, so how dare you charge Mr. Lu? It's not easy to run a small business, so please take it." Lu Yun finally gave the money to the shopkeeper and left with the 28 bar frame. The couple looked at Lu Yun's back and said with emotion, "He is clearly a big shot, but he is so approachable, which is rare. Well, I always feel that Mr. Lu will become the pillar of our country in the future. Perhaps he will be the next Lord of the Clouds." After leaving the second-hand bicycle shop, Lu Yun walked straight to a remote alley, feeling a bit excited. Who said this 28 bar bicycle was just scrap metal? This is clearly a treasure, a priceless treasure. Lu Yun couldn't wait to get on it, holding the handlebars with both hands, and then a trace of qi appeared in the palms of his hands. Suddenly, whoosh! The two-wheeled bar suddenly rose up to the sky at an extremely terrifying speed, sticking to the 90-degree vertical wall. "Ha, I don't know which ghost created this artifact, it's a labor-saving artifact." Lu Yun laughed, and without even having to step on the pedals, the 28 bar was automatically speeding between the high-rise buildings, faster than the high-speed train. A young couple downstairs were having a fight. The boy said, "Dear, don't be angry. I promise I won't lie to you again. If I lie to you again, you should never talk to me again." "Oh, my God. Look, there's a bicycle flying in the sky." Pop. The girl slapped the boy in the face and said angrily, "You scum. If you want to break up with me, just say so. There's no need to make up such excuses." Lu Yun may not have realized that his actions have caused the breakup of many couples. Of course. In order to avoid causing a bigger commotion, Lu Yun, after getting his kicks, landed in a place where no one could see him. Sun's house. Outside the courtyard. Sun Jinrong, Sun Tianlei, and Sun Tiangui, the three fathers, stood straight and were eagerly waiting for the arrival of Lu Yun. Sun Tianlei asked, "Dad, it's almost time for dinner. Will Mr. Lu really come?" Sun Jinrong said with certainty, "Yes, Mr. Lu said he would come, so he will definitely come." "Did you find the stone?" "Yes, it's in the living room. You can give it to Mr. Lu when he arrives. Remember, when Mr. Lu comes, you must treat him well and never offend him." "I understand." At this point, Sun Tiangui suddenly said, "Dad, I think I see Mr. Lu riding a bicycle over here." Sun Jinrong slapped Sun Tiangui's face with his back hand, angrily saying, "I just told you not to offend Mr. Lu, but you're talking nonsense. What kind of person is Mr. Lu, riding a bicycle?" "Dad, I think I also saw Mr. Lu riding a bicycle." As soon as Sun Tianlei finished speaking, a 28-barreled bicycle came to a screeching halt in front of the three of them. Lu Yun got off the bike and said, "Grandpa Sun, have you been waiting for me here for a long time?" Sun Jinrong's jaw almost dropped. He really did come by bicycle, but this 28-speed bike looks familiar. Sun Jinrong came back to his senses and said with a smack of his lips, "Mr. Lu, is this bicycle the one you bought in the antique city this morning?" "Well, I had it repainted. It's very easy to ride." Lu Yun patted the seat of the bicycle and said with great satisfaction. The three of them suddenly looked strange. Sun Jinrong was about to speak, but after holding back for a long time, he could only manage to say, "Mr. Lu is really elegant." Sun Tianlei was moved in his heart. Mr. Lu is truly worthy of being the brother-in-law of the Cloud God. He is so unique and so independent. One word, absolutely. Chapter 60. The Sun family has a daughter named Xiao Chu. Sun Jinrong and the two others followed him into the living room. Lu Yun's expression changed slightly. He actually sensed a special energy fluctuation, and instantly locked his gaze on a translucent stone on the coffee table. Xianyang stone. What a good thing. Sun Jinrong smiled and said, "This is the special stone I was talking about." "Mr. Lu, do you think it meets your requirements?" "It fits perfectly." "Ha, old man, name your price. I'll buy it. It's not good to talk about money, and this stone is useless to us. Why don't we give it to Mr. Lu as a gift?" "This is not acceptable." "Why not? Mr. Lu saved my life. If Mr. Lu doesn't even want to accept this small gift, I'll be furious." Sun Jinrong's face really darkened. Lu Yun could not argue with him, so he had to accept the Xianyang stone and said, "Since the old man has said so, I will not be rude." The group of people were all happy. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice, but with a hint of complaint, suddenly came from the bedroom. "When are we going to eat? My tummy is starving." A girl in high school uniform walked out. She had a ponytail, bangs, and big, gem-like eyes that sparkled with the kind of liveliness only a teenage girl could have. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a bear pattern on it, and a black pleated knee-length skirt underneath. Her two small, round, smooth and delicate legs were just starting to show. It can be said that she is just starting to blossom, with a hint of green in her eyes. Sun Jinrong scolded, "You have no manners. Can't you see there are guests here? Hurry up and call Mr. Lu." "Mr. Lu?" The innocent girl looked at Lu Yun curiously, and her small, delicate nose wrinkled slightly. She said, "He's not much older than me, so why do you call him Mr. Lu?" "How dare you?" Sun Jinrong wanted to scold her, but Lu Yun waved his hand and said, "It's okay, she's just a child." "Who are you calling a child?" Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the girl immediately became unhappy, and she tried hard to push up her chest, but she found that she couldn't seem to push anything out, so she silently took it back. Sun Jinrong shook his head helplessly and introduced Lu Yun, saying, "This stubborn girl is my granddaughter, named Sun Xiaochu." "Mr. Lu, please don't laugh." "No." Of course, Lu Yun couldn't possibly be petty with a little girl, even though he was only 3 years older than Sun Xiaochu. The group sat down to eat. During the meal, Sun Jinrong couldn't stop talking about Sun Xiaochu, and beaming from ear to ear, he said, "Mr. Lu, don't be fooled by my granddaughter's seemingly stubborn nature. She is actually very kind-hearted. If you don't mind, I hope you can teach her more in the future." What a thing to say. Lu Yun could now understand why Sun Jinrong had invited him to dinner. He actually wanted to matchmake him with his granddaughter. "Your granddaughter is only in her 3rd year of high school. Grandpa Sun, you're not right. Lu Yun could only muddle through by eating the food.
Unexpectedly, Sun Tianlei, who was sitting next to him, also hinted, Mr. Lu is such an outstanding person, I think there must be many girls who like him.
I wonder if there is anyone who has fallen for him. Cough. You're not right either. You're all not right.
At this point, Sun Xiaochu suddenly pushed her bowl and chopsticks aside and said angrily, Why do you always bring me into your conversations with Mr. Lu?
It's really not interesting. She then got up and left the table. Sun Jinrong angrily said, You haven't finished eating yet, where are you going? I'm full.
Sun Xiaochu replied, then put on a small school bag and was ready to go out.
Sun Tianlei frowned and said, Don't you have class today? None of your business.
Sun Xiaochu said in a petulant tone, but then added, I've arranged to go to Tiandang Mountain with some classmates, and I'll be back late this afternoon. You. Sun Jinrong was so angry that he could not speak, and finally he could only sigh helplessly. He had originally wanted to bring the two together, but the way that stubborn girl had behaved had made him lose all hope. Mr. Lu would definitely have a very bad impression of her. Sun Jinrong was extremely disappointed. At this time, he heard Lu Yun say, Don't worry, Mr. Sunday. I'll go out with her and take a look. Sun Jinrong's eyes lit up, and he smiled again, saying, Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Lu. After Lu Yun left the living room, the three of them looked at each other with joy in their eyes.
It turns out that Mr. Lu likes this one. There is hope, there is hope.
They naturally didn't know that Lu Yun had another intention when he followed Sun Xiaochu out of the house.
Outside.
Lu Yun looked at the girl's swaying skirt and said lightly, I advise you not to go out today. Sun Xiaochu stopped in her tracks, turned around and glared at him angrily, None of your business, Mr. Lu. She emphasized the last syllable of Mr. Lu, as if she was very dissatisfied with Sun Jinrong for making her call Lu Yun Mr. Lu. Seeing Sun Xiaochu turn and walk away, Lu Yun could only helplessly smile wryly, she really is a bit of a brat. Lu Yun pushed his own two-wheeled cart and followed her silently. Of course, he wasn't interested in Sun Xiaochu, but because when he first saw Sun Xiaochu, he saw a hint of murderous intent in her brow.
But just now in the living room, Lu Yun did not say anything about it.
First, they wouldn't understand, and second, it would only worry the Sun family. Grandpa Sun was good to him, and Lu Yun had heard from Qingqing that the Sun family was willing to use all of their sales channels to serve the products of the Qingqing group. So, for both reason and emotion, Lu Yun could not sit idly by and do nothing about Sun Xiaochu's situation.
Lu Yun followed silently.
Sun Xiaochu, however, unconsciously quickened his pace. While he was angry, he was also very confused.
Who the hell was this guy, riding a bicycle? What a strange guy. Chapter 61, Mountain Road Racing. Next to an Audi SUV, two men and a woman are standing.
One of the young men was wearing sunglasses and was about 22 or 23 years old, while the other two looked like high school students. They were waiting for Sun Xiaochu.
Xiaochu, you're finally here.
We've been waiting for you for almost half an hour.
Sorry, Wenwen, we had a late lunch today.
The girl named Xiaowen was the first to see Sun Xiaochu and immediately ran over to hold her hand, as if they were good friends. He is Tang Su's brother, Tang Lei, and he is going to go to Tiandang Mountain with us.
This SUV is his.
Xiaowen brought Sun Xiaochu to the young man in the sunglasses and introduced him.
Hello, brother Tang.
Sun Xiaochu said hello.
Okay.
Tang Lei nodded with a smile and silently looked at Sun Xiaochu, especially the white and tender calves under her pleated skirt. What a pure and delicious high school girl. A trace of heat appeared in Tang Lei's eyes, but it was hidden by the sunglasses, so no one else noticed it. Tang Su said to his brother, Brother, let's leave as soon as everyone is here. I can't wait to hear the yellow-eyed immortal chanting the scriptures. The four of them got into the car.
Tang Lei asked curiously while driving, Is the yellow-eyed immortal you just mentioned really that powerful?
Of course.
We went there last week.
When the yellow-eyed immortal recited the sutra, it was as if there was some kind of magic, and people could instantly become immersed in it, forgetting all their troubles. Xiaowen said excitedly, but soon she noticed Sun Xiaochu, who kept looking back. She couldn't help but ask, Xiaochu, what are you looking at?
Nothing.
What else could Sun Xiaochu be looking at? Of course, he was looking to see if Lu Yun was following him. In theory, this kind of thing is impossible, because Lu Yun was riding a bicycle and could never catch up with a SUV. But in Sun Xiaochu's heart, there was always a strange feeling. It seemed that Lu Yun had been following them all along. After passing through a rugged mountain road, the road ahead was relatively flat for a long distance.
Sun Xiaochu couldn't help but look back again, and suddenly exclaimed. Ah! What's wrong? Xia Wen asked anxiously.
Sun Xiaochu pointed behind him and said, "Look, that bicycle."
Xia Wen also turned around and looked through the rear window to see the outside scene.
She was also shocked and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Behind their SUV, they saw a 28-inch bicycle, which was keeping up with them at a steady pace.
Who else could be the owner of the bicycle but Lu Yun?
Sun Xiaochu covered her cherry lips and said, "Is this Mr. Lu a professional cyclist?"
Xiaochu, do you know that person behind you?
Well, his name is Mr. Lu, but I don't know his real name. He had lunch at my house this afternoon.
Xia Wen's eyes sparkled as she said, "This is too awesome. Most of the roads leading to Tiandang Mountain are mountain roads."
Tang Lei didn't dare to drive too fast, but at least he was going 40 or 50 miles per hour. The bicycle behind him was still able to keep up, which was pretty awesome. These high school girls admire men like him, who are like the wind. Xia Wen suddenly wanted to get to know the strange man riding the 28-inch bike.
However, Tang Lei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a gloomy expression on his face. "It's you. It's you again. I finally came out to pick up a girl, and I ran into you again. Are you fucking stalking me?" Tang Lei recognized Lu Yun in the rearview mirror.
That day at the Night Rose Bar, Tang Lei was holding a string of star dreams to chat up Yi Qingcheng, but this kid named Lu Yun jumped out and made a mess of things, causing him to lose face. If it weren't for the Queen of Roses, Tang Lei would have lost his temper on the spot.
"I never thought it would happen again. Today, I actually ran into that kid again," and judging from the adoring looks on the two girls in the back seat, Tang Lei knew that his nemesis was here again. So how could Tang not be angry? Boom!
Tang Lei stepped on the accelerator, and the car's speed suddenly increased to 80 miles per hour, instantly leaving Lu Yun behind. Tang Su said worriedly, "Brother, this is a mountain road, you'd better drive slowly.
Although we all want to see the yellow-eyed immortal, there's no rush."
"Don't worry, just because I haven't seen the yellow-eyed immortal, it doesn't mean I haven't been to Tiandang Mountain before. I know this road very well, the road ahead is very flat and the curves are not too sharp." Tang Lei was very confident, and only after he was sure that he had left Lu Yun far behind did he slow down.
But after a while,
in the rearview mirror, a 28-barrel motorcycle leisurely followed behind, maintaining a distance of about 20 meters from the SUV.
"Damn, what the hell is this?" Tang Lei yelled.
Even Sun Xiaochu, who had been dissatisfied with Lu Yun, could not help but say excitedly, "Mr. Lu is so amazing, if I had known, I would have taken his bike." As soon as he said this, Tang Lei was furious and suddenly accelerated again.
Boom!
The three people in the car were startled and hurriedly said, "Tang, big brother, slow down, we're scared." But Tang Lei had already gone red-eyed, and the speed had soared to 120 miles per hour, causing a flurry of ahs and ahs from the car.
"This is a mountain road, not a highway. Driving so fast will scare the soul away." However,
what made Tang Lei collapse was that no matter how fast he drove, he still couldn't shake off the 28-barrel behind him. This time, Lu Yun even rushed to a position directly in line with his front, and gave him a thumbs up in a handstand.
Damn! Tang Lei was furious.
He had never seen a cyclist so arrogant.
He couldn't stand it.
Tang Lei gritted his teeth and prepared to speed up again, but this time, Lu Yun left him far behind with a whoosh.
"This is completely against common sense. Is that a bicycle? I'd believe it was a rocket."
The four of them were dumbfounded.
"Oh no!"
At this moment, Sun Xiaochu suddenly thought of something and said in a panic, "It seems like the front is the death curve."
Chapter 62, God-Level Drifting.
The death curve. As the name suggests, it is a dangerous curve where accidents frequently occur. According to incomplete statistics, there are no fewer than 20 traffic accidents there every year, whether minor or serious. Lu Yun was riding a bicycle, but at that kind of speed, he would not be
able to react in time to the curve.
In addition, it had rained the previous few days, and the mountain road was muddy and slippery, so the probability of Lu Yun falling off the cliff was as high as 70 to 80%. Sun Xiaochu anxiously said, "Tang De Gu, you hurry up and catch up with Mr. Lu and remind him that there is a dangerous curve ahead." Although she was a bit of a brat, she was kind at heart and couldn't bear to see Lu Yun fall off the cliff. Tang Lei shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's too late to catch up with him at this point. It might scare him and make it even easier for him to fall. What should we do? Sun Xiaochu was anxious. Although she didn't know if Lu Yun could hear her, she still tried her best to stick her head out of the car window and shouted, Mr. Lu, be careful. There's a death curve ahead. Life and death are predestined. Tang Lei, however, sneered and increased the speed of the car within the controllable range. He wasn't trying to warn Lu Yun, but he didn't want to miss such a wonderful scene of a cliff edge crash. Finally, in their field of vision, Lu Yun had already rushed to the front of the death curve. Tang Lei's grin on his face became even more ferocious. Ah, yes, that's it. I hope you'll be crushed to death. I'll see if you dare to ruin my fun. You deserve it. Ah. The two little girls were horrified and covered their eyes, not daring to watch the next scene. But just then, Tang Su, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly let out a sound that was even more piercing than the two girls. Shit. Sun Xiaochu hurriedly asked, what's going on? Did Mr. Lu fall? Xiaowen was also puzzled. They had just seen Lu Yun almost fall off the cliff, so they didn't dare to watch anymore, but from Tang Su's tone, it didn't sound like he had seen someone fall off the cliff, but rather like he was shocked. Yes, it was shock. It was as if they had suddenly seen something extremely unbelievable. Tang Lei also slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. His hands were shaking as he held the steering wheel, clearly shocked by what had just happened. Tell us quickly, what just happened? The two girls were even more curious. After a long pause, Tang Su took a deep breath and said, have you ever seen a bicycle drift? Bicycle drifting. The two girls' eyes widened in an instant. Tang Su nodded emphatically, yes, bicycle drifting. Just now, everyone thought that Lu Yun was going to follow his 28-inch bicycle and fall to his death, but then they saw the bicycle suddenly slide past the curve at a very tricky angle. The rear tire of the bicycle was even closer to the edge of the cliff, and it was a close call. This was definitely not a simple wheelie, but a real god-level drift. Although it is difficult to drift a four-wheel vehicle, with enough practice, anyone can do it. But it is different with a bicycle. A bicycle has only two wheels, and the tires are small, so the friction is also small, which means that the grip is very weak. Grip is a prerequisite for drifting. The grip of a bicycle is weak, so it is extremely difficult to control when sliding sideways. The biggest possibility is that the person and the bicycle will fall out together. But just now, they had actually seen Lu Yun perform an extremely difficult, almost impossible bicycle drift. Who would believe it? You have to believe it. Tang Lei drove through the Devil's Bend at a low speed in a dazed state. After passing the sharp curve, there was a 28-barrel motorcycle parked on the curb in front of him, as conspicuous as possible. Lu Yun was standing there with a relaxed look on his face. Tang Lei got out of the car and, even though he was still annoyed with Lu Yun, he couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? He was shocked. A bicycle that first reached a speed of nearly 130 yards and then performed a shocking, world-class drift would shock anyone. Lu Yun smiled and said, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Tang Lei's mouth twitched. 3 high school students also jumped out of the Audi SUV and ran to Lu Yun's front fork, touching it left and right, their faces full of disbelief. Tang Su said in surprise, it's amazing, really amazing. The bike's tires didn't even get a scratch, even though it was going so fast. Where did you buy this bike, big brother? I want to buy one too. Xiaowen said in admiration, that's amazing. I've never seen a bike that can drift before. I really regret covering my eyes just now. Sun Xiaochu ran directly to Lu Yun and said, Mr. Lu, can you take me down the mountain on your bike later? Lu Yun glanced at her, now you know to call me Mr. Lu? I know I was wrong. If you don't mind, I can also call you little brother. Sun Xiaochu playfully stuck out her tongue, her appearance was so cute it was almost explosive. Lu Yun said haughtily, since you want to ride my bike, then call me little brother a few more times, and make your voice sweeter. Little brother, little brother, little brother. Okay, since you're so well behaved, I'll indulge you for once. Get on. Sun Xiaochu sat on the back of the bike with excitement, one hand around Lu Yun's waist, the other hand holding down her skirt. Lu Yun laughed and said, hold on tight, I'm about to take off. Whoosh. Ah. Sun Xiaochu didn't even have time to hold down the hem of her skirt. She quickly wrapped her arms around Lu Yun's waist, pressed her face against his back, and kept shouting in excitement. This feeling of the wind whistling is something you can't experience at all when sitting in a car. It was so exciting. Xia Wen, on the other hand, pouted her lips in envy. Chapter 63, Yellow-Browed Immortal. Ah! The entire Tiandang mountain echoed with Sun Xiaochu's excited screams. She was sitting on Lu Yun's two-wheeled cart, and it was like she was riding a rocket. She could easily ride up any steep slope. The most amazing thing was that, despite the many stones on the ground and the speed at which she was riding, Sun Xiaochu did not feel a single bump. Mr. Lu is indeed a highly skilled old driver. He is simply amazing. Sun Xiaochu was overjoyed. In the blink of an eye, they reached the halfway point of the mountain. There was a parking lot here, and many luxury cars had already been parked there. They were all here with a pious heart to listen to the yellow-eyed immortal recite the scriptures. Lu Yun stopped the bike. He attracted the attention of many passers-by. This young man is amazing. He rode up this steep hill on a bicycle with two big wheels, and the key is that he had a girl riding behind him. Are young people nowadays so desperate to please their girlfriends? Youth is good. Although Sun Xiaochu didn't get to enjoy the thrill of the ride, there was nothing he could do about it. The second half of the mountain road was guarded, and it was stipulated that everyone must walk to show their respect for the yellow-eyed immortal. So Sun Xiaochu had to get out of the car, fix his messy hair, and his little face still had a hint of excitement. The two waited for a long time before Tang Lei's Audi SUV pulled up to the parking lot halfway up the mountain. After getting out of the car, the three of them looked at Lu Yun as if they were looking at a monster. They had just watched as Lu Yun drove Sun Xiaochu far ahead of them in their Audi SUV, which was completely ridiculous. Xia Wen ran over and took Sun Xiaochu's hand and asked, "Xiaochu, how did you feel just now?" It was very exciting, just like riding a roller coaster, but without the discomfort of riding a roller coaster. In short, it was very cool. Sun Xiaochu said with a lingering desire. Xia Wen's expression was even more envious. "I really want to ride it once." No, Mr. Lu can only take me today. You'll have to wait for next time." "Oomph, that's too much. Are you still my best friend?" Xia Wen looked at Sun Xiaochu with a pout and reached out to scratch her waist. The two girls instantly started to fight. Tang Su ran up to Lu Yun and said with admiration, "Big brother, you are so cool. Can I borrow your bike for a while?" Although his brother Tang Lei was not a good person, this kid was still quite good, so Lu Yun only hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I can lend it to you for a while, but I have to warn you, my big treasure recognizes people, so don't be too disappointed later." "Thank you, brother." Tang Su was so excited that he got on the bike, but no matter how hard he pedaled, he couldn't get the scene he had imagined. This is an ordinary bicycle. This is really strange. Could it be that this 28-inch bike really recognizes people? Tang Su tried countless times, but in the end he had to give up. He really couldn't control this strange bicycle. He had no idea that this bicycle was actually a magical weapon that could only be used when it was infused with true qi. Without true qi, it was just an ordinary bicycle. When the two girls saw this, they admired Lu Yun even more. It seems that only Mr. Lu can ride at such a speed. It's over, my heart has fallen. Ding! At that moment, a sound of a bronze bell suddenly came from the top of the mountain, resounding throughout Tiandang Mountain. Tang Su wiped away his depressed expression and looked at a Taoist temple on the top of the mountain, saying, "Huangmei Daxian is going to start chanting the sutra. Let's hurry up and go up there. Mr. Lu, you should come with us to listen to it. It's very amazing." Sun Xiaochu took Lu Yun's arm and said, "Since we're already here, let's go and take a look." Lu Yun nodded slightly, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He could see the murderous aura on Tang Lei's face, but the other three didn't, which meant that they must have picked it up after hearing Huang Mei recite the sutra. "I want to see who this yellow eyebrows immortal is." Following the crowd, Lu Yun and the others walked up the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there stood a dilapidated Taoist temple. A skinny old man in a Taoist robe was sitting in the middle of it, his eyes closed. What was particularly eye-catching was his two brown eyebrows, which were extremely long and hung down like a door curtain. No wonder he is called the Yellow Eyebrow Immortal. Lu Yun felt a strange aura emanating from the Yellow Eyebrows Taoist as soon as he saw him.
It was very dark and completely different from the ethereal aura of an ordinary Taoist priest. Of course, this was only Lu Yun's personal feeling. The people around him, however, were all looking at him with a devout expression, as if they had already regarded the yellow eyebrow immortal as a fairy. "Everyone, sit down." After a moment, the yellow-eyed immortal slowly opened his eyes. His voice had a strange energy to it, like that of a hypnotist, making people feel very peaceful when listening to it. The more so, the more Lu Yun felt that something was wrong. Everyone sat on the ground. The yellow eyebrow sage didn't waste any time, and began chanting scriptures, his voice still sounding like he was hypnotizing them. Everyone listened silently and soon fell asleep. They probably didn't even realize it, and thought they were still listening to Huang Mei's scriptures. No wonder Xiaowen said that when Huang Mei Daxian recited the scriptures, there was a special magic that quickly immersed people in it and made them forget their troubles. If you still can't forget your troubles, then there must be something wrong with you. Lu Yun also closed his eyes, but a faint light of pale blue color appeared in the center of his eyebrows without a trace. Taoist magic, the mysterious true eye. In his line of sight, he saw a boy with a purple forehead and a pale face slowly floating up from behind Huang Mei Daxian. His two large eyeballs were like copper bells, almost bursting his entire eye socket. Lu Yun couldn't help but show a look of surprise at this sight. This is the ghostly child of evil. Chapter 64, Abandoning the Pawn to Save the General. Raising a demon is a very evil thing that has always been frowned upon. If this yellow-eyed immortal uses his own lifespan to raise a demon, Lu Yun is too lazy to care. Some people may lose their children early and use this method to keep their lost children with them. As long as it doesn't harm people, there's no big problem. What angered Lu Yun was that this evil Taoist dared to use the life force of an innocent person to raise his little demon. This was already a taboo for cultivators, and everyone should kill him. So when the ghostly child burst out, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and a sharp flash of electricity shot out. Pop! The vicious ghost child was hit hard, and a pungent cloud of smoke immediately rose from his body. Then he hid behind the yellow-eyed immortal, screaming in agony. Where did this bastard come from, daring to ruin my good deed? Huang Mei Daxian stopped chanting the scriptures, his dark eyes sweeping over the crowd, and finally landing on Lu Yun. Everyone was still under hypnosis, but Lu Yun was awake, so it must have been this kid who did it. Huang Mei Daxian stared at him with murderous intent. Lu Yun stood up and sneered, "You scum are not worthy to call yourself a fairy. I think you are more like a villain of Huang Mei." Huang Mei Daxian's eyes narrowed in surprise. "Are you also a cultivator?" Lu Yun did not answer. Huang Mei Daxian thought he had acquiesced and said in a deep voice, "Since you are a fellow cultivator, then I allow you to leave with your friend. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. How about it?" Lu Yun shook his head, "Not very good. Why are you meddling in other people's business today?" When Huang Mei Daxian saw that Lu Yun refused to leave, his face suddenly turned gloomy, and his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Lu Yun said indifferently, "When it comes to scum like you, I think that as long as anyone has a sense of justice, they will choose to destroy you." "Humph. What a big mouth. Do you think you can destroy me, yellow eyebrows? I think you're looking for death." Huang Mei Daxian sneered, flipped his palm, and a blood-red banner appeared in his hand. Then he pointed at Lu Yun and said, "Ghost boy, kill him." As soon as the words fell, the murderous ghost immediately let out a piercing scream and pounced on Lu Yun with a hideous face. Lu Yun stood with his arms folded, his eyes flashing with electricity. When the ghostly boy lunged at him, he suddenly shouted, "How dare you, little ghost, be so insolent in front of me?" As he finished speaking, a pale green talisman suddenly condensed in the air in front of him, and it struck the ghost boy in the face. Gee! The ghostly child was immediately surrounded by black smoke, screaming in agony, and never dared to approach Lu Yun again. A seal formed in the void? Huang Mei Daxian's eyes widened in horror. Only a cultivator with a high level of Taoist magic can use such a magical power as the seal of the void. Huang Mei Daxian couldn't do it, and he even needed to use a banner to control the ghost boy. What scared him the most was that Lu Yun not only used the seal of the void, but also used the seal of the void by speaking the truth. This person is extremely skilled in Taoism. Huang Mei Daxian immediately made up his mind. He waved the banner in his hand, and the ghostly child, who had been looking terrified, suddenly seemed to have received a strong stimulus and completely twisted. Squeak!
The ghostly child screamed and flew out, but not towards Lu Yun, but suddenly into the body of Sun Xiaochu next to him. The evil aura in Sun Xiaochu's eyebrows became more and more intense, completely turning purple and black. His eyes were open, but there was no light in them, only a look of confusion and dullness. Humph. You little brat, we've got a score to settle today, and I'll pay you back tenfold in the future. Huang Mei Daxian roared in anger, jumped from Tiandang Mountain, and disappeared without a trace. He had no choice but to sacrifice the pawn to save the general. Lu Yun frowned slightly, did not chase after Huang Mei Daxian, but grabbed Sun Xiaochu, put her on her back, and then raised his hand and slapped her. Crack! After a few slaps, a scream was finally heard, and the ferocious ghost child's face appeared from Sun Xiaochu's head. Lu Yun snapped his fingers, instantly locking the evil ghost child in a seal. Mr. Lu. Sun Xiaochu came to her senses and muttered, but soon showed an expression of pain. What's going on? Sun Xiaochu rubbed his sore spot hard, and suddenly noticed that his girlfriend Xiaowen was not feeling well, nor was Tang Su. Wan, what's wrong with you? Tang Su, wake up. Sun Xiaochu noticed that everyone around her, except for Lu Yun, had their eyes closed and were acting as if they were asleep. No matter how she called, they didn't wake up. She looked at Lu Yun in confusion and said, Mr. Lu, why are they like this? Lu Yun explained, they were hypnotized by Huang Mei, the great sage. You were the same just now. I woke you up. It turns out that Mr. Lu used his palm to slap himself in order to wake himself up. Sun Xiaochu thought for a moment and said, why did Huang Mei Daxian hypnotize us? He is not a good person. Lu Yun then briefly recounted what had just happened, and Sun Xiaochu was thrilled to hear it. His porcelain doll-like face was full of disbelief. Mr. Lu, are you saying that your hand is holding a ghost? Sun Xiaochu asked, seeing Lu Yun nod, and couldn't help but become more curious and said, can I take a look? I haven't seen what a ghost looks like yet. I'm afraid you'll have nightmares. No, Mr. Lu, please let me see. Are you sure? Yes. Seeing that Sun Xiaochu nodded, Lu Yun decided to satisfy her curiosity, so he pointed at her eyes and opened her eye for her. Ha! Sun Xiaochu opened her eyes with anticipation and nervousness, and then she saw two large, dark eyes, like two copper bells, dangling in front of her. Ah! Sun Xiaochu was indeed scared, and she slipped and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 65, The Soul-Sucking Sutra. Mr. Lu, what are you going to do with this little ghost? After a short period of panic, Sun Xiaochu blinked curiously and asked. She was no longer as scared as before, and even found the ghost child somehow cute, making faces at it non-stop. Childish. Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. If Sun Xiaochu had seen how fierce the ghost child was before, she probably wouldn't find it cute. The ghost child itself is not at fault, it has just been used by evil people, so I am going to help it cross over. After saying this, Lu Yun silently recited 2 lines of the Soul Transference Sutra. Sun Xiaochu excitedly clapped his hands and said, Good, I haven't seen a real exorcism yet. Mr. Lu, let's get started. It's already over. Before Sun Xiaochu could react, the purple-blue color on the ghost boy's face had already faded, and his eyes had changed from their initial ferocity to a look of gratitude. Lu Yun removed the talisman. The ghostly child knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times to him in the air before disappearing into a stream of light. I saw in movies that Taoist priests who help the spirits of the dead need to set up an altar and perform rituals. How come Mr. Lu is so fast? Sun Xiaochu hadn't seen anything yet, and the ghost boy had already been liberated. This was completely different from what she had imagined. It's not at all satisfying. My Taoist realm already doesn't need an altar to practice. Lu Yun smiled and suddenly turned around and gave Sun Xiaochu a tap on the head. Never say a man is fast. Why? Mr. Lu is already very fast. He is fast at crossing over the dead, he is fast on a bicycle, and he is fast at everything. Sun Xiaochu said innocently. The 2 of them then played on the mountain top for a while, and the people who had been hypnotized gradually came to their senses. Hey, where's Yellow Eyebrows? After everyone woke up, they all looked confused. Sun Xiaochu ran up to Xia Wen and happily took her hand, saying, Wen, you're awake. It's strange. I feel different today. My head feels a bit heavy. It must be an illusion. Sun Xiaochu poked out her cute little tongue and turned to look at Lu Yun and smile. She would never tell anyone about what had just happened, because it was a secret between her and Mr. Lu, a secret that only the two of them knew. When they were going down the mountain, Sun Xiaochu ignored her best friend's sad eyes and forced her into Tang Lei's Audi SUV. Sun Xiaochu, of course, was happily and excitedly sitting on the back seat of Lu Yun's bicycle, with her arms tightly around Lu Yun's waist. Maybe this is what it means to prefer sitting on a bicycle and laughing to sitting in a luxury car and crying. Passers-by comment, youth is good, and it is pure. Back at the Sun family home, 3 suspicious figures were seen from afar, peering out from the courtyard wall, as if they had been waiting for a long time. 3 guys who are not right. Lu Yun muttered something, put Sun Xiaochu down from the bicycle, said goodbye to her, and then leisurely pedaled away on his 28-barreled bicycle. Hey, that. Xiaochu, how are you getting along with Mr. Lu? As soon as Lu Yun left, the 3 of them couldn't wait to rush out and ask Sun Xiaochu questions non-stop. Their faces were beaming with smiles. Sun Xiaochu, who was rarely shy, said, "You guys are so annoying. I've only spent the afternoon with Mr. Lu. What can I do?" Seeing her coy expression, the 3 of them suddenly looked strange. This stubborn child, actually, is shy? And from the tone of her voice, it seemed as if she wanted to develop a relationship with Mr. Lu. This is serious. Sun Jinrong eagerly asked, Xiaochu, so you don't dislike Mr. Lu anymore? Mr. Lu is such a nice person, why would I be disgusted by him? You guys are really weird. We're strange? The 3 of them looked at Sun Xiaochu with even more strange eyes. At noon, someone didn't have this attitude. Sun Xiaochu seemed to understand what the 3 were thinking, and glared at them, saying, Mr. Lu is obviously such a powerful Taoist priest, and you didn't tell me in advance, causing me to make such a fool of myself at noon. Master Taoist? The 3 of them were stunned, then looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Sun Jinrong and Sun Tiangui seemed to be asking, Mr. Lu is a famous doctor, how did he become a Taoist priest? Sun Tianlei seemed to be asking, isn't Mr. Lu the brother-in-law of the cloud god? How did he become a Taoist priest? Who cares? It doesn't matter. What matters is that Xiaochu has a good impression of Mr. Lu, and Mr. Lu doesn't dislike Xiaochu. That's enough. With these 2 foundations, as long as we create more opportunities for the 2 of them to get along, we will definitely be able to cultivate feelings. Haha, our Sun family is going to take off. Sun Tianlei asked with a curious expression, Daughter, can you tell me how far you and Mr. Lu have gotten? Pop. Sun Jinrong slapped Sun Tianlei on the back of his head and angrily said, Why are you asking so directly? Don't you know that my granddaughter is shy? He glared at Sun Tianlei, then turned to ask Sun Xiaochu with a smile, My dear granddaughter, have you and Mr. Lu held hands yet? My dear old father, you ask so subtly. Sun Xiaochu thought about it for a moment, then suddenly remembered the scene when Lu Yun helped her get rid of the ghost child, and said, Mr. Lu touched me. What? The 3 of them were shocked. It's only been an afternoon, and it's already come to this? Mr. Lu looks like a very serious person. Sun Jinrong, after realizing what had happened, laughed and said, Good touch, good touch. Ha, little Chu, my dear granddaughter, you must act like a lady in the future. Don't let Mr. Lu see how willful and stubborn you are. Do you understand? Grandpa. Is that how you talk about your granddaughter? She is a lady, she doesn't need to pretend. Ahem, yes, you are a lady, can you let go of my beard now? Chapter 66, Sending a Silk Banner. As soon as Lu Yun returned to his room, he locked the door and then took out the mysterious stone. I never thought I would find such a treasure in the Sun family. It's a real surprise. Lu Yun pinched the stone in his hand and frantically absorbed the energy inside. Zizzes. The luster on the surface of the stone quickly dimmed, and Lu Yun's inner energy became significantly more powerful. When the energy was almost absorbed, Lu Yun used his inner energy to cut the stone into 7 circular pieces with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Next, he needed to carve a magic circle into the 7 circular pieces. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. Yi Qingcheng was the first to come home from work and saw that Lu Yun's door was locked. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Lu Yun, what are you doing in there? Sister Qingcheng, you're back. Lu Yun opened the door with a heavy breath. Yi Qingcheng looked at him suspiciously and said, How can you be so tired at home? I did some handicrafts. Handicrafts? Yi Qingcheng was stunned, and then immediately remembered that Wang Bingning had once joked with her that a man's manual labor was different from manual labor in the proper sense. Her face flushed, and her eyes looked even more strange at Lu Yun.
I understand. I understand. You've had a hard time living with your sisters these days.
Yi Qingcheng very consciously pushed Lu Yun back into his room, allowing him to continue with the unfinished handicrafts, and very thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Lu Yun looked at the 7 incomplete magic circles on the table, and then thought of the strange look in Qingcheng's eyes, and suddenly fell into deep thought.
I really am doing handicrafts. In the evening.
At dinner, Lu Yun always felt that the 3 beautiful sisters were looking at him strangely. Lin Qingtan served a bowl of soup to Lu Yun and said,
Little brother, come, this pot of stewed white radish and lamb is all for you. The wolfberries in it were specially bought by your eldest sister at a specialty store this afternoon.
Lu Yan also said enthusiastically, Little Lu Yun, in the future, if you have any needs, you can tell third sister, and third sister will definitely help you if she can. Lu Yun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles during this meal. The next day, Lu Yun followed Lin Qingtan to Xinglin Hall. In the morning, Xinglin Hall was full of customers, several times busier than when Dr. Li Quan was there. These patients were not necessarily there to see a doctor. A large number of them were there to seek help from Yu Laoren to improve their health. Lu Yun did not disturb Yu Hongwen, and helped to give acupuncture and medicine to several seriously ill patients.
Dr. Lu, I've been waiting for you.
A woman walked into Xinglin Hall with a smile on her face, holding a little girl in her arms. The little girl immediately called out in a baby voice when she saw Lu Yun, big brother. You're a good girl. Lu Yun smiled and patted the little girl's head, then looked at the woman and asked, Has your daughter's cold ever returned?
No. Since Dr. Lu gave my daughter the acupuncture treatment, she hasn't had any more colds. We came today to give you a silk banner. Thank you.
Lu Yun did not refuse. This is the thoughtfulness of the mother and daughter. Although the gift is not expensive, the sincerity is worth 1,000 in gold.
Then we won't disturb Dr. Lu's consultation. Say goodbye to Dr. Lu, my dear.
Bye, big brother.
Bye-bye, my dear.
As the mother and daughter left Xinglin Hall, Lu Yun's smile lingered on her lips. Perhaps this is the happiest moment for a doctor. But, as the mother and daughter were about to disappear from Lu Yun's field of vision, he suddenly saw a sneaky man following them. Lu Yun's face suddenly turned pale, and he said to Lin Qingtan, second sister, I'm going out for a while. He left Xinglin Hall and followed the man, who was indeed stalking the mother and daughter.
The mother and daughter were not aware of this.
They came to a shanty town. From a distance, he could hear a quarrel in the distance. Lu Yun frowned and quickly went to the woman's house. She saw the woman holding the little girl on the ground and crying, with a bright red handprint on her face. The little girl was also sobbing in fear. The man, on the other hand, was looking fierce, and was constantly yelling at the mother and daughter, even threatening to hit the woman.
Lu Yun saw the scene and immediately became angry.
He stepped forward and grabbed the man's fist, kicking him out with one kick. A man's hands are used to protect women, not to beat women. You piece of trash.
Lu Yun shouted angrily. Who the hell are you?
It's none of your business if I teach my wife and child a lesson. The man was stunned for a moment, and then he picked up a bench with a fierce look and smashed it at Lu Yun. But Lu Yun didn't even dodge, he caught the bench directly and turned around and hit the man. If you can even harm your own wife and child, then you are even less human than a dog, and you deserve to be beaten. Lu Yun smashed the bench onto the man, beating him like a dog until the bench broke apart.
Fuck. You wait for me. And you too, don't think you can hide from me. I'll be back soon.
The man limped out of the shantytown, his mouth full of harsh words, obviously going to call for reinforcements.
Lu Yun calmed his anger and turned to look at the woman and asked, Auntie, what's going on?
The woman cried for a while before slowly telling the story. It turned out that the man was really her husband, the father of the girl, but he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband and father. Every day, he either drank or looked for someone to fight with. He was a typical good-for-nothing. Every time he drank, or when he was in a bad mood, he would come home and beat up the mother and daughter. The woman had long wanted to divorce him, but every time she brought up the subject, she was beaten up, and sometimes even the little girl was hurt. There was no other way. In order to prevent domestic violence from causing psychological damage to her daughter, the woman had to move secretly, but after moving several times in a row, she was found by the man.
The mother and daughter are now truly at a loss.
Chapter 67. Lu Yun, will take care of this. After listening to the woman's story, Lu Yun felt only sadness in his heart.
Such a man is really a bastard. Auntie, have you ever thought of calling the police? Lu Yun asked. It's useless.
I called the police once before. When the police came to mediate, he promised offhandedly that he wouldn't hit us again, but as soon as the police left, he became even more violent. He even threatened me that if I dared to call the police again, he would kill us. My daughter is still so young, I'm really afraid that she will be hurt, so I've never dared to report it to the police. I can only move house again and again to avoid that bastard.
But that bastard is a demon.
He can always find us, and every time he finds us, he beats us up. If it weren't for Dr. Lu here today, I'm afraid my daughter and I would have been. The woman sobbed, and when she talked about the bastard, her whole body trembled with fear. Lu Yun slammed his fist into the doorframe and said with a cold stare, "Don't be afraid, Auntie. Since I, Lu Yun, have stumbled upon this matter, I won't sit idly by. If the police can't solve it, I, Lu Yun, will help you solve it."
No. The woman suddenly grabbed Lu Yun's arm and said in a panic, "That man is a scoundrel.
Every time he goes to a place, he can get along with the local thugs.
He must be calling for help now. Dr. Lu, you should leave quickly. We can't let you get dragged down."
While saying this, the woman pushed Lu Yun away with all her might, but Lu Yun did not budge.
The woman cried out in grief, "Dr. Lu, how could you be so stupid? This is our fate.
We can't hide from it, but you have nothing to do with this.
Why do you have to stay and suffer with us? Why?"
Lu Yun squatted down, wiped the tears from the little girl's face, and said, "Just because the little girl called me big brother, I, Lu Yun, will definitely take care of this matter." After comforting the little girl, Lu Yun got up and said to the woman, "Auntie, you and the little girl stay inside the house.
No matter what you
Here,
don't come out. Understand?"
After that, he moved a stool outside the door and closed it. He waited for about 10 minutes.
4 men with murderous expressions and carrying iron pipes came toward them in a threatening manner. The leader was the woman's husband, Zhou Liang.
Zhou Liang saw Lu Yun sitting calmly on the stool and immediately shouted angrily, "You son of a bitch, you really haven't left yet, you have guts.
Brother Cohen, this is the kid, help me kill him quickly."
A short, stocky man next to him nodded and walked up to Lu Yun and said, "You're the one who just attacked my brother, right?
Tell me, how do you want to settle this?"
Lu Yun glanced at him, "Who are you?"
"Me?"
The burly man paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, "Ha, you're new here, don't you even know who I am?
Now listen carefully, my name is Niu Cohen, and everyone who respects me on the streets calls me Cohen Gu."
Lu Yun shook his head, "I can't remember, but I do remember a name called Niu Ribai."
Niu Ribai?
Niu Cohen's face immediately turned dark, and he shouted, "You fucking dog shit, you dare to disrespect my brother Cohen." He then smashed a metal pipe down on Lu Yun's head. Although Niu Cohen was not very tall, he was very strong and had a lot of strength. With this iron pipe, he could definitely smash Lu Yun's head open. But just as he raised the pipe and was about to hit Lu Yun's head, he saw Lu Yun's thunderous kick, and in an instant, Niu Cohen flew 5 meters back and vomited on the ground. Lu Yun picked up the bench and got up, walking towards Zhou Liang step by step. "It seems that the bench didn't hit you comfortably before, so you came back to find more abuse." At this time, the three of them were still in a daze, and they never dreamed that their brother Cohen would be kicked away by this young man with one kick. Seeing Lu Yun walking towards him, Zhou Liang's face showed a hint of fear, but then he shouted, "This kid actually dared to kick Cohen Gu, he simply doesn't take the three of us into account, hurry up and kill him." After all, there are many people, and with Zhou Liang's shout, the three of them rushed toward Lu Yun with iron pipes. Lu Yun ducked under the two in front of him, and went straight to Zhou Liang. He raised the bench in his hand and smashed it down on Zhou Liang's head. Boom! The bench shattered, and Zhou Liang's head was also split open, bleeding profusely. Shit! One of the other two quickly reacted, turned around and swung an iron pipe at Lu Yun's back of the head. But Lu Yun didn't turn his head, raised his elbow and blocked the pipe with precision. Then, boom! With a thunderous kick, the thug finally experienced the pain of his boss, Cohen Gu. In the blink of an eye, there was only one left, and he didn't even have to fight.
He was so scared that he ran away.
Lu Yun picked up an iron pipe on the ground and walked up to Nyo Koan and said, "Brother Nyo, your men are not very good. Of course, you were the first to fall, so you are the most useless."
Damn it! Shame!
Nyo Koan's stomach ached and he gritted his teeth, but in his heart he cursed his mother, wondering what kind of background this kid had and how he could be so fierce. It's not enough that he's so fierce, but he also taunts in front of my face.
Isn't that infuriating?
However, Nyo Koan was only upset for a short while, and after a moment, all he felt was fear.
Because
he actually saw Lu Yun effortlessly bend the iron pipe in his hand and then casually throw it aside.
Damn it! What a monster!
In other words, the kick he gave himself was not even close to his full strength. Otherwise, with the strength he used to bend the iron pipe, he could have punched a hole through his own stomach.
Nyo Koan felt an unprecedented fear.
"My friend, please spare me, for the sake of Brother Hu." Nyo Koan had a look of pain on his face, but he still had to grit his teeth and beg for mercy from Lu Yun.
Lu Yun was slightly taken aback. Brother Hu? Which Brother Hu? Li Hu, the millionaire.
He used to be under the command of Hua Erlong, but after Hua Erlong committed suicide, he became the boss.
I am now working under Brother Hu.
Nyo Koan finished speaking this sentence in one breath, and he was almost fainting from the pain.
It was really not easy.
Lu Yun originally wanted to say that Li Hu was nothing in front of me, but after thinking it over, he let Nyo Koan make a phone call. "Tell Li Hu that I want him to come to me within 15 minutes and buy a set of ink, brush, paper and inkstone. Oh, and tell him my name is Lu Yun."
Chapter 68. The simpler, the better. 17 minutes and 3 seconds.
When Li Hu arrived at the shantytown, he was sweating and looked terrified.
He was late.
The god of the heavens told him to arrive within 15 minutes, so he dared not disobey. He ignored all the red lights along the way and drove at 200 miles per hour. However, he was delayed for a few minutes because he had to stop to buy ink, paper, brush and inkstone, so even if he drove as fast as he could, he was still 2 minutes and 3 seconds late.
2 minutes and 3 seconds. This is a matter of life and death.
Li Hu couldn't help but recall the scene when the millionaire, Yun Tianshan Jun, entered the casino alone and killed his boss, Hua Erlong, with a single breath, instantly killing him.
Li Hu deserves to die. He was 2 minutes and 3 seconds late. Please spare my life, Your Highness.
Li Hu rushed to the shantytown, said nothing, and directly fell to his knees with a thud. He touched his head to the ground, and beads of sweat dripped down his hair.
In no time, the ground was soaked.
It can be seen how scared he was at that moment. Zhou Liang and Nyo Koan, who were lying on the side and wailing, were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. If they heard correctly, Brother Hu had just called Lu Yun Your Highness.
Your Highness.
In the Dragon Kingdom, there is only one person who is worthy of being called Your Highness, and that is the mighty Cloud God.
Could the young man in front of them be the Cloud God? Li Hu's frightened expression told them, yes. In an instant, Nyo Koan and the others' guts nearly burst. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? They were just some low-level thugs. How could they have kicked their way into the presence of the Lord of the Clouds? However, whether they believe it or not, sometimes life is just so dramatic. At this moment, Lu Yun looked at Li Hu, who was trembling, and said in a low voice, "Forget it, I won't hold it against you for 2 minutes, so get up quickly." Yes, thank you, Your Highness, for not killing me."
Li Hu felt like he had just been saved from death, and he was grateful.
Seeing Nyo Koan standing there dumbfounded, he went over and stamped a shoe print on his face.
"You blind bastard, you dare to provoke the Lord of the Gods, I think you're just tired of living." Li Hu was furious, and one big shoe print after another was slapped on Nyo Koan's face. Of course. The reason for his anger was not because Nyo Koan had offended the Lord of the Clouds, and he didn't care whether Nyo Koan lived or died. The reason for his anger was that Nyo Koan almost dragged him down. "Damn it, you even let the Lord of the Gods spare your life on my behalf. My face is not even as good as the Lord of the Gods, but are you not trying to trick me?" Li Hu's anger was as great as his fear had been. Lu Yun coughed lightly and said, "You've made a mistake."
"You've hit the wrong person?" Li Hu was stunned for a moment.
Nyo Koan, with a look of innocence on his face, used his last ounce of strength to point to Zhou Liang next to him and said, "It was that dog coin thing that started it." Then he fainted.
"Damn it! It was you, kid. I'll kill you." Li Hu had hit the wrong person and was embarrassed. What could he do? He must have beaten Zhou Liang up to relieve his embarrassment. Until Zhou Liang was also knocked unconscious. Li Hu then came to Lu Yun with a servile look on his face and said, "Your Highness, are you satisfied?" Lu Yun nodded, "I don't want to see Zhou Liang and Jiangcheng again. In addition, the people living here are a mother and daughter. I hope you can send someone to protect them. Of course, don't let them find out, and don't disturb them."
Understood, Li Hu will definitely follow the orders of the Lord of the Gods. Afterwards, Li Hu called a few of his men and dragged Niu Kuan and Zhou Liang away. As for what to do with them, it had nothing to do with Lu Yun, who had already returned to the house by this time.
"Auntie, it's all right. That bastard won't dare to bully you again."
Thank you, Dr. Lu, you have saved us mother and daughter once again, we really don't know how to repay this favor. The woman was in tears and kneeling on the ground. Lu Yun hurriedly helped her up and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's just a small favor. The other day, my second sister Xinglin Hall was slandered by so many people, and it was thanks to you that you came forward to testify.
It's a shame to say that we didn't do anything that day. How could that be? We both saw your intentions."
Lu Yun smiled and comforted the woman, then looked at the little girl and touched her little face and said, "I have known the little girl for so many days, but I haven't given her a gift yet."
"Mr. Lu, please don't say that.
Your kindness to us has been heavy enough.
We can't accept any more gifts from you."
The woman quickly declined. The little girl also said in a soft voice, "Yes, Big Brother has been very good to me, and I like Big Brother."
"Don't worry, Auntie. It's not a valuable gift, it's just my feelings."
Lu Yun had long anticipated this situation, so he had Li Hu buy some ink, paper, and brushes in advance and, in front of the mother and daughter, painted a picture. The painting shows a sea of flowers in the sun, with the little girl running happily and smiling innocently. Of course, this is how the little girl will look when she grows up. Lu Yun based this on the girl's appearance and roughly extrapolated it for the next 4 or 5 years. Lu Yun painted this picture very carefully, just as carefully as he had painted the Rose of Prosperity for Yenner.
The woman exclaimed in amazement, "I didn't know Dr. Lu was such a talented painter."
Although the woman didn't know anything about calligraphy or painting, she could still tell the difference between a good painting and a bad one. Dr. Lu's painting made her feel as if she were there, as if the sunlight on the canvas was shining on her heart.
Warmth. Innocence.
It was as if all the clouds in life had dispersed at that moment. After finishing the painting, Lu Yun smiled and said to the little girl, "This painting is called Happy Girl.
It is a gift from your big brother. Do you like it?"
Yes, she likes her big brother's gift.
She is very happy.
The little girl said with a clap of her hands.
Lu Yun's face also showed a sunny smile. A happy little girl.
It's a very childish name, but true beauty and innocence are never as complicated as people imagine.
The simpler, the better. Isn't that right?
Chapter 69 Su Guobin, Atoning for His Sins. After Lu Yun left the shantytown, he didn't go back to Xinglin Hall, but went straight back to Green Villa.
He had not finished carving the 7-idea formation from yesterday.
He should be able to finish the task today. In order to avoid any misunderstandings with the beautiful sisters like yesterday, Lu Yun did not dare to lock the door this time. It was still early in the day, and he had plenty of time to complete the magic circle.
Carving the mental formation is like giving a small acupuncture needle.
The smaller it is, the more difficult it is. If Lu Yun were to carve the entire green villa with the mental formation, it would take less than 10 minutes, but it would not be so easy to carve it on a stone slab with a diameter of 10 centimeters. This requires a strong ability to control one's thoughts. It was not until the evening that Lu Yun finally finished carving the 7 magic circles, and then a few minutes later, his eldest sister Yi Qingcheng returned. Seeing Lu Yun panting again, Yi Qingcheng raised her eyebrows, walked up and grabbed his ear and said, "Is manual labor so addictive? You finished it yesterday and are doing it again today. Do you still want your 2 kidneys?" "Sister, it was really a misunderstanding. Lu Yun really didn't expect that today, even though he didn't lock the door, he was still misunderstood by Qingcheng."
"Am I really that despicable in Qingcheng's eyes?"
Yi Qingcheng angrily said, "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding, but in the future, I can't let you stay at home alone, otherwise you won't have enough kidneys."
Lu Yun smiled bitterly, "Sister Qingcheng, you're exaggerating." "Exaggeration?"
Yi Qingcheng glared at him, "You are being irresponsible.
If your kidneys are exhausted, how will you be able to live up to your wife in the future? You still want to marry your sisters? Can you handle it? Ha! What does sister Xingqing mean by that? Lu Yun slapped his head and said, so what Xingqing is saying is that as long as my body can handle it, you are all willing to marry me? Yi Qingcheng was slightly stunned. What kind of comprehension is this? But, it seems to be the case. So, in order to make Lu Yun cherish his body, Yi Qingqing suddenly changed her usual cold face and smiled, so, you have to be more restrained. It's a play. It's too dramatic. Although this was originally a misunderstanding, from this sentence of Sister Qingcheng, Lu Yun saw hope. Maybe the promise I made when I was little can really be kept? Although Sister Qingcheng is cold and always stares at me and Sister Yenner, in her heart, she actually loves me quite a bit. So I decided that Sister Qingcheng would be my first wife. Lu Yun thought happily. Yi Qingcheng probably didn't realize that the encouraging words she just said had actually made Lu Yun have such a long dream. I'm going to the provincial capital tomorrow. You're coming with me. A moment later, Yi Qingcheng changed into a loose-fitting home dress, sat on the sofa with a thermos in her hand, and looked slender and elegant. Going to the provincial capital? Yes, I'm going to talk about a cooperation project, and I may have to stay in the provincial capital for a few days. You're coming with me. Since the nearly 10 billion sales orders from the Wang family and several other major families, the Qingcheng group has taken off in an instant, directly entering the top tier of Jiangcheng and challenging the Jiangbeichen family. Now the market in Jiangcheng has basically been opened up. If the Qingcheng group wants to continue to develop, it must open up the market in the provincial capital, so Yi Qingcheng needs to go there to negotiate a partnership. As for why she brought Lu Yun along, isn't it obvious? If I don't bring Lu Yun, should I leave him at home to continue wasting his life essence? Not to mention that there is also a covetous Lu Yenner at home. Yi Qingcheng was really worried that if she didn't take Lu Yun with her, when she came back from the project, the sky would have turned upside down. If Lu Yun knew Yi Qingcheng's thoughts, he would definitely be so upset that he would cry. Is it that I, the cloud god, am so uncontrollable in your eyes? Well, that's not necessarily true. After all, the sisters are so beautiful and have such explosive figures. If there is another swimming pool play, even if Lu Yun has a strong concentration, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. In short, Lu Yun could not escape the fate of accompanying Qingcheng to the provincial capital. On the day they left Jiangcheng, a grand wedding was being held in Jiangbei. Groom, Shen Ziyang. Bride, Gu Anqi. After this grand wedding, Gu Anqi immediately took over an important part of the Chen family's business, the Jiangcheng tabloid. Soon, Yi Qingcheng, the president of the Qingcheng group, is the lover of Wang Leiao of Nanshang. At the same time, Yi Qingcheng secretly kept a young man, Wen Zhang, as a lover, which was widely reported in the media. Almost in an instant, the streets of Jiangcheng were filled with the public's curses against Yi Qingcheng. The powerful people in the family who knew the inside story, such as Nan Jiangwang and Sun Tianlei and Wu Chanhua, were trembling in fear. The Chen family is playing with fire. Jianbei can't get involved, so they can only warn their subordinates not to say anything, or else even the gods can't save you. The Su family was also shaken. Since Su Guobin's son Su Kai offended Yi Qingcheng, the Su family's influence on the south bank of the river has plummeted. Because the powerful families of Nanjiang basically all know that the man behind Yi Qingcheng is Yun Tianxinjun, if you offend Yi Qingcheng, who would dare to have anything to do with you? So in less than a month, the market value of the Su family's assets has evaporated by billions of dollars every day. If this continues, I'm afraid that the Su family will soon be forced to withdraw from the Jiangcheng stage forever. However, today, the Chen family in Jianbei took the initiative to ignite the fire, but Su Guobin saw a new hope for his family's rise. Chen Tai, congratulations, you found a precious daughter-in-law, ha! Su Guobin laughed wildly. He knew that Lu Yun was not the young man that Yi Qingcheng kept as a lover, nor was he the brother-in-law of the cloud god, but the cloud god himself. The Chen family dared to slander the cloud god, and that sealed their fate. It is believed that it won't be long before the Chen family is destroyed, and the Chen family's industry in Jianbei will naturally be divided up by other powerful families. Su Guobin needs to do one thing immediately if he wants to get a share of the spoils in that turmoil, atone for his sins. Chapter 70, Nanjiang, the forces are surging. Atonement. No matter what, atonement must be made. Otherwise, The Su family will never be able to rise again.
Su Guobin immediately gathered all the Su family members together and expressed his idea to go to Jiangbei and smash the Jiangqing tabloid. When this decision was made, everyone in the Su family was shocked.
The power in Jiangbei is different from that in Nanjing.
Nanjiang is headed by the Nanjiang king, and there are many other powerful families below him, like stars in the sky.
In other words, the Chen family's position in Jiangbei is equivalent to the position of the Wang family in Nanjing.
In fact, it is even more powerful. All the industries in Jiangbei, whether real estate, catering, clothing, etc., belong to the Chen family, and naturally include the Jiangqing tabloid. Su Guobin said that he was going to smash the Jiangqing newspaper, which was tantamount to provoking the Chen family's authority.
This is going to be met with a furious retaliation from the Chen family.
Everyone in the Su family tried to persuade him not to be impulsive, but Su Guobin was determined to go his own way and directly announced that anyone who was afraid could leave the Su family at any time.
The crowd asked in bewilderment, "Master, what is the reason that makes you willing to take such a big risk to offend the Chen family?"
After the last incident with the Qincheng group, the Su family has been badly damaged. At this time, if they provoke the Jiangbei Chen family again, they will be forced to the edge of a cliff.
Has the family head already given up on the Su family and is ready to give up on himself? Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Su Guobin sneered and said, "Why?"
Because this time, the Chen family has provoked a character who is powerful enough to make the entire dragon kingdom tremble, the Cloud God of Heaven.
Cloud God of Heaven.
When this name came out, everyone's body trembled, and then their faces turned red, and they couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship. The Lord of the Clouds is the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom.
How is he involved in this matter? Does the family head mean that the Cloud God of Heaven has a relationship with Yi Qingcheng?
The Jiangqing tabloid had just published an article to slander Yi Qingcheng, and the family head made such a crazy decision, saying that the Chen family had offended the Cloud God, which meant that Yi Qingcheng had a special relationship with the Cloud God, didn't it? The Su family members are not fools, and they quickly reacted.
Su Guobin nodded. Boom!
In an instant, a storm of emotions swept through everyone's hearts.
It's true.
No wonder the head of the family was so determined to punish Su Kai for offending Yi Qingcheng that he beat him half to death. It turns out that the person standing behind Yi Qingcheng was really the Cloud God of the celestial realm, the most powerful person in the country. They finally understood why the family head had made such a crazy decision. He just wanted to atone for his sins. We are willing to follow the family head at all times, risking our lives to break into Jiangbei, and we will never back down.
Everyone said in unison.
They had changed their previous opposition, and their hearts were no longer filled with fear, but rather, excitement.
They were completely excited.
The opportunity for the Su family to rise again has arrived.
Su Kai also said, "Dad, I want to go to Jiangbei with you.
I want to atone for my sins."
However,
Su Guobin patted him on the shoulder and said, "You stay in the Su family. Remember, if I don't come back within 3 days, you go to the Qiqing group and kneel there and tell Yi Qiqing everything I did. In Jiangbei, the Chen family is like the sky, and it will eat people." When Su Guobin made this decision, he had no intention of getting out unscathed.
He was going to sacrifice himself to give the Su family a once-in-a-century opportunity.
When the Su family heard Su Guobin say this, they all shed tears.
The head of the family has really bet everything on this. A summer school in Zhangcheng. The classroom was full of students.
They will be entering their 3rd year of high school in a month, and in order to do well in the college entrance exam a year later, they must start working hard now. Of course, many of them are forced by their parents to attend the summer classes.
Sun Xiaochu is one of them. She hates studying.
So when the teacher wasn't looking, she secretly read a novel on her phone. Just as she was enjoying the novel, a news ad suddenly popped up on the screen, and she accidentally clicked on it.
It was really annoying.
However, when Sun Xiaochu glanced at the content of the article, she was completely stunned.
"Mr. Liu is a gigolo? I don't believe it."
Sun Xiaochu didn't even say goodbye to the teacher, and ran out of the classroom with her school bag on her back. He returned to the Sun family.
Sun Jinrong asked in surprise, "Xiaochu, didn't you have a class today? Why did you suddenly come back?"
Sun Xiaochu held up his cell phone in front of Sun Jinrong and said with red eyes, "Grandpa, this article says that Mr. Liu is a gigolo."
Nonsense. Sun Jinrong's face suddenly turned dark, and he shouted, "These stupid newspapers, besides being full of bullshit, can they do anything good?"
He had already seen this article, but he didn't believe it.
How could a man like Mr. Lu be a gigolo?
These unscrupulous newspapers are just talking nonsense. Sun Tianlei also said, "Daughter, some things you see are not necessarily the truth.
Especially children your age, it's easy to be led by the nose. Don't read these nonsense articles anymore." Sun Xiaochu nodded.
She didn't believe the article either, but she felt indignant for Mr. Lu. Sun Tianlei comforted her with a smile, "Don't worry, the bad guys will soon get their comeuppance." He then left the house and headed straight for the villa area of the Nanjiang Wang. When he arrived at the villa area, he found that several other powerful people from the other families were also there.
Everyone looked solemn.
Nanjiang Wang Lao said with a gloomy face, "The Chen family is playing with fire this time, and it is inevitable that they will be destroyed, but before that, we must also do something to put pressure on the Chen family in Jiangbei."
Agree. Agreed.
All the powerful people present expressed their willingness to follow the Nanjiang king to Jiangbei.
Otherwise, when the Chen family is destroyed, how can they follow and divide up the Chen family's assets? Chapter 71, Smash. Smash it hard for me.
It can be said that a stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. The articles in the Jiangqing tabloids that smeared Yi Qingqing quickly spread and instantly became a sensation in the entire city of Jiangcheng. At the same time, the power of the wealthy families in Nanjiang surged.
Green Villa.
After reading the article, Lin Qingtan's chest was about to explode with anger.
Outrageous.
I've never seen such an irresponsible newspaper. Without any evidence, they just made up nonsense with a few photos.
It's completely lawless.
I wonder how sad my sister and Xia Luyan will be when they read these articles. Lu Yan was also furious, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent.
Compared to Lin Qingtan's helplessness, she directly changed into the special costume of the Shadow Pavilion and headed straight for Jiangbei. At this moment,
Gu Anqi, the perpetrator, was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation and was feeling smug. Since she was kicked out of the Qingcheng group by Yi Qingqing last time, she has been like a dog without a home, fleeing to Jiangbei and marrying Chen Xiong, a eunuch. She has endured humiliation for more than half a month.
Now, she has finally regained her dignity. She couldn't be happier listening to the people of Jiangcheng revile Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing, I never thought you would end up like this.
Your Qingcheng group may have grown big, and you may have married the king of Nanjiang, but I will
still ruin your reputation.
Those articles that the media dares not publish, I, Gu Anqi, will publish them.
Those losers are afraid of the king of Nanjiang, but I am not.
Because my backing is the Chen family.
Gu Anqi is as happy as she wants to be, and as proud as she wants to be.
She couldn't wait to rush to Yi Qingqing's face right now and see for herself how ugly Yi Qingqing's face was. She was going to find a time to face humiliate Yi Qingqing. She wanted to let Yi Qingqing know how foolish it was to offend her in the first place.
And that little white-faced Lu Yun, too.
She wants to make this couple of dogs lose their face and leave Jiangcheng. Gu Anqi directed the article editors under her to continue writing and smearing Yi Qingqing and her little white face. At this moment, a staff member suddenly rushed in and said, "President, a group of people have come outside and said they want to smash our newspaper."
Smash our newspaper? Humph, I'd like to see who has the guts to do that. Gu Anqi sneered and walked out of the newspaper office. Sure enough, there was a group of people outside.
It was Su Guobin, along with some of the Su group's bodyguards.
Gu Anqi said with a gloomy face, "Su Guobin, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Last time at the Qingcheng group, your family was also a victim. If you don't appreciate me, that's fine, but now you've actually come to Jiangbei to stand up for that bitch Yi Qingqing?"
When she was Yi Qingqing's secretary, these powerful people were far above her, but now things are different. She has climbed the high branch of the Chen family. Facing Su Guobin, she dared to call him by his name and even pointed at him and yelled at him. "I think you crazy woman's head has been kicked by a donkey."
Su Guobin just gave Gu Anqi a cold smile and then said to the group of bodyguards behind him, "Go ahead. Smash this newspaper office. Smash it hard."
The bodyguards immediately rushed forward, raised their hammers and began to smash everything in sight.
Clang! Bang! Bang!
In the blink of an eye, glass shards were everywhere, and several computers in the newspaper office were broken.
Guanchi screamed, Subwabin, are you crazy? Do you know whose territory this is? However,
Subwabin didn't even bother to respond to her, shouting at the top of his lungs, smash.
Smash it hard. Haven't you eaten? Use more force.
The scene was in chaos, with screams constantly heard.
Crazy.
I hope you die a horrible death.
Guanchi angrily dialed a phone call. Call someone. She was going to call her backers to come and deal with Subwabin. Before long, the men came. But they weren't from the Chen family. It was Nan Jianwang, Sun Tianlei, and Wu Changhua.
They also had hammers in their hands, and they were obviously here to smash the newspaper office. But when they saw what was happening, everyone froze for a moment.
Someone beat them to it?
When they realized that the person who had beaten them to the punch was Su Guobin, their faces suddenly turned strange.
Smart Su Guobin, you knew this was an opportunity and you took action so quickly. I really admire him.
But it saves them the trouble.
With Su Guobin as the front runner, they don't bother to get involved and simply stand aside to watch the show. How dare you cause trouble in my Chen family's territory?
Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and then a group of bodyguards rushed over, instantly knocking Su Guobin's men to the ground.
Guanchi's eyes lit up and she immediately ran over and said, Grandpa, you must help me.
I just took over the Jiangqing tabloid and it was smashed by someone.
I'm so sad.
The man who came was Guanchi's father-in-law, Chen Ping, Chen Xiang's father. Next to him was a burly middle-aged man, who looked 7/8 like Chen Ping and was probably his brother. However, his impression on others was not deep, and they were wondering when Chen Ping had a brother.
At this moment,
Chen Ping had already come to the front of the king of the South River with a cold face. Leo, you can be the overlord on the south bank of the river, but who gave you the nerve to reach across to the north bank?
Why am I here in Jiangbei? You should know that.
Leo put the hammer on his shoulder and looked at Chen Ping.
Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, he looked back at Guanchi, and then said to Lei Ao with a cold smile, What, are you uncomfortable because my daughter-in-law exposed your scandal with Yi Qingcheng?
When he said this, many of the powerful people in the Nan River area all showed a strange expression.
I'm fine. Why wouldn't you be comfortable?
Your family is about to face a disaster, and we are waiting to divide up the Jiangbei industry.
Do you think we are comfortable? Chapter 72, Chen Family, Chenin.
At the moment when Chen Ping and Leo were in a fierce confrontation,
suddenly,
the burly man, who looked 7/8 like Chen Ping, suddenly strode up to Leo, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt.
Are you the king of Nanzhong? Who are you?
Hearing this voice, Leo immediately shifted his gaze from Chen Ping to this man. His body trembled slightly. He actually felt a strong sense of oppression from this burly man. He was suddenly surprised. Leo himself had studied some kung fu, and it was precisely because of this kung fu that he had established a foothold in Nanzhong and become a local overlord. But the man in front of him was actually no weaker than him.
How could the Chen family have such a character?
At this moment, the man said lightly, My name is Chenin, the younger brother of Chen Ping.
Chenin? Hearing this name, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, surprised. Chenin, the one who disappeared from the Chen family 10 years ago?
Chen Tai, the patriarch of the Chen family, had two sons, the eldest, Chen Ping, and the second, Chenin. 10 years ago, Chenin disappeared for no reason. This incident was a big deal at the time, and the Jiangqing tabloids ran a missing persons ad for half a year, so it was almost everyone's business. No wonder this person looked familiar, but I didn't have a deep impression. It turned out to be Chenin, who disappeared 10 years ago.
Chenin nodded and said, Yes, it's me. I fell off a cliff by accident and survived by chance. I also took on a master and learned a lot of skills. Now, I have become a martial artist. A martial artist. Everyone was shocked.
The same was true for the king of the South River. Although he had some kung fu skills, he could easily defeat a dozen ordinary people, but in front of a true martial artist, he was nothing. This Chenin, who had actually been blessed by misfortune, had become a martial artist. This is too scary.
Chenin said proudly, Now that I've returned to Jiangcheng, I'm here to consolidate the forces here.
In the future, there will only be one Chenin in Jiangcheng, not you, King Nanzhong.
Do you have any objections?
Chenin looked straight at Leo, his eyes full of deterrent power.
The cold sweat on Leo's body instantly came down. He really had no way to deal with martial artists.
Chenin sneered, removed the pressure from his body, and said, "In a couple of days, it will be my father's 60th birthday, so I don't want to start a killing spree. But after the birthday, I don't want to hear the words King of the South River again."
Do you understand? Threat. A threat. Leo and the others couldn't help but tremble.
But soon, they gritted their teeth.
What's the point of being a martial artist?
In front of the Cloud God, you're nothing.
Anyway, His Highness the God King has already spoken. On the day of the 60th birthday of the Chen family patriarch, the Chen family will be destroyed.
There are only 2 days left until the Chen family's birthday, and I, Leo, will tolerate this.
But just then, Su Guobin suddenly shouted like a madman, "What if you are a martial artist?"
Even if you are a martial artist, you still can't avoid the end of the Chen family.
What are you so arrogant about? Whoosh!
Chenin rushed to Su Guobin's face and kicked him hard in the chest. He looked at him with a murderous glare and said, "Say that again." This kick directly made Su Guobin spit blood, but he still said with gritted teeth, "Even if you beat me to death today, I will still say it. Your family has provoked the wrong people.
I think you'll die first." Chenin was furious, kicking Su Guobin again and again, kicking him all over the floor, and breaking countless bones in his body. The Chen family is finished. Ah, come on, kill me.
Su Guobin shouted while spitting blood.
Wang Nanjiang and the others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines.
This Su Guobin is too tough.
Can't you just bear it for a couple of days?
Of course, they didn't know that Su Guobin had come to Jiangbei to atone for his sins.
He had no intention of returning alive.
Damn it, you're still talking big when you're about to die.
I'm sending you to hell. Chenin was so angry that he completely forgot what he had just said about not wanting to kill.
In an instant, Chenin jumped more than 5 meters into the air, then dropped to his knees and crashed into Su Guobin's head at high speed.
With this knee strike, Su Guobin definitely had no chance of survival.
But at this critical moment, suddenly, a shrill whistling sound rang out in the air, and then a blinding flash of cold light appeared in front of Chenin.
An assassin?
Chenin's brows furrowed, and he quickly leapt out of the air, landing 20 centimeters away from Su Guobin's head. He barely escaped the cold light. When he saw the assassin's outfit, Chenin's face suddenly darkened and he said, "Shadow Sect Assassin.
Are you the person Su Guobin said not to provoke?"
When he was learning martial arts with his master, he had dealt with Shadow Sect assassins before, so he recognized at a glance that the person in front of him was from the Shadow Sect.
The person who came was Lu Yenner.
However, she was completely covered in black night clothes and wore a mask on her face, so no one recognized her true identity. Lu Yenner ignored Chenin and glanced at Guanxi, whispering, "Marrying a eunuch, I don't know what you can be proud of." As soon as she said this, the faces of the Chen family members changed drastically. Chen Xiang's affair was a taboo in the Chen family, and no one dared to mention it.
Now that Lu Yenner had pointed it out to his face, how could he not be terrified? Especially Qin Ping, as if he had guessed something, stared at Lu Yenner and said angrily, 6 months ago, did you do the thing with Xiang? Congratulations, you got it right. Lu Yenner directly admitted it. Bang! Chen Ping's anger instantly burst forth.
It was this person in front of him who had made his son unworthy of being a man. For the past 6 months, Chen Ping had not a day gone by that he had not wanted to find this damn murderer, but all his efforts had been in vain.
Unexpectedly, today,
she actually came to the door on her own initiative. Chen Ping shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chenin, kill her. Kill her quickly. I want to send her body to Xiang so that he can abuse her to his heart's content."
Understood.
Chenin took a step forward, and the aura of a martial artist instantly surged out.
Chapter 73, The Seven-Colored Centipede. Boom! Chenin's attack was extremely powerful.
He stepped forward, leaving a deep imprint in the ground with each step. His fists were like cast iron, and he wielded them with terrifying power, forcing Lu Yen to retreat.
Is this the power of martial artists? Everyone's pupils contracted.
Leo was also ashamed. If he didn't know that Yun Tianjun was backing him up, just seeing Chenin's skills would have made him give up everything in Nanjiang. Martial artists have powers that are beyond the reach of ordinary people, and they are terrifying.
But
What Nanjiang Wang and the others couldn't figure out was why the Shadow Pavilion assassin would help them.
In the blink of an eye,
the two sides had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Chen An's powerful punches were like a bull charging, each one carrying a terrifying amount of force. Lu Yenner was agile and light, and after taking a few minor losses, she did not engage in a head-on confrontation with Chen An, but instead wisely chose to wear him down, causing the battle between the two to reach a stalemate.
Bang! Another clash. When Chen An's fist smashed into Lu Yenner's body, Lu Yenner retreated as usual, while manipulating the bayonet to look for an opportunity to attack.
The Shadow Sect's assassins are indeed difficult to deal with.
Chen An's face turned a bit ugly.
If Lu Yenner had a head-on confrontation with him, he would definitely be crushed by him, but the other party kept dodging and evading, and his speed was faster than his, so he had all the strength in the world but couldn't use it, which was really frustrating. If this continues, he will be exhausted sooner or later.
Martial artists
cultivate internal strength, which is divided into 9 levels in the early stages, and in the later stages, internal strength is released externally, which is the realm of a master. Chen An has not yet reached the realm of a master, and can only rely on a punch or kick to attack. Every time he misses, it is a loss of internal strength. When his internal strength is exhausted, even if he is facing him head-on, he will definitely not be able to compete with Lu Yenner.
Obviously, this is Lu Yenner's strategy.
Chen An's eyes flashed with a viciousness, and after another punch missed, he suddenly changed his fist into a palm, and a colorful light shot out from the palm.
Lu Yen was shocked. Chen An has not yet reached the realm of a master, so how could he have internal strength radiating outward? Soon, Lu Yenner exclaimed in alarm, "Centipede!"
What came out of Chen An's palm was not the inner strength of a martial artist, but a colorful centipede with a pair of blood-red wings, which unexpectedly bit into the back of Lu Yenner's hand. Lu Yenner's pretty face instantly turned pale, and she immediately turned around and fled. Chen Ping said with a gloomy face, "Why didn't you stop her? This damn killer cut off the life of his precious son. How much he wanted to cut her into 1,000 pieces. But in the end, she still escaped. I don't know how long it will take to get revenge this time." Chen An sneered and said, "She was poisoned by my colorful centipede poison. Sooner or later, she will come back to beg me for the antidote, and then my nephew Xiang can abuse her as he pleases." Hearing this, Chen Ping's heart was slightly relieved.
Chen An spread his palm, revealing a shocking blood hole.
He saw the colorful centipede fall back into his palm and then drill back through the blood hole. Throughout the whole process, Chen An showed a painful expression. Chen Ping, who was watching, was also shocked, but he didn't ask anymore. He was very proud that his younger brother had such a powerful killing weapon. After the colorful centipede had completely returned to his body, the painful expression on Chen An's face disappeared, and then he walked up to Su Guobin and kicked him a few times. "The so-called existence that you said you couldn't provoke has already been poisoned by my colorful centipede and won't live long. Now, don't you feel desperate?"
Chen An sneered twice.
He thought that the assassin from the Shadow Pavilion was the backbone of Su Guobin's bravado. Su Guobin fell to the ground, twitching, his face swollen and bruised, barely able to speak, but his eyes were still full of defiance. Chen An did not kill him again, but instead had the bodyguards take him back to be locked up, and then torture him together when the Shadow Pavilion killer surrendered. Before leaving, Chen An glanced at Liu and the others with contempt and said, "Your so-called backer is nothing but trash in my eyes. Remember, from now on, I, Chen An, am the king of Jiangcheng."
He laughed arrogantly and left.
If it weren't for Su Guobin's stubbornness, Chen An would not have bothered to get involved with these Jiangcheng trash.
Guanqi also held her chin high, like a cock that had won a battle.
The Chen family was already powerful, and now with the return of an uncle who practices martial arts, it was only a matter of time before the Chen family dominated Jiangcheng. This time, she married into the Chen family and made the right choice.
"Yi Qingcheng, aren't you very good? No matter how good you are, you will always be far behind me, Guanqi, forever and ever. When the Chen family dominates Jiangcheng, the king of Jiangnan will be driven out of Jiangcheng like a dog.
And the king of Nanjiang is Yi Qingqing's backing, and even the backing has become a dog of the bereaved family, and Yi Qingqing's situation will only become more miserable.
This day will come very soon."
Every time Guanqi thinks about this, she can't help but smile.
She is so excited. After the Chen family left, Lei Ao and the others stood there for a long time, looking as depressed as they could be.
Although they all knew that as long as the cloud god of heaven made a move, the Chen family would definitely be destroyed. It would be no later than 2 or 3 days. But it's going to take 2 or 3 days. Usually 2 or 3 days pass in the blink of an eye, but now, it feels like years. Thinking about the humiliation they had just received in Chen An's arrogant expression, they were depressed and couldn't wait until the day of Chen's birthday party. They really wished that the cloud god would strike now. However, what they didn't know was that Lu Yun didn't intervene because he wasn't in Jiangcheng at the moment, and because he didn't like to read the news. He didn't know that Jiangcheng had changed. The most important thing is that Lin Qingtan and Lu Yener were initially worried that this matter would affect their eldest sister's project, so they did not call them right away. The Nanjiang Wang brothers, on the other hand, had always believed that the cloud god had his own plans, so they planned to wait until Chen Tai's 60th birthday to take their revenge. In fact, if Liu told Lu Yun about this now, Lu Yun would definitely kill him on the spot and not wait for the 60th birthday. Chapter 74, Blocking the Heart Vein. The provincial capital. In the Jin Group's guest hall, a man and a woman were sitting. The man was clean and straightforward, and the woman was extremely beautiful. They are Lu Yun and his beautiful sister Yi Qingcheng. After a short while, a female secretary in black high heels pushed open the door and said, "I'm very sorry, but our boss is not seeing guests today. Please leave." No visitors? Didn't we make an appointment a long time ago? Yi Qingcheng's eyebrows rose slightly. Before she came to the provincial capital, she had already made an appointment with the boss of the Jin Group to meet today. She had already been waiting here for a long time, but in the end she was told that he was not available. Is this how you treat your guests? Yi Qingcheng looked displeased, but she couldn't say much. After all, she was the one asking for a favor. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came to the door. The female secretary immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, please come this way. Our boss has been waiting for a long time." The attitude was completely different from the previous one. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng was naturally unhappy and stood up to question the female secretary. "Didn't you say that Mr. Jin wouldn't be seeing any guests today?" The secretary did not immediately answer Yi Qingcheng's question, but first took the middle-aged man in a suit to the boss's office, and then returned to the reception hall and said, "Miss Yi, in fact, our boss has already read your company's information." "Then why did you keep me waiting for so long?" "I think Miss Yi should know better than I do why Mr. Jin is not meeting with you." "What do you mean by that?" Yi Qingcheng's brows furrowed tightly. Seeing that she knew the answer, the secretary shrugged and said, "Originally, our boss thought that since we are all in business, we should give you a little face so that you would know when to quit. But since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for speaking harshly. Our boss is not going to cooperate with you." "Why?" Yi Qingcheng was puzzled. The secretary looked at her disdainfully, not knowing whether the person really didn't know or was pretending not to know. "Miss Yi can search for the Qingcheng group online and find out the reason," the secretary said impatiently, and then left the reception hall in her high heels. Yi Qingcheng was full of confusion. What the hell is going on? With a lot of questions in her mind, Yi Qingcheng opened her laptop and typed in the words Qingcheng Group. When she saw the first message that popped up, her pretty face instantly turned pale. It was reported that the beautiful president of the Qingcheng Group, Yi Qingcheng, had a very messy private life. While she was flirting with Wang Liu of Nanjiang, she was secretly keeping a young gigolo. These articles have been all over Jiangcheng, but compared to the entire Jiangnan province, Jiangcheng is after all just a small city, and the speed of public opinion fermentation is not as fast as imagined. Unless you enter specific characters to search, it is difficult to see these news. This is why Yi Qingcheng has only just seen these articles now. If it wasn't for the reminder from the female secretary just now, she would have been kept in the dark until she returned to Jiangcheng. Lu Yun stood behind Yi Qingcheng and naturally saw these articles as well. A terrible murderous intent suddenly filled his eyes. It's not long since he left Jiangcheng, and something like this has happened. Those bastards really deserve to die. Lu Yun walked straight outside the Jin Group and called Nanjiang Wang to ask, "What is the matter with those smearing articles?" "It's the Chun family." Leo was still depressed in Jiangbei at the time, and when he received the call, his head was all confused. It turns out, His Highness the God King still doesn't know about this. "The Chen family, you're asking for it. Leo, go and get me a bigger coffin right away. I want to give the old Chen a birthday celebration in advance." "Yes, Leo will do it right away." When Leo put down the phone, he suddenly felt much better.
Sun Tianlei and the others on the side asked in confusion, "What's going on?"
Ha, the God King is angry, and he is going to kill the Chen family today. Hurry up, get whatever gifts you have, and we'll give the Chen family a big gift in advance.
Leo laughed wildly.
He was originally quite depressed, but he never expected that the retribution would come so quickly. They didn't have to wait 2 or 3 days. Today they could vent all the anger they had been holding in their chests.
So how can they not be excited?
They returned to Jiangcheng as quickly as possible. Yi Qingcheng hurried back to the Qingcheng group to discuss public relations matters with the employees. Lu Yun, on the other hand, was on his way to see Wang Nanjiang when he received an unexpected phone call.
Xiao Lu Yun. It's Yenner. Yenner's voice sounded extremely weak.
Lu Yun's face was full of anxiety, and he hurriedly asked, "Yenner, what's wrong with you?" However, there was no response from the other end of the line.
Ah! Lu Yun roared and hurriedly activated the mental magic array, instantly learning the location of Lu Yenner.
He rushed over. When she found Lu Yenner, she had already fallen on a patch of grass, and the bite marks on the back of her hand were completely purple-black. Moreover, a purple mark 10 centimeters long had appeared on her arm.
This is the deadly poison of the colorful centipede. Every time Lu Yenner has an attack, the purple poison mark will extend by 10 centimeters.
When it reaches the heart, she will definitely die.
Lu Yun couldn't care less.
Looking around, he saw no one else around, so he tore open Lu Yenner's night clothes. Lu Yun's eyes were pure, without the slightest evil thought, and he pinched the needle and stabbed it. Sealing the heart artery can temporarily slow down the spread of the toxin. However, to completely eradicate the toxins, the body of the colorful centipede is needed as a medicinal ingredient.
After Lu Yun finished inserting the needles, he took off his clothes and put them on Lu Yenner's body.
Then he hugged her soft and fragrant body and rushed back to the green villa. When he came out of the villa, his eyes were already filled with murderous intent.
A murderous intent. Chapter 75 Chen Family. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Chen's family.
The place was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everyone was in high spirits. 2 days later, it will be the 60th birthday of Chen Tai, the patriarch of the Chen family, and everyone in the family is preparing for it. Although the incident of the Jiangcheng tabloid being smashed today has caused a little bit of a surprise, it has not had a significant impact on the joy of the Chen family.
At this time, the Chen family has 3 reasons to celebrate. Yes, it is 3 happy events.
The first is that Gu Anqi married into the Chen family. The second is the return of Chenin, who had been missing for 10 years, and she is back as a martial artist. The third reason for celebration is, of course, the 60th birthday of Grandpa Chen 2 days later. All signs indicate that the Chen family is about to take off, and soon they will be able to monopolize all the industries in Jiangcheng and create an unassailable dominant position in Jiangcheng.
At this time, Gu Anqi was standing next to a young man with a feminine face and a slightly high-pitched voice, saying, "The incident at the newspaper office today didn't scare you, did it?" "No."
Gu Anqi shook her head and said sarcastically. "They are just a bunch of ants who don't know their own strength. They smashed a small newspaper in Jiangcheng, and tomorrow there will be a second small newspaper in Jiangcheng.
They are just wasting their energy. Of course, with the strength of the Chen family today, how many small newspapers in Jiangcheng do we need? With Uncle Lin in charge, I believe that soon the entire Jiangcheng will be ours. Well, I'm so happy to be married to you." Gu Anqi leaned her head on the young man's shoulder intimately. This gentle youth is Chen Ziong.
Originally, Gu Anqi married into the Chen family in order to use the Chen family's power to take revenge on Yi Qingcheng. She had no hope for any problems in the relationship. After all, her husband doesn't even have that thing, so what can she expect?
But Gu Anqi soon found that she was wrong, very wrong.
Although Chen Ziong no longer had the ability in that area, he had been a womanizer in his previous life, and he was very good at coaxing women.
To describe it in an old saying, Chen Ziong is the best ventriloquist in Jianbei. Combined with some related power tools, Gu Anqi was so happy that she couldn't help it.
So the words she said to Chen Ziong were definitely not against her will, but because after marrying Chen Ziong, she really experienced a lot of happiness and joy that she had never experienced before.
And just as the Chen family was happily preparing for the birthday banquet 2 days later, suddenly, Wang Lao and others from the Nanjiang family arrived uninvited, each carrying a briefcase.
Seeing them, all the Chen family members showed strong hostility on their faces.
Chen Ping's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "Nanjiang King, you guys are really not afraid of death. I just warned you this morning, and now you're so eager to come here and die? Ha, don't misunderstand." Leo smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Isn't it your father's 60th birthday in a couple of days?
We thought we hadn't received an invitation, and it would be embarrassing if we showed up uninvited, so we decided to come 2 days early to wish your father a happy birthday."
Celebrating a birthday in advance? Everyone in the Chen family froze.
Chen Ping said with a gloomy face, "I have never heard of the rule of celebrating a birthday in advance. If you dare to play tricks, none of you will be able to leave the Chen family today."
Ha, no, didn't you see that we even brought a gift?
Leo smiled and patted the silver safe in his hand. Generally speaking, this kind of silver safe is used to store money.
Could it be?
Guanxi seemed to have figured out the key point, and sneered as she stood up and said, "Nanjiang Wang, if you want to please our Chen family, just say so. There's no need to use the 60th birthday of the old man as an excuse."
To please? Everyone in the Chen family looked at Guanxi with a confused expression. That's right.
Guanxi pushed the pink square-framed glasses on her nose and said with great confidence, "This afternoon, a group of them came to our newspaper office and smashed it. They were scared and didn't dare to breathe. After witnessing Uncle Len's power, they must have been scared, so they came to give us money, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so, so they came up with an excuse and said they were here to give us a congratulatory gift. The purpose of their actions is nothing more than to let Uncle Len let them live. After all, it won't be long before the Chen family can monopolize the entire Jiangcheng, so if they don't come to please them now, they won't have another chance in the future."
Guanxi's analysis was very logical.
Everyone in the Chen family nodded in agreement.
What she said makes perfect sense. Chen Ping also nodded slightly and cast an approving glance at Guanxi.
"This daughter-in-law is smart and has not disgraced our family's reputation." Shenan, who was standing next to him, sneered in contempt. "I thought this Nanjiang Wang was some kind of tough guy, but I didn't expect that after showing off a little in front of him in the afternoon, he would be scared into this cowardly state. This Jiangshan is too easy to fight, it's really not interesting at all."
Shenan said proudly, "Since you've already been so subservient, I'll be lenient.
After your business is all swallowed up by the Chen family, I'll allow you to continue living in Jiangcheng." From the tone of his voice, it seems that he already considers himself the king of Jiangcheng. As he himself said, he, Shenan, is the sky of Jiangcheng. Martial artists have this kind of confidence.
However,
but Leo and the others looked strange.
Flatter? Wagging your tail and begging for mercy? Yu Chen family is really confident.
At this time, Chen Ping had already taken the silver code boxes from Lei's hands. When he opened them, his face changed dramatically.
Ghost money.
6 boxes full of Joss paper. This is a curse on their old man's death.
You bunch of fucking dogs, you dare to provoke the authority of the Chen family? I'll send you all to hell.
Shenan, who had been looking haughty, was furious at the sight of this scene. He bent his 5 fingers sharply, as if they were eagle claws, and snapped at Leo.
Lei's face changed instantly.
But just then, a mahogany coffin suddenly flew in from outside the courtyard, crashing into Chenan's chest with a loud thud, knocking him flying.
Chen family, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Tomorrow, the Chen family will be over.
This was originally a climax, and I was thinking of writing it after the Gene Group incident was resolved, but I was afraid that my friends would be too long-winded, so I wrote this plot first. If there are any logical loopholes, please don't be offended. It's so cold today that my hands are frozen and miserable.
Chapter 76, The Tyrannical Chenin.
A mahogany coffin flew from outside the courtyard and slammed into Chenan's chest with terrifying force.
Chenan's body flew back like origami, and finally slammed into the wall, falling down.
It was as if his internal organs had been dislocated. So strong. Chenan's mouth was bleeding and his face was full of horror. Although there was a careless element to it, the fact that the opponent had made such a strong entrance still gave him a great sense of oppression.
Boom!
At this moment, the red coffin fell to the ground, and the entire Chen family mansion shook.
Then, the young man's cold voice came from afar. Chen family, I have been waiting for this day for a long time.
His voice reached them before he arrived.
Everyone in the Chen family was shocked.
Judging from the power of the coffin, it must weigh at least 500 to 600 caddies. Who could have had the strength to throw the coffin from such a distance into the Chen family compound? And turn Chenin, a martial artist, into such a miserable state? Impossible. Guanxi shook her head in disbelief. She knew that voice well, but she could never believe that the owner of that voice was the same person as the one she had imagined. She twisted her neck stiffly and looked at the broken gate. Finally, the young man's figure appeared. It was Lu Yun. In an instant, all the Chen family members were staring in disbelief, especially Guanxi, whose every cell in her body trembled uncontrollably. It's him! It was him! This coffin with lipstick was smashed in by Lu Yun. Isn't he the gigolo that Yi Qingqing supports? How could he have such terrifying power? Guanxi's teeth were chattering. All the teeth in the Chen family were trembling. Because the fact that he was able to throw such a heavy coffin in with his bare hands means that this young man is most likely a martial artist. In other words, the person who has been discrediting the Chen family these days is a martial artist. It's terrifying to think about. Lu Yun's expression was cold, and he had already entered the Chen family compound. Every step he took seemed to cast a terrible shadow over the Chen family. Do you like this gift of a coffin and paper money? Lu Yun's angry shout shook the entire Chen family compound, and scared everyone to the point of losing their guts. Qin Ping said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Lu, perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us." Misunderstanding? Lu Yun gave him a cold glance. When you were slandering me in Xingcheng, why didn't you say it was a misunderstanding? Qin Ping's face froze. His eyes turned to Guanxi, and his face was filled with anger. Everything is caused by this bitch, damn it. Lu Yun walked straight up to Chenin and said coldly, I heard that you, Chenin, are the king of Zhongchang? I heard that your family wants to become the overlord of Zhongchang? I heard that I, Lu Yun, am just a piece of trash in your eyes, Chenin? The three I heard sentences made Chenin's cold sweat pour down. From the force of the red coffin hitting him just now, he could tell that the martial arts power of this young man in front of him was definitely above his own. Chenin had already been intimidated. He said these words because he thought that there was only one martial artist in Jiangcheng, and he thought that the backing of people like the king of Jiangnan was the killer of the Shadow Pavilion. But he never imagined that the young man in front of him was the real terror. No wonder he beat Su Guobin up like that this morning. Su Guobin is still screaming that the Chen family is finished. It turns out that this is Su Guobin's confidence. Having offended such a terrifying martial artist, the Chen family is truly finished. It's the end of the world. Mr. Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Chenin held back the pain in his body and swallowed his saliva. Another misunderstanding? Lu Yun's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, grabbed Chenin's head, and slammed it into the mahogany coffin. Bang! Say it again. Is this a misunderstanding? It really is a misunderstanding. Bang! Is it a misunderstanding? Bang! Is it a misunderstanding? Bang! Is it a misunderstanding? Chenin was dumbfounded. He really didn't know where he had gone wrong. It was Guanxi who had slandered you. Why did you keep picking on me instead of hitting her? Seeing that he still didn't know what he had done wrong, Lu Yun had to hold Chenin's head down and say coldly, Your colorful centipede bit a woman I love. Now tell me, is this a misunderstanding? Bang! Lu Yun grabbed Chenin's head again and slammed it hard against the coffin. When he came in, he felt the breath of the colorful centipede from Chenin's body, so he was the first to vent his anger on him. Compared to the smear on himself and Xingcheng, Yenner's grudge should be the first to be reported. Therefore, how could Lu Yun let Chenin go? Hearing Lu Yun's words, Chenin's body trembled violently. At this moment, he understood everything. No wonder Lu Yun was so angry. It turned out that the assassin from the Shadow Pavilion this afternoon was his beloved woman. This is a big mess. Chenin said in a panic, Mr. Lu, I really didn't know that the Shadow Pavilion killer was your woman. As long as you spare me, I can immediately help your woman detoxify, okay? Are you negotiating with me? Bang! Another crash. Chenin was about to cry. I said I would help your woman detoxify. What more do you want? Bang! Lu Yun hit again. Chenin's face turned pale. Bang! Another crash.
Shannon finally went berserk, his internal energy surging wildly throughout his body. With bloodshot eyes, he roared, "Lu Yun! Don't push it too far. Without my antidote, that woman is dead." Shannon is after all a martial artist. Now that he has said all the nice things, he is still being humiliated like this by Lu Yun. How can he continue to tolerate it? Even if the other party's martial arts power is stronger than his, he is prepared to fight to the death. However, the response was still a heavy blow. Bang! Chapter 77 Human-Shaped Vessel. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. Shannon let out a roar, and the martial artist's power exploded. Even his every hair stood on end, as if struck by lightning. It was clear how strong the anger in his heart was. However, Lu Yun, remained expressionless. He even took the initiative to loosen Shannon's head and took a few steps back. It wasn't because he was afraid of Shannon, but because. "Do you know what despair is?" Lu Yun said in a calm voice, and then silently waited for Shannon to push his internal strength to the limit, and then punched him. Boom! Shannon fell to the ground and vomited blood. What is despair? It is when I give you the opportunity to exert your greatest strength, and then I lightly smash everything you are proud of with a single punch. Lu Yun's punch shattered not only Shannon's palm, but also his self-confidence. This is the difference between heaven and earth. Shannon's breath instantly fell, but at this moment, a colorful stream of light suddenly shot out of his body. The colorful centipede. Shannon's strongest killing move is here. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as the colorful centipede was about to bite, he suddenly spat out an ancient green talisman from his mouth, which hit the centipede with a loud crack. The colorful centipede screamed and flew back into Shannon's body. Shannon, meanwhile, was already in a state of shock, staring at Lu Yun with wide eyes and saying, You're not a martial artist, you're a cultivator. Cultivating internal strength is the key to martial arts. In the early stages, it is mainly about honing physical strength. Only when you reach the level of a master of the realm can you release internal strength and kill people from a distance. But a cultivator is different. From the very beginning, a cultivator is proficient in all kinds of magical powers and is comparable to a martial arts master. The two are different training systems. Martial artists below the level of the transcendent realm are far weaker than cultivators, because cultivators have all kinds of magical powers, and martial artists simply can't get close to them. However, after reaching the realm of transformation, martial artists are stronger than cultivators. This is because martial artists have stronger physical strength than cultivators, and because masters of the realm of transformation can release their inner strength, which is extremely powerful. Shannon could never have imagined that his opponent was not a martial artist, but a cultivator. No wonder he was so overbearing. This time, the Chun family has really hit a brick wall. Shannon was in shock, but suddenly his face showed signs of pain, and his whole face was distorted. How could this be? Shannon screamed in a shrill voice. At this moment, it felt as if 100 worms were gnawing at his bones, and his flesh was rapidly drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if his blood had been sucked out. Lu Yun sadly shook his head and said, You think that the colorful centipede is your killing weapon, but you don't know that you have already become a vessel for someone else to raise centipedes. That's right. Human-shaped vessel. The colorful centipede is not something that Shannon can control. The reason why it helped him kill people was because the colorful centipede regarded him as a vessel and needed to consume his flesh and blood to grow. Normally, Shannon would not be eaten so early. Only after the colorful centipede lays eggs in his body will he die of exhaustion. Before that, Shannon would not have been able to detect it. But Lu Yun just hit the colorful centipede with a talisman, causing it to be seriously injured, so it was only then that it began to frantically devour Shannon's flesh and blood to recover. Impossible. How could my master harm me? How could? Shannon shouted hysterically. His master had placed the colorful centipede in his body. If what Lu Yun said was true, then his master had never considered him a disciple, but was using his body to cultivate the colorful centipede. Shannon refused to believe it. But whether he believed it or not, the fact was that his body was shrinking at an alarming rate. Just as Shannon was about to die, Lu Yun suddenly approached him and whispered, I see you are about to die, so I might as well tell you another secret. I am neither a martial artist nor a cultivator, but a cultivator.
A cultivator, who practices both physical and spiritual cultivation, is an existence that transcends martial artists and cultivators. The conditions for becoming a cultivator are extremely harsh, and talent and resilience are both required. This is why the old Taoist master sent Lu Yun to the border battlefield to hone his skills for 5 years. Cultivator. Chenin let out a low groan, his eyes suddenly widened, and then he lost his life force. It was unclear whether it was because he was in too much pain or because he was shocked by Lu Yun's words. Pop. Soon after Chenin fell to the ground, a bloody hole suddenly opened up in his heart, and the colorful centipede crawled out. It was already 10 times longer than before, looking like a poisonous snake covered in centipede legs, which made people's scalps tingle. The colorful centipede flapped its blood-red wings, preparing to fly out of the Chun family compound, but was once again spat out by Lu Yun with 2 more talismans, and fell to the ground. At this moment, a 60-year-old man suddenly threw himself on Chen An's corpse, crying bitterly. He was Chen Tai, the patriarch of the Chen family. He heard the commotion when the red coffin crashed into the Chen family compound and hurried over, but when he arrived at the scene, he just happened to see the colorful centipede bursting out of his son's body. He was unable to see his son one last time. After 10 years of being missing, he finally returned home with a wealth of skills, but only to be separated from the world of the living and the dead after a few days. How could Chen Tai not be heartbroken? Lu Yun looked at this scene with a cold expression, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for Chen Tai. It can be said that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. This Chen Tai, who was able to swallow up such a large area of Jiangbei, was definitely no good. It is said that when the major families fought over the Jiangbei area decades ago, many people died tragically in Zhangjiang, but in the end, only Chen Tai benefited. Now, all this can only be said to be retribution. Chapter 78, How to Settle the Account from 15 years ago. Everyone in the Chun family was dumbfounded. Their second-in-command just died? And he died so miserably that not even a complete corpse was left. What is going on? A few days ago, Chen An returned to the Chen family and told everyone that he was a martial artist. They were so excited that they were already imagining how to divide up the Nanjiang estate after monopolizing Jiangcheng. But it's only been a few days, and their hopes have been dashed. What's worse, they may not even be able to maintain their current status, because the young man standing in front of them at the moment is extremely terrifying. It's all that damned woman's fault. All the members of the Chen family vented their anger on Guanqi. If it weren't for her smearing Yi Qingcheng, the Shadow Sect assassin wouldn't have appeared, and if the Shadow Sect assassin hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have been bitten by the colorful centipede, and if they hadn't been bitten by the colorful centipede, their second-in-command wouldn't have died so quickly. In other words, even if Chen An was destined to die at the hands of the colorful centipede, during the time he was alive, the Chen family could have expanded its influence to several cities around Jiangcheng. Guanqi is the one who is to blame for our family's misfortune. Guanqi's face had lost all color in the angry eyes of the crowd. This is not the worst of it. The worst part is that Lu Yun is already walking towards her, and the terrible sense of oppression is almost suffocating her. Guanqi, didn't I warn you a long time ago not to provoke me? Why did you have to play with fire and burn yourself? Lu Yun's voice was like the voice of a demon. Plop! Guanqi was so scared that she fell to the ground, and her skirt was wet. Lu Yun looked at her indifferently and said, I don't know where you got the confidence to compare yourself to me. If Qingcheng is the bright moon in the sky, then you, Guanqi, are at most a firefly on the ground. Where did you get the courage to inflate yourself? One wrong step leads to another. If Guanqi had not taken advantage of the situation when the Qingcheng group was in trouble, her situation would have been completely different. If she had not chosen to marry into the Chun family, and if she had not chosen to take revenge on Yi Qingcheng, then with her looks, her life would not have been so bad. But she had so many options, but she chose the wrong one. All that can be said is that this woman's jealousy is terrifying and at the same time, extremely stupid. Please, don't say any more. Guanqi painfully covered her head, tears rolling down her face, completely ruining her carefully applied makeup. At this moment, Chen Ping suddenly said coldly, Mr. Lu, everything is because of this woman. I now announce that this woman is banished from the Chun family and is at your disposal. Expelled from the Chen family. Guanqi's body trembled, and she looked up in disbelief, sweeping everyone in the Chen family with her eyes, which were obscured by the rain and fog. Chen Ping, Chen Tai, and her husband Chen Ziong. All of them looked indifferent, even disgusted, clearly wanting to completely distance themselves from her.
Is this the heartlessness of the rich? Guanxi's heart at this moment can only be described as desolate and desperate.
Especially her husband Chen Ziong. Last night when the two of them were playing in bed, Chen Ziong said he would use his mouth skills to take her to the land of pleasure.
Who could have imagined?
It was less than a day, but Chen Ziong's attitude had changed 180 degrees, as if he were a stranger. This blow was even more severe than the words that Lu Yun had just said to her.
Ha, everything is my fault, Guanxi. I am the real clown. Guanxi smiled sadly, and as she laughed, she cried, and as she cried, she laughed.
In the end, no one knew whether she was crying or laughing.
Guanxi had gone crazy.
Seeing her run out of the Chen family house like a madwoman, Lu Yun could only sigh.
If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Now my son is dead and Guanxi has gone mad. Are you satisfied? Why are you still here? Chen Tai looked at Nanjiang Wang and the others with a cold face and said in a hoarse voice.
Leo and the others didn't say a word, but silently turned their gaze to Lu Yun.
In a moment. Lu Yun said lightly, today's accounts have been settled, but have you Chen family forgotten the accounts from 15 years ago? The account from 15 years ago? The Chen family was puzzled. Lu Yun took a deep breath and said, 15 years ago, the fire at the Sunshine Welfare Institute. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Shan Ping.
His gaze suddenly pierced Chen Ping.
Originally, Lu Yun was going to wait until Chen Tai's 60th birthday to settle the score with them, but with so many recent events, it seems that the Chen family can't wait to die, so Lu Yun will have to settle the score with them a few days early. Chen Ping's body trembled violently, and he asked, what is your relationship with the Sunshine Welfare Institute?
15 years ago, I was a member of the Welfare Institute, and I almost died in the fire.
What kind of relationship do you think I have with it?
Hearing this, all the Chen family members' faces changed dramatically. It turns out that, even without Guanxi's interference, this terrifying young man would eventually come after them. It was just a matter of time.
What terrible crimes have they committed?
Chen Ping immediately knelt in front of Lu Yun in a terrified expression, begging, Mr. Lu, spare my life. I set the fire, but it had nothing to do with the Chen family.
I hope Mr. Lu will be merciful.
He didn't need to argue. Because if Lu Yun had asked this question, it meant that he already had evidence, and any sophistry would be useless.
What's more, since Lu Yun is so capable, there are countless ways to make him tell the truth.
Trying to argue will only speed up his death. It's better to admit it frankly, and maybe you can save a few lives in the Chen family.
Is it that simple? Lu Yun frowned.
Leo had once said that 15 years ago, the real estate market in Jiangbei was so big that it was enough to support the Chen family, so there was no need to take the risk of setting a fire in Nanjiang.
So there must be something fishy about that fire. Chapter 79. Have you ever heard of the name of the God King? Hearing Lu Yun's question, Chen Ping's body trembled slightly, and he hesitated to speak. There really is something fishy going on.
Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he looked sternly at Chen Ping, shouting, if you don't want the Chen family to be wiped out, you'd better tell me everything about what happened 15 years ago.
Mr. Lu, spare my life.
Chen Ping slammed his head on the ground and said in a trembling voice, I did set the fire 15 years ago, but it wasn't my intention.
It was someone else who told me to do it. I knew there was something fishy. Who gave you the order? Tell me. Lu Yun shouted. I don't know.
Chen Ping's face turned pale, but in the end he shook his head.
Lu Yun was furious and kicked Chen Ping in the head, angrily saying, you're about to die, but you're still trying to protect the murderer behind the scenes.
I don't think you care about the lives of the Chen family at all. Chen Ping rolled on the ground, begging for mercy in a panic, Mr. Lu, please.
Calm down. It's not that I'm trying to protect him, but because I really don't know who that person is. Bang! Lu Yun kicked him again, his eyes full of murderous intent. Dare to fool me? You don't know who that person is, why did you help him burn down the welfare home? Do you really think I'm that gullible?
No, Mr. Lu, it's because that person is also a martial artist, and I dare not go against his wishes.
Another martial artist?
Lu Yun was slightly stunned.
Suddenly. Boom!
In Lu Yun's mind, there seemed to be a vague memory slowly opening up, and the veins and arteries gradually became clear.
He remembered.
During the fire at the orphanage, he had a clear opportunity to escape, but he was trapped by an inexplicable force and couldn't move at all. Yes, that's it. As this memory was unlocked, Lu Yun became more and more certain that the fire was started just for him. It's just strange. If someone really wanted to kill him, why would they bother to set a fire when they could just do it themselves? And why did this memory suddenly disappear and only come back to him today? Lu Yun frowned and thought for a long time. He didn't know the answer to the first question, but he could easily deduce the answer to the second question. The one who sealed his memory should be the old Taoist master. Lu Yun's practice of the nameless spiritual power requires a mind free of distractions in the introductory stage. If he is thinking about revenge, he will never be able to practice it. As for the identity of the real culprit, perhaps the old Taoist master should know something. But Lu Yun had no way to contact the old Taoist master. After returning from the border battlefield, he went to the Taoist temple, but the old Taoist master was already gone. Moreover, the old Taoist master has always been elusive, and even if Lu Yun mobilized his 72-member secret network, he couldn't find anything. It's really a headache. At this time, Chen Ping said again, I don't know the identity of that person, but I vaguely remember that he mentioned that he was from the capital. The capital? Lu Yun's eyes narrowed again, and after a long time, he slowly exhaled a breath of air and said, although you were not the mastermind behind the fire, you were the one who said it, so I think it's not too much to ask for you to lose your legs and feet. Lu Yun then pressed on Chen Ping's knees twice like lightning. Crack! The patella was crushed. Chen Ping suddenly let out a miserable scream. But he dared not complain, because this punishment was already very merciful for him, and he had at least managed to save his life. After finishing off Chen Ping, Lu Yun stood in the Chen family compound, his piercing eyes suddenly gazing into the distant sky. The martial artists in the capital are getting more and more interesting. I, Lu Yun, will go and try my luck with this pool of water. After a long time, Lu Yun withdrew his gaze, took the corpse of the colorful centipede, and left the Chen family compound. In his heart, he was already indifferent. When I go to the capital, the time will be right. Liu silently glanced at Chen Tai and Chen Ping, and said with a sneer, do you know who that person was? Chen Tai gritted his teeth and stared at Liu. Liu did not immediately give an answer, but instead, he took Sun Tianlei and the others and left the Chen family compound in a big step. A moment later. Finally, a deep voice came from outside the courtyard wall. Chen Tai, have you ever heard of the name of the supreme being of the Dragon Kingdom, the God King? Boom! It was like a bolt of thunder. The God of Heaven. The Lord of the Clouds. The guardian god of the Dragon Kingdom. All the people in the Chen family trembled at this moment, and the terror in their eyes lingered on. Ah! Chen Tai let out a heart-wrenching cry, so frightened that he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the red coffin. That night, the Chen family deleted all the smearing articles and, in the name of the Jiangqing tabloid, clarified the facts, blaming all the blame for this on Guanxi, rebuking her for being jealous and maliciously spreading rumors. Public opinion quickly changed, and the people no longer spat on Yi Qingcheng, but instead pointed the finger at Guanxi, a woman with ill intentions. The next day, the Chen family held another press conference, with Chen Tai and Chen Ping in attendance, to clarify the facts and apologize once again in front of the media. At the same time, the Chen family announced that within half a month, they would withdraw from Jiangcheng and auction off all their assets at a low price. This news caused a sensation in the entire city of Jiangcheng. The Chen family is a powerful family in Jiangbei, and its influence is also booming. How could they give up everything at this time? No one knows the answer. Because of what happened at the Chen family yesterday evening, no one who knows the inside story dares to mention it, for fear of saying the wrong thing and losing their head. The only explanation that can be given is that the Chen family has offended someone very important, someone even more terrifying than the king of the south. Everyone was even more curious about who was behind the Qingcheng group, and why they were so frightened by the Chen family. There were many different opinions. But one thing is certain, from now on, this city will be the city of the Qingguan group. Chapter 80, A Liar is a Dog. Jiangnan Riverside. Su Guobin sat in a wheelchair, looking at the river flowing in front of him, and a sense of openness arose in his heart. The river never stops flowing, and the rings of time will not stop turning because of one person. The waves can wash away heroes. The rise of the Chen family was fueled by the blood of countless people, but in the end, it was all an empty dream. This river has witnessed the rise and fall of the Chun family, as well as the changing power dynamics of the city.
This is a cruel era, where the strong rule. Su Guobin looked at the Zhangjiang River in a daze, and after a long time, he sighed and said, "The sky in Jiangcheng has changed, and in this change, our Su family has finally found its own position." A smile of relief appeared on his face. Su Kai, who was standing behind him, agreed, saying, "Dad, this time, we Su family have bet on the right thing." Su Guobin smiled and said, "Push me back. Soon, we will have a real battle to fight. That battle will affect the changes in the pattern of Jiangcheng for the next few decades, or even 100 years. Su Kai nodded. It can be said that a whale falls and everything is born. The Chen family was once a giant, dominating the north of the river. The many forces in the south, including the king of the south, could only barely contend with it if they joined forces. Now, the decline of the Chun family has brought infinite vitality to many powerful families. It is a market that is so fat and oily. Everyone wants to occupy more market share in the future business war. And perhaps the king of the South River should be renamed the king of the River City. The Sun family. The spoiled daughter, Sun Xiaochu, skipped another tutoring class and was happily holding her phone and lying on the sofa, laughing. I knew Mr. Lu couldn't be a gigolo. Sun Jinrong was in a terrible state of mind. He really had no way of dealing with this savage girl, but as he watched his granddaughter laughing foolishly on the sofa, he felt a little worried. It seems that this silly girl is completely lost. Before the Chen family incident, Sun Jinrong had hoped that his granddaughter would be with Mr. Lu, and he would even take the initiative to create opportunities for them to be alone. But after that day, Sun Jinrong suddenly felt that this was not a very realistic thing. He used to think the same way as Sun Tianlei, thinking that Lu Yun was just the younger brother-in-law of the cloud god, born and raised in Jiangcheng, but the truth told him that Lu Yun was the cloud god. What does this mean? It means that Lu Yun has seen the big world long ago. He is a national figure, so how many outstanding women does he not have? Look at his granddaughter. She is stubborn and doesn't like to study. The key is that although she looks pure and lovely, she is really too late in some aspects. She has absolutely no advantages. Sun Jinrong was very depressed. Xiaochu, I have a few words I want to say to you, so that you can be prepared. What? Sun Xiaochu suddenly sat up straight on the sofa, looked at Sun Jinrong's serious expression, and said, "Grandpa, are you going to tell me that you have cancer and won't live long? That must be it. Otherwise, why is Grandpa suddenly so serious and telling me to prepare myself? Grandpa, don't die. I don't want to lose you." Sun Xiaochu was so sad that he cried and hugged Sun Jinrong's neck. "Get out." Sun Jinrong's face turned black and he scolded, "Your grandfather is in good health, how much do you want me to get cancer? That's how it's done on TV. Sun Xiaochu said with a grievance. I told you not to watch so many soap operas, but you wouldn't listen. I think I'll have to confiscate your phone. No. My phone is my life. Sun Xiaochu tightly held onto his precious cell phone, his face full of hostility. Sun Jinrong sighed helplessly and said, "If the phone is your life, then what about Mr. Lu?" Hearing the words Mr. Lu, Sun Xiaochu's little face suddenly flushed with a blush, and she said shyly, "Bad grandpa, aren't you talking about the phone? Why did you bring Mr. Lu into it? People and Mr. Lu haven't gotten to that point yet." She turned her toes on the ground shyly, like a young girl. Sun Jinrong saw this scene and was even more despondent. It seems that she has fallen deeply. He sighed again. Sun Jinrong asked seriously, "Xiaochu, do you think Mr. Lu is good or not?" Of course, Mr. Lu is the best. He is good-looking, has a high level of knowledge, and his bicycle is faster than an Audi. When I told my classmates at the cram school about this, they didn't believe it. When it comes to the topic of Lu Yun, Sun Xiaochu seems to be talking endlessly, but when he sees that his grandfather's face is not right, he has to stop and say, "Okay, what do you want to tell me, Grandpa?" Sun Jinrong paused and said, "Since you also know that Mr. Lu is excellent, if you don't work hard, how can you deserve Mr. Lu?" Sun Xiaochu's face froze. What does Grandpa mean? Does Mr. Lu think I'm not good enough, so he asked you to tell me this? Oh, I feel so sad. Sun Xiaochu's young heart felt as if it had been hurt a million times. She hadn't even started dating yet, and she was already heartbroken. How could she not be upset?
Sun Xiaochu's tears were rolling in her eyes, and she was about to cry. Sun Jinrong hurriedly comforted her, saying, Mr. Lu doesn't think you're not good enough, but that it would be better if you were even better.
Doesn't that mean I'm not good enough?
Oh. In the end, Sun Xiaochu couldn't hold back her tears. Sun Jinrong felt sorry for her and had to make up a lie and say, in fact, Mr. Lu told me that as long as you get into Tsinghua University, he will agree to be with you.
Really?
Really? Liar, you're a dog.
Woof woof.